This is a Lord's soul that is despised by everyone. But the moment I saw it for the first time, I chose it without hesitation as my only contract. My classmates laughed at me and said I was no better than a stray dog on the street. Even the teacher sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said that I was wasting my talent. Just because, in this world, as long as you awaken the Lord's soul after adulthood, you can step into the battlefield of all worlds, become a lord, and rewrite your destiny. Lords of each country have the ability to summon exclusive arms. They can build bases, store resources, conquer all directions, and embark on a road of no return to becoming king and dominate. But what I awakened was the human race. In the battlefield of all worlds, there are all kinds of strange races, including elves, skeletons, Shek, orcs, and even rare races like Zerg and Soul. Although each of these races has its own strengths and weaknesses, one is generally recognized as the weakest. That is the human race. The human race is weak in strength and constitution, and their talent is judged as sea level by the system. Even if they can be upgraded, they're destined to be just a runner-up. But they don't know the talent I awakened is not A, not B, but 6SS. At this time, in the testing hall of Jiangcheng High School, an alarm broke the silence. Emergency! A large-scale, abnormal movement has occurred in the B-2396 area of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield, urgently summoning junior lords to intervene and observe immediately. All students who have just awakened their Lord's soul will skip the 3-month training period and enter the 10,000 Worlds battlefield directly. This is a mandatory requirement. All new lords must enter the 10,000 Worlds battlefield immediately. Understood. I will complete the task. A middle-aged man wearing glasses responded firmly. However, when he hung up the phone, his face showed an unconcealable worry. Regional changes. Skipping the training period. Mandatory quotas. Each of these 3 keywords implies unpredictable risks. Such a daunting task may only lead to a dead end. If possible, he really hopes that he can replace these young students and give them some time. However, his talent is limited and he is destined to be unable to participate in this task. Thinking of this, his eyes became firm again. Zhou Fei, Zhang San, Zhao Yong, the 3 of you come here. In the hall, among the originally lively crowd of students, 3 people immediately looked up and looked at the shout. There were students in Class 6 of Grade 3. There were more than 30 students in the class, but only the 3 of them had awakened the Lord's soul. Some students saw the teacher calling out and thought it was a good thing, so they gathered around with flattering smiles on their faces. The teacher called you, probably going to arrange special training for you. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhao, don't forget us old classmates. Zhang San, who was dressed elegantly, immediately laughed proudly. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. I have only awakened an E-level Lord Soul. I have ordinary talents. I probably won't be able to break through level 50 in my lifetime. I'm not a big shot. Zhou Fei is really good. Zhao Yong, who was dressed equally luxuriously, raised his eyebrows and looked proudly at me who was dressed simply. I have awakened the soul of a high-level lord, which can reach level 100. If I'm lucky, I may be able to break through the upper limit of level 100 and become an immortal god. As soon as I said this, everyone's eyes were focused on me with complicated expressions. But Zhao Yong curled his lips in dissatisfaction. What's the use of the high-level Lord Soul? The human race's soldiers are rubbish, and they also have this rubbish talent of fortune and misfortune. The last person who awakened this skill didn't get any benefits for a whole year. Instead, he was targeted by the boss when he entered the secret place and was hunted for half a year. He is lucky to be alive until now. The air became quiet for a moment, and everyone's eyes were filled with complexity and sympathy. The oppressive atmosphere in the air lasted for a few seconds, and Zhang Sen finally broke the silence. Don't say that the interdependence of fortune and misfortune is not completely useless. As long as you can kill the boss, the reward will definitely be generous. Zhao Yong curled his lips, obviously dissatisfied with Zhang San's comfort. But he said no more and followed Zhang San towards the teacher. What? Regional changes? Skipping the training period and forced into the battlefield. Teacher, are you asking me to die? When Zhang San received the news, his face turned pale, and Zhao Yong spoke in panic. Hearing this, the middle-aged teacher frowned, but still patiently advised. Danger and opportunity coexist. The great crisis in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds may also be a huge opportunity. As long as you seize it, you can soar to the sky. More importantly, in order to subsidize you, your family will receive lifelong treatment as a junior lord class. Zhao Yong wanted to refute, but I interrupted him directly. If you can fulfill all the conditions you mentioned, then I will accept this task. As a genius student, compared with Zhang San and others, I am more aware of the huge risks hidden in this task. But it is undeniable that the last condition is too tempting to immediately upgrade the family's treatment to the junior lord class, and for life. This means that my mother, who lost her ability to work in a car accident, can not only get the best treatment, but even if I encounter an accident on the battlefield, my parents will continue to enjoy this treatment. Moreover, the treatment of the lord class, even at the entry level, is incomparable to that of ordinary nobles. This treatment not only includes unlimited medical insurance, but also priority in enjoying the most advanced technological products. The emergence of the myriad world's battlefield brought together technologies and techniques from all walks of life. Modern medicine has long surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Many diseases that were once considered incurable can now be cured. Even prolonging life is no longer a difficult task. But to enjoy all this, the prerequisite is that one of the family members must have an awakened Lord soul to participate in the battle on the battlefield of all realms, and must remain alive. If you die, all benefits will be canceled immediately. Unless you have made great contributions to Daxia or participated in emergency missions like now, you can ensure lifelong benefits. Thinking of the hard work my parents put in for me, I decided that I must not miss this opportunity. More importantly, I believed that I would never become cannon fodder. Seeing my determined eyes, the middle-aged teacher patted my shoulder and looked very pleased. The following process was faster than I thought. In less than an hour, we passed through the portal in the center of Jiangxing City and entered the designated area after several jumps. When I slowly opened my eyes, what came into view was a dense forest, the battlefield of all worlds. I looked around excitedly and saw 100-square-meter open space around me, with a few thatched houses scattered among them, and basic tools such as axes, hammers, and sickles hanging next to them. Those are the basic buildings of my Level 0 main city. Level 0 lumberyard, blacksmith shop, and farm. The clearing was surrounded by low wooden fences, and the forest was deep, with visibility no more than 100 meters. From time to time, strange roars could be heard from deep in the forest, but these were blocked by a semicircular barrier. There is a 7-hour novice protection period when you first enter the battlefield of 10,000 worlds. During this period, I am in an absolutely safe state. I stretched my body and made sure I had adapted to the environment. Then I immediately sat cross-legged and opened my Lord's light curtain. Lord's name, Zhou Fei, companion skill. Fortune and misfortune. Special type, passive, has a certain chance to change the judgment of life/rules in the environment, gain unexpected gains. The triggering probability is related to the level of the Lord soul. Bound soldier type, human race of all realms. Lord level, 0, Lord attributes, strength 18, intelligence 28, physical 18, magic 18. Lord equipment, none. Lord skills, none. Item 1, 1 primary recruitment talisman. After calming down, I took out the primary recruitment talisman given by the battlefield of all worlds and prepared to summon my first general according to the plan. The novice period is only 7 hours. I must complete as many tasks as possible within this period and upgrade the level of the main city to ensure my own safety. Just then, when I took out the primary recruitment talisman, the sudden change surprised me. It is detected that the Lord possesses a quasi-Z-level Lord soul, and the innate skill, fortune, and disaster are dependent on each other. The Lord has been detected to have arrived in a new environment, and the innate skill, good and bad, depends on each other, has been successfully triggered, and the destiny of all realms has favored him. When a Lord is in Area B2396, the chance of encountering a monster boss increases by 200%. Lord in Area B2396 obtains items and props within the rules, and the quality is increased 30 times. The number of times the Lord uses items and props in Area B2396 is tripled. It is detected that the Lord has obtained a primary recruitment talisman item within the rules, triggering the companion skill Misfortune and Fortune. Quality critical, hit x 30. evolved into intermediate recruitment talisman. The host item, intermediate recruitment talisman, is detected to trigger the companion skill misfortune and fortune. Quantity x3, the current number of intermediate recruitment talismans is 3. These tips made me instantly confused. My Lord Soul was actually a quasi-Z level that I had never even heard of. Moreover, my innate skill, fortune and misfortune, are dependent on each other, is also ridiculously powerful. First, the quality of props and items is increased by 30 times, which is equivalent to others only getting a stone when killing a monster, but I may get iron or... This bonus is simply a bug. Reward harvester. Moreover, the number of props for regular tasks has been tripled, which means that when I do the same task, others can only get 1 prop, but I can get 3. The only challenge is that the chance of a monster boss appearing has increased by 200%. But on second thought, the rewards dropped by killing the boss will definitely be higher, and it will also be easier to get valuable items, which doesn't seem bad, right? Just as I was pondering, the wooden sign in my hand suddenly flashed and turned into 3. The appearance changed drastically, and it became gilded and inlaid with jade, looking high-end and elegant. I was stunned for a moment, and then I became excited. I forgot that misfortune and fortune go together had been triggered. Not only did the number increase to 3, but the quality was also upgraded to the intermediate recruitment talisman. Taking a deep breath, I waved my hand, and the 3 recruitment talismans turned into light and shadow. Use the intermediate recruitment talisman to summon human soldiers from all realms. As I finished speaking, 3 light gates slowly emerged. Then, 3 figures slowly appeared in front of me, all with their own unique curves. Although they are all wearing black wizard robes, their different body shapes give the clothes completely different styles. The one on the far left is tall, extremely cool, with a pair of phoenix eyes that are a little distant and sharp, a real queen warrior. The girl in the middle is not tall, with a small round face and a little baby fat, but her chest is, very impressive. The contrast between her cuteness and innocence is simply a childlike face that kills the original. As for the one on the right, he had a silver rapier on his waist, his figure was light and slender, and his every move revealed a sense of competence and sharpness, like a swordsman among wizards, heroic and valiant. The 3 have very different styles, but all of them are extremely charming beauties. I was silent for 2 seconds, but finally couldn't help scratching my head. What you are wearing, is this considered armor? And where are your soldiers? I really can't tell whether this is a pleasant surprise or the system's evil taste. According to common sense, the human race's recruitment talisman, the primary talisman, summons traditional generals like Cheng Yaojin and Qin Shubao, plus 1,000 infantrymen. Intermediate military tokens, legendary level ones like Zhao Zilong and Guan Eri, starting with 3,000 cavalry. Advanced military talismans. Even more outrageous, maybe Kong Ming will lead a Taoist group, or Liu Ban will come out of the mountains to lead the mechanical brothers to work collectively. But now, I stood in front of 3 witches in strange costumes, looking at the empty backs of them. Not even a soldier. Could it be that just because my military talisman was prefixed with the words Wanja, the system gave me a heaven-defying cheat and also went crazy at the same time? Just when I was filled with question marks, the 3 witches looked at each other, knelt down, and saluted at the same time, and a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Battle Witch Alice, Light Witch Rebecca, Medical Witch Sherman, meet the Lord. The 3 tones intertwined into a pleasant female trio, which made my heart tingle. They stepped forward again, and 3 light screens suddenly appeared above their heads, revealing their panels. Alice Rebecca, Sherman level. Insufficient authority. Basic attributes. Insufficient authority. Skills. Insufficient authority. Quality. Insufficient authority. Talent skills. Insufficient authority. Equipment items. Insufficient authority. Question marks filled the entire interface, and my mind went blank. What the hell is going on? I can't even see my level. Is there a bug in the system? At this moment, I suddenly remembered that the textbook said that authority blocking would only occur when the subordinate's level exceeded the Lord's by a full 30 levels. In other words, the 3 wizards in front of me are at least level 30 or above. You know, even a top-notch general like Guan Yu only has an initial level of 30. Note, primary recruitment talisman. Recruit common rare quality soldiers, level 120. Intermediate recruitment talisman. Recruit elite excellent quality soldiers, level 2050. Advanced recruitment talisman. Recruit king legendary soldiers, level 5080. And I, a novice, unexpectedly recruited 3 top wizards right from the start. Although I don't have any troops to lead yet, just looking at the combat power, it's a luxurious start. Thinking of this, I quickly suppressed my excited heart, maintained the composure that a lord should have, and extended my hand to them with a smile. No need to be polite. Stand up and talk first. The delicate, cool touch from my fingertips immediately made my heart flutter. It is said that these special troops will be 100% obedient to their lords. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, naturally, some impure thoughts flashed through my mind. But I quickly shook my head and put these thoughts behind me. High level, skills to be developed, and full loyalty, it's simply a golden finger from heaven. Even though they have no soldiers, these 3 are like walking battle fortresses. Compared to other lords who are still worrying about 100 infantrymen, I directly skipped the most difficult novice period and felt so happy. However, the only drawback is the problem of manpower. The infrastructure construction needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. I was thinking about what to do next when suddenly, roar! A deafening roar came from a distance. I looked up suddenly and saw that the novice protection barrier 100 meters away was actually rippling with twisted ripples. A giant leopard, completely black and 5 meters tall, was ramming the barrier frantically. That was a barrier that could withstand hundreds of attacks from level 40 monsters, but at this moment, it was showing signs of breaking. My scalp instantly went numb, and I cursed in my heart. No wonder the teacher said this area has special circumstances and requires us junior lords to work together to guard the anchor point. How could this be called special? It was clearly a scene of a Warcraft riot and the beginning of a life and death trial. Damn, this game really doesn't take our lives seriously. In the main world, in front of the portal to the myriad worlds battlefield, hundreds of teachers who were responsible for awakening new students stood in a neat line, but all of them were silent. The portal that had just been emitting a gentle sky blue light was now stained red like blood. That was not an ordinary color change, but an alarm. It meant that the battlefield area connected to the portal had entered an extremely dangerous state. As we all know, the color of the portal reflects the danger level of the connected area. Sky blue is normal, dark purple is difficult, and now this deep red is nightmare level. Normally, with this level of danger, even experienced elite lords would have to be extremely cautious and might even need to join forces to restart the territory. But now, the higher-ups have directly thrown hundreds of novice students in, without even receiving the most basic training. They're almost sending them to their deaths. Although these teachers are already accustomed to the separation of life and death, at this moment, the air is still filled with solemnity and depression. The middle-aged mentor, wearing glasses, turned to look at his colleague next to him and spoke in a low voice, his tone revealing confusion and anxiety. Do you know why this arrangement was made this time? If the anchor point is unstable, at least some trained students should be assigned to it. Isn't it crazy to throw in those who have just awakened? The teacher next to him sighed and lowered his voice and said, "You came late, so you may not have heard about it yet. There is a problem in the entire 10,000 worlds battlefield. Almost all of our freshmen have been transferred in, and even then there are still vacancies that cannot be filled. Thousands of regional anchors are unstable at the same time, so they can only fill in temporarily. Maybe in a few days, we instructors will also have to go to the battlefield." The glasses teacher was stunned, and his face changed immediately. As mentors, they had solid theoretical knowledge, but their awakening levels were low and their lord potential was almost zero, otherwise they would not have been relegated to the second line. If even they are to be sent in, then there must have been an unimaginable catastrophe on the battlefield. As everyone was discussing the matter, the portal changed again. A dark light rose above the deep red, turning the color completely black. Black! The air suddenly became quiet. No one has ever seen a black portal, and there's not even a record of this level in the data. If crimson represents a chance of 1 life and 9 deaths, then does black mean no chance of survival? Quick, contact the students inside remotely immediately and see what happened. The teacher in charge gave a hasty order, and the technicians started the operation immediately. However, the next moment, his expression was uglier than the portal. The situation is serious. The communication with the battlefield has been cut off in one direction. We can receive your messages, but we cannot reply." As soon as these words came out, all the teachers' hearts sank to the bottom. This meant that the headquarters could no longer provide any tactical support. What was worse was that all the people who entered were novices. "Contact them," the teacher in charge said through gritted teeth. "Are there any instructors above level C? Come with me to investigate. Even if it costs you your life, we must find out what went wrong." After saying that, he rushed towards the portal that was as dark as night, but was directly bounced out by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, all those who attempted were turned back without exception. The black light gate has been completely closed, cutting off all connections between the inside and the outside. At this moment, I was on the battlefield and saw the huge figure in the distance through the protective shield. Even though we were hundreds of meters apart, I could still clearly see the information panel that appeared above the monster's head. Wow, all question marks? But when I looked up my memory database, I quickly recognized this familiar figure. Purple-striped cloud leopard, level 40 to 50 elite magical beast, total attributes, 3000 to 3500, not a social monster, often moves with the beast tide. Warning, do not provoke main units below level 35. My mind went blank. So, I ran into a top-level elite monster right after entering? What kind of health bar is this? Who designed the difficulty of the dungeon? I couldn't help but grumble a few words, and then I turned to look at the three witches beside me, feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, they were still there. "Can you three handle it?" I asked tentatively. "If you can't, just fly a kite and slowly consume it. The shield can still hold out for a while." These three witches were different from ordinary soldiers. They looked lively and responded naturally, not like dull units at all. So I did not give orders, but asked in a more human tone. The three witches looked at each other and then bowed gracefully. "I'm willing to die for you, my lord." As soon as the words fell, three figures flew into the air and headed straight for the Black Panther 100 meters away. I gasped. It's flying in the air. That's an ability that only level 50 and above can possess. These three are actually super standard units? Oh my god, I have found a treasure. I couldn't hide my excitement for a moment, and I couldn't help but subconsciously open the control panel, thinking about sharing this joy. But when I clicked on the communication function, I unexpectedly found that I couldn't contact the outside world. Fortunately, the communication in this world is still smooth. I was stunned for a moment, but didn't take it too seriously. The battlefield of the 10,000 worlds has always been strange and changeable, so it's not uncommon for the communication to go wrong occasionally. However, this meant that I couldn't connect with my friends in the real world. I didn't know any of the new students in the same group, and I couldn't even find someone to share my joy with. I was about to turn off the communication, but I saw a bunch of showing off conversations on the regional channel. Haha, even though I'm only an E-level awakening, I've just recruited a level 10 elite elf. Just wait and see. TSK, only level 10? My level 18 behemoth is already stirring up trouble. Don't be so arrogant. My level 20 war elephant has already started to clear the field. The combat power is overwhelming. I envy you guys. I'm such a poor idiot that I only have a few level 5 dwarf apprentices and am still mining in the fields. When will I be able to have combat troops? The chat channel was bustling with noise, with new lords who had just completed their first summoning showing off their achievements and bragging about it. However, the excitement did not last long, as someone discovered that it was impossible to send any message to the outside world. Soon, the world channel exploded. Communications cut off? What the hell is going on? Are you going to throw us commoners into hell? We demand a thorough investigation, an immediate public explanation of the situation. For a moment, angry voices came one after another, directed at the relevant persons in charge. The outside world quickly noticed this sudden silence. In order to make up for the information gap, people quickly set up temporary online platforms and forums, and various opinions spread like wildfire. However, before public opinion got completely out of control, the authorities stepped in to appease the public, pointing out that although external communications had been cut off, internal communication was still proceeding normally. Everyone was planning their actions in an orderly manner, and no dangerous situation had occurred for the time being. This response gradually eased the public's anxiety, and then they entered the traditional art, the national verbal battle mode. I heard that although the risk of this new Lord mission is extremely high, the reward is also unprecedented. That's right. It is said that as long as you enter the top 100 in a certain area of the 10,000 world battlefield, you will receive a special reward. The reward is tied to the country's destiny and can even change a person's destiny. This is clearly a national level game. Are you crazy? This time the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds is obviously going to be a big one. Some players quickly compiled the information and posted it on social media, which caused a huge stir. Netizens flocked to the discussion forum, and it was instantly full. Netizens from different countries also joined in and began to comment. After the list comes out, our American Lord will definitely be number one. Bah, you ugly country. You can't even beat our Sakura country. Inoue and Watanabe are A-level awakening this year. You guys are just a bunch of bastards. Your names sound like cannon fodder. Our Bang country's Lord has awakened the soul of an S-level Lord and can copy the enemy's abilities, directly changing fate. What's the use of copying ability? Our American angel soldiers can kill your whole family in seconds. The war of words was in full swing, getting louder and louder, but the netizens in China were surprisingly quiet. Except for a few people who criticized South Korea and Japan, most people were acting silently. In order to crack the black portal leading to the battlefield of all worlds, the whole country is united as never before. More than 1 billion people seem to be united as one, with only one goal: to stabilize the anchor point and preserve the destiny. This time, Daxia sent the largest number of participants, tens of thousands of people, including many core seed players. They are very likely to influence the country's destiny in the next 3 to 5 years. How can we afford to make any mistakes? At the same time, I was not idle either. When the 3 witches flew above the Black Panther, my primary city lord's mansion was finally completed. Looking at the wooden house that was built in an instant, I curled my lips, then climbed up to the roof along the external ladder, ready to look down from above to see how the witch would deal with the Black Panther. But when I looked up, I saw a shocking scene. A fireball as tall as 2 people was created by someone. It fell to the ground like a meteor and hit the Black Panther directly on the head. The originally majestic purple-striped, clouded leopard didn't even have time to utter a scream before it turned into nothingness in an instant. Then, a series of prompts popped up in my mind. Congratulations to the Junior Lord Zhou Fei for killing the level 50 purple-striped cloud leopard leader for the first time. Reward Energy Crystal. 50. Talent skill, good and bad, depend on each other, is triggered successfully. Bonus. Energy Crystal X30 converted to Energy Ice Crystals. Item reward times increased by 3 times. Current number of Energy Ice Crystals, 150. Invincible, really invincible. I clenched my fists. The system prompts kept ringing in my ears, and my mouth was already stretched to my ears. This wave a sure win. Energy Crystals, Ice Crystals, are the top hard currency in the universe. They can be used to buy almost all resources and are the gold standard for transactions between lords. As my lord level increases and I unlock the store of all worlds, I can use these energy crystals to directly exchange for various valuable items and strategic resources. According to the conversion ratio in the textbook, 1 energy crystal equals 100 dragon coins, and 1 energy ice crystal equals 10,000 energy crystals. An ordinary junior lord may not be able to collect 1 ice crystal even after working hard for a year, but now I have 150 energy ice crystals. To put it bluntly, within less than an hour of his arrival, he had already become a billionaire in the real world. Ding! Kill the level 50 boss monster, purple-striped cloud leopard, and the lord level will be increased by 1 level. Ding! Triggering talent skills. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Attribute point critical hit X3. Gain attribute points 150. Currently allocable attribute points 150. Originally, the soul of a high-level lord could only obtain a maximum of 100 attribute points, but with the bonus of my talent, it directly exceeded the upper limit, 150 points full. I listened to the system notification sound and laughed so hard that I couldn't stop. But soon, my expression gradually became serious. In the distance, in the dark forest beyond the dilapidated wooden fence, pairs of cold animal eyes flashed with strange light. Although they were not as big as the purple-striped cloud leopard, there were too many of them. They seemed to be testing, constantly crashing into the novice barrier, and that barrier was like a candle in the wind, shaky and crumbling. I know it in my heart. 7 hours? Forget 7 hours. This broken barrier can't even last an hour. Once the barrier collapses, I will be faced with a catastrophe. How can this be called an observation mission? It's clearly a death-defying mission for a junior lord. The corner of my eye jumped, and I suddenly remembered a record I had read in a book, Warcraft Riot. In the 10,000 worlds, in addition to human lords, there are also countless magical beasts. They will collectively riot for treasures, energy crystals, or even a little food, and madly attack the surrounding areas, which is so cruel that it is outrageous. And the price is the life of the novice lord. I should have thought of this earlier. There is no such thing as pie in the sky. As expected, there is a knife hidden behind all the rewards. But then again, Warcraft riots usually only last 12 hours. If I can hold on, maybe this riot will be a turning point for me. It's hard to say whether I can survive. I muttered to myself and walked towards the 3 witches standing beside me. I opened my mouth but didn't know how to start. If the barrier is about to fail, I must immediately start territory construction and build defensive facilities. But construction requires manpower, and although the 3 witches under my command are extremely powerful, they are completely alone. After holding it in for a long time, I finally bit the bullet and asked, "What level are you guys at?" I remember the fireball just now, which killed a level 50 elite monster in one hit. It should have been released by the Battle Witch Alice. A hint of shyness flashed across Alice's face, and she whispered, "The power of my fireball is due to Rebecca's amplification." This contrast is truly heart-stirring. The 3 of us are all level 50. The light, which Rebecca said seriously with her chubby face puffed up. It suddenly dawned on me that the combined combat power of 2 level 50 witches of outstanding quality made the fireball so powerful. While other junior lords are still excited about recruiting level 10 soldiers, I already have 3 beautiful warriors who can kill level 50 monsters in seconds. Thinking of this, I rub my hands together, looking expectant. You are strong, but the enemy is a beast tide. I'm afraid you 3 can't hold it alone. We're the troops you lead. The 3 of them looked at each other and raised their hands hesitantly. As a result, when he raised his hand, I was stunned on the spot, and I was stunned for a long time. The fighting which Alice pointed to the forest and summoned out one tall tree man after another. Tree people. Huge. Over 2 meters tall. Hundreds of them came at once. Scarlet Treeman, elite. Level 9, talent. Rough body, reduces damage from sharp weapon attacks by 30%. Weak fire, fire attribute damage plus 30%. What the fuck? I looked at the towering trees that instantly turned into warriors and couldn't help but utter a curse. This is too fierce. Just as I was shocked, Rebecca seemed unwilling to be outdone. She puffed up her little face and shouted softly, her eyes shining brightly. In the void, soft lights condensed and transformed into spiritual bodies. Spirit of Light, level 9, talent, spirit, physical damage reduction, magical vulnerability. As I watched all this, my head was buzzing. This is awesome. This time it's really taking off. Although the number of soldiers summoned by the healing witch Sherman is not large, and their combat power is not the strongest, they are eye-catching. She actually summoned tree elves, each of which has healing abilities. Tree elf, level 9, talent, healing. Good, great. I looked at this special army, clenched my fists excitedly, and waved them in the air. The 3 witches summoned a total of 300 level 9 witch spirits, and these soldiers performed their duties and cooperated seamlessly. This made me secretly happy, but at the same time, I also felt a little confused. That's weird. From what I understand, every general in the myriad worlds can lead 1,000 soldiers. How come each of you can only summon 100? I raised my doubts aloud, confusion hidden in my tone, but I didn't want it to sound like a question to the 3 witches. Alice and Rebecca's faces changed slightly, and they lowered their heads, looking a little frustrated. Sherman, however, remained gentle and patiently explained, "My lord, the upper limit of the number of witch spirits that we witches can summon is indeed 100, but they have the regeneration property. The dissipation of psychic energy will not lead to true death. As long as you are willing to consume energy ice crystals, we can summon them again at any time." I was completely stunned and subconsciously repeated, "What? I could be resurrected?" My brain suddenly froze. Not only are the soldiers already at level 9, but they can also be resurrected infinitely? You know, most soldiers are recruited through leaders, and if one dies, there's one less, and it is impossible to get another one. Each one is as precious as a treasure. However, I quickly came to my senses. After all, this bargain fell on my head. I laughed and patted the shoulders of the three witches. Time is short and the task is heavy. Don't be idle, get started. As soon as I said this, the three witches blushed. Sherman asked softly, Lord, what are you talking about? Too many monsters blocking the way. Of course we have to clear them out first. I stared at the densely packed magical beasts in the distance with shining eyes. It was as if I saw a walking gold mine of energy ice crystals. Only if you have money can you develop your territory. Lord panel, name, Zhou Fei, companion skill, fortune and misfortune, bound to arms, human race, level, unattributes, strength 28, intelligence 38, physical 28, magic 28, available attribute points, 150. Guys charge. I gave an order, and the Scarlet Tree spirits and light elves, under the command of the three witches, rushed out of the barrier like a tide to fight against the army of monsters outside. According to intelligence, there are about 200 monsters outside the barrier. Although they are of different species, most of them are the clouded leopard, a subsidiary of the purple-striped clouded leopard. More leopard, level, 19, total attributes, 700, note, not a social beast, only gathers in a beast tide. This battle was extremely brutal. Although the Scarlet Tree Demon was only level 9, 10 levels lower than the Clouded Leopard, they had strong talents, and combined with the continuous healing of the Tree Spirit, a strange confrontation balance was formed for a while. Outside the territory, it seemed as if it had turned into a meat grinder that was constantly stirring. Every time a Clouded Leopard fell, a Scarlet Tree Demon would die, but it would soon be summoned again. Ding! Congratulations on killing the monster Clouded Leopard, and you will get 1 energy crystal, 1 primary world stone, and 1 lord level +1. Skill Fortune and Disaster triggered. Quantity critical hits times 3. Quality critical hits times 30. Additional gains. Energy ice crystals *3. Intermediate world stone *3. Ding! Kill the spirit flame tiger. Obtain a low level. Blueprint *1. Lord level +1. Misfortune and Fortune are triggered again. Quality critical hit times 30. Obtain intermediate level. Blueprint *1. In just 1 hour, my level rose rapidly and directly reached level 5. As the level broke through, a new territory panel emerged. Territory panel, current area, B2396 primary territory, buildings, level 1 logging site, /level 1 quarry, /level 1 barracks, /level 1 territory hall. General cap, 3/3. I looked at the building information in front of me and frowned slightly. The 4 major infrastructures correspond to resource collection, military development, population growth, and technological development. The upgrade restrictions of these buildings are also revealed. Only when the Lord level increases by 10 levels, the building level can be upgraded synchronously. Currently, the first level lumberyard and quarry only produce 10 units of resources per hour, which is too inefficient to be of much use. If you want to develop quickly, you can only wait for the store to open and use energy crystals to buy resources directly. However, what I'm really concerned about are the barracks and territory hall. The barracks determines how many generals I can recruit. With each level up, the upper limit of generals will increase. The territory hall is the real brain and the core of the entire technology system. Without its improvement, even if I have a lot of resources, I can only build wooden walls. Metal walls? Don't even think about it. I closed the panel, rested my chin on my hand, and looked at the battlefield where the fighting was still going on, muttering to myself, it's still too slow. I have to kill several monsters to level up. I have to find an elite leader to start the fight. Hurry up and level up. As long as you reach level 9, you can unlock the Mall of All Worlds. That's the real beginning. Then you can get a set of exclusive Lord equipment directly. If other Junior Lord heard what I said, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. This upgrade speed is not fast enough. Then what is considered fast? The system prompts kept ringing in my ears, and I kept killing and upgrading. Although the level of those monsters was far higher than that of my troops, the problem was I had 3 witch generals. As long as the number of Crimson Dryads and Light Elves drops below 50, they will immediately raise their hands to summon and instantly replenish to 100 units. The endless flow of troops directly turned the battlefield into a one-sided massacre. Of course, the first summon is free, and each subsequent summon will require the consumption of energy ice crystals. Your general, Battle which Alice summons 30 Scarlet Tree Men, consuming 3 energy ice crystals. I listened to the prompt sound, and my expression was a little helpless. Are the witches' soldiers strong? Of course they are strong. They can be upgraded and resurrected. But the cost of this resurrection is too exaggerated. 1 ice crystal for 10 soldiers. If I didn't have a 6S level talent, I wouldn't dare to play like this. Fortunately, the reward for killing monsters above my level plus the talent increase, the ice crystal output alone can cover the consumption. I don't feel bad at all. Kill. I waved my hand and started the purge mode. Time flies, and system prompts appear like a waterfall. Construction materials, blueprints, ice crystals. My territory is getting fuller and fuller. I have stabilized my position and have completely established my foothold. But in the same B2396 area, other junior lords have even found a luxury to survive. Death screams, blood, despair spread like a tide. The novice barrier that was originally said to last for 7 hours was shattered into slag in just 4 hours. The monsters rushed in, and the weakly defended territories fell in an instant. The scene was like a real-life hell. Regional channel, general anesthesia, B2396. Help. These monsters are all level 20 and up. My level 10 elite elf was turned into meat dregs in seconds. Tan Sui Buxing, BR396. Where is the promised 7-hour barrier? I spent all my resources on upgrading the main fort, and didn't build any defenses at all. Tianming B2396. Ha, what a joke. The reptiles of Daxia. Can't they handle this? Cries for help, curses, sarcasm, and the weird tone of the Japanese lord mixed together, and the entire regional channel became a mess. I watched all this silently, with a complicated expression. Yes, I could save my life, but facing the collapse of the entire area, I was powerless. The beast tide was too fierce, and I couldn't save everyone by myself. But don't forget, this battlefield of all realms is tied to the destiny of the country, and every lord has long been aware of it. We are fighting for the country. Thinking of this, I took a deep breath, opened a regional channel, randomly picked a vest, and typed, Regional movement. Beast tide riot. Daxia is doing its best to build defenses. Hold on. Hold on. After posting, I closed the channel directly, and my eyes became sharp. The number of monsters is limited. If I kill a few more, others will die less. Come on, beast. I'm not a saint, nor a savior. I cannot save everyone, nor do I have the obligation to do so. This is all I can do. As night fell, the battle continued. My Dryad Corps and light elves cleared the front lines and finally wiped out the first wave of beasts. Countless exploded materials and ice crystals filled the warehouse, and I finally reached level 9. Ding! The Lord's level has been raised to level 9. You need to break through before you can continue to raise it. Ding! The Wanjia Mall has been unlocked. What does level 9 mean? It means that I have completed something that others cannot do in 3 months in just 3 hours. You know, it takes an ordinary junior lord 3 full months to reach level 10 and unlock the second level base camp. And now, I am ready to break through. I sat on the wooden fence of the territory, but my expression was not relaxed. Instead, I frowned and cursed from time to time. This crappy talent is really disgusting. Breakthrough, breakthrough. How can I break through? Yes, I have countless materials in my hands, but the most crucial one, the primary stone of all worlds, is missing because my 6S talent is too strong. The system gave me a critical hit, and all the primary ones turn into intermediate level myriad world stones. Lord Hall LV.2 requires 0/100 primary world stones. I have more than 400 intermediate stones, but they cannot be exchanged for lower levels. This is the first time I have experienced what having too good resources can also lead to bottlenecks. Gritting my teeth, I took out a thick stack of blueprints and read them as I flipped through them. Intermediate hot spring. Restores magic points? No use. Blacksmith shop? Forging equipment? Who can afford it now? This one doesn't work, and that one is useless. These architectural blueprints are top-notch items dropped by monsters of higher levels, but in my eyes, they are all garbage. If other lords saw this scene, they would probably vomit blood and faint on the spot. Damn it. Is there something wrong with the list of junior lords in the B2396 area? Why is the Xia's name not on it? From Sakura Country, a short, fat, mustachioed Mediterranean man stared at the screen with a complicated expression and questioned. The staff member in front of him bowed his head and replied, Jido-kun, Daxiao is now ranked outside the top 20 and is still declining. It seems that they have encountered a lot of trouble in the B2396 area. After hearing this, Jing Teng was stunned for half a second. Then, as if realizing something, he slapped his forehead, pointed at the second screen next to him, and laughed out loud. Ha ha! It's been a long time since I looked at the rankings outside the top 10. I didn't expect Xia to have fallen to the second screen. Is it finally our Sakura country's turn to top the list? At this time, outside the battlefield of all worlds, in front of a bright red portal, hundreds of teachers from Daxia looked solemn. Although anchor point fluctuations occurred in multiple areas, the monster riot in Area B2396 was the most ferocious, and it was also the only area where the portal turned blood red. There's only one reason for their anxiety: National Fortune Ranking of all worlds. This list is divided into 3 categories: elementary, intermediate, and advanced, covering various countries: Daxia, Ingwa, and Beautiful Country. It not only represents the performance in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds, but also symbolizes the overall national destiny of the country. As for Daxia, it has almost dominated the list since it appeared. Even if it has not crushed all the countries, it has always been far ahead. But now, due to the mutation of B2396, Daxia's ranking in the primary list has dropped like a free fall, and it is about to fall out of the top 30. Unfortunately, the communication was interrupted and the outside world could only watch the data jump, but was unable to do anything. Teacher Su, a young teacher, clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Why did the Warcraft riot break out on our eastern front? We suffered heavy casualties on the front line, but the lords of other countries are unscathed. If this continues, Daxia will lose 10 years of national fortune. Teacher Su is the general manager of the B2396 area. His hair is gray and his face is livid. He stares at the screen for a long time and then slowly shakes his head. The battlefield of the 10,000 worlds is changing rapidly. This time, I'm afraid we can only admit defeat. This riot may very well become the fuse of a chain reaction. What he said made sense. Although the areas were separated, the battlefields were essentially connected. If the crisis of B2396 failed to be handled, even in a low-level area, it would be enough to seriously damage the national destiny of Daxia. At the same time, the data on the list is constantly being updated. On the personal lord list, Inoue Go from Sakura Country topped the list, followed by Marshall from the Beautiful Country. In the command seat of Sakura Country, Jing Teng was already grinning so hard that his mouth was almost stretched to his ears. Inoue-kun has awakened the SS-level Lord Soul, and it is a Shikigami type unique to our Sakura Country. The screen showed a shrine-like territory. A young man in white stood respectfully in front of the barracks with his hair tied up. Use primary recruitment voucher. Ding, congratulations to Inoue Go for successfully recruiting the rare Shikigami, Crow Tengu. As the prompt sounded, a 2-meter-tall Shikigami appeared. He was wearing a black and red kimono, a crow mask, and wings on his back. The mask was stained with blood, and he looked extremely fierce. My lord, Crow Tengu is here to report. Crow Tengu, rare Shikigami, level 20, strength 700, intelligence 700, skills, Yuching, Dance of Crows. Inoue Go nodded with satisfaction, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Crow Tengu, kill it. He gave the order. Feathers flew everywhere. Crows danced wildly, and the level 10 monster was killed instantly without any resistance. You could draw a rare quirk with your first Shikigami. Inoue-kun is indeed the child of destiny. And the riot broke out in the east. Before all those idiots in Daxia are dead, Inoue-kun will not be in any danger at all. Jing Teng laughed even more wildly, and even regarded Daxia's casualties as a stepping stone to the top. What's even more abominable is that he even made a lot of nonsense in the Wanjia public channel. Daxia, who claims to be the number 1, is dead just like that. He hasn't even passed the novice protection period, and his points have dropped to this level. All countries are well aware that it is Daxia that is bearing the brunt of the beast tide in B2396. Those bastards from Daxia are almost becoming scapegoats, and he's still mocking them. I'm going to charge into the battlefield right now and kill all those little bastards from Sakura Country. Anger burned within the Daxia delegation, but they were unable to explain and could only grit their teeth and endure. However, at this moment, Daxia's ranking suddenly stopped falling and started to rise again. Like a spring rebounding, it instantly rose 10 places to 11th. Look, our rankings are back. Who made the great contribution? Everyone was pleasantly surprised and tried to bring up the battlefield footage, but found that the footage could not be brought up. Teacher Sue frowned. What's going on? Who is taking up this front? But this was just the beginning. As a mysterious being continued to kill monsters, Daxia's ranking climbed steadily 7th, 4th, 3rd. At the command seat of the beautiful country, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man fiercely crushed his cigar and said, "This is impossible. The monsters that Daxia is facing are all above level 20. They are all novice lords. How can they kill them? Cheating. This is definitely cheating." At this time, the person in charge of the Korean country, who was ranked 3rd, stared at the countdown. There was less than an hour left before the ranking was settled. There was only one thought left in his mind. Don't let Daxia overtake. Chapter 10. The Wanjia store opens and 10 rapid shooting towers. But is that possible? Impossible. With Zhou Fei's massacre, Daxia's ranking surpassed Japan in one fell swoop and directly came to the top of the list. The whole audience. Oh no, the whole world was in shock. On the Lord's personal list, a personal Lord named I Love Eating Bananas directly topped the list. His points surpassed the 2nd place. Inoue Go, who possessed the SS level Lord Soul 10 times. Ding. All countries please pay attention. Beasts are rioting. The primary national fortune list of area B2396 is settled. Daxia ranks 1st in this ranking and receives a national fortune reward. All Daxia lords have an additional 10% increase in resources. All Daxia citizens will have their lifespan extended by an extra year. The primary lord list is settled every day. When the final settlement is made, the country with the most daily settlements will receive a special national fortune reward. This is simply crazy. We Daxia are invincible. This announcement was different from the previous ones. All the people of Daxia could hear it. They all raised their arms and shouted in unison, very excited. On the other side, Zhou Fei, the instigator, was frowning at the 2 drawings and muttering to himself. Is it the rapid archery tower that was built, or the ivory magic tower that is exclusive to the beautiful country? Damn it, this beautiful country is a bit unlucky. Let's just forget it. Let's go with the rapid archery tower. This one has been improved and must be quite powerful. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Fei casually threw aside the blueprint of the beautiful country's exclusive magic tower, which would make even a level 30 intermediate lord drool. Blueprint. Improved rapid archery tower. Building level. Intermediate. Introduction. An arrow tower armed with a heavy crossbow that can shoot 5 arrows per second, causing significant damage to monsters below level 30. If the lord has a general who is good at archery, the power of the arrow tower can be greatly enhanced. Improved effect. Increase arrow penetration. Significantly improve group effects. Zhou Fei clicked his tongue as he looked at the introduction of the arrow tower. It seemed a bit useless and could only cause damage to monsters around level 30. It was far inferior to his 3 witches. However, Zhou Fei thought that he would definitely have to use his lord skill later. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent, attracting large numbers of monsters to kill. At that time, the arrow tower's ability to deal with groups will be particularly important. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei showed a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. Ding. The personal ranking list of the 10,000 worlds has been settled. Junior Lord Zhou Fei has won the 1st place in today's list and received the reward. A-level Lord Equipment Multiply by 1. Ding. The innate skill of blessings and disasters is triggered, and the reward is a 30-fold critical hit of quality and a quantity critical hit of 3. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 3 C-level Lord equipment. Broadcast to all regions of the myriad world's battlefield. The Beast Tide riot in region B2396 will last for 7 days. The person who ranks 1st on the primary lord list after 7 days will receive a mysterious grand prize. Along with the prompt sound, 3 pieces of equipment appeared in front of Zhou Fei, namely a silver breastplate and 2 arm armors. This is the reward for the individual ranking. It's so stingy. I wonder what the mysterious grand prize will be in 7 days. Zhou Fei curled his lips, took the 3 pieces of equipment in his hands and looked at their attributes. Silver scale breastplate. Quality, grade C. Increases the Lord's main body by 200 and reduces the damage received by the Lord by 3%. Greedy wolf arm, armor multiply by 2. Quality, grade C. Increases Lord's power by 200. Increases Lord's damage by 3%. What a piece of rubbish. Ugly and useless. Zhou Fei looked at the bright silver breastplate and shit yellow arm armor that seemed non-mainstream, and he had no interest in wearing them. At the same time, on the other side, the seed player of the United States, Marshall, who had awakened the soul of an S-level senior lord, was commanding the mark he recruited to kill the monsters. Ding! Congratulations to the beauty country's junior lord, Marshall, for successfully killing the level 11 common Warcraft wolf and receiving 20 energy crystals as a reward. Ding! Due to the cross-level kill, the Warcraft dropped an additional F-level lord equipment, a worn-out ceramic helmet multiply by 1. Marshall looked at the steel mecha in front of him, which was covered with scars from being torn by wolves, with even the wires exposed outside. Although he felt distressed, he was also extremely excited. Is it finally my turn for such great luck? I have accumulated 140 energy crystals, which brings me one big step closer to energy ice crystals. And the Lord's equipment was actually revealed. Marshall excitedly took out the helmet. It is made of ceramic, with a large upper edge, a prominent middle facial area, and a contracted neck. The entire helmet is red and white, with a large flower and the word she on it. Holy shit. Urinal. Far from showing any sign of disgust, Marshall directly put the helmet that looked like a urinal on his head with a smug look on his face. With the help of the Lord's equipment, I will definitely surpass that damn banana on tomorrow's list. Compare yourself to others. It's so infuriating. After dealing with the first wave of monsters, Zhou Fei began to build his own territory. Even he didn't know what would happen after the novice barrier disappeared at the end of the night. All he could do was to strengthen his territory as much as possible. The first thing to do is to build improved, rapid-shooting arrow towers. Zhou Fei estimated that he would need at least 7 or 8 of them to ensure the safety of his territory. So he directly opened the interface of the Mall of All Worlds and prepared to use energy ice crystals to purchase materials for the arrow tower. However, as soon as he opened the interface of the Wanja Mall, he was dazzled by the dazzling array of goods. The items sold in the Wanja Mall range from wood and stone to aircraft carriers, exotic beasts, and rare treasures. Zhou Fei even saw an SSS-level weapon at the bottom of the store, 2-dimensional foil. Damn it, if I just buy this and throw it at everyone I see, won't I be invincible? Zhou Fei muttered to himself, but when he saw the price required, he couldn't help but gasp. Energy Divine Crystal Multiply by 100,000,000. 100 million. It's still a divine crystal. Zhou Fei just felt a little upset. This number was really too terrifying, and even if he had money, he couldn't buy it. Because the Lord level is not high enough, the purchase button is black. Seeing this, Zhou Fei quickly opened the filtering interface of the Wanja store, displaying only the items he could currently purchase. In an instant, the dazzling purchase page was reduced to only a pitiful number of items. These items are roughly divided into 4 categories: territory construction materials, general training materials, Lord equipment, and others. Let's buy the materials for the arrow tower first. Zhou Fei directly clicked on the construction materials page, calculated all the required wood and stones, and came to a conclusion. Chapter 11. Ancient Palace, the King-level Lord of Daxia. If you buy materials in the store of all worlds, the cost of building an improved rapid shooting arrow tower is 20 energy ice crystals. While Marshall was feeling complacent because he had 0.09 energy ice crystals, Zhou Fei was already considering spending 20 ice crystals to buy materials. It's a bit expensive. Zhou Fei frowned. Although he now had 150 bullets from killing purple-striped cloud leopards and more than 100 bullets from killing ordinary monsters, his savings were approaching the 300 mark. It sounds like they are very wealthy, but in fact, summoning witch spirits is also an expense for Alice and the others, and building a territory requires more than just the expenses of building arrow towers. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. When the time comes, we will use the combination of good and bad to attract the monsters, and the ice crystals will only increase in number. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and directly bought enough materials to build 10 arrow towers. Ding! The host spent 200 energy ice crystals to purchase materials. The current remaining energy ice crystals are 97. In an instant, Zhou Fei's property shrank by more than half, which made Zhou Fei look painful. After buying the materials, Zhou Fei was about to close the Wanjie store when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. This store of all-world sells all kinds of trivial things. Why not just buy the primary all-world stone here and then upgrade it? Thinking of this, Zhou Fei excitedly entered the primary myriad world stone directly into the search bar, but the result he got was, the Wanjie store reminds you that primary Wanjie stones are readily available, but this product is not included. If you need primary world stone, you can kill ordinary monsters to get it. My regards to you, immortal. Zhou Fei listened to the prompt tone, his face full of grief and anger. I don't need you to tell me. If I can get it, I will search for it. The last hope was dashed. Zhou Fei could only stay at level 9 and think of a solution after the beast tide was over. Just as Zhou Fei was cursing the Wanjie store, the 3 witches came up to him, bowed and said, Master, are you busy now? Alice has something to report to you. Zhou Fei was stunned when he heard this, and then he glanced around his territory, which was as dilapidated and desolate as ever. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the territory? He asked, and the 3 of them said awkwardly, Master, there is no problem with the territory. It is the 3 of us who want to ask you for something. 3 beautiful witches spoke up and asked for a favor. It was late at night, and it was hard for Zhou Fei not to think of something wrong. What's up? That's right, Master. The witch doll can amplify the power of witchcraft released by us witches. So, I would like to ask you. When Alice said this, a blush crept up her cold cheeks, and even her fair neck turned red. Material for casting spells. Huh? No problem. Zhou Fei now owns the store of all worlds. As long as he can buy something, everything is fine. Witch doll. A prop that amplifies witches' magic, very rare. Each witch doll can amplify a witch's skills 10 times. Price, 10 ice crystals. When Zhou Fei saw the price, his face darkened and he regretted his generosity. It's a witch doll, right? Zhou Fei asked, and the 3 sisters nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. Then each of you can make 3 first? Is that enough? Seeing that he only had a balance of 97, Zhou Fei felt like crying, but had no tears. Master, you are so kind to us. Enough, Master. We don't normally use skills. Zhou Fei also had a ruthless look on his face. If a person is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. He directly bought 9 witch dolls and handed them to the witch trio. Here, when Alice saw Zhou Fei being so generous, the expression on her face instantly became full of surprise, and she hugged Zhou Fei directly. My lord is so kind to us. Boo! Alice, the very open and generous witch from the West, expressed her joy by giving Zhou Fei a big kiss. Sherman and the other 2 were also very excited. They didn't expect that their master would be so kind to them. Before being recruited, they had practiced for more than 20 years, but all they had was a broken witch doll, and Zhou Fei gave them 3 brand new ones at once. In this way, their fighting power will be even stronger. Ding! Junior Lord Zhou Fei has been recognized by the generals for providing them with spell-casting materials, and the loyalty of his subordinates has increased. Increased the loyalty of which Alice, Sherman, Rebecca by 30 points. Which Alice, Sherman / Rebecca's current favorability towards the Lord is 10 points. Favorability. It can only be increased after loyalty reaches 100 points. Each point increase can improve the relationship between the general and the Lord. Once loyalty decreases, the favorability will immediately return to 0. Favorability 10 to 30 points. Close friends 30 to 50 points. Partner / brother. Zhou Fei didn't expect that there would be such a benefit. He improved his favorability with his subordinates so easily. According to his memory, this favorability is very difficult to improve. There was a lord in Daxia who had a favorability of 40 points with a female elf under his command. It is said that the female elf was completely obedient to the lord, and they had fun every night. Hey, thinking of this, Zhou Fei smiled foolishly and suddenly felt less heartbroken. Now, mobilize your witch spirits and quickly build the rapid shooting tower. With the materials ready, Intensive construction began in Zhou Fei's territory. At the same time, in a king-level area in the battlefield of all worlds, inside a magnificent ancient building of Daxia, a man in a dragon robe sat at the first seat in the Golden Throne Hall. And under the dragon throne, there stand all kinds of peculiar generals, including the mighty General Huang Zhong with sparkling eyes, Cheng Yaojin holding 2 giant carved axes, and even Zhao Yun riding a white horse and wearing a golden helmet. This man was none other than Sunyong, the holder of an SS-level gifted Lord Soul and one of the only 3 king-level lords in Daxia. Moreover, the race of his generals is also human. Is there another riot? The problem with the anchor point still hasn't been solved. Sunyong sat in the first seat and spoke thoughtfully. It seems that those beasts of the Warcraft clan have not given up yet. They are targeting Daxia and trying to steal our national destiny. I heard that this time, in addition to my brother, Daxia also has a junior lord with a high-level lord soul, and his race is also human. It's quite interesting. Sunyong was reading the information from the 10,000 worlds, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. At this moment, outside the ancient palace, bursts of black air swept in, along with the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds. Daxia King-level Lord Sunyong and Ingwa King-level Lord Yasha Xianju want to enter your territory. Chapter 12. The King Does Not Meet the King. Legendary General, Dei, King-level Lord, and 2 of them appeared at once, which was simply unbelievable. The King-level Lord is at the top of the battlefield of all realms, and is superior to the primary, intermediate, and senior lords. The most basic condition for a high-level lord to become a king-level lord is that he must unify the area he is in. You have to know that everyone who can become a high-level lord is a chosen one of heaven, and you can imagine how difficult it is to defeat them. In addition, if you want to become a king-level lord, not only must the lord level break through to level 90, but the levels of all the soldiers under his command must reach level 80. Moreover, the commander-in-chief's general level must reach level 95 to meet the requirements. It can be said that the king-level lord is the undisputed overlord in the entire battlefield of all realms. When Sunyong, the king-level lord of Daxia, heard the prompt from the battlefield of all worlds, his brows slightly frowned. 8-foot Xianju. Why does she suddenly want to visit my territory? Is there something wrong there? Sunyong muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. There is a saying circulating in the entire battlefield of 10,000 worlds, and it is called, King does not meet king. King-level lords rarely meet each other, unless there is a new, unexplored secret realm or a battle for national destiny. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for 2 king-level lords to come into contact under normal circumstances. The reason is actually very simple, because the king-level lords all have their own planes and their own pride. Once they meet and there is friction and conflict, the bloody storm that is set off is enough to destroy an area, or even several adjacent areas. Once upon a time, the king-level lord of the United States, the executioner Jian, had a fierce battle with the king-level lord of the Goryeo, the thief Saori. In that battle, the generals of both sides went out together and destroyed 7 high-level areas, and in the end, the winner was still undecided. This is even without any real fire. At this time, this 8-foot lady appeared in his territory, and Sunyong couldn't help but think too much. But since the latter came to visit, Sunyong had no reason to refuse. He simply calmed down and said, "Come in." At a command from the human emperor, the magnificent gate of the ancient palace opened, and a curvy female figure walked in. Human emperor of Great Xia, long time no see. Yasaka Arata's voice is extremely charming, like that of a queen. It is no exaggeration to say that just listening to it is enough to drive thousands of boys crazy. This 8-foot-tall lady is about 1.7 meters tall, and her 3-dimensional proportions are extremely exaggerated. Her slender waist and her plump figure will definitely make people fall in love with her at the first sight. Her face was covered by a red and white fox-shaped mask. Although it was difficult to see her features, the bright red mole at the corner of her mouth gave her a unique charm. Facing such a beautiful woman, Sunyong did not show any covetousness, but just frowned and said, "Mrs. Hachisha has come all the way to see me. What's the matter? Are you kidding?" Sunyong dare not slack off even a little bit. This Bachi Xianju is only 28 or 29 years old this year, but she became a king-level lord several years earlier than Sunyong. This king-level lord of the Sakura country possesses the soul of a high-level lord and a unique race, the Weiyang Fox clan. When he first entered the battlefield of all realms, he became a bright new star. He also became one of the pillars of Sakura country. Under the mask, Madame Yasha opened her ruddy lips and spoke slowly. Human Emperor, your territory is adjacent to mine. I'd like to come visit you when I have nothing to do and bring us closer together. Isn't that okay? What Bachi Xianju said was extremely explicit, but after hearing it, Sunyong did not have any desire and instead became more cautious. Madame Bashi, you're joking. A king-level lord must always be on guard against the gazes of those beast kings. You and I both know that unless it is necessary, we will not leave the territory. Sunyong spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, saying that this 8-foot-tall lady was being too attentive to him for no reason and most likely had some ulterior motive. Although she is very strong, Sunyong, as the Emperor of Man, is not afraid. It's been a long time since we last met. You're still so cautious. Have you heard about the riot in B 2396? Yasaka Xianju chuckled and got straight to the point. Sun Jing's eyes flashed, and he nodded but didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Madame Bashi continued to speak to herself. I heard that your brother Sunyong seems to be in this area this time. What a coincidence. My lover Inoue is also in this area. Yasha Xianju spoke slowly and finally said with a fiery look, how about we make a bet? The real purpose was revealed. After listening to this, Sunyong sneered and said, why, Madame Yasha is still thinking about the SS-level fox soul crystal I got from killing the Beast King. Nine-tailed fox some time ago. Yasaka Xuanju's inner thoughts were immediately seen through, and he laughed like a silver bell continuously. The human emperor is really wise. Nothing can be hidden from you. Let's bet on the top spot on the weekly rankings. If Inoue tops the list, how about you give me the crystal? Because of the changes in the B2396 area, the two were a little behind in terms of news and had not yet received the news that Zhou Fei had topped the list today. After listening to this, Sun Jing's eyes also flickered. His younger brother Sunyong does not simply have the soul of a high-level lord. His accompanying talent is as high as SSS level. Yashiki Xianju, I really don't know whether to say that you are ignorant or arrogant. It has been many years since your own country has produced a sufficiently rare companion talent. What right do you have to compete with artist Xia? Besides, what can you bet on? After Sunyong said this, Yasha Xianju laughed even more happily. They are all geniuses and shrewd people. The fact that Sunyong asked about the stakes shows that he is already somewhat tempted. Human Emperor, I heard that since you were promoted to a king-level lord, you have not been able to recruit the last legendary general due to the constraints of everyone. It just so happens that I have some news about your great Xia's legendary human warrior, Dei. If Sunyong gets the top spot, how about I forward this news to you? Upon hearing this, Sunyong sneered and said, oh, he's shooting down the sun is just a legend of Daxia. Even this person is fabricated. This kind of news. Wait, you're talking about Dei. Chapter 13, Arrogant? Poor Sunyong. Originally, Sunyong was very disdainful, but when he heard the name from Bachi's mouth, he was stunned where he was. According to legend, Hui was a monarch during the Xia dynasty. However, because his archery skills were decent and his name was similar to Dei, he compared himself to the ancient legend Dei and even replaced Dei shooting down the sun with Hui shooting down the sun. But the real Dei came from the era of Emperor Yao. He was a master of magical skills and was even able to negotiate with the Queen Mother of the West. He exchanged the legendary elixir of immortality for shooting down 10 suns. Yes, it is Dei, the well-deserved legendary general of the human race. How? Sun Jing's eyes fluctuated, and after a moment he spoke. It's a deal. He didn't believe that his younger brother Sunyong would be inferior to Inoue Hao, who only had SS-level talent. After hearing this, a gleam of success flashed in Bashi's charming eyes. Inoue is not that simple. Otherwise, how could he become her lover? B2396 area, early morning. For Zhou Fei, this night was very quiet and peaceful. There were 3 witches commanding the witch spirits to build the territory. As the lord, he was also happy to have some free time and spent the night in a sound sleep. But for other lords, it is not so leisurely. After nightfall, the last few hours of the novice barrier ended in the countdown. Without the novice barrier, the beast tide frantically attacked the territories of many junior lords, creating a purgatory of blood and chaos. In the territory of Zhangzhou, a junior lord of Daxia, a pale-faced man wearing black-framed glasses stood in the center of the territory. Outside the dilapidated fence of the territory, there were more than a dozen 2-meter-long pythons swallowing and spitting out their tongues, staring at him hungrily. Pine green python. 15 to 20 ordinary level magic beasts. Total attributes between 500 to 750. A group-living monster with a highly toxic venom. Facing these pythons, Zhang Zhao summoned his generals with a trembling voice. An ordinary general of the dwarf tribe, the dwarf musketeer. Along with the call, a general with a big beard and a height of only about 1.3 meters appeared. Beside this general were 1,000 level 5 dwarf musketeer soldiers. Kill these beasts. At Zhang Zhao's command, the soldiers began a fire, but their muskets could not even break the scales of the pine green python. The soldiers' attacks completely enraged these poisonous monsters. They rushed directly into the crowd of soldiers and began to massacre. One-sided massacre without any ability to resist. In just a few minutes, 1,000 dwarf musketeers, including their general, killed in action. Zhang Zhao, the junior leader of Daxia, was killed in action. On this night, the main theme of the entire B-2396 area was the sound of crying and flesh being torn apart. The vast expanse was bleak and blood was flowing. There were at least 20 or 30 great Xia, lords who died in battle like Zhang Zhao. But because Zhou Fei had reminded them before on the regional channel, most of the Daxia lords chose to believe it. Instead of spending resources on upgrading their territory and increasing the speed of development, they chose to build city walls. Relying on the wooden walls of the primary territory and the 1,000 soldiers commanded by the general. Although the scene was extremely tragic, they managed to survive the first night. Most of the Daxia lords survived successfully, and the lords of neighboring territories even formed groups of 3 or 2 and barely managed to gain a foothold in the B-2396 area. Next to a dense ancient forest in the area, a quaint town territory stands next to the forest. Inside the territory, a square-cheeked, very heroic man stood in front of the territory's base camp. Daxia Junior Lord Sunyong, would you like to know if you would like to break through the territory and upgrade the base camp to level 2? I'm sure. Sunyong, the younger brother of the human emperor, spoke in a decisive tone. As the system prompted, his territory underwent a brand new change. Lord Panel. Lord's name, Sunyong. Companion skill, painting scroll. SSS level. The Lord can paint once every 24 hours and receive various rewards at random. Bound arms, mountain and sea aliens. Lord level, 10. Lord attributes, strength 31, intelligence 20, physical 10, magic 30. Attribute points to be used, 500 basic plus 100 scroll reward. Lord equipment, none. Lord skills, none. Sunyong looked at his brand new Lord panel and couldn't help but smile. Add all and used attribute points to strength. With a command, his strength directly reached a terrifying 831 points. Daxia's strength is completely tied to my strength. This time, Daxia should be able to directly defeat a level 30 monster, right? The next second, he directly summoned his General Daxia, who turned out to be an extremely terrifying Quinyu. Race, mountain and sea aliens. Level 20, quality rare. Basic attributes, strength 1600, body 1300, intelligence 1, magic 1. Skill, brutal collision, earth tremors. Equipment, none. Terrifying basic attributes, the terrifying Quinyu, the terrifying mountain and sea aliens. This is also the fundamental reason why Sun Zheng dared to bet with Yasha, Xianzhu, because the race that Sunyong awakened was actually a mysterious race exclusive to Daxia. Aliens from the mountains and seas. In other words, as long as Sunyong used the recruiting talisman, all he could summon were various kinds of monsters recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Ever since he came to the battlefield of all worlds, he has been hit by a tide of beasts. But his luck was so good that the beast tide he encountered was actually bull-type monsters. These magical bison were completely vulnerable in front of the Quinyu. Taking this opportunity, Sunyong directly killed the first wave of beasts and accumulated enough experience and materials. He flew straight into the sky and broke through the shackles of level 10. The 100 attribute points granted by this scroll make me 2 levels higher than others, and I also possess the soul of a high-level lord. Not to mention the mid-level and low-level ones. Haha, this area is mine. Tomorrow's top spot will definitely be mine. I love eating bananas. I don't know how you got the first place, but I will step on you one day. Meanwhile, on the other side, who is scolding me? Zhou Fei spoke incoherently, holding a banana that Alice had just peeled for him. It's so annoying. How can I add so many attribute points? After finishing the banana in his hand in one bite, Zhou Fei looked at the numbers on the Lord's panel and began to worry. And used attribute points, 1,800 points. Forget it. Attribute points are linked to the abilities of generals. Who knows what kind of people we'll recruit in the future? It's better to develop them in a balanced way. Zhou Fei murmured, and finally added the attribute points evenly to the 4 attributes. In this way, his 4 attributes all reach values of nearly 500 points. Poor complacent Sunyong. He added all his attribute points to strength, and only just managed to surpass Zhou Fei. The SSS level talent that he was so proud of was like a joke in front of Zhou Fei's 6S. Level Fortune and Misfortune. Chapter 14. Fierce Battle. Cunning Wind Spirit Beagle. Zhou Fei sat on a tree stump, and after adding attribute points, he set his sights outside the territory. The novice barrier has disappeared, and a group of nearly 100 magical beasts have gathered outside the territory again. Moreover, due to Zhou Fei's own innate skill, fortune and misfortune are interdependent. The levels of the monsters outside his territory are all above level 20. Good fortune and bad luck go hand in hand. I'm just unlucky. By browsing the regional channels yesterday, Zhou Fei also collected information about what changes had occurred in this area. First of all, the monsters that appeared outside the territory of the original primary lord should be monsters around level 7 or 8, and their number would not be too large. They will not actively attack the territory. But this time, the beast tide is raging, and the levels of the monsters outside the territory have reached over level 10, and they will actively attack the territory. Some unlucky people even encountered a level 30 elite monster leader. After Zhou Fei learned the news, he felt relieved at first, but then he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The monsters others encountered were all level 10, and the leader monster was only level 30. Even if monsters on his side are at level 20 or 30, there is no comparison at all. He thought for a moment and could only attribute everything to his talent. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. But this is also a good thing. Zhou Fei looked at the monsters outside the territory that were constantly being shot by the rapid shooting tower, and swallowed the banana in his hand in one gulp. Others were fighting hard, using the lives of generals and soldiers to stop the monsters. But what about Zhou Fei? Eat hot pot and sing songs. Then kill the monster. Ding. Dasha Junior Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the magic beast striped tiger and received the energy crystal reward. Ding. 6S talent blessing and disaster is triggered. Quantity critical hit multiply by 3. Quality critical hit multiply by 30. The Lord obtains energy ice crystal reward. Ding. Dasha Junior Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the monster. Listening to the continuous system prompts coming to his ears, Zhou Fei's originally depressed mood gradually improved. Although the monsters he encountered were of higher levels, there were also more ice crystals exploded. Energy ice crystals, 200 pieces. With the shooting of the rapid arrow tower, the number of energy ice crystals that Zhou Fei had originally exhausted increased again, and at this moment the herd of beasts was also approaching the city wall of the territory. After a night of construction by the Scarlet Tree Men, the dilapidated fence in the territory has been transformed into a wooden wall, which is 3 meters high and more than 2 meters thick. Wooden wall. Rank Ordinary. Can easily block the attacks of monsters below level 19. Current durability 10,000/10,000. These are the highest quality city walls that can be built in a primary territory, and the amount of wood needed to build these walls has reached a terrifying number. In order to build these walls, Zhou Fei spent all the 76 ice crystals he had left after buying the Wu Ling doll and bought wood. However, the effect brought by the city wall is significant. Although the levels of the monsters are all between 20 and 30 and can cause considerable damage to the city wall, They want to break through the city wall defense with ease. It's almost an impossible thing. Your territory wall is being attacked by monsters. Current durability 9724/10,000. Your territory wall is being attacked by monsters. Current durability 9678/10,000. The durability of the city wall was decreasing rapidly, but at the same time, the number of beasts was also being killed or injured at a terrifying speed under the concentrated shooting of the rapid-shooting arrow towers. Zhou Fei was not panicked at all. Before the city wall was damaged, the arrow tower would definitely shoot these monsters into sieves. Hiss! Roar! Just when Zhou Fei was sure of victory, something strange suddenly happened among the monster group. Among a group of burly and powerful wolves, an old wolf with messy fur tangled into clumps suddenly let out a roar. Along with its roar, 30 or 40 wolves suddenly retreated, directly out of the shooting range of the arrow tower. Ouch! As it retreated, the old wolf howled again, and a faint green light instantly emanated from its body, radiating to the surrounding wolves. As soon as the green light touched the wolves, the already huge wolves instantly expanded in size, and their originally clear eyes turned red in an instant. Roar! Dozens of wolves roared at the same time, with green light flashing in their mouths. In an instant, 30 or 40 sharp blades made of wind elements shot toward the city wall. Perhaps the power of a single wind blade is small, but when dozens of them are fired together, the momentum is extremely huge. Wherever this giant wind blade went, a dozen or so scarlet tree men who were fighting were torn to pieces, and the death of the tree men did not stop the wind blade at all. The giant wind blade hit the city wall heavily. Warning! Warning! The territory has suffered a serious blow. The current wall durability 6281/10,000. A wind blade directly reduced the durability of the city wall by 3,000. It's a wolf. Zhou Fei naturally noticed this scene, and his eyes quickly became serious. That old wolf was the one in the cahoots. Originally, this wolf was an alien species among the wolf pack. It was extremely weak and ugly since its birth, and was not tolerated by the wolf pack. But once a wolfhound successfully survives and reaches adulthood, its intelligence can even be comparable to that of a normal adult. Although the fighting power of the wolf dog is not high, the enhancement it can bring to the wolf pack is beyond everyone's imagination. Wind Spirit, level 40 rare monster. Intelligence attribute is the extreme value of elite level Warcraft, and other attributes are low. A social type of monster. Skills, command the wolf pack, howling wolf spirit. When Zhou Fei's eyes fell on Lao Lang, relevant data appeared in his mind, which was indeed almost the same as what he remembered. What he encountered this time was actually an elite-level monster of the auxiliary type. When Zhou Fei noticed the wind spirit, Alice and the others naturally noticed it as well. They immediately ordered their tree men to encircle and suppress the wolf pack. But how could a level 9 scarlet treeman or light spirit possibly catch up with this group of wind wolves? Wind Wolf, 20 to 30 elite monsters. Total attributes between 1,000 to 1,500. Social type monsters. Skills, Wind Chi, Windblade. As the tree man approached the wolf pack, he saw a teasing look flash across Feng Ling Bei's dim eyes, and then the wolf pack began to distance itself from Zhou Fei's soldiers. It turned out to be flying a kite. Zhou Fei understood Feng Ling Bei's meaning in an instant. He was about to open his mouth to stop him, but found it was too late. The Scarlet Tree Men, who had thick skin and flesh but slow speed, became direct targets of the Wind Spirit Wolves. After a few rounds of wind blade shooting, the number of casualties among the Scarlet Tree Men exceeded 50. And what about the wolves? Under the enhancement of Fengling Bai, there were no casualties, only some loss of physical strength. Alice, bring your tree man back. Zhou Fei's eyes were stern. If they continued like this, it would be completely meaningless casualties. Although the tree man could be resurrected, it would be a meaningless waste of energy ice crystals. Roar. When the wind spirit wolf saw the tree man retreat, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes, and then he smiled at Zhou Fei with his big yellow teeth bared. The giant wind blade was launched again. This Fengling is really too cunning. You don't let your tree people chase me? Then I will attack your city wall. Chapter 15, The Power of Money. Witch's Prayer. It can be said that in front of a cunning beast like the Wind Spirit Bay, Even a mid-level lord would most likely suffer a bitter defeat. But it happened that the person it met was Zhou Fei. You are a beast pretending to be NM. Alice, get him for me. Looking at the cunning Feng Ling Bei, Zhou Fei also felt a little angry. How dare a beast look down on me? When Alice heard Zhou Fei's order, she flashed and floated into the air. O Scarlet Witch Spirit who commands the witch world, please listen to the call of your loyal servant Alice and grant me the power of thorns. Scarlet, the entanglement of thorn bushes. Alice, who was floating in the sky, muttered to herself, and then the witch doll in her hand burst into a scarlet light, quickly enveloping her body. The dazzling red light made Alice look even more charming. The light witch Rebecca was also not idle. She quickly came behind Alice and said, O bright witch spirit that cleanses the witch world, please listen to the call of your loyal servant Rebecca and bestow the power of light upon me. Light, cleansing by the shining of holy light. Rebecca pointed her finger at Alice, and a bright holy light enveloped Alice, causing the scarlet light on her body to shine again, and even her pupils turned red. Tangle. This kind of power made the area around Zhou Fei's territory completely red, and as Alice took action, the eyes of those monsters were filled with fear, especially the wolf pack, led by Feng Ling Bei. As Alice's target, they felt the power of Alice, and they couldn't even escape. Suppressed by Scarlet, they could only stand there motionless, quietly waiting for the death of their general. Following Alice's command, vines as thick as an adult man's thigh and covered with thorns emerged and shook the land into pieces. Once these vines come into contact with the wind wolf, the spikes on them will directly pierce into the wind wolf's body, sucking its blood madly, as if they had intelligence. Turn it into a mummy directly. The leader, the wind spirit wolf, obviously did not want to sit and wait for death. Its cunning eyes were full of ferocity, and it wanted to directly activate its innate skill, howling wind wolf spirit. However, in the face of absolute crushing strength, it couldn't even gather enough wind spirit energy before it was sucked into a mummy by the vines. Wind spirit wolf pack. Die. Fuck. These are the ones that cost money and the ones that don't. It's just different. Zhou Fei looked at the horrifying scene in front of him and was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated. Last time, the fireball killed the elite monster instantly. Although it was terrifying, the scene was not very grand, which led Zhou Fei to misjudge the strength of the three sisters. Judging from the prayers they recited, the backgrounds of these three witches might be even more powerful than Zhou Fei imagined. And in comparison, this time Alice killed a pack of wolves in seconds. Whether it's against a group or a single player, this combat which can do it with ease. After performing her skill, Alice showed no emotion at all. She just spoke with a slightly rapid breathing. Master, how is it? Zhou Fei was about to praise Alice when he heard this, but when he saw the beasts that were frightened and fleeing in all directions, he hurriedly said anxiously, Stop bragging later, and don't let these ice crystals get away. When the sun quietly climbed to the top of the sky, Zhou Fei completely wiped out this tide of beasts. He sat on a tree stump and opened the battlefield panel of all worlds like a miser. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha Lord Zhou Fei for successfully killing the level 40 rare boss monster, Wind Spirit Wolf, and obtaining the reward material. Tianshan would multiply by 50. Ding! The reward triggers the 6S level talent Fortune and Misfortune. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3. Quality critical hits multiply by 30. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Tianshan Ironwood multiply by 150. This was the reward Zhou Fei received after killing the Wind Spirit Wolf. In addition, he also obtained a large amount of energy ice crystals. Energy ice crystals, 315 pieces. The number of energy ice crystals in his hand once again exceeded the 300 mark. However, the number of which spirits killed under the three sisters also fell below half, and there were exactly 156 killed. He simply took out the remaining energy ice crystals and resurrected them all. The more I understand, the more terrifying it becomes. Zhou Fei muttered to himself, no matter what race the general is, as long as he commands soldiers, the issue of morale will be involved. The lower the morale, the lower the soldiers' desire to fight, and it may even reduce their combat attributes. In a battle like the one just now, the number of casualties directly exceeded half of the total. If it were any other general, the morale would even drop to negative values. But what about Zhou Fei? No impact at all. After Zhou Fei secretly sighed in his heart, he opened the introduction of Tianshan Ironwood and started browsing it. Tianshan Ironwood. Quality, excellent. A specialty of the area where the wind spirit wolf lives. This kind of wood is extremely tough, comparable to gold and iron, and is impervious to water and fire. It can be used to transform wooden city walls and improve their defense and durability. Nice one. After reading the introduction, Zhou Fei's eyes even glowed a little. Because he did not obtain the primary all-world stone and could not successfully break through, the walls of his territory can only be made of wood. For other junior lords, the protective power of this city wall may be sufficient. But for Zhou Fei, he wanted to activate his innate skill, fortune and misfortune, to attract a large number of elite monsters. In front of these magical beasts, the protective power of the wooden walls is not enough. Just like before, the Fengling Bai's concentrated firepower could reduce the durability of the city wall by 1/3. The appearance of Tianshan Ironwood just made up for the problem of insufficient defense of the city wall. This special material can only be obtained through gathering, but it is a good thing that cannot be bought in the Wanjia Mall. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei directly opened the territory panel and clicked on the detailed information of the city wall. Wooden wall. Current durability, 3987/10,000. Can be reinforced with special materials. Available materials, Tianshan Ironwood. Zhou Fei did not hesitate and directly used all 150 pieces of Tianshan Ironwood to reinforce the city wall. Ding. Lord, are you sure you want to use 150 units of Tianshan Ironwood to reinforce the city wall? This reinforcement will consume 150 energy ice crystals, and the durability of the wooden wall will be fully restored. Zhou Fei frowned when he heard the prompt and said with gritted teeth, "Sure, money is a bastard. You can earn it even if you lose it." Ding. Territory wall reinforcement completed. Durability fully restored. Ironwood wall. Defense and toughness are rare, can easily withstand attacks from monsters below level 39, and when facing elite monsters, durability consumption is reduced by 30%. Current durability, 100000/100000. Qualitative change. After Zhou Fei saw the introduction, the corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Not to mention the durability, which has increased tenfold. The fact that it can block monsters below level 39 is enough to rival the metal walls that can only be built by mid-level lords. You know, the metal walls can only withstand attacks from monsters below level 49. In other words, the Ironwood wall will not lose any durability when facing attacks from monsters below level 39. Zhou Fei now only felt that the Myriad World's notification sound was constantly massaging his brain. His Myriad World's battlefield seemed to be a cracked version. Chapter 16. Divine Glory Fragments. White and young neighbor. Just as Zhou Fei was continuing his intracranial orgasm, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang again, but this time it was a continuous broadcast to everyone. Hint. The changes in Area B2396 have attracted the attention of the gods from all realms. All monsters in Area B2396 are upgraded by 10 levels. Tip. The gaze of the gods will turn into divine light, and divine light fragments will fall randomly in the area. The Lord will receive huge rewards if he collects the divine light fragments. You can get a recruitment talisman at the highest level. Hint. This time, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang 3 times, and the sound was extremely magnificent and deafening. Regional channel. Little Monkey B2396. The monster's level has increased by 10 levels again. Doesn't this mean they want us to die? Don't like Cilantro B2396. Recruitment talisman. Can such a precious resource be obtained? Opportunities and dangers coexist. Times Youth League, we like UB2396. No. Don't any of you care about the gods' watchfulness? God. The sudden full channel broadcast caused the originally calm regional channels to become chaotic again, and everyone was in a state of shock. This naturally includes Zhou Fei. The gods are watching? This means something extraordinary has happened in Area B2396. There are many gods in the battlefield of all realms, and it is not the first time that random events like God's watching have occurred. However, every time it happens, it is accompanied by riots, blood, and opportunities. Fragments of divine glory are the best proof. You should know that the broadcasting of the battlefield of all worlds is very cautious, and what can be called a huge reward is by no means a trivial matter. Zhou Fei touched the stubble on his chin and began to think. Recruiting talismans are the most precious resource in the entire battlefield of all worlds. Among the known ways to obtain them, in addition to upgrading the Lord level, there are only two ways to obtain them, namely, divine glory fragments and secret realms. According to statistics from the Dasha Bureau, the probability of obtaining a recruitment talisman in a secret realm is about 1%, 3%, and the drop rate of a divine brilliance fragment only a pitiful 0.01%. This opportunity is roughly equivalent to completely disassembling a Rolex mechanical watch into thousands of parts and throwing them into the sea. Then the watch was almost completely assembled with the help of the waves. However, the other rewards that come out of the divine glory fragments are still attractive enough. For example, energy crystals, Lord equipment above level B, general mutation devices, etc. Damn it, I originally planned to stay in the territory until the riots were over. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. The sudden gaze of all the gods disrupted his plan of getting points by hiding. At this moment, he had to go out to explore and search for the fragments of divine light. There was nothing to deal with in the territory at this time, so Zhou Fei cut the Gordian knot and left the territory with Alice and Rebecca, leaving only Sherman in the territory to prevent sporadic monster attacks. Times Youth League. Zhou Fei was humming the most popular song recently, wandering around aimlessly, and was in a very good mood. In the battlefield of all worlds, the area of each area is very large. Areas like B2396 start at tens of thousands of square kilometers. The intermediate area will increase tenfold, and the advanced area will increase tenfold. With such an area, searching would be a matter of luck, but since Zhou Fei had decided to leave the territory, he naturally had other plans. We need to get more Tianshan ironwood. I always feel that the current city wall is not strong enough. It's not impossible to destroy the Windwolf clan at the same time. Can the arrow tower be strengthened as well? If others heard what Zhou Fei was talking to himself, they would probably be scared to death. Hello, hello. Just when Zhou Fei's mind was wandering, a childish voice suddenly came from not far away, bringing his thoughts back. Veika, where did that little clip come from? Zhou Fei muttered subconsciously, then turned around and saw a very cute girl. The girl looked no older than 18 years old and was about 1.5 meters tall. She had tender and childish cheeks and two adorable lumps of baby fat. As for the figure, it is ordinary. The front is ordinary and the back is ordinary. But this girl's skin is very fair, and it's not pale, but the kind of fair and translucent skin that is full of youthful vitality. White and tender. Such an idea suddenly flashed through Zhou Fei's mind, and then he shook his head vigorously and said slowly, "Are you the Lord of Daxia?" The girl's Mandarin was a little awkward and sounded a bit like she was of Malay descent. Of course, my father and mother were both born in Daxia, but we settled in Malaysia. You can call me Shunguangi. Shunguangi spoke very proudly, and Zhou Fei frowned slightly after hearing it. Now, all the people of Xia are huddled together in their own territories to keep each other warm and resist the beast tide. How dare Shunguangi leave the territory? Thinking of this, Zhou Fei asked tentatively, "Little sister Guangi, your territory has not been attacked by monsters." Shunguangi heard this and showed a look of resentment on his face. He bared his little canine teeth and rubbed his nose with his hand and said, "Of course, I met a lot of big dogs, and the leading dog even had 3 heads. But they were all solved by Brother Lu. Brother Lu is the general I summoned. He comes from the earth." When Shunguangi said this, she suddenly showed a very surprised expression and covered her mouth. "What?" Zhou Fei was stunned and asked quickly. "Ouch. No. Brother Lu won't let me say it." When Zhou Fei asked her again and again, the lovely Shunguangi shook her head again and refused to say a word no matter how much Zhou Fei pressed her. A dog with 3 heads? This is a leader elite monster. Zhou Fei was thinking secretly in his heart, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Brother Lu from the ground. It can't be a Hell's Angel or Lucifer. Chapter 17. In no way goes insult, a strong response. After this thought came into my mind, everything that happened to Shun Guangyi seemed to be explainable. According to Zhou Fei's understanding, the race Hell can be regarded as the best among the thousands of races in the battlefield of all worlds. The generals from Hell are filled with the power of death, and the soldiers they command are also extremely powerful. Even the most basic hellhounds guarding the gates of Hell are above level 30. And Lucifer, the fallen angel who rules over Hell, is even more powerful. Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, although he didn't know the true strength of Shun Guangyi. But as a fellow lord of Daxia, he was happy that Daxia could have one more outstanding person. Brother, are you also here to explore and search for the fragments of divine light? Let's travel together. The cute and childish Shun Guangyi rolled her eyes around twice and then spoke softly. Mom told me to make more friends when I'm out. If we find a fragment of divine light, how about we split the reward equally? Brother Lu is so awesome. I can protect you. Shun Guangyi looked at Zhou Fei expectantly, but as soon as she finished speaking, a dark and pure demonic flame rose from her body. Little girl, if you go with this brat, won't I be exposed once I take action? A frivolous voice sounded in Shun Guangyi's ears, but this fair-skinned girl seemed not to hear it and just blinked at Zhou Fei. Although she is pure, she is not stupid. Somehow, she could feel that Zhou Fei was definitely not a bad person. Just like when she first summoned her general, although the latter was grinning, Shun Guangyi knew that Lucifer was definitely not a bad person. Zhou Fei saw what happened to Shun Guangyi. His heart tightened at first, and then he decisively refused. Although he didn't sense any ill will towards Shun Guangyi, he didn't want to create any more trouble. No need. I'm ready to go back to the territory. Ah, I see. Then let's add each other as friends on the communication device. We are neighbors, so it will be more convenient to help each other when the time comes. Shun Guangyi's big eyes curved into two crescents when she heard that. She believed what Zhou Fei said immediately. How could she know what Zhou Fei was thinking? Zhou Fei heard this and said, That's fine, that's fine. After adding the friend, Zhou Fei hurriedly left Shun Guangyi's sight. Daxia Junior Lord Zhou, Phoebe, 2396 request to add you as a friend. After Zhou Fei left, Shun Guangyi heard the reminder sound of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield. She casually clicked to accept it and murmured to herself, Brother Zhou Fei. The next second, a burly figure appeared in front of her. This figure has 6 wings on its back. Although the 3 pairs of wings are a little damaged, it looks extremely powerful and terrifying. As soon as the accompanying black flames touched the ground, they unleashed terrifying power, instantly transforming the surrounding area into a hellish scene. Really, the 6-winged fallen angel, Lucifer. Brother Lu, don't come out and mess with me when I make friends in the future. After hearing that Shun Guangyi accepted his friend request, Zhou Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It's always right to have more friends and more paths. Just when Zhou Fei was about to turn off the Wanjie communicator, he discovered that the regional channel seemed to be not very peaceful recently. Destiny B2396. I love eating bananas. Daxia Monkey, why don't you respond to me? Are you afraid of being killed by No Way Go? B2396. Are you all useless pirates? You dare to come to me, Brother Banana? Here are the coordinates of my territory. If you don't accept it, come and fight me. Yeah, Bird B2396. That's right. The 2 of us are enough. Come on, I will make sure you never come back. Destiny B2396. Shut up, you rubbish. I love bananas. I have already destroyed the territories of your 3 junior lords. Are you still playing coward? Fight me like a man. Destiny B2396. Are all the men in Daxia as timid as you? This is the coordinates of my territory, and you are always welcome to challenge the gods. Zhou Fei's delay in responding to the regional channel even made other Daxia lords think that Zhou Fei was afraid of In No Way How. But what they don't know is, Zhou Fei was busy building his territory some time ago, so he had no time to surf the internet. At this time, in the territory of Tian Xinya, a junior lord of Daxia, 2 or 3 handsome men and beautiful women were sitting together, all with sad faces. Tell me, could it be that I really cheated to get the top spot on the first day because I love eating bananas? Otherwise, why wouldn't I respond when someone attacked me in the face? A man spoke slowly, and Tian Xinya, with a gentle face, looked longing. LV Pump, how is this possible? If you ask me, this vest is most likely used by my sweetheart, Sunyong. He is one of the only 3 high-level Lord Soul owners in our great Xia this time. I know him too well. He never bothers to engage in verbal disputes. In my opinion, he would have gone to find out in no way how to avenge my great Xia Lord. Just as she was about to continue speaking, their universal communicator suddenly rang, and a message appeared on the regional channel that had been silent for a long time. I love eating bananas 2396. Stop being so arrogant, you clown. I will kill you within 7 days. Chapter 18 Information War. Daxia's strong response. When a man named Lu Peng saw the words on the regional channel, he felt his whole body shiver and his blood boiled instantly. You and Yop 2396. Did you hear that? In no way go. Just wait for your death. After posting the reply, Zhou Fei directly closed the channel. I've heard of people asking for money and sex these days, but I've never seen anyone sticking there but out to beg for sex. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. Once I get the fragments of divine glory, I will come and get you. In the B2396 area, Zhou Fei gave a strong response, and at this time the outside world also set off a huge wave. Daxia, the administration of the battlefield of all worlds. At this time, in the highest meeting room of the administration, Tian Feiyang, the general manager of the 10,000 world battlefield, was holding documents related to the B2396 area in his hands, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. After the anchor point dissipates, what about the beast tide targeting Daxia territory? A comeback after falling out of the top 30? Increase in national fortune? These are all true. Tian Feiyang was wearing black frame glasses and had an expression of extreme shock. It has been nearly 5 years since Daxia has gained any direct boost to its national fortune that would increase the lifespans of all its citizens. Everything is true, Director Tian. After his subordinates gave a positive answer, Tian Feiyang laughed heartily. Okay. This is our Daxia. After he finished speaking, he placed the document on the table, gently picked up a cup of tea, blew on it twice, and then asked, "Has the identity of this I love bananas been investigated?" As he spoke, he took 2 sips of tea, and his subordinates replied, "Director Tian, because we can't communicate with the B2396 area, we haven't found out his true identity yet. However, based on the information we have at hand, only 3 of the great Xia lords who entered the B2396 area this time possessed high-level lord souls. We feel that only Sun Jing's younger brother, Sunyong, can do all this." Secretary Zhang said that after all, apart from Sunyong, Shen Guangyi was just a little girl, her mind was not mature yet, and she would not come up with such a pseudonym. The other owner of the soul of a high-level lord is a human who has awakened, so it is unlikely that he can achieve this level. Good. If Sunyong continues to develop at this rate, he will most likely become a king-level lord. A double king level. Next time I drink, I don't know how I'm going to brag about myself. Tian Feiyang laughed and said, "After all, Sunyong is still half his grandson-in-law." Secretary Zhang also nodded with a smile, and then said seriously, "Although Sunyong has outstanding potential, the Sakura country and the beautiful country have already put pressure on us and hope that we hand over the file of I Love Bananas. They seem very dissatisfied with what happened in area B2396. After hearing this, Tian Feiyang revealed a cold smile. "These bastards, what do they want to do? Don't I know it? Immediately set the file permissions of all lords in area B2396 to legendary level, and tell the red hackers to do everything they can to protect network security." Obviously, the leaders of various countries are well aware that as long as a junior lord with such means can successfully leave the B2396 area and successfully enter the real battlefield of all realms, he will surely become a great man in the future. You want to kill the future king-level lord of Daxia? You even need to ask an old man like me whether I agree or not. Not only the myriad worlds administration, but almost all the prominent families in the capital of Daxia were holding small meetings to discuss the true identity of I Love Bananas. However, everyone came to the conclusion that it was either Sunyong or Xin Guangyi. No one doubted Zhou Fei. In the B2396 area, according to Zhou Fei's judgment, there are still 8 days left before the end of the beast tide. Although the attention of the gods has caused the level of monsters in the area to rise to a new height again, the lords who have already gained a foothold are no longer helpless as they were at the beginning. And as they killed monsters, the levels of these junior lords approached level 10. Outside the forest of towering ancient trees, the setting sun shone through the treetops onto the ground. Sunyong stood in the quaint territory. In front of him, an extremely magnificent barracks had been successfully upgraded to level 2. As the first junior lord to break through level 10, Sunyong also put in a lot of effort today. He killed monsters and exchanged them in the Mall of All Worlds before he could barely gather enough materials to upgrade the barracks. At this moment, after the barracks was successfully upgraded, Sunyong also heard the prompt sound he had been dreaming of. Ding! Congratulations to Sunyong, the junior lord of Daxia, for successfully upgrading the barracks in his territory to level 2 and obtaining a low-level recruitment talisman multiply by 1. It's finally here. Sunyong clenched his fist and waved it vigorously, then gently held the recruitment token he had just obtained, his face full of joy. Recruiting talismans are the most difficult resource to obtain in the entire battlefield of all worlds. It is almost impossible to obtain them through other means. The only way to obtain recruitment tokens stably is to upgrade the barracks. This is also a truth that all lords know. If you want to become stronger, upgrade the lord level, then upgrade the base camp, and then upgrade the barracks. All other building upgrades in the territory can be put on hold for the time being, but the barracks level must be upgraded as soon as possible, because it is directly linked to the number of recruitment tokens, and the number of generals is directly linked to the strength of a lord. Use the recruitment talisman. Daxia's primary lord Sunyong used the primary recruitment talisman to obtain a rare-level Shanghai alien general, Ape. In front of the Sakurashiki shrine, Inoue Go clasped his hands together, with a primary recruitment talisman between his palms. Sakura Country Junior Lord Inoue Go uses the junior recruiting talisman and the companion talent. Heaven Stealing is activated, the general level is upgraded, and the rare level Shikigami, Yuan Banruo, is obtained. In the modern territory of the United States, Marshall, with his upper body naked, was in a laboratory full of scientific equipment, and he directly stuffed the recruitment token that looked like a rare metal bar into the barracks. The Junior Lord of the United States, Marshall, used the Junior Recruitment Talisman to obtain the Elite Iron Man, Mark II War Machine. At this time, almost all the lords in the first echelon who possessed high-level lord souls summoned their second generals. Chapter 19, Divine Glory, Fighting Against the Prehistoric Monsters. The blood-red sun slowly sank into the horizon, replaced by moonlight as bright as crushed ice. Under the bright moonlight, Zhou Fei stood in front of mountain. A certain area on the top of the mountain was flashing with colorful light, which was very powerful. Fragments of divine glory. Zhou Fei wandered around for a whole day, and surprisingly, he was lucky enough to find the whereabouts of the divine brilliance fragment. However, Zhou Fei did not show any sign of rejoicing. Instead, he roared with a gloomy expression. Your mother! He had never hated his talent as much as he did at this moment. The chance of encountering a boss is super doubled, right? In front of the mountain, a huge creature was lying on the ground, and its deafening snoring could be heard for dozens of miles around. This is a nearly 10-meter-long golden mountain beast, its body covered with scales that sparkle with golden light. The diameter of one of its legs is 3 or 4 meters, and even 2 or 3 adult men would find it difficult to hug it, and its mouth parts are shining with red gold. Even if you glance at it from a distance, you will feel it is extremely sharp, and your eyes will hurt. The Golden Mountain Beast. Level 55, Great Magical Beast. Total attributes 10,000. The terrifying beast that has undergone a drastic change due to the attention of the gods has the blood of wild beasts born in its body. It has the potential to break through the limit and become the king of beasts. Do not attack lords below level 40. So multiply by percent. Zhou Fei looked at the panel of the refined Golden Mountain Beast and felt a little sad. Total attributes 10,000. What a concept. He estimated that the total attributes of his 3 sisters were about 8,000. It could be said that this golden color mountain beast had completely crushed Zhou Fei's generals in terms of attributes. Not only that, this pure gold mountain beast has also awakened the bloodline of the great wilderness, and its defense and attack power are likely to reach an astonishing level. Not easy to deal with. After Zhou Fei secretly calculated, he came to a definite conclusion. But unfortunately, if he didn't get rid of this golden mountain beast, he wouldn't be able to obtain the divine glory fragment. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei gritted his teeth and asked, Alice, Rebecca, are you sure you can kill this big guy? As soon as Zhou Fei said this, Alice and Rebecca, two level 50 generals, also showed embarrassment on their faces. Compared to the purple-striped cloud leopard, the attributes of this pure gold heaven-shattering beast have nearly doubled, making it very difficult for them to deal with. Master, if Sherman were here, we can guarantee that we would be able to win. But there are only two of us, so we can only say that we are barely holding our own, but... Having said that, the fiery Alice glanced at Zhou Fei with a somewhat timid expression. But what? But if we have enough witch dolls, we might still have a chance of winning. Zhou Fei felt a little more at ease after hearing this. He already understood what Alice meant. Can you fight? Can fight. But the 3 witch dolls that Alice and Rebecca have now are definitely not enough. Looking at his balance, Zhou Fei became angry and exchanged 10 more witch dolls from the Wan Jamal. Is it enough? Compared to the reward of divine glory fragments, the 1,000 energy ice crystals spent on 10 witch spirit dolls are nothing. Zhou Fei never dreamed that even with the triple critical hits and 30 times critical hits of his SIXS talent, he still didn't have enough energy ice crystals. Enough. Enough. Alice and Rebecca took the witch doll, and their eyes almost turned into crescents. After everything was ready, Alice and Rebecca directly used their best skills to fight against the wind spirit wolf during the day. O Scarlet Witch Spirit who commands the witch world, please listen to the call of your loyal servant Alice and grant me the power of thorns. Scarlet, the entanglement of thorn bushes. O bright witch spirit that cleanses the witch world, please listen to the call of your loyal servant Rui Baika and bestow the power of light upon me. Light, cleansing by the shining of holy light. This skill that can instantly kill the wind spirit wolf was used again, and hundreds of vines directly entangled the body of the pure gold mountain beast. Roar. Although the momentum was great, the scarlet vines failed to achieve the expected effect this time. These vines entangled the limbs of the platinum mountain beast, but the latter broke free from the restraints with a slight struggle, and at the same time let out a terrifying roar. The pure gold mountain beast opened its eyes, and its eyes were as dazzling as 2 golden mining lamps. Under its angry roar, dozens of golden spears condensed beside its body. These spears were as thick as wrists, with extremely sharp tips, and they shot directly towards Alice and Rebecca. Light witch spirit, listen to my call. Spiritual barrier. Spiritual barrier. Blessings of a spirit. Upon seeing this, the light witch Rebecca did not panic at all. She chanted 3 witch commands in succession, and instantly a bright light covered the 2 of them, and they easily withstood the attack. Bang! The witch doll in Rebecca's hand also looked much dimmer after the 3 recitations. 50 ice crystals just gone like that. Zhou Fei stared at the battlefield situation intently, and his heart ached involuntarily, including the once used by Feng Lingbei, the sneak attack just now, and the defensive attack was used 3 times in a row. It is exactly 5 times. This is too wasteful. It hurts, but this is definitely not the time to be stingy. With enough witch dolls to support them, the 2 witches chanted witch orders wantonly. All kinds of witchcraft were used at the same time, bombarding the primitive beasts so that they couldn't even raise their heads. Scarlet Witchcraft. 1,000 thorns. Scarlet Witchcraft. Vana. Scarlet Witchcraft. Bloodthirsty coil. The combat which Alice was like a fighter plane at this moment, casting witchcraft at a very high frequency towards the Platinum Mountain shocking beast. And with Rebecca's blessing, she didn't show any sign of weakness at all. On the contrary, the pure gold heaven-shattering beast, a demon beast with the blood of the great wilderness, had its golden scales no longer as dazzling as before under the continuous bombardment. Not only did they become dull, but some places had even cracked. -100, -100, -100. Come on. Every time Alice released a skill, Zhou Fei would secretly mutter -100. According to this trend, there can only be 2 results today. Otherwise, the pure gold heaven-shaking beast will be blasted into pieces. Otherwise, he will be drained dry by the 2 witches. I have to say that the witch clan is really cruel. Although their attributes were crushed, the 2 of them still suppressed the strange beasts in the wilderness. Seeing that the battle was already decided, and the defeat of the elite heaven-shaking beast was only a matter of time. something strange happened. Chapter 20. The Violent Heaven-Shaking Beast. Which night Kamul? With Alice's continuous witchcraft bombardment, Zhou Fei already thought that there was no suspense in this battle. When the physical strength of the pure gold heaven-shattering beast is completely exhausted, that is the time for him to obtain the fragment of divine light. But at this moment, the refined, golden, sky-shaking beast that was resisting desperately, suddenly, let out a defiant roar. Along with this roar, the originally terrifying size of the platinum heaven-shattering beast actually shrank rapidly, and its golden eyes instantly turned blood red. Violent? Such a word suddenly appeared in Zhou Fei's mind, and his heart skipped a beat. Among the monsters in the battlefield of all realms, only a very small number of leader-level monsters will go berserk when they are on the verge of death. Once these monsters go berserk, their size, attributes, and even skills will undergo horrific changes. Zhou Fei once read in a textbook that during a fierce battle on the battlefield of all realms, an ancient Taishu dragon went berserk when it was on the verge of death. The Taishu ancient dragon, which was originally tens of meters long, jumped nearly 100 meters, and its attributes more than doubled. In that battle, the violent ancient Taishu dragon dragged his dying body and killed 4 or 5 king-level lords before dying. At this moment, when Zhou Fei saw the eyes of the pure gold heaven-shattering beast turn red, he secretly thought that something was wrong. Alice, Rebecca, kill him in one go. At Zhou Fei's command, the two witches used their best skills, but it was of no avail. Roar! Roar! The platinum sky-shocking beast let out a series of roars, and then its size did not grow larger, but instead shrank to about 3 meters in length. Moreover, its bright golden fragments were restrained and turned into slightly rhythmic skin like a human's. Damn, has the violent form turned into a human form? Zhou Fei stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. The huge golden sky-shaking beast shrank little by little and finally stood in human form. Adamantium heaven-shattering beast violent. Each basic attribute is above 15,000. Donji, Donji, Donji. When Zhou Fei saw the behemoth's panel again, there was only one thought left in his mind. That means escape. According to the rules of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield, the maximum level of magical beasts in the primary area is level 69, but most of the level 69 magical beasts cannot reach basic attributes above 15,000. After going berserk, the almighty golden beast had clearly acquired the strength to dominate the intermediate area. It was almost impossible to kill it. Alice and Rebecca were obviously a little panicked. After hearing Zhou Fei's order, they hurriedly planned to evacuate from the battlefield, but how could the pure gold heaven-shaking beast give them this opportunity? Hiss! After the heaven-shattering beast let out a sickening roar, a golden bow, an arrow appeared on its hand covered with golden scales. Then it turned its scales into arrows, drew its bow, and shot a rain of arrows directly at the witch duo. Puff, puff, puff. Although Alice and Rebecca used magic to resist, the power of these golden arrows was too terrifying, and they were both injured instantly. Retreat with tears and blood. Alice and Rebecca fought while retreating, and soon both of them were covered with wounds, some of which were minor and just scraped the skin, while others were serious and went straight through the body. No, we will definitely be exhausted to death if we continue like this. Zhou Fei's eyes were filled with anxiety. He knew that if he just ran away, not only the witch duo, but also he would suffer the consequences. Is there any way? At this moment, he could only hope that Alice and the other two had special skills in gatekeeping. And when he asked this question, Alice actually gave him a positive answer. Master, we can summon the mysterious witch spirit at the cost of a large amount of spell-casting materials. It can only hit once, and the strength of the witch spirit depends entirely on luck. Alice replied as she used vines to wrap around the golden arrows in the sky. It's possible that the witch spirit summoned is extremely powerful, or it's possible that it's just an ordinary tree man. Do we have to rely on luck when we are on the line between life and death? Zhou Fei's eyes darkened when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, tell me what you need." The pistol of the worry-praying flower, the purple diamond dome. Alice named many ingredients that Zhou Fei had never heard of, like reading out the names of dishes, and Zhou Fei browsed directly in the Wanjia store. Staple of the worry-praying flower, 5 ice crystals. Purple sky, 20 ice crystals. Drain it. Purchasing these materials directly consumed all of Zhou Fei's remaining ice crystals. Fortunately, I finally got all the materials together. These are the materials. Then what? Zhou Fei shouted loudly, and when Alice heard that, a layer of pink light quickly spread across her body. O Scarlet King, who dominates the wizard world, you are the witness of slaughter and the ruler of the wizard world. Please listen to the call of your servant Alice, and give guidance from the spirit. The scarlet calls, the witch spirit arrives. As the witch spell was chanted, the sky above where Zhou Fei and others were suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a crack appeared in the sky that was originally filled with moonlight. And the moment the opening appeared, Zhou Fei heard the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds. Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, your General Alice uses the skill, witch spirit calling, triggering the critical strike of fortune and misfortune. Quality crit 30 times. Skill quantity cannot crit. Successfully summoned the witch spirit. Kamul. When Zhou Fei heard the prompt sound, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As expected, when it comes to luck, he, who has the talent of fortune and misfortune, will not lose to anyone. However, when he heard the type of witch spirit that was summoned, his jaw almost dislocated. Comer, the king of the mysterious kingdom in the legend of the Lord of the Rings, the mysterious and powerful leader of the 9 ring spirits, known as the Eastern Demon Shadow. Fuck you. All the legends that exist on the blue planet have been materialized in the battlefield of all worlds, and the terrifying lords of the Lord of the Rings are naturally no exception. Ringwraith, Kamul, race, Ringwraith, grade, property, skill. The Ringwraith's loyal to the devil Sauron, a war machine with the purpose of killing. Kamul was riding a skeleton warhorse with gray-white flames burning all over its body, holding a nail hammer in his hand. After looking around, he directly smashed the hammer in his hand at the platinum, sky-shattering beast. Boo! The moment the Ringwraith, Kamul, appeared, the mithril skyshock lost its ability to resist and could only lie on the ground and wail. One hit. Kamul just made a simple blow, and the moment his hammer touched the platinum, sky-shattering beast, this level 60 Beast King was directly corroded by endless darkness. Chapter 21. Clash of Gods. Dark Lord Sauron. It turned into ashes all over the ground. After the death of the platinum heaven-shaking beast, Kamul, who should have dissipated according to the rules, did not leave directly. Instead, he set his sights on Zhou Fei. At that moment, Zhou Fei felt that all the blood in his body was about to solidify. Comer murmured to himself, "Destiny, swallow." In an instant, the terrifying darkness swept towards Zhou Fei. "I fuck you, what does it have to do with me?" Zhou Fei's hair stood on end, and he tried his best to escape, but he couldn't even move a finger. "Why? Sauron, you've crossed the line." When darkness was about to cover Zhou Fei, a sigh sounded in the sky. With a sigh, the darkness that swept towards Zhou Fei dissipated, and Kamul was also directly expelled back into the cracks in the sky. "You, are you also spying on the traces of fate? What awaits Daxia is only destruction." As Kamul gradually disappeared, a golden ring suddenly appeared in the crack in the sky. The moment Zhou Fei saw the ring, he felt his mind was confused, and he just wanted to wear the ring on his hand regardless of the consequences. Lord of the Rings. Zhou Fei's heart trembled, and he pinched his thigh and said in shock, "The supreme lord equipment in the battlefield of all realms, the magic ring. Sauron, Daxia's affairs have nothing to do with you." The source of the previous sigh, the voice called you, responded forcefully and directly flattened the sky with mysterious power. After doing all this, the surroundings fell into silence, with only the occasional sounds of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Zhou Fei stood there in a daze for a long time, and then sat down on the ground. Did I just experience a battle between gods? If the ashes of the pure, gold, heaven-shaking beast were not still on the ground, Zhou Fei would even feel like he was dreaming. We must become stronger quickly so that we can take our destiny into our own hands. The amount of information revealed by the two gods, the Dark Lord Sauron and the mysterious man, was so great that Zhou Fei could hardly get a glimpse of the truth. All he could do was to quickly make himself stronger. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei stood up and walked directly to the top of the mountain and successfully put the fragment of divine light into his bag. He was in no hurry to open it because after several hours of fierce fighting, dawn was approaching. He must hurry back to the territory to fight against the new round of beast tide. Because of the appearance of Kamul, the reward for killing the platinum heaven-shaking beast did not fall on Zhou Fei, which made him feel very regretful. We have to think of a solution, otherwise we will lose today's list reward. On the way back, Zhou Fei glanced at the personal lord list and national fortune list in area B2396 and said with a long sigh. On the personal lord list, Inoue Go's alias, Destiny ranked first, the second was Xia Sunyong's alias, Dragon, and the third was also Xia's alias, Sweet Girl. Zhou Fei deduced that the third place on the list should most likely be the new friend he just met today, Shenguangyi. On the national fortune list, Sakura Country topped the list with a slight advantage, followed by Daxia. I don't know what that Inoue monkey did today to get so many points. Zhou Fei murmured to himself. And at the same time on the other side, 1,000 kilometers outside, Inoue housed territory. Kill all these damn butterflies. In front of Inoue Go, who was dressed in white, Crow Tengu and Goen Banhwa led their soldiers and continuously launched attacks on a territory. In that territory, there are hundreds of brightly colored butterflies. Each of these butterflies is approximately 1 meter in size, and the leading elite leader butterfly is nearly 3 meters long. Sky-splitting demonic butterfly. Level 25 to 30 elite monster. Total attributes between 1,000 to 1,500. Warcrafts are born in the native territory and live in groups. Native territory. Sky-splitting butterfly. This is why Inoue Go was able to surpass Sunyong and Xin Kuangyi and come to the top of the list today. Originally, after recruiting Yuan Banruo today, Inoue Hao only hunted a large number of monsters, and his points were far behind Sunyong and others. Not to mention the top of the list, he is not even as good as the black guy in the United States who wears a urinal on his head. But by chance, he was lucky and found a native tribe while out hunting. Native tribes are an important way to obtain resources in the battlefield of all worlds. As the name suggests, native tribes are the indigenous people of the battlefield of all worlds. These indigenous people lived in the territory after the lord's demise and became the new lords. Unfortunately, some of these indigenous people are humanoid creatures, and some are creatures with low intelligence. This situation leads to a situation where a large amount of resources are mined in the territory, but cannot be consumed. To put it simply, as long as you successfully attack and occupy the next native tribe, you will obtain a large amount of territory construction materials. Moreover, Inoue Go only felt that he had encountered tremendous wealth today. Why? Because in the territory occupied by the sky-splitting butterfly, there is actually a crystal mine of all worlds. In other words, as long as he occupies it, he can mine the crystals of all worlds endlessly. Although the number of these sky-splitting butterflies is terrifying and their strength is not weak, they are only slightly troublesome in front of Inoue Go, who is Crow Tengu and Go Yuan Banruo. 3 hours. Inoue Go led his Shikigami in a fierce battle from dusk till late at night, and it took them 3 hours to finally capture this primitive territory and successfully obtain the 10,000 worlds crystal vein. Ding! Sakura Country's primary lord, Inoue, how successfully conquered the primary native tribe. Because you're the first lord in this area to conquer a native tribe, you will receive a huge list of points as a reward. Ding! The existence of the myriad crystal veins has been detected in the territory of Inoue Go. Please recruit citizens to mine them in time. This is why Inoue Go is at the top of the list. On the other hand, Zhou Fei also returned safely to his territory before midnight. How did you get into this situation? In the territory, the healing which Sherman saw Alice and the other girl covered in wounds, and asked anxiously, then started to heal them directly. Zhou Fei returned to the Lord's Hall, thinking with a grim face. He had only been in the battlefield of all realms for less than 3 days, but he had unexpectedly been targeted by the gods. He believed that as a knight of the Ringwraith, Kamul would never say those 2 words without any basis in reason. Destiny. Obviously, this is inextricably linked to his 6S talent, the interdependence of fortune and misfortune. Have you been spotted by God? Zhou Fei thought for a long time, and finally smiled indifferently. So what if he's a god? If he's given some time, he'll kill him. Chapter 22. Unlock the Divine Glory Fragment. Terrifying rewards. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei calmed himself down and placed the fragment of divine light in his hand. This fragment is only the size of a fingernail, but the light it emits radiates to a range of nearly 1 meter around it. The entire area was flashing with brilliant, colorful light, so bright that it hurt Zhou Fei's eyes. It is indeed a treasure sent down by the gods. Just the momentum alone is extraordinary. Zhou Fei murmured to himself, and when he held the fragment of divine light in his hand, he even felt that someone was watching him in the distant sky. This feeling was strange and familiar. Just a while ago, this gaze had fallen on him. "Is that you?" Zhou Fei muttered to himself. Then he broke it with force and opened the fragment of divine light in his hand. Swish! Along with the shining light, the light of the divine fragments instantly spread from the Lord's Hall to the entire territory, and then spread to the entire B2396 area. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord I Love Bananas successfully unlocked the divine glory fragment, obtained the blessing of the gods, and obtained a huge amount of personal Lord ranking points. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord. The battlefield of 10,000 worlds broadcast 3 times in a row, directly waking up many lords who had fallen asleep. Brother Jiao has obtained a fragment of the divine light. That's awesome. Fuck you, look at the list. We are number 1 on both lists. It has to be Brother Banana. As the lords awakened, a new round of terrifying beast tide was gathering again at the edge of the B2396 area. And in the depths of the endless tide of beasts, there was crawling a terrifying giant beast with a body length of nearly 50 meters. The giant beast looked at the terrifying light column bursting out from Zhou Fei's territory from afar, and constantly stretched out its huge tongue to lick its claws. Snoring, snoring. This giant beast has a leopard head and a tiger body, and it has 9 tails, with a snake head at the end of each tail. The behavior of the giant beast in front of him clearly showed that it was coveting the fragments of divine light, and wanted to devour Zhou Fei. Next to this giant beast stood a young man wearing a black robe and with scarlet hair. I got the divine brilliance fragment on the evening of the first day. It seems that there's a genius in the area I am responsible for. The beast tide and the God's watch can't delay your progress. It seems that our plan needs to be advanced. The man gently touched the terrifying beast, and the beast in front of the man was like a pet dog, humming with great enjoyment. Our soul-killing organization's plan cannot afford to fail. Daxia's primary lord, Zhou Fei, successfully opened the primary divine brilliance fragment and obtained God's blessing state. When a lord is blessed by the gods, the territory mining speed will increase by an additional 30%. The soldiers' morale will increase by 30%, and the general's combat effectiveness will increase by 30%. This state lasts for 3 days. Zhou Fei listened to the beautiful prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, and he felt so comfortable. Ding! After Daxia's primary lord Zhou Fei opened the primary divine brilliance fragment, he obtained 1 energy ice crystal. Ding! The reward triggers the 6S talent fortune and misfortune. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3, quality critical hits multiply by 30. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 energy gold crystals. The prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds made Zhou Fei stand up immediately. Energy golden crystal. He didn't expect that the primary divine brilliance fragment would give him energy ice crystals as a reward. And after the critical hit, the energy ice crystals were directly transformed into energy golden crystal. It was unbelievable that Zhou Fei had obtained the energy gold crystal that the intermediate lords dreamed of when he was still a junior lord. The biggest difference between gold crystals and ice crystals is that crystals or ice crystals can only be used as currency and have no other uses. The golden crystal contains wonderful power and can be used to help generals break through their ranks. Take Alice, for example. If Zhou Fei collects enough energy gold crystals and rare materials, he can completely upgrade Alice to a legendary general. This is also why Zhou Fei was shocked. A treasure like the energy gold crystal is something that even an ordinary high-level lord may not have more than 10 on hand, let alone a mid-level lord. Zhou Fei now has 3 of them at once. Even as he was shocked, the system's announcement continued. Ding! After Daxia's primary lord Zhou Fei opened the primary divine brilliance fragment, he obtained 1 piece of A-level general equipment. Ding! The reward triggers the 6S talent fortune and misfortune. quantity critical hits multiply by 3, quality critical hits multiply by 30. Ding. Since equipment above S level is unique, the quantity critical hit failed. Congratulations on obtaining an S-level general weapon multiply by 1. S-level general weapons. If the energy golden crystal only made Zhou Fei feel a little surprised, then this S-level general weapon directly made Zhou Fei fly to the sky. Take off. Just from a system broadcast, one can tell how terrifying the S-class general's weapons are. Possessing unique equipment. That is to say, in this battlefield of all worlds, there is only one piece of S-level general equipment in Zhou Fei's hand. The authority of the red spider lily. Equipment quality S. Attributes. Increased general's intelligence by 2,000 and strength by 500. Skill. Yellow Springs. When a general releases a skill, there is a chance to summon Yellow Springs Bienhua. When the judgment is successful, the Yellow Springs Bienhua will be integrated into the general's skill, increasing the skill damage. Blooming on the other shore. Whenever a general releases a skill, there's a chance to trigger the authority of the other shore, and a 1% chance to trigger multicasting, releasing the skill again. Skills after multicasting can also trigger this effect. Strange Flower. When a general holds this staff, mana recovery increases by 100%. Third skill, S-level magic scepter. Zhou Fei held the scepter in his hand and rubbed it carefully. The scepter is about 1 meter long, and the body of the scepter is made of 3 extremely delicate and fragrant flower stems. At the top of the scepter is a blooming red spider lily flower about the size of 2 palms. The flower was bright red all over and looked extremely gorgeous. Zhou Fei touched it gently and found that although it looked like a flower, it was actually carved from gems. The power of this red spider lily, whether in terms of appearance or skills, is worthy of the title of S-level general equipment. So strong. Normally, this kind of unique S-level general equipment will only be produced by killing the Beast King who has broken through the extreme value, or in the secret realm of the intermediate area. It is almost impossible for an ordinary mid-level lord to possess unique S-level general equipment. Even a king-level lord like Sunyong, known as the Human Emperor, has no more than 10 pieces of unique S-level equipment. After all, the unique S-level general equipment has 3 skills, while ordinary S-level equipment only has 1. After groping for a while, Zhou Fei came to Alice happily. Although the witch trio didn't say it, Alice suffered heavy damage in the battle with the platinum heaven-shattering beast. The intelligence of this trio of witches is very high, although their loyalty will not decrease. If Zhou Fei says nothing and does not comfort them, they are likely to have resentment in their hearts. It just so happened that Zhou Fei planned to reward these 3 witches by taking advantage of the power of the red spider lily. Chapter 23. Return to the top of the list, leading by a huge margin. The moment Zhou Fei saw Alice, he felt terrified, even though he saw the bruises all over Alice's body. But what he didn't see was that not only was Alice's body severely injured, but even the source of her magic power was eroded. All of this can be traced back to the fact that the Ringwraith Knights summoned by Alice were too powerful. Originally, Alice was unable to summon the Ringwraith Knights, but Zhou Fei's talent came in handy again. The combination of these 2 reasons, the penetrating wound and the lack of magic power, almost took Alice's life. Even with the crazy treatment of the healing witch Sherman, Alice's condition only improved slightly at this time. Zhou Fei walked in front of Alice with the S-level general weapon, the authority of the red spider lily, with a little bit of heartache in his eyes. Although they had only known each other for a few days, he knew very well that Alice was about the same age as him. Zhou Fei felt uncomfortable when he saw such a big girl whose beautiful black hair even had strands of white hair due to lack of magic power. Take a quick look and see if you like this weapon. When Alice saw Zhou Fei, her eyes dimmed and she spoke tremblingly. "Master, it's my fault. I failed to kill." Alice opened her mouth to say something, but when she saw the power of the red spider lily in Zhou Fei's hand, she couldn't take her eyes away no matter what. "Master, is this for me?" The gloom in Alice's eyes that represented self-blame instantly turned into excitement, and she directly hugged the staff in her arms. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he just smiled and gently touched Alice's head. "Of course it's for you. This is a reward for the brave." He didn't think it was a big deal when Zhou Fei touched him gently, but Alice seemed to be electrocuted. Her whole body tensed up at first, but after she got used to it, she rubbed her head against Zhou Fei's hand like a kitten. Master, this staff is tailor-made for me. Can I equip it now? I feel that with its support, the recovery speed of my magic power will be much faster. Zhou Fei smiled and nodded. This is already your weapon, of course it's okay. At this time, Rebecca and Sherman also showed envious looks. Such precious weapons were rare, even in the Witchcraft kingdom where they lived. Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, you're a general. Battle which Alice successfully equipped the S-level unique equipment, the authority of the red spider lily. Alice is the first general in this area to be equipped with S-level equipment. As a lord, you will receive a large amount of list points as a reward. Zhou Fei was just worried because he was ranked outside the top 30 on today's list. He didn't expect that this piece of equipment would directly bring his ranking to the first place. Moreover, this first place is just like yesterday, with a cliff-like lead. On the list, Zhou Fei's points were more than 1/3 ahead of Inoue Go, and there were only a few hours left until the midnight settlement time. It seems that today's first place will belong to Zhou Fei again. Bagia Road, Inoue Go's territory. He was originally confident of victory, but after returning to the territory at night, he repeatedly opened the list dozens of times, fearing that someone would surpass him. But the more you fear something, the more it will come to you. In the end, Zhou Fei successfully surpassed his ranking. It's so frustrating. Damn Daxia monkey, I'm going to tear your skin apart. At the same time, on the other side, Sunyong, the younger brother of the king-level Lord Sunyong, was also surprised when he saw the list updated. Although he did not have the same adventure as Inoue Go to annihilate the lord of his native territory, he also led his own mountain and sea alien tribes, Quinniu and apes, to hunt 4 waves of beasts. The number of these 4 waves of beasts is close to 1,000, and each herd is led by an elite leader of level 20 to 30. Moreover, Sunyong also found a resident of the territory in the wilderness today. After he successfully recruited this territory resident, he received a large points reward, but he didn't expect that even so he couldn't successfully surpass Inoue Go. But Zhou Fei did it. Who on earth is this I love eating bananas? Sunyong gently stroked the Quinniu leader, whom he called Big Fool, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. I don't care who you are. You can fight for the list, but the heart of mutation in this area can only belong to me. Now that I have the people living in my territory, the development of my territory will only get faster and faster. There are still 7 days left before the liquidation. 7 days may be enough for me to break through to level 20. As Sunyong spoke, he turned his gaze to an old man not far away. Steel, rare subject. Race, ancient survivors. Ability. Due to racial characteristics, when the ancient survivors are in the territory, the work efficiency of all buildings will increase by 30%, and food consumption will be reduced by 30%. Excellent property. With the existence of these people, Sunyong's territory can mine 3 days more resources than other territories every 10 days. As the name suggests, the people within the territory are the subjects. Unlike generals, the people do not occupy the population of the barracks. A high-ranking lord can only have a maximum of 10 generals if he does not obtain additional recruitment tokens through chance. But it's completely different for subjects. As long as you are lucky enough and have explored the area enough, you can have dozens of subjects. But at the same time, most of the races of the subjects have no combat capabilities, and they do not bring their own troops like the generals. Most of the citizens are able to perform various jobs within the territory and increase their power to a certain extent. It could be a blacksmith, a craftsman, or even a farmer. The level of the subjects is the same as that of the generals. Once, a high-ranking lord explored a secret realm by chance and successfully subdued a legendary blacksmith subject. Although this lord did not reveal the true attributes of his subject, after he obtained this subject, the equipment of his generals was at least a level. Therefore, although the subjects cannot fight, the improvement of the territory is still considerable. Chapter 24, Critical Hit, Leading the People. Ding. The B2396 region's primary national fortune ranking is settled. Daxiao once again tops the rankings and receives a national fortune reward. All Daxiao lords have an additional 10% increase in resources. Continuous first place reward. Resource increase by an additional 5%. All Daxia citizens will have their lifespan extended by an extra year. Continuous number 1 reward. Lifespan increased by an additional 0.5 years. The primary lord list is settled every day. When the final settlement is made, the country with the most daily settlements will receive a special national fortune reward. Just as midnight approached and the beasts rioted again, the list that had been absent for a day was calculated again. I love. Eat bananas. Brother banana. Boom, boom, boom. Brother banana. Boom, boom, boom. V5, Brother Jiao, kill these bastards. Most of the people in Daxia didn't know what was happening. They only knew that there was a banana brother who was quietly improving Daxia's national fortune. It may be too illusory to say that national destiny is not worth their cheers, but up to now, Brother Jiao has already added 2.5 years to their lifespan. This is something real. In the Wanjie Bureau, after hearing the news of the settlement, Mr. Tian felt relieved, but at the same time, deeper doubts arose in his mind. It seems that the B2396 area is not just a beast riot. How could such a reward be given when the list is settled for ordinary anchor point consolidation? Sakura country, inside the Kuishi shrine. Damn you Daxia monkeys. Is there no one who can think of a solution? These rewards should have belonged to us, to our great Sakura country. Where are the ninjas? Sneak into Daxia and investigate immediately. After finding out the identity of this monkey, I will start with his family. I will make him regret going against our Sakura country. Korean country. The damn Daxia people stole our top spot again. Beautiful country. Shit, can we contact this banana brother now and ask him to immigrate to our beautiful country? This kind of talent can only come from our beautiful country. In the B2396 area, Zhou Fei sat in the territory, and the reminder sound of the Lord's personal list settlement rang in his ears. Ding! The myriad world's personal rankings are settled. Junior Lord Zhou Fei once again ranks first on today's rankings. Reward. Sea-level standard general equipment multiply by 1. Ding! The innate skill of blessings and disasters is triggered, and the reward is a 30-fold critical hit and a quantity critical hit multiply by 3. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 3 B-level standard general equipment. It's still so bland. Can't we have something better? Zhou Fei couldn't feel happy when he heard the system prompt. It sounds like the 3 B-level general equipment are very powerful, second only to A-level and S-level equipment. But if you add the word standard, it will lose its class completely. There are so many ways to obtain general equipment below S-level, especially the standard ones. You can exchange them through merit, buy them in the store of all worlds, or have them forged in a blacksmith shop. Even if you kill ordinary monsters above level 40, you can get standard equipment. This kind of B-grade standard equipment only sells for 50 ice crystals in the store of all worlds. My evaluation is that it is not as good as newspapers. After Zhou Fei casually glanced at the attributes of the equipment, he sneered and muttered to himself. The 3 witches would definitely not like such equipment. Not only was it useless, but it was also ugly. If he forced them to wear it, it would probably be a thankless task. After casually putting away his equipment, Zhou Fei stared at his territory, frowned tightly, and started biting his nails. It is impossible to say that he is not worried. If the territory cannot be upgraded, his level cannot be upgraded. If his level does not increase, the territory cannot be upgraded. And the worst thing is that if the territory level is not upgraded, the level of basic buildings, such as quarries and sawmills, cannot be upgraded either. It can be said that Zhou Fei now feels like a blunt knife cutting flesh. It may not hurt for the moment, but over time a piece of flesh and blood will really fall off. The development speed of the territory is of paramount importance. His logging camp and quarry are only level 1 now, and the mining speed is really outrageously low. Logging site/quarry. Building quality, normal. Building level 1. Mining speed, 100 units of stone wood/day. What can these 100 units of wood and stone be used for? It's like if he wants to upgrade his base from level 1 to level 2, the amount of wood and stone he needs is 1,000 units. Later on, this number will only grow exponentially. If he doesn't solve the territory problem quickly, it will take him forever to accumulate 100 units of wood a day. It's impossible for Zhou Fei to buy materials from the Mall of All Worlds every time he upgrades his life, right? Although he had the intention to do so, did he really have the money to buy the astronomical amount of wood behind it? Damn it, can I get 2 people to cut down trees? Zhou Fei muttered to himself. Since he couldn't get the primary all-world stone, it wouldn't be too much for him to get 2 subjects, right? Ministers? Oh, right. There is a 3rd reward for the divine glory fragment. When this was mentioned, Zhou Fei slapped his thigh hard and directly took out a piece of gray paper. Because he was anxious to browse the power of the red spider lily, Zhou Fei almost forgot the biggest reward among the divine brilliance fragments. Intermediate Citizen Talisman. The Lord can use this talisman to randomly summon a non-combatant territory citizen. Chapter 25. A skinny camel is still a camel. Ding. Daxia's junior Lord Zhou Fei used the medium-level Lord recruitment scroll to recruit rare-quality lords. Ding. Lord Zhou Fei is detected to have a quasi-level Lord soul. His innate skill blessings and misfortunes are triggered, and the quality of his subjects is crit multiply by 30. Congratulations to Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei for successfully recruiting a citizen of outstanding quality. Lanji. Excellent quality. In the battlefield of all realms, no matter it is a general or a monster, the grades are roughly divided into ordinary, elite, rare, excellent, king, and legendary. Like the pure, gold heaven-shaking beast that Zhou Fei encountered before, his level surpassed the shackles of outstanding monsters and could only be barely considered a half-step king-level monster. Normally, in the battlefield of all worlds, it is extremely rare for a general to reach the level of rare or outstanding. Normally, most lords can only recruit outstanding generals through the advanced recruitment symbols given by the barracks after their lord level breaks through level 60, and their base camp is upgraded to level 6. Although king and legendary generals can be obtained through advanced recruitment symbols, the chance of obtaining them is very small. Otherwise, Sunyong, the king-level commander of Daxia, would not have made a bet with Bashi Xianzhu just for the position of the legendary General Dai. According to legend, above the legendary rank, there is another rank called gods. Generals or monsters who can reach this rank can truly be called gods, but even the legendary rank is extremely rare, and the divine rank is unheard of. As the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds fell, a beautiful ancient-style beauty from Daxia, with a graceful figure and a smile on her face, walked out of the barracks gracefully. Lanji was about 165 centimeters tall. She had long, beautiful black hair that fell to her waist. The ends of her hair were tied into a bun on top of her head, making her look like a lady from a noble family. Her face is also very beautiful. Her oval face is as small as a palm, and her almond-shaped eyes exude a captivating charm. Her cheeks have a little fat, which gives her a cute baby-like look. She was wearing a sky-blue gauze dress. Although her figure was not visible under the dress, the charm she exuded in her every frown and smile was dazzling. Lineage, excellent citizen. Race, Daxia royal family. Abilities, weaving, piano music. Textile. As a member of the great Xia royal family, Lanji has been well-versed in embroidery since childhood. When Lanji is in the territory, the efficiency of all textile-related buildings increases by 50%, and Lanji herself can use the materials in the territory for weaving. And when Lanji is in danger, she can use needle and thread to defend herself. Qin music. When the citizen Lanji is in the territory and idle, she can play. When playing, the recovery speed of all soldiers in the territory will increase by 50%, and a temporary status will be added. Bravery. Brave. Soldiers' basic attributes are increased by an additional 20%. As a creature of outstanding quality, Lanji possesses 2 talents, one to increase the value of the territory, and the other to directly increase the number of soldiers. And through the introduction of skills, Zhou Fei understood that Lanji was most likely a citizen equivalent to a blacksmith. She could directly manufacture equipment by consuming materials. However, most of these equipment are cloth armor. But this is enough. The 50% increase in output value and the 20% increase in combat attributes are enough to show the extraordinary nature of this outstanding citizen. You know, Sunyong's subject, Huang Gang, who was treated like a treasure, only increased the territory by 30%. Moreover, Zhou Fei also noticed the line of small words below the introduction of textiles, able to use needle and thread to protect oneself. At this moment, Zhou Fei muttered to himself, "Isn't this the perfect Dongfang booby?" Hearing Zhou Fei's surprised muttering, Although Lanji didn't know who Dongfang Booby was, she still explained gently. Lord, Master, although I can protect myself, this is also limited. Currently, I can only barely protect myself from the attacks of ordinary monsters below level 20. And I can't leave the territory. As long as I leave the area irradiated by the territory base camp, I will become a weak woman with no power to even fight a chicken. Lanji smiled slightly and said this, but the expression on Zhou Fei's face became even weirder. A level 20 monster, barely able to protect itself? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? For other junior lords, it is a question whether their generals can fight against an ordinary level 20 monster alone. However, Zhou Fei did not say these things. He just asked the witch trio to arrange a place for Lanji to stay, and then he went straight into the Lord's Hall and fell asleep. Today, he encountered Shan Guangyi, fought a fierce battle with the mithril sky-shaking beast, and was watched by the Dark Lord Sauron. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. After today's exploration, Zhou Fei also figured out some patterns. He must have a good rest tonight, and after he has regained enough energy, he will implement the rules he has figured out tomorrow. The next morning, when a hint of white, like a fish belly, just appeared in the eastern sky, Zhou Fei, who was full of energy, was already standing at the gate of the territory, followed by the three witches. Quickly eliminate all the monsters outside the territory. At Zhou Fei's command, the witch trio displayed their extraordinary power and killed nearly 100 monsters in just 1 hour. There were no elite leader monsters lurking outside the territory today, so the speed was surprisingly fast. After 3 days of settling down, Zhou Fei had become accustomed to this scene, but for other lords, including Inoue Hao and Sunyong, who possess the souls of high-level lords. Although they have the ability to resist the monsters, they definitely cannot do it so easily. Even if they encounter an elite monster leader, there will be some casualties among the soldiers. But Zhou Fei had no worries at all. Chapter 26 Reverse Exploration, the secret at the end of the Beast Tide. After clearing the Beast Tide, Zhou Fei quickly ordered Alice and others to count their soldiers, and quickly make up the number of witches who were less than 100. He has a big thing to do today. Since yesterday, Zhou Fei has noticed something strange, because although there are beast tides every day and they are very terrifying, the purpose of these beast tides is still unclear. It was as if these monsters only wanted to trap the lords in their territories and prevent them from going out to explore. This feeling became even stronger when Zhou Fei was walking in the wilderness of area B2396 and found that it was sparsely populated. According to his memory, in any area, the lords would try every means to expand their territory. Logically speaking, the lords in the area should go out to explore more besides building their territories. This situation occurred in area B2396 because of the beast tide, and the lords stayed in their territories to protect themselves. Zhou Fei felt that this seemed to be the real purpose of the beast group, so he wanted to explore in the opposite direction today. Follow the trail of the beasts and see what is at the end of the beast tide. He believed that it was impossible for the low-intelligence monsters to intentionally trap the lords in their territory, and there must be a dark hand behind all this. Zhou Fei looked into the distance at the dense primeval forest in the direction where the beast tide was coming, and he had a premonition. The end of the beast tide is most likely the fundamental reason why the gods have lowered their sights. There is most likely an item hidden there that even gods covet. Master, 300 witch spirits are in place and can set off at any time. Alice had her hair tied in a high ponytail today, holding her new staff in her hand, and spoke with a wild look in her eyes. Zhou Fei nodded, looked at Lanji, who was sitting on the wooden wall playing the zither, and said with a smile, Lanji, I'm relying on you in the territory. The beast tide has receded. Even if there are monsters, their levels won't be too high. Lanji, who was wearing a blue veil, nodded. Besides her, there were 10 rapid shooting towers in the territory, so there would be no problem in protecting herself. After the song was over, the 300 witch spirits, led by the Scarlet Tree Demon, all entered a state of bravery at the command of Zhou Fei. Set off. At Zhou Fei's command, he began his first real expedition since arriving in the B2396 area. Compared to the time when he searched for the fragments of divine light, this time he not only brought all the soldiers, but even the healing witch Sherman. I am coming. Zhou Fei looked at the dense primeval jungle and spoke with a firm gaze. In the battlefield of all realms, Almost every area has such an ancient grove of monsters, and this forest is collectively called the Forest of All Beasts. The magic beasts in the Forest of Beasts basically represent the most powerful magic beasts in this area. For example, in the primary area, the levels of most magic beasts in other areas will not exceed level 50. Only in the Forest of Beasts will there be magic beasts above level 50. Similarly, in the intermediate area, only the Forest of Beasts will have monsters above level 70. Although Zhou Fei's team is small in number, their steps forward are very firm. Ding! Dasha Junior Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed a level 40 common monster. Ding! Dasha Junior Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed a level 45 common monster. When Zhou Fei heard the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, his brows slightly furrowed. After advancing for a whole morning, he has now approached the outskirts of the Forest of Beasts, and the level of the monsters he encounters has reached 40 plus. The number of monsters he encountered along the way was not small, and as he got closer to the forest, the monsters became more and more aggressive. Later on, he encountered dozens of monsters each time, and even someone as strong as him felt a little overwhelmed. However, he was only in a state of panic. With Alice holding the authority of Higanbana, he would be able to defeat the beast as long as he did not encounter a terrifying existence like the platinum heaven-shaking beast again. When Zhou Fei successfully arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Beasts, only less than 50 of the 300 witch spirits were left out of the original 300. Take a short break and then go deep into the forest. Alice Rebecca summoned new scarlet tree spirits and light elves. After Sherman's soldiers healed those living forces, Zhou Fei advanced directly into the depths of the Forest of Beasts cleanly and efficiently. After going deep into the Forest of Beasts, under the shade of the dense tree canopy, the outside sunlight could hardly penetrate into the forest at all. Zhou Fei only felt that the surrounding environment was becoming more and more depressing. From time to time, magical beasts would emerge from the bushes and vines to launch a sneak attack, and these magical beasts were all above level 50. Only 1 hour after Zhou Fei entered the forest, more than half of his soldiers had been killed. Fortunately, due to the characteristics of the witch spirit, it can be summoned again at any time, so this is not a big deal for Zhou Fei. And because of the lush trees, the power of Alice's witchcraft was even greater, so Zhou Fei didn't feel any pressure at this time. However, the deeper Zhou Fei went into the woods, the more he felt something was wrong as he became dazed. It felt like someone was watching me in a trance, and I felt uncomfortable all over. Is it the Dark Lord Sauron? Or some unknown god? Zhou Fei was puzzled. He patted his face while muttering to himself, and tried to cheer himself up to go deeper. At this moment, sharp roars and the sharp sound of feathers cutting through the air suddenly came from the crowns of the dense ancient trees. Enemy attack. Alice looked serious and quickly looked around and said, "Master, there are nearly 2,000 monsters this time. It seems we are surrounded." As Alice finished her words, countless birdmen with white feathers suddenly appeared on the dense tree trunks and launched a surprise attack on the scarlet tree demon. Cry! These birdmen were very fast, but their attack power was not very strong. In one surprise attack, they only killed 2 or 3 scarlet tree monsters. When Zhou Fei saw these birdmen, his eyes shone. He shook his head and said, "Alice, these are not dryads. It's the Shikigami of Sakura country, Crow Tengu." Zhou Fei's previous understanding of the battlefield of all worlds was fully demonstrated at this moment. He recognized the origins of these attackers at a glance. The one who attacked was not a monster, but a lord. I have to hide my identity. Zhou Fei's mind started working rapidly, and he directly exchanged a mask that could hide his identity from the Wanjimal. This kind of mask is very common in the battlefield of all worlds, and most people will exchange one to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, just as Zhou Fei put on the mask, a domineering figure in white appeared. It was none other than Inoue Go. Pa pa pa. As expected of a lord who has the courage to explore the Forest of Beasts alone, his knowledge is truly extraordinary. But there are not only Crow Tengu, there are also... Chapter 27. The Fool in White? The Desperate Zhou Fei. Before Inoue Hao finished speaking, he pointed casually, and then 1,000 smaller-sized Yuan Banro rushed out and launched an attack on the witch spirits from the ground. Inoue Hao laughed wildly, and in an instant he completely surrounded the defenseless Zhou Fei. In his eyes, the momentum of a sure kill had already been formed. Sister, what is he laughing at? Laughing at my own weakness? Rebecca was a little younger than Alice. At this moment, she looked at the vicious Shikigami around her with some confusion and asked, "Does this fool in white think that he can defeat us with this garbage?" It was a good thing that Inoue didn't hear what Rebecca said. If he had heard it, he would have been so angry that he would have done something terrible. He owns a race exclusive to Sakura country, and his generals are all rare in rank. How come he becomes garbage in Rebecca's mouth? Alice also sneered when she heard this, with a look of disgust and disdain on her face. This look was like the feeling of a rich lady seeing a homeless person. She clenched the staff in her hand and said, "How dare a bunch of scum offend a master? I will wipe them out from this world right now." Alice was about to cast the scarlet witchcraft after she finished speaking, but at this moment Zhou Fei blinked at her repeatedly, using his eyes to stop her behavior. After seeing Alice stop, Zhou Fei breathed a sigh of relief and then began his performance. Regardless of whether Inoue could see his expression under the mask, Zhou Fei first showed a fierce look, and then after seeing the number, he asked Alice to deliberately show weakness. Under Zhou Fei's deliberate manipulation, the confrontation between the soldiers of both sides became one-sided, and the balance of victory completely tilted towards Inoue. In this situation, Zhou Fei showed despair on his face and muttered to himself with gritted teeth, "I'm just a little bit away from figuring out the source of the beast tide. I didn't expect that someone could be one step ahead of me. Is this the case of Wai Liang is born when you is born? I'm a child of destiny. I won't give up." It was said to be a whisper, but Zhou Fei's voice was just loud enough for Inoue to hear clearly. "Sister, what happened to the master? Has he lost his mind? Can't this weakling be crushed with just a flick of the finger?" Rebecca was a little confused and didn't understand what Zhou Fei wanted to do, and Alice was also a little confused. After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Inoue felt even more confident that he had won. This is his destiny and also his unique advantage. His territory was located in the remote outskirts of the Forest of Beasts. When the sun just rose the next day, he had already begun exploring the Forest of Beasts. Moreover, as the only son of the Inoue family, the head of one of the three major families in Sakura country, he naturally knew some secrets about the beast tide. Otherwise, how could he rashly enter the B2396 area? After all this, it is understandable that Inoue was able to get ahead of Zhou Fei. Inoue collected his thoughts, looked at the desperate Zhou Fei, laughed wildly, and said, "You are considered a great man, being able to enter the depths of the Forest of Beasts through your own exploration. Looking at your generals, you should be from Bayou, right? It's a pity that such a genius is going to die here." As one of the few people who knows the secret of the beast tide, Inoue does not allow anyone to touch this forest. At this moment, Zhou Fei is a dead man in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fei gnashed his teeth and said, It's still uncertain who will win." After he finished speaking, he looked around in a pretentious manner, looking at the scarlet tree demons that had really turned into wooden figures and were motionless. He suppressed the smile in his heart and said in despair, "How could your general be so strong? I can die, but can you tell me what the end of the beast tide is? Otherwise, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." When Inoue heard this, he looked at Zhou Fei with pity in his eyes and said arrogantly, "You are a good opponent. Fortunately, you have met me. In that case, I'll let you be a wise guy." He gently patted the dust off his white clothes and continued slowly. At the end of the beast tide, the abnormality in area B2396 is the soul crystal. It's a soul crystal that even a level 69 excellent beast king would covet. After Inoue finished speaking, he waved his hand, thinking he looked very handsome, and directly ordered his subordinates Kro Tengu and Goen Banruo. Kill them all. Then he was about to turn around and leave, but when Zhou Fei heard the word soul crystal, the despair on his face disappeared, replaced by a flickering light. So it's a soul crystal? The news of this kind of noble family is better known than that of a grassroots person like me. Zhou Fei said to himself that he had put on such a good show just to obtain enough information. There are both true and false things in this play. The true aspect is that since Inoue was able to ambush him, he must have explored the Forest of Beasts far more thoroughly than he did. Zhou Fei was able to get some information from him, which would definitely help with his subsequent exploration. The fake aspect is, kill them all, Zhou Fei said with a determined look. The grudges between Da Xiao and Yinghua have always been irreconcilable. And this stupid guy in white is most likely the Destiny who provoked him on the regional channel earlier. Zhou Fei hadn't caused him any trouble yet, but now he had come to him. How could Zhou Fei let him leave safely? What? When Inoue Hao heard the same words coming out of Zhou Fei's mouth, he was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Are you going insane because of despair? Kill me." However, at this time Zhou Fei had lost interest in talking nonsense with Inoue Hao. After Alice received the order, her eyes burst into scarlet light. "Scum, the master was just teasing you just now. Now, I will make you pay for insulting my master." Alice said this very seriously. Then she clenched the power of Higanbana in her hand and chanted the spell directly. The Scarlet Witch Spirit that commands the witch world. Scarlet, the entanglement of thorn bushes. As Alice finished her spell, Alice, holding the new weapon, cast Witchcraft for the first time. Ding! Your General Alice activates the skill, Scarlet Coil, triggering the S-level unique weapon skill, Yellow Springs. Skill, Scarlet Coil successfully summons the Yellow Spring Bianhua. Skill damage increased by 30%. Beside the Yellow Spring, when a general releases a skill, there's a chance to summon the Yellow Spring Bianhua. When the judgment is successful, the Yellow Spring Bianhua will be integrated into the general's skills to increase the skill damage. Blooming on the other shore. Whenever a general releases a skill, there's a chance to trigger the authority of the other shore, and a 1% chance to trigger multicasting, releasing the skill again. Skills after multicasting can also trigger this effect. Along with the continuous prompt sounds in Zhou Fei's ears, the scarlet light on Alice's body entangled to the extreme and then gushed out. Scarlet, the entanglement of thorn bushes. Chapter 28. The first appearance of the Magnificent, killing the lord of the Sakura country. Countless thorn bushes instantly swept away Inoue Go and his soldiers. The power of just one skill swept across the entire forest. Faced with the endless vines, the soldiers under Commander Inoue Go were pushed flat on their backs like rolling gourds. Damn it! How could it be so powerful? Crow Tengu, Yiyuan Banruo, kill this damn woman for me. When Inoue Hao saw this scene, he felt a sharp pain in his teeth. Who was this masked man? The might of one of his generals was so terrifying. As Inoue Hao thought about this, he turned his gaze to Rebecca and Sherman beside Zhou Fei. Aren't these two also generals? If that's the case, then Zhou Fei's lord level must be at least above level 30. Thinking of this, Inoue Hao couldn't help but shudder. Even though he was doing so well, his current lord level was only 24, and it was simply impossible for him to collect the intermediate all-world stone required for his promotion. If he knew that Zhou Fei's current level was only level 9, his jaw would probably drop in shock. Having 3 generals at level 9, if this isn't cheating, then what is this? However, Zhou Fei didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. He just watched this battle intently. This was his first time personally experiencing a battle between lords. However, although this is the case, in reality the battle has become one-sided. Crow Tengu's body was covered with bloody holes caused by the sharp thorns. The pair of wings behind him, which were originally snow-white, were now covered with yellow-brown blood stains, and the left half of the wing was torn directly into 2 halves. The situation of Yiyuan Banruo is not much better than that of Yutengu. The resentment of Yiyuan Banruo, who is wearing a mask and is in a spirit state, has even been dispersed. And when Alice released the Scarlet Witchcraft, she was still muttering to herself. A spirit body that carries resentment. This is a rare material for refining a witch spirit doll. I'm going to share some of the pressure with my master. When Zhou Fei heard this, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and Inoue Hao fell into a state of madness. Did he hear it right? This general in a red skirt wants to turn his own generals into spellcasting materials? However, no matter how hard it was for Inoue Go to accept it, Alice had already started a feast of killing. This time, even without Rebecca's enhancement, the power of Alice's witchcraft only increased. In a flash, Crow Tengu was seriously injured, and Yiyuan Banruo was suppressed and imprisoned in place by Alice's witchcraft, and the number of soldiers under his command was only less than 1,000. You are the destiny of that Sakura country, right? A short, fat man dares to bully our daxia and dares to pick a fight with me. Zhou Fei walked up to Inoue How with a gentle smile, his eyes extremely cold. He hadn't even shown up yet, but he didn't expect that Inoue Go would come to him first. At this time, when Inoue How heard Zhou Fei's words, he finally reacted. The lord in front of him, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, was the rising star of daxia. I love eating bananas. Do you know who I am? How dare you kill my soldiers? I'm the only candidate for the king-level lord designated by Sakura country. I want you to pay the price for angering me. Even though his soldiers suffered heavy casualties, Inoue Go still stretched his neck and roared, as if he didn't know how to write the word death. At this moment, the morale of the Shikigami under Inoue Go dropped to the freezing point after losing their general and commander, and they completely lost their combat capability. According to the principles of the battlefield of all realms, a general owned by a lord cannot be turned against his will even if his loyalty drops to 0. However, the soldiers under the general can be recruited after the general dies. To put it simply, all the soldiers under Inoue Go can be recruited at this time. Both Crow Tengu and Goen Banruo are soldiers with considerable combat effectiveness in the primary area. But Zhou Fei had no intention of recruiting at this moment, but ordered Alice to kill these soldiers one by one. He wants to make Inoue Go, this Sakura country bastard, feel despair. Let him pay the price for his previous invasion of the territory of the primary lord of daxia. The battle was still going on. When Inoue Go realized that it was useless to be ruthless, he rushed into the battlefield with all his might and started fighting. But he was just a lord in his early 20s. In front of Alice, he was like a hungry baby. Inoue Hao's eyes were stern, and he was about to chant a spell. Shikigami's contract. Datian. Dying. Alice seemed to have sensed Zhou Fei's inner anger and did not give Inoue Go any chance at all. She pointed the scepter in her hand at Inoue Go, and a dazzling scarlet light burst out, directly piercing through the candidate for the state-level lord of Sakura Kingdom. Sakura country, Inoue Go. Die. Without hesitation or nonsense, Zhou Fei gave his answer with blood. Ding. The Daxia Junior Lord successfully killed the Ingwa Junior Lord Inoue How and got a chance to draw a bloody lottery. You can use this opportunity to randomly draw from the items owned by Inoue Go's territory. Are you going to draw now? The prompt sound of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield rang out, and Zhou Fei nodded slightly. Sure. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations on successfully extracting 201 primary Wanjia stones from Inoue Go's territory. Due to the particularity of the bloody extraction opportunity, the quasi-Z level talent, fortune and misfortune, cannot be triggered. I didn't expect that the problem that has troubled me for so long could be solved by this bastard. Zhou Fei looked at Inoue How, whose head and body were separated, and spat forcefully. They dared to invade the territory of their Great Xia, Lord at will, and shamelessly challenged the dignity of Great Xia. This is the price. After ordering the 3 witches to clean up the battlefield, Zhou Fei walked around the forest casually with his hands behind his back. If everything that Inoue Go said is true, then the soul crystal will definitely bring about certain changes to this forest. The coming of the beast tide must be because of this soul crystal. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei's expression gradually became serious. You know, soul crystals are rare and good things. As the name suggests, soul crystals are crystals that can bring about qualitative changes to the soul. Taking Warcraft as an example, the levels of all Warcraft are fixed from the moment they are born. No matter how much these monsters kill, no matter what level they reach, their ranks will never change. It is difficult for an ordinary monster to evolve into an elite monster in its entire life. Chapter 29, Soul Crystal. Zhou Fei breaks through the level. Even an ordinary monster at level 100 is just an ordinary monster. Soul crystals are used to break the shackles. If a Warcraft obtains soul crystals, it can cleanse its soul and thus improve its level. This is for Warcraft, but what about humans? For the human race, the role of soul crystal is very simple and crude. That is to improve the rank of the Lord's soul. As long as there are enough soul crystals, the primary Lord soul can be advanced to the intermediate level and the intermediate level to the advanced level. Taking Zhou Fei himself as an example, if he could obtain a soul crystal, then his current high-level Lord soul could be further improved, and his quasi-Z level talent might be able to evolve directly into a Z level talent. The effect of soul crystal is extremely terrifying, but at the same time, the rarity of soul crystal far exceeds anything Zhou Fei has seen so far. In the battlefield of all worlds, the last time a soul crystal appeared was 30 years ago, when Zhou Fei was not even born yet. At that time, the soul crystal appeared in a large secret realm within the advanced area of Xia. For this soul crystal, the entire area was in turmoil and bloodshed. It was the same beast tide, but the ones who blocked it at that time were all high-ranking lords who had been famous for a long time. With the deaths of dozens of high-ranking lords, the soul crystal was eventually stolen by a lord from the beautiful country. The lord directly gave the soul crystal to his general, successfully promoting him to a legendary general. And this lord is Jian, the most recognized and strongest king-level lord in the entire battlefield of all worlds. The race of his generals is the Taishu ancient dragon. Every time a soul crystal appears, it will have a huge impact on the environment. First, the attraction of soul crystals to monsters is unimaginable. Whenever soul crystals appear, there will be a large-scale tide of beasts and extreme beast kings. Second, every time the soul crystal appears, it will attract the attention of the gods. Third, when a soul crystal appears, a list dedicated to the area where the soul crystal is located will appear. That's completely in line with the rules. When Inoue Go brought up the idea of the existence of soul crystals, Zhou Fei connected together everything he had experienced before, and his mind suddenly became clear. It's really a soul crystal. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei clenched his fists excitedly. He had encountered the soul crystal in the primary area. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After the excitement, he suppressed the urge to continue exploring the depths of the forest and instead went straight back home. He has to make a foolproof plan. After returning to the territory and escaping from the gloomy environment of the forest of beasts, a smile appeared on Zhou Fei's lips. He finally got the primary all-world stone. The problem that had troubled him for so long and prevented him from upgrading was finally solved. Without any hesitation, Zhou Fei came directly to the territory base camp. Ding, Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, the materials in your territory are sufficient to upgrade the base camp. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Zhou Fei only felt his heart pounding. He was finally able to break through this damn level 9 limit. Ding. The base camp level of Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei's territory has been upgraded to level 2. Unlocked buildings, blacksmith shop, residential buildings, cloth weaving. Ding. The base camp is upgraded to level 2, and the territory technology tree is unlocked. Zhou Fei's ears were filled with continuous system prompts, but at the moment he had no time to check what new buildings had been added. Instead, he focused directly on the option of upgrading the barracks. Lord Zhou Fei currently has enough materials. Would you like to upgrade the barracks? Upgrade. Double happiness. Really double happiness. Today, he not only learned the exact information about the soul crystal, but was also able to upgrade the barracks and obtain another recruitment token. At this time, Zhou Fei was already fantasizing in his mind. The quantity and quality of the troops were critically hit, and the Lord obtained a legendary recruitment symbol. Summon a general with terrifying power. Hehe. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wipe the corner of his mouth. Ding. The barracks in the territory of Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei have been successfully upgraded to level 2, and a junior recruitment talisman multiply by 1 has been obtained. Ding. The reward triggers your talent. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Quality crit multiply by 30. Quantity crit multiply by 3. Because your talent failed to fight against the Order of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield, the critical hit of this reward failed. Congratulations, you have obtained an intermediate recruitment talisman multiply by 1. Along with the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, the originally tattered and featureless barracks in front of Zhou Fei underwent tremendous changes in an instant. The pointed top of the tower, matched with blue and red bricks and tiles, looks quite medieval and European in style. However, between these buildings, there are also the ethereal features of the ancient buildings of Daxia. Normally, the mixture of so many features would give people a feeling of confusion, but this barracks not only does not make people feel awkward, but instead has a natural feeling. This is the barracks of a human race in all worlds. Only one. Zhou Fei looked at the barracks, listened to the system's prompts, and muttered to himself. It was pretty much as he thought. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to get 3 times the number of recruitment tokens every time. He had thought of this as early as when he obtained the S-level unique equipment, the authority of Higanbana. However, the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds gave him an important message. A quasi-Z-level talent can't do it. It's impossible to successfully fight against the Order every time. What if I make my talent really become Z-level? At this moment, Zhou Fei's desire to obtain the Soul Crystal became even more determined. Recruit generals first. He shook his head vigorously to get rid of these thoughts from his mind. The reason why he returned was, on the one hand, because he needed to gain new generals to improve his strength. On the other hand, he didn't think that his current strength was qualified to face. Extreme. Level 69 Beast King. Use Intermediate Recruitment Talisman. Zhou Fei took out the recruitment talisman and spoke slowly. Along with the appearance of a teleportation light gate, the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang through his ears. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei for successfully recruiting the outstanding general of the human race in all realms. Hunmisheng. A figure wearing a black robe with pale flames burning on his body slowly walked out of the portal. When he saw Zhou Fei, he bowed respectfully. Am I resurrected? Hun Palace Hun Miesheng. Greetings to the master. This Hun Miesheng was only about 1.7 meters tall, even shorter than the Battle Witch Alice. But from the moment he appeared, the temperature in the entire territory dropped by several degrees. Soul destruction and rebirth. Race, the Soul Clan of all worlds. Level, excellent. Grade, basic attributes, strength, physical, intelligence, magic, skills, void swallowing flame fire. Equipment, none. Chapter 30, the Soul Clan's Strong One. So terrifying. Soul Clan? Soul Palace. Zhou Fei looked at Hun Miesheng's skill panel with surprise, and when he combined it with his temperament and outfit, this thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Isn't this the Soul Clan that has a love-hate relationship with Do, Emperor Xiao Yin? Fuck, I'm rich. Zhou Fei didn't expect that the human race of the 10,000 worlds covered such a wide range that even people from the Soul Clan could be recruited. After Zhou Fei nodded and looked around, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Where are the soldiers you command? Sakura Country, Guishi Shrine. Bagayulu. In the highest meeting hall of the Inoue family, an energetic old man swung the cane in his hand and kept beating the young man in front of him. And this young man was none other than Inoue Go, who had just been killed by Zhou Fei. If it weren't for your talent, you would be a corpse now. Tell me, you were killed before you even summoned the great Tengu. What a humiliation. You are not worthy of being the spokesperson for our Inoue family. Inoue Go's face was filled with resentment. He lowered his head, and his body trembled continuously. Master, I beg you to give me a chance, and let me enter area B2396 again. This time I will not be so arrogant. I will summon Lord De Tengu and Lord Shuten immediately. I will not disgrace my SSS-level companion talent. Inoue Go said with gritted teeth, as the pride of the new generation of Sakura Country. How could it be possible that he simply possessed an ordinary high-level lord's soul? SSS-level companion talent. Shikigami's Covenant. Companionship with the race of the Lord. When the Lord enters the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds, he can randomly sign a companionship contract with 3 Shikigami to make them fight for him. When the host encounters a life-and-death crisis, he can choose to sacrifice a Shikigami in exchange for a chance of resurrection. This is Inoue Go's talent, and among the 3 Shikigami who signed contracts with his accompanying talent, 2 are at the top of the Sakura Country Shikigami list. Big Tengu, Shuten Doji. For your great talent, and because you're my grandson, this is my last chance. Daxia, the Bureau of All Worlds. Old Master Tian gently pinched his temple, with 3 documents in front of him. The 3 pieces of information belong to Sunyong, Zhou Fei, and Shun Guangyi respectively. Who among the 3 of you is the one who can kill a monster like Inoue Go? Inoue Go was killed. The root cause of the shock of the anchor point in area B2396 was the Soul Crystal. Since last night, these 2 pieces of news have caused a huge storm around the world. For Daxia, if nothing unexpected happened, Inoue How was killed, then this Soul Crystal should have been engraved with Daxia's name. But it just so happened that next to the information of the 3 people, There was also a report submitted by Sunyong, the king-level Lord Daxia. The report wrote that junior lords of the Shahan organization had appeared in this beast tide riot, and they might have also set their sights on the soul crystals in the B2396 area. The soul-killing organization is an organization that does not belong to any country. Its fundamental purpose is to destroy the battlefield of all worlds and gain benefits from it. It stands on the opposite side of almost all human beings. Unfortunately, the lords in the soul-killing organization are all very powerful, and almost every one of them has invincible strength in the same realm. Mr. Jian looked at the report on the desk and felt a headache. If the soul crystal is obtained by the soul-killing organization, there will probably be a disaster radiating from the B2396 area. At that time, all the lords near the B2396 area may be swept away by this disaster and lose their lives. Since there was no way to communicate internally with the battlefield of all worlds, no matter how anxious Mr. Jian was at this moment, he could only pray silently in his heart. Pray that Zhou Fei, Sunyong, and Shun Guangyi can successfully obtain the soul crystal. No, old soul, you really don't have any strange fire? I don't believe it. I remember you should have a strange fire. In the territory, Zhou Fei's name for Han Miesheng has changed to Old Huntu. Han Miesheng sits in front of Zhou Fei, shaking his head like a rattle, and the word nothing is almost written on his face. Zhou Fei just nodded when he heard that, but he was in a very excited state. After his torture, just now, the level of the Soul Clan General is also 50. And similarly, this old soul has no soldiers to command, but he possesses an incredible skill. Binding Soul, Soul Clan's innate skill. When a general kills an enemy, he can choose to bind his soul. When the soul is successfully restrained, the soul will be transformed into the general soldier. The current soul can be controlled by Han Miesheng at most, 0 out of 3. Bind the soul. Zhou Fei had specifically asked about the restrictions that bound the soul, but the answer he got was, no limit, no matter whether it is an elite monster or a lord general. As long as they are defeated successfully, they can all be restrained. In other words, although Han Miesheng had no soldiers, he was able to create 3 generals for Zhou Fei out of thin air. As for other skills, Han Miesheng was hesitant and couldn't explain clearly, so Zhou Fei had to give up. You will understand it when the real battle comes. After settling Han Miesheng, Zhou Fei turned his gaze to the territory base camp. When he saw that the material needed to upgrade the base camp again was only an intermediate-level Wanjie stone, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who could stop me this time? Without the constraints of level, his level-up speed will only get faster and faster. He is about to start conquering the battlefield of all worlds. In addition to the barracks upgrade, this time there is an additional interface for upgrading the base camp's level, which is the technology tree interface. After Zhou Fei clicked into this interface, he was instantly dazzled by the large number of branches. This technology tree is actually a towering tree. On this digitized tree, there are thousands of options for Zhou Fei to choose from. Each time you light up a branch, you need 1 technology point. And currently, Zhou Fei has 10 technology points. Wow, is this the technology tree that even the Wanjie Bureau couldn't give the best option for? It's really complicated. The technology tree is a page that gives all lords a headache. It is also a product of the battlefield of all worlds that many countries have pondered for decades, but have not been able to come up with the best option. Because the options contained in the technology tree vary from person to person, some lords prefer territory construction, while others prefer leading generals to fight. And what about Zhou Fei? He looked at the technology tree for a long time and finally found the option he wanted to upgrade. Bad luck. After unlocking this option, the lord's chance of encountering monsters increases by 10%. That's right, it's you. Chapter 31. The Soul-Killing Organization. The Terrifying Elite Leader Attacks. Bad luck may have a negative effect on others, but for me, no one could have imagined that Zhou Fei's first step on the technology tree would actually start with negative effects. Normal lords would choose a moderate option, either precision to increase the speed of territory construction, or bravery to increase the combat effectiveness of soldiers. The way he developed the technology tree, he could be considered the number 1 in the battlefield of all realms. After Zhou Fei chose to unlock bad luck, the next option in his science and technology was named extreme bad luck. In Zhou Fei's eyes, The specific effects of this talent are currently all, and it requires a full 100 technology points to unlock. We ordinary people are so happy today. Good things happen one after another, making Zhou Fei feel extremely happy. He glanced at the setting sun and felt even better when he thought that the list would be settled soon. At this moment, when the fiery red sun at dusk dyed large areas of clouds red, something strange suddenly happened. Outside Zhou Fei's territory, extremely thick black smoke suddenly rose among the colorful clouds in the sky. The black smoke was mixed with the extremely pungent smell of saltpeter. With the appearance of the thick smoke, Zhou Fei felt that the temperature near his territory had even increased by several degrees. Master, enemy attack. Just as Zhou Fei was staring at the billowing black smoke, Han Miesheng, wearing a black hood, suddenly appeared beside him and spoke respectfully. Zhou Fei nodded when he heard this, looked at the billowing black smoke, and asked, "Can you tell what kind of monster it is?" When Han Miesheng was about to answer, the billowing smoke was approaching Zhou Fei's territory at a rapid speed. There was no need for Han Miesheng to answer. Zhou Fei could see the monster hidden in the black smoke on his own. They were a group of huge flying monsters. Each of them was about 7 or 8 meters long, and their bodies were extremely strong. The wings behind them were like those of bats. These monsters are covered with palm-sized scales, showing a strange black and gray color, and their foreclaws are huge, demonstrating their terrifying attack capabilities. Western Dragon. Zhou Fei's heart tightened when he saw these monsters. He immediately recognized the attacking monsters based on these characteristics. In the battlefield of all realms, there are not many creatures that can be called dragons. Generally, there are only Western dragons that are like big lizards and Kainglongs that are full of oriental characteristics. Including the Taishu ancient dragon, this clan is also collectively called Western dragons. Zhou Fei looked at the dozen or so Western dragons and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Here comes with bad intentions. But how could a herd of beasts of this magnitude attack the territory for no reason? The myriad world's battlefield didn't give any corresponding hints. At the end of the rising black smoke, the member of the Evil Soul organization who had appeared beside the Extreme Beast King before was also flying in the air. Western Dragon, Iron-Eating Ant, Golden-Winged Rock, Soul-Eating Demon. Driven by him, countless elite leader-level monsters scattered in all directions in a targeted manner. I hope you will like my gift. It took me a lot of energy to drive these little guys. I originally planned to give them to you on the last day. The young man from the soul-destroying organization rubbed his forehead gently with his hand, and he looked quite elegant and graceful. What a pity. The junior lords in Area B2396 are too powerful. You guys are developing so rapidly, so you can't blame me, right? A junior lord of the beautiful country in the territory of Marshall. Marshall, with his muscular body and 1.5-inch beard, wore a lord's helmet that looked like a urinal and a very sci-fi monocle on his left eye. I have to say that his mixed outfit has a bit of magical ruralism feel. Master, after you unlock the technology tree, the current progress of installing the attack chip of the Mark I prototype is 66.7%. Marshall continued to study the data about the Iron Man suit. While he was studying, he heard the voice of artificial intelligence in his ears. This is his S-level talent as the soul of a high-level lord. Artificial intelligence, S-level talent. An artificial intelligence brain with extremely terrifying computing power will appear in the Lord's territory. It can plan the territory for the Lord. When the Lord's race is related to machinery, the brain can also assist the Lord in battle. The Iron Man race that Marshall awakened, combined with his talent, far surpasses the average Lord who possesses the soul of a high-level Lord. Got it. Let's continue the experiment. After muttering something, Marshall continued to devote himself to his scientific research. At this moment, his monocle suddenly flashed with red light, representing a warning. Warning! Warning! 14 elite leader-level monsters appeared outside the territory. Due to insufficient data collection, we are unable to determine their species. AI Davis will immediately conduct data analysis for this territory defense battle. Analysis successful. The probability of the territory being destroyed is 66.7%. It is recommended that the Lord abandon the territory and survive. The voice of artificial intelligence Davis kept ringing in Marshall's ears, and Marshall was panicked for a moment, but then he regained his composure. Oh, shit. Davis, what are you talking about? As a lord, how could I give up my territory? Aren't there some Unit 1S that have already been modified? Let's try these elite monsters. Marshall said excitedly, and then pressed a red button directly. In an instant, a large number of Mark I steel battle suits emerged from the high-tech barracks. These suits were all covered with red and gold metal coatings and looked extremely noble. And the war machine, release it together. Marshall said happily that although the territory would encounter beast tides every day, those ordinary monsters would be shattered at the touch of the iron armor's drastic laser cannon. For a madman like him, it is really not challenging. This time, he encountered more than a dozen elite monsters, which is a good opportunity for him to train his troops. Marshall not only summoned 2,000 iron suits, he even dived directly into the general-level iron suit and war machine. This is the extraordinary thing about the unique race of the beautiful country. The Lord can directly enter the iron suit and become one with the general. In this state, the combat power that the iron suit can exert far exceeds 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Iron suit, war machine. Level, 25. Quality, rare general. Attributes: strength 800 + 1,000 intelligence, 800 + 1,000 body, 800 + 1,000 magic, 500 + 1,000. Although the war machine is only level 25, once Marshall enters the mecha, its attributes are definitely comparable to those of a level 40 general. Chapter 32. Soul of a High-Ranking Lord. Death. Davis. Full power. Woohoo. Following Marshall's order, the war machine's footsteps spewed out orange-yellow flames, and it jumped out directly. Outside the territory, more than a dozen giant ants with a body length of 2 meters are slowly approaching, leaving a pool of silver-gray liquid on the ground wherever they walk. The Mark I steel mechas in the sky had no resistance at all in front of these ants. Once they got close, they would be clamped directly. Then swallow. The silver-gray liquid is the trace left by these ants after they swallowed the iron armor. Fuck it. Why is it this kind of monster? When Marshall saw this scene, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and Artificial Intelligence Davis also gave data analysis. Iron-eating ants. Level 30 to 35 elite warcraft. Total attributes between 1,500-2,000. Social type monsters. Additional AI analysis. Skill. Iron devouring. Causes an additional 50% damage to metal creatures. Jian. Alien characteristics, strength increased by an additional 100%. Marshall opened his mouth with a curse from the American nation. This monster that specializes in devouring steel must be the natural enemy of his iron armor. Master. AI Davis has analyzed that the chance of winning this battle has dropped again to only 5%. Recommendation: evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, Marshall immediately decided to control the iron armor and leave, but it was too late. After seeing the iron armors everywhere, the leader elite warcraft iron ants opened their mouth parts excitedly. Buzz! They let out ugly and shrill cries, and the sound waves condensed from the cries spread out and actually attracted back all the iron armors that had already evacuated. It's like a piece of iron meeting a magnet. Danger! More than 10% of the Iron Man suits in the current territory have been destroyed. The loyalty of the Mark I suit has dropped. The prompt sound of Artificial Intelligence Davis kept ringing in Marshall's ears, and at this time, wearing a war machine, he could only maintain his body from being attracted by it. The damage is over 20%. Loyalty has fallen again. Shut up. Shut your mouth. The continuous reminder sounds made Marshall feel upset. He roared and said loudly, "So what if they're damaged? These Mark I tanks are destined to be eliminated. As long as their reactors are not destroyed, they can be repaired with steel materials. Charge, launch a suicide attack." There was no way to escape, so Marshall ordered his soldiers to start fighting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At Marshall's command, the energy cannons in the palms of all the iron armors began to accumulate energy, and a moment later, they started a round of concentrated firing. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beams bombarded the iron-eating ants, leaving deep and shallow dents. Several iron-eating ants had their shells shattered by the bombardment, and green blood flowed out. Good. Davis, is there something wrong with your calculations? How can there only be a 5% chance of winning? Seeing his success, Marshall spoke excitedly, but when Davis's voice sounded again, his chances of winning were still decreasing. The chance of winning this battle is only 1%. Lord's chance of escape, 0.1%. Chance of survival, 0.05%. After hearing this, Marshall forcefully tore off the monocle on his eye, which was the device through which the artificial intelligence communicated with him. "You piece of shit, I'll show you how I kill these monsters." As he spoke, he continued to order his steel soldiers to attack. If you don't have enough energy, just use your physical body to attack. Under this attack, more than a dozen iron-eating ants were beaten back one after another, and in Marshall's ears, the reminder of declining loyalty was also ringing frantically. Good opportunity. All battle suits. Self-destruct. After several attacks, the iron-eating ants were covered with wounds, and when Marshall saw this, he actually ordered all his iron armors to self-destruct. It's just a pile of steel and data. If I can successfully kill a dozen elite monsters, I can definitely upgrade to level 30. Sacrificing a bunch of junk to summon a more powerful suit. This deal is totally worth it. As a native of the United States, Marshall has no master-servant spirit at all, and he does not regard his men in iron armor as real soldiers. He has completely fallen into a state of madness. Start the killing process. Ding. Wanja battlefield reminder. The loyalty of the soldiers under the junior Lord Marshal of the beautiful country has exceeded -100, and all of them have turned against him. Lord, please be careful. What Marshall didn't expect was that due to his negligence, the loyalty of his iron soldiers had dropped to -100. The loyalty of soldiers will drop to 0, at most depending on the number of casualties. If you want the loyalty to be negative, the Lord needs to do something extreme. For example, insulting soldiers, forcing them to give orders, etc. But it is rare for someone like Marshall to have a loyalty level of -100. When he ordered the iron armor to start the killing program, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang out. The next second, the blue eyes of all the iron armors suddenly turned blood red, and the energy piles on their chests began to operate at overload. No. What Marshall didn't expect was that the killing program he activated would backfire, as those iron armors had no intention of attacking the iron-eating ants. Instead, fireworks were set off in Marshall's territory. The terrifying energy beam swept wildly, and after releasing the energy, these iron armors all rushed towards Marshall, who was in the war machine. Boom! Boom, boom. Explosions sounded continuously. Even though the attributes of the war machine were comparable to those of a level 40 general, it was still shattered in front of the fireworks formed by the self-detonation of hundreds of iron armor suits. No! God! Please! No! At this time, Marshall came to his senses and shouted, but the matter was done, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Finally, under the continuous explosions, the war machine became a flower in the sky, full of fireworks. With the rebellion of the Iron Ants and the Iron Armor, Marshall became the first lord with the soul of a high-level lord to be killed in the conspiracy of the Soul Eater organization. You evil lackeys deserve to be cleansed by the holy light. At the same time, on the other side, the white and young Shengguangyi's territory was also attacked by a large-scale elite monster. The monsters she encountered could no longer be called monsters. Bright Sacrifice. Level 30 to 35 elite race of all worlds. Total attributes between 1500-2000. Under the deliberate guidance of the young people of the Shan organization, the magical beasts encountered by each lord were actually targeted. Chapter 33. The Terrifying Dragon. The Witch's Natural Nemesis. Brother Liu, the light on these people is so dazzling. Will we be defeated? As the Lord, Shun Guangyi looked a little timid at this time, and actually hid behind his general. The Hell Angel Lucifer looked at the priests with holy light shining on their bodies and just snorted with disdain. Light can never overcome darkness. In the face of endless darkness, light can only dissipate. Michael doesn't even dare to say that he can cleanse me. So how dare you, a bunch of reptiles, say that? Although Lucifer's wings were broken, his power was still extremely terrifying. He didn't need Shen Guangyi's orders at all. He simply waved the sword in his hand and issued a devil's decree. Mastiff bathed in magma and fire poison. Obey your master's call and tear these enemies who invade purgatory into pieces. Along with Lucifer's shouts, huge three-headed hellhounds crawled out from the barracks that looked like the gates of purgatory. Purgatory, three-headed dog. Race, hell. Level, 35. Quality, rare general. Basic attributes, strength 2500, body 1500, intelligence 1, magic 1. Skills, purgatory shot, bite. Equipment, none. Without Shun Guangyi's order, Lucifer could directly command the second general recruited from the territory. Following the shout, an extremely huge three-headed hellhound appeared in front of Shun Guangyi. Its entire body was covered with a lingering hellfire. The diameter of its three heads was nearly 1 meter, and its fangs alone were as long as an adult's forearm. Moreover, a foul-smelling dark brown liquid continued to drip from the fangs, and it was obvious that the general had just finished eating. When the group of light priests saw the three-headed hellhound, they panicked. When a huge three-headed hellhound brought 1,000 smaller three-headed hellhounds to attack them. Without any resistance, it was crushed into pieces. That night, almost all the lords with high-level lord souls were attacked, including Lord Sunyong of Daxia, Lord Shunguangyi of Daxia, Lord Mashi'er of the Beautiful Country, Lord Hubble of the Ganges River, Lord Fengjin of the Goryeo Country. Although the elite monsters are terrifyingly powerful, these heroes are no pushovers either. In the end, very few lords are actually killed in the battle. Only poor Marshall. However, the elite leader monster caused serious casualties to the soldiers under these lords, and they were unable to go out to explore in the short term. Black smoke rolled in from Zhou Fei's territory, and the terrifying figure of the Western Dragon was seen approaching the territory. 5,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. As the distance got closer, Zhou Fei felt his breathing getting faster and faster. Bright and dazzling black and red scales, huge wings that are several meters long when spread out, and yellowish-brown vertical eyes. This turned out to be a fully adult black dragon, and his pair of vertical eyes, which were pure without any impurities, showed his bloodline. Pure-blooded dragon. It's actually a pure-blooded adult black dragon. Defend against the enemy. The black dragon slowly approached, and Zhou Fei directly ordered the witch trio and Han Niesheng to prepare to fight the enemy. No matter where in the world, as long as a dragon appears, even if it is a hybrid, it almost represents the strongest combat power in that area. A pure-blooded dragon possesses combat power comparable to that of the ultimate Beast King. Black Dragon, Pure Blood. Level 70 King level Warcraft. Total attributes above 20,000. When the Black Dragon's attributes appeared in Zhou Fei's vision, he took another breath. This Black Dragon is actually a King-level monster, and its level even exceeds the upper limit of the primary area. How is this possible? Who? As the Black Dragon approached, he roared to the sky, and then a huge ball of fire swept towards the wooden wall. Ding! The territory of Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei has been attacked. The wooden walls have suffered irreparable damage, and the upper limit of durability has been permanently reduced by 20,000. Current wall durability, 80,000/80,000. Dragon Breath. This is the dragon's innate racial talent. Under the burning of the dragon's flames, the durability of the city wall was reduced by 1/5, and the durability limit was directly destroyed, making it impossible to repair. Call. When the Black Dragon saw that his dragon breath failed to destroy the city wall, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then its huge figure descended directly on Zhou Fei's territory, and the overwhelming shadow enveloped the entire territory. The Black Dragon stared at Zhou Fei with his scarlet eyes. His eyes, as big as a basin, were full of laughter, and it felt like... It's like looking at your own pet. Such power. Can you get it? When Zhou Fei felt this contemptuous look, he couldn't help but clench his fists. As a human being, I am looked down upon by the evil beasts. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Han Niesheng's hands were surging with the obscure light that belonged only to the Soul Palace. After some calculation, he shook his head, and the three witches also shook their heads with grim expressions. In their world, the natural enemy of witches is the Dragon Clan. Because of the dragon's innate scales, it is immune to more than 99% of witchcraft. Roar! Zhou Fei was still thinking about it, but the Black Dragon on the other side had no intention of letting Zhou Fei go. It flapped its wings, and more than a dozen black shadows fell from the sky and landed directly in the territory. Dragon Man, pure-blooded dragon variant. Level 40 to 45 rare boss monster. Total attributes are between 4000 to 5000. Unexpectedly, this giant dragon was so terrifying that it summoned more than a dozen half-dragon men with just a flap of its wings. Roar. This is not the end. When the giant dragon saw the 300 witch spirits in Zhou Fei's territory, it roared again. Ding! Black Dragon Amulori activates his skill, Dragon Might. The witch spirit attributes of 300 soldiers under the command of Daxia Lord Zhou Fei are suppressed. Their combat effectiveness is reduced by 10%. Ding! Wu Ling is naturally restrained by the Dragon Clan, and your generals Alice, Rebecca/Sherman's attributes are reduced by an additional 20%. The decisive blow. Zhou Fei didn't expect that the dragon could suppress the Witch Clan to such an extent. Moreover, under the influence of dragon power, the combat effectiveness of these mutant dragon people increased significantly. After Zhou Fei silently calculated in his mind, he actually came up with the data that made him despair. As one group gained strength while the other lost strength, the three witches could barely resist a mutant dragon man each. You know, Zhou Fei has always relied on the outstanding combat power of the witch trio. Now in front of the mutant dragon man, no matter in terms of numbers or combat power, they are completely crushed. As for the witch spirits summoned by Alice and others, there is no need to consider them. They're only level 9, they are no match for me at all. Just when Zhou Fei felt that something was wrong, Han Miesheng suddenly let out a hee-hee laugh. A bunch of four-legged reptiles, unable to deal with the big ones. How can you small ones still commit crimes? Let me give you a taste of my soul palace's soul-binding and soul-locking power. Chapter 34. First reveal. The Soul Palace's terrifying strength. When Zhou Fei was terrified, Han Miesheng suddenly took a step forward and stood directly in front of the witch trio and Zhou Fei. After entering the battlefield of all worlds, this powerful man, who was formerly a 5-star fighting saint, also had many more memories in his mind. He naturally knew that in front of the Dragon Clan, the Witch Clan had no power to fight back. However, although the mutant dragon people did not understand what Han Miesheng was saying, from his contemptuous expression, these mutant dragon people only felt that they were being violated. Roar! Roar! These mutant dragon men spit out their scarlet tongues, and the next second, raging flames swept towards Zhou Fei and others again. This is the skill of the mutant dragon man. Weakened dragon breath. Although these dragon breaths are not as scarlet and huge as those of the black dragon Amulori, the combined dragon breaths of more than a dozen mutant dragon men are powerful enough to make everyone stunned. However, Han Miesheng, who was standing at the front of the team, did not show any sign of fluctuation at all. Are you trying to destroy me with fire? A helpless smile appeared on Han Miesheng's face, and when Zhou Fei saw this scene, the life of Han Miesheng suddenly emerged in his mind. Puff! Zhou Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing, and after Han Miesheng noticed this, he glanced at him calmly. Who is Han Miesheng? The Lord of the Soul Palace. Although the Soul Palace mainly attacks with soul power, it should be afraid of fire. But they can't resist the fact that their biggest enemy in Soul Palace is Emperor Yin Xiaoyan. How could he not know the art of controlling fire? Nothingness swallows the flames. Accompanied by a hilarious scene, Han Miesheng slowly spit out a ball of almost illusory flame, which collided with the dragon's breath. As soon as the two flames collided, Zhou Fei covered his ears. Laugh. However, what he didn't expect was that the shocking explosion he imagined did not happen. Instead, the dragon's breath was ignited again in front of the void flame, like a ball of cotton, and then quickly dissipated in the air. That feeling was as if the void-swallowing flame fire had directly swallowed up the dragon's breath. Hee, you four-legged reptiles dare to play with fire in front of me. I put out your fire, just like Xiao the kid. Hami Shenghua was halfway through his speech when his cheek suddenly twitched and he stopped talking. When the three witches saw this scene, they also felt a little puzzled. They had no clear understanding of Han Miesheng's past and could only look at Zhou Fei in confusion. At this moment, Zhou Fei's cheeks were twitching from trying so hard to hold back his laughter. After a long pause, he spoke. He might mean that the flames of these dragon people are to him just like his flames are to an old friend of his. After swallowing the dragon's breath, the void-swallowing flame did not stop its footsteps. The flame that seemed to be swaying was actually flying toward the dragon man at an extremely fast speed. Sure. Accompanied by the harsh sound of burning flesh. The void-swallowing flame, fire performed great military exploits and actually burned 5 mutant dragon men to death. Moreover, these 5 dragon men didn't even have any resistance. They were burned into charcoal from the inside out and then dissipated with the wind. The power of this blow is so terrifying. Zhou Fei touched his chin, took a breath, and said. Then he patted his head again. No, I was led astray. When the black dragon Amilori in the sky saw this scene, his scarlet eyes also glowed with anger. Although these mutant dragon men were nothing more than the products of his indulgence with some magical beasts, if he wanted to create them, he could continuously create an army of dragon men. However, the feeling of having its offspring crushed by a group of weak, 2-legged beasts made this terrifying giant beast feel very uncomfortable. Roar! The black dragon Amilori let out a loud roar towards the sky, and at the same time, bits of black and red light burst out from its body and directly flowed into the bodies of the remaining mutant dragon men. As soon as these dragon men came into contact with the black light, they instantly let out a roar like chicken blood, and then their muscles became engorged with blood, and even the dragon scales on their bodies completely exploded, revealing the bright red tender flesh. The black dragon Amilori uses the dragon talent, blood rage, on his hybrid offspring. The strength and physical attributes of all mutant dragons are doubled, and the wisdom and magic attributes are reset to 0. Ding! The level of the black dragon Amilori has exceeded the primary area limit. The Wanjib battlefield will expel the black dragon Amilori in 10 seconds. Please hold on, Lord. Countdown. The prompt sounds from the battlefield of all worlds came one after another, and Zhou Fei felt a little jealous when he looked at those mutant dragon men with bared teeth and bloodshot eyes. Holding on for 10 seconds is easy to say in this battlefield of all realms. You must know that although a Millelite did not take action, even so, after blood rage, the strength and physical attributes of these dragon people broke through 5 digits. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that his flames were very effective, Han Misheng waved out another ball of fire. This time, before the void-devouring flame fire could get close to the dragon man, it was blown away by their powerful force. Why are these reptiles suddenly so powerful? Han Misheng also realized that the situation was not good. Although he did not have any warnings from the battlefield of 10,000 worlds, as an experienced warrior, he naturally noticed the changes. Old Soul, these dragon men's strength and physical attributes have doubled. Their intelligence and magic have returned to 0. Stay away from them for now. Upon seeing this, Zhou Fei quickly relayed the reminder of the battlefield of all realms to Han Misheng. Time was tight and the task was heavy, so he didn't have time to tell Han Misheng anything like holding on for 10 seconds. After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Han Misheng not only did not think of retreating, but his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Master, thank you in advance for your reminder. Capture the soul. Han Misheng let out a clear cry, then took out 2 Soul Palace standard chains. I saw a gray-black power rising rapidly from his chains. This power seemed extremely mysterious. Zhou Fei felt as if his soul was being sucked away just by watching from afar. The next second, Han Misheng did not retreat, but advanced instead, and actually rushed directly towards the remaining dozen or so mutant dragon men. Fuck! Zhou Fei was also stunned when he saw this scene. What does this mean? Was Han Misheng crazy because of Xiaoyan? With this old guy's physique, wouldn't he be beaten into a pulp in a close combat? However, the next second, Han Misheng's actions directly overturned all the thoughts in Zhou Fei's mind. Chapter 35, Expulsion. Strange coordinates in the regional channel. I saw 2 chains wrapping around the Dragon Man's body. The Dragon Man had a look of disdain on his face and waved his hand to separate the chains. However, even though the Dragon Man possessed a terrifying strength of over 6,000, he was unable to move the chains at all. Instead, the chains directly bound the Dragon Man's arms, and then directly pull his soul out of his body. A bunch of beasts without soul power. What's the use of brute force? As Han Misheng spoke, he swung the chain in his hand and cut it off, cleanly and neatly pulling all the dragon people's souls out of their bodies. Wonderful. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, his eyes lit up. No wonder the old guy dared to rush forward like this. After the dragon man, bleeding burst, he lost his mind, and all his intelligence and magic attributes returned to 0. It may be very tricky for Zhou Fei and others, but for Han Miesheng, it means a complete loss of soul power. Isn't this kind of enemy what the Soul Clan likes the most? Countdown 3, 2, 1. Expel. As the sound of the battlefield of all worlds fell, the black dragon Amilori in the sky suddenly let out a shrill wail. Along with this wailing sound, the scales on its body that looked like they were carved from black pearls suddenly collapsed, and dragon blood gushed out. Feeling the pain, it let out a deafening roar and flew away from Zhou Fei's territory. After it left the area, its injuries gradually improved, but when it left, it stared at Zhou Fei's figure fiercely and wanted to remember him deeply in its heart. No, it was done by the battlefield of 10,000 worlds. It has nothing to do with me. The black dragon Amilori obviously blamed Zhou Fei for this, and he would settle the score with him in the future. Zhou Fei was so helpless at this moment. It's really not me. Although the battlefield of all worlds solved his urgent problem, it seemed that it did not completely solve it. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the Warcraft mutant dragon man and received 10 energy crystals as a reward. Ding! 6S talent blessing and disaster is triggered. Quantity critical hit multiplied by 3. Quality critical hit multiplied by 30. The Lord receives 30 energy ice crystals as reward. Ding! Daxia's Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the Warcraft mutant dragon man. After the killing, the rewards in the battlefield of all worlds will naturally not be small. In addition to the high list points rewards, these mutant dragon people together produced a total of nearly 400 energy ice crystals for Zhou Fei. This is a lot of money. Since the last battle of the Divine Glory fragments, Zhou Fei's treasury has been almost emptied by Alice. Although he was rewarded with 3 energy gold crystals later, those could be used to upgrade the ranks of generals after all, so it is naturally impossible to spend them as ordinary currency. Although he killed many monsters while exploring the forest later, there are still some expenses in upgrading the territory. Overall, spending is not enough to cover income. During this period, he was in a serious financial deficit. This time, the reward for killing the mutant dragon man really gave him some blood back. Energy crystals, 168 pieces. Energy ice crystals, 417 pieces. Energy gold crystal, 3 pieces. Energy divine crystal, none. Looking at his small wallet that was full again, Zhou Fei couldn't help but smile happily. Old soul, you're the first to contribute in this battle. You could tell me anything you want. Zhou Fei walked to Han Miesheng's side. At this time, he had just selected 3 dragon souls that he liked the most for transformation. When he heard Zhou Fei's words, he also smiled brightly. Master, I have reached the pinnacle of my life, and there is nothing I want. The only thing I want is the head of Dodi Xiaoyan. Before Han Miesheng finished speaking, Zhou Fei turned his head and looked at the sky where the black smoke had not yet dissipated, and said to himself, "The moon is so round tonight. Hey, Alice, look, there's a big black dragon baring its teeth at me over there. How strange." At the end of the battle, Zhou Fei and Han Miesheng both gained a lot of benefits. Although the witch trio did not participate in the battle, they also gained a lot when they manipulated their witch spirits to clean up the battlefield later. Indeed, the dragon clan is the nemesis of witches, but a lot of witchcraft of the witch clan requires dragon blood as the material. Under the suppression of the battlefield of all worlds, the black dragon Amilori shed a large amount of dragon blood, which is a rare good thing. Many witches and spirits mutated immediately upon coming into contact with the black dragon's blood, especially the scarlet tree spirits under Alice. Most of them successfully broke through to level 15, and some of the best ones even reached level 19. Crimson Treeman Elite. Level 15 to 19, promoted as the combat witch's level increases. Comprehensive 4 dimensions, between 1200 to 1500. Army rank, rare. Talent, hard body, formerly rough body. Reduces sharp damage received by 40%, formerly 30%. Fear of fire, formerly weak fire. Increases fire attribute damage received by 20%, formerly 30%. When Zhou Fei saw the brand New Scarlet Tree Demon panel, the corners of his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Previously, he only knew that which spirits could evolve, but when these tree spirits really evolved, he couldn't help but be surprised. Ding! Today's national fortune ranking is calculated. Ding! Lord's personal ranking is calculated. The battle came to an end, and Zhou Fei felt upset when he heard the prompt sound in his ear. Without any surprise, Zhou Fei and Xia ranked first on the list. And there is no doubt that the battlefield of all worlds rewarded Zhou Fei with a bunch of garbage. The amount of garbage multiplied by 3 is still garbage. I'm looking forward to it. When the final ranking is calculated, will you give me a big one? Zhou Fei shook his head, dealt with the reward casually, and then went to rest. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky and the scorching midday sun slowly set, Zhou Fei opened his eyes. It's already noon. What's going on? Zhou Fei rubbed his sleepy eyes. He just felt that he had a very sweet sleep. What's going on? The beast tide didn't come. He underestimated it twice. After walking out of the Lord's Hall and looking outside the territory, he found that there was no beast tide coming. He instantly felt something was wrong. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Zhou Fei doesn't think this is a good thing. While Zhou Fei was still questioning why the beast tide did not come, other lords who possessed primary lord souls or intermediate lord souls and had not been attacked at night had already started chatting in the regional channel. Because there was no beast tide attacking, these lords only felt that the pressure was suddenly reduced, and when they had free time, they naturally wanted to brag about it. B2396. Did you see that Tieming's name was not on the list yesterday? I guess brother Jiao has already taken him down. Mad Wolf B2396. I recruited a rare level 25 general. Wow. I'm invincible. Daogyo B2396. There's a group of goblins around my territory. Is there anyone who could team up to kill them? Chapter 36. Stinky. Disgusting slime. The regional channel was bustling with activity. After the beast tide disappeared, the lords began to communicate more closely. Zhou Fei is probably the only one in the entire B2396 area who knows what happened to Inoue Go's disappearance. At least, before he makes a comeback. Zhou Fei sat in the territory hall, watching the exchanges in the regional channel with great interest, which was somewhat similar to the online games he played when he was in high school. He even saw 2 people arguing in the regional channel over a piece of D-level lord equipment. Just when Zhou Fei thought that he should prepare some melon seeds and peanuts in advance and watch the show well, a message in the regional channel caught his attention. Gorgeous little fox demon B2396, selling the coordinates of the native tribe at a low price. The monsters are of a very high level, and they're definitely minerals. If you're interested, please send me a private message for an offer. Native tribe, with minerals. The moment Zhou Fei saw this message, he felt a little excited. What is the biggest problem he faces now? It's experience. This is an old problem. Apart from trying hard to kill monsters, Zhou Fei really can't think of any good solution. If I can conquer a native territory and then shatter the heart of the territory, my level increase speed will be greatly increased. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. There are 2 options to conquer the native territory. One is to occupy it, and the other is to crush the Lord's heart. The difference between the 2 is that after occupation, the Lord is equivalent to having a second territory, which is suitable for lords who want long-term development. To crush the Lord's heart, all the buildings in the original territory will be directly demolished. A large amount of materials can be obtained in the early stage, and the ownership of the territory will also belong to the Lord. However, it is very difficult to rebuild it. Moreover, if you choose to crush the Lord's heart, you can also obtain a substantial experience bonus. In this way, Zhou Fei feels that it is not impossible for him to reach the level 30 threshold. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei directly opened the chat box of the charming little fox demon. I love bananas B2396. What's the price? Is it true? I want the monster's detailed information. At the same time, on the other side, in the territory of a great Xia lord, Tian Xinya, a handsome girl with long, thick black hair, looked at the private message on the regional channel and couldn't help but open her cherry mouth. I love eating bananas. The mysterious lord of Daxia. She is the charming little fox demon and also Sun Zhang's childhood sweetheart. How could such a huge Buddha be attracted here? Tian Xinya never expected that the message she sent on the regional channel could cause such a big stir. Not only Zhou Fei, many lords were tempted and sent her private messages. There are those from Daxia, and there are also those from other countries. This sudden scene made Tian Xinya a little anxious for a moment. Gorgeous little fox demon B2396. How about a D-level or higher general equipment, or an energy ice crystal? Tian Xinya replied one by one in order, but when she just sent the conditions to Zhou Fei, the latter replied immediately. I love bananas B2396. /OK. Send me the monster information and trade directly. After seeing the OK expression that came with a regional channel, Zhou Fei directly clicked on the transaction column. It was a coincidence that Zhou Fei was worried about where to deal with the pile of garbage from the list rewards, and Tian Xinya offered him such a condition. The main thing is that the equipment rewarded in the list are all standardized, and each piece costs only 1 energy crystal when dropped into the Wanjimal. It's really tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. Since someone wanted them now, Zhou Fei simply traded them all to Tian Xinya. Ding! Dasha Junior Lord Tian Xinya. You have obtained 13 pieces of C-level general equipment and 21 pieces of C-level lord equipment through trading. When the transaction was completed, Tian Xinya heard a prompt in her ear, and a big exclamation mark appeared on her handsome face. Gorgeous little fox demon B2396. Brother Jiao, are you mistaken? I only want one. I love eating bananas B2396. Take it if it's given to you. If there are such coordinates next time, remember to inform me immediately. Zhou Fei closed the regional channel with a smile, took out the coordinates and monster information he had just obtained, and directly ordered everyone to get ready to set off. After he came back from the forest of beasts, he never mentioned the matter of soul crystals again. It was not that Zhou Fei did not covet soul crystals, but because of his current strength. The probability of obtaining soul crystals is less than 10%. Although he was very strong, he didn't think he had the strength to compete with the level 69 Extreme Beast King. Not to mention the Extreme Beast King, even the Black Dragon. Zhou Fei couldn't do anything to him. All he can do now is to quickly upgrade his level to level 30 and recruit a general. Set off. On this trip, Zhou Fei only brought Alice and Han Yesheng. He had read the detailed information of the native territory. Having these 2 powerful generals is enough. At the same time, on the other side, in Sunyong's territory, he was staring at his own regional channel, which contained a message from the charming little fox demon, his childhood sweetheart. Gorgeous little fox demon B2396. Ayong, these are the coordinates of the native territory. I don't have the ability to explore, but it may be of some use to you. Also, I earned these equipment by selling coordinates. Take a look and see if there is anything you like. Sunyong only felt that his heart was wrapped in a warmth. He hesitated for a long time and finally replied, Dragon B2396. No thanks, you can keep the equipment. I'll go explore this coordinate. Sunyong was also very interested in this native territory. After all, the native territory was one of the few areas worth exploring within the primary area. Zhou Fei, who was full of pragmatism, had already arrived at the area and near the coordinates. Chapter 37 Native Territory. King of Slime. Slime. Level 25 to 30 ordinary monsters. An extremely weak population can give birth to extremely powerful individuals. In the woods, dozens of slimes looked at each other, as if they realized that Zhou Fei and others were not easy to mess with, and they chose to run away in a very humane way. Slime. These humans are catching up. Slime? Slime. We have to go back quickly. Once we go back, the Great King will protect us. These slimes are emerald green all over, and they twist wildly on the ground like giant balls of jelly, looking quite funny. Zhou Fei and others followed from a distance behind. They wanted to capture this native territory in one fell swoop. The slime ran, and Zhou Fei chased it. Not long after, Zhou Fei arrived in front of territory. The size of this territory is about 3 times that of Zhou Fei's territory, and underground caves can be seen everywhere in the entire territory. Apparently, these slimes usually live underground. On such a large scale, Zhou Fei took a breath when he saw this scene. The charming little cook didn't tell him that there were so many monsters here. Based on a rough calculation of the number of holes in the ground, it is not difficult to figure out that there are at least 2,000 slimes here. And when Zhou Fei and others arrived at the outskirts of the tribe, the slimes had already called for help. The slimes in the territory are not green, but yellow-green, which makes them look even more disgusting, like a pile of... Moreover, each of these slimes is about 1 meter in size. Behind these slimes, there is a huge golden slime. This slime is 2 meters tall and golden all over. Slime King. Level 40 Rare Boss Monster. Comprehensive attributes, 5,000. Skill, golden slime, swallow and digest. Zhou Fei looked at the slime with a very complicated expression on his face. He was sure that this was absolutely a piece of shit. A level 40 rare elite monster, plus nearly 2,000 level 25 common monsters. After Zhou Fei thought about it for a while, he got the answer immediately. Kill it will. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Logically speaking, all the people in the original territory can be recruited and become soldiers owned by the Lord. But Zhou Fei really didn't have the slightest desire for these slimes. Who would want to keep a pile of shit around them? Alice, soul destroys life. Kill. At Zhou Fei's command, two generals flew out directly, one with scarlet flames rising from his body, and the other was surrounded by ethereal soul power. Charging along with them were the soldiers under their command. 100 upgraded Scarlet Tree men and 3 mutant dragon men rushed towards the slimes with overwhelming force. Slime! Slime! Protect your homeland and resist outsiders. The slimes also did not sit still and wait for death. They rushed towards Zhou Fei with a foul-smelling mucus. Puff! 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 The sound these slimes make when spraying mucus is like farting, and because there's too much of it, it is really difficult to avoid. Soon, the Scarlet Tree people were covered with mucus. Although the damage is not high, it is extremely insulting. Alice and Hunmi Shung directly confronted the largest Slime King. The Slime King was obviously also very angry. When it saw Alice and Hunmi Shung approaching, it let out an angry roar. Slime! How dare you, a lowly human, challenge the dignity of the Slime King? As it roared, this pile of shit directly spewed out golden mucus, covering Alice and the others. Oh my god! Both of them changed their expressions when they saw this scene. Although the Slime King was very funny, its slime should not be underestimated. The power of this golden slime far exceeds that of ordinary slime. Both its pungent taste and extremely strong corrosiveness are enough to annihilate an army of 100 people in an instant. Because Alice had the ability to fly, she was able to avoid the slime directly, but the old man Hun Miesheng was not so lucky. It was directly covered by mucus. Slime! Humble human, this is the price of angering the Slime King. Looking at Hun Miesheng being swallowed by the Slime King was sure that this human had been completely corroded. Nothingness swallows the flames. A multiply by your multiply by. However, the next second, a hysterical roar was heard from the mucus, and Hun Miesheng walked out of the mucus with his eyes rolled back, his whole body burning with flames of nothingness. At this moment, he wished he could greet all 8 generations of the Slime King's ancestors. The void-devouring flame directly enveloped the Slime King, and Alice was also not idle, and the Scarlet Witchcraft was directly launched. Tangle! The vines gushed out instantly, but an unexpected scene happened. The Slime King suddenly changed its shape just before the vines were about to cover it, leaving the vines empty. Although the void-devouring flame was very fast, when it was about to burn the Slime King simply separated the burned part of his body. Even with the combined attack of Alice and Han Miesheng, they were unable to hurt the Slime King at all. Slime! Tiny human! The Slime King sneered with disdain, and Zhou Fei, who was standing on the sidelines, saw this scene and shouted anxiously. Is there something wrong with your brain? Han Miesheng, you use the void-swallowing flame fire, and Alice, you summon the vines and add the power to bind the soul to them, right? As soon as Zhou Fei said this, both of their eyes lit up. My lord is right. The vines were ineffective because they were unable to pierce the blood-sucking needles into the body of the Slime King, while the void-devouring flame was able to touch the body. But because the contact area was too small, it was difficult to work. But once the two are combined, won't the problem be solved? Chapter 38. The Lord's Heart. The Slime's Ambition. It has to be said that although Zhou Fei has no fighting ability, his brilliant ideas are something these two heroes can never learn. Vine. Nothingness swallows the flames. With Zhou Fei's instructions, the two directly combined their skills together. This time, the Slime King wanted to dodge like last time, but ended up being tightly entangled like a dumpling. Slime! It hurts! What a horrible flame! The Slime King continued to roar, but it was too late. Under the influence of the vines and the void-devouring flame, this pile of golden feces was directly burned into powder. Ding! Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the elite leader monster, the Slime King, received 15 energy crystals as a reward. Ding! 6S talent, blessing, and disaster is triggered. Quantity critical hit multiply by 3. Quality critical hit multiply by 30. The Lord receives 45 energy ice crystals as reward. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the original territory lord, the Slime King. Obtained C-level unique general equipment. Slime Scepter. Ding! 6S talent, blessings, and disasters are triggered. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3. Quality critical hits multiply by 30. Ding! Due to the unique equipment, the critical hit failed. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining the A-level unique general equipment. Slime's Ambition. The continuous reminder sounds of the 10,000 worlds battlefield rang out. Zhou Fei looked at the scepter that looked like a toilet plunger in his hand, and he couldn't be happy no matter what. Slime's Ambition. Equipment quality. Attribute. Increased general's physical strength by 500 and strength by 500. Skill. Slime Coil. When the general releases the skill, the slime soul in the scepter will revive and spit out a large amount of slime, forcibly reducing the enemy's movement speed by 20%, 100%. This deceleration effect is weakened by the difference in enemy strength, at least 20%. A-level unique equipment, another staff. Judging from the effect alone, the skills of this staff can be said to be top-notch. It has a built-in deceleration effect, and can even achieve a 100% deceleration. Alice already has the authority over the red spider lily, so Zhou Fei directly threw the Slime's Ambition to Han Niesheng. However, although Han Niesheng was very eager to own a magic wand, when he saw that Slime's Ambition looked like a toilet plunger, he refused to equip it no matter what. Listen to me, Lord. I am very strong even without a staff. Han Niesheng shook his head like a rattle, so Zhou Fei had to give up. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia's primary Lord Zhou Fei for successfully clearing the primary native territory, Slime. Please choose to occupy this territory or directly destroy the Lord's heart. When the Scarlet Tree Demon killed all the slimes, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang in Zhou Fei's ears. Destroy. Before coming here, Zhou Fei had already thought about his choice. Ding! Lord Zhou Fei chooses to destroy the Lord's heart and obtains a large amount of territory construction materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 100 units of iron, or 100 units of charcoal. As Zhou Fei chose to destroy, all the caves in the territory turned into dust, revealing a huge mineral vein in the center of the territory. This is copper mine. Zhou Fei frowned slightly. He looked at the yellowish-brown ore. He didn't expect to get such a harvest. Generally speaking, even if mineral veins appear in the primary area, most of them are iron or coal mines, and copper veins are rarely seen, because copper mines will only appear when the territory is upgraded to the intermediate level. Copper vein. Quality, rare. You can deploy soldiers to mine. After mining, you will get poor quality copper ore, and the mining efficiency is low. Originally, Zhou Fei's plan before coming here was to destroy the Lord's heart, then sell the territory to another lord and earn some energy ice crystals. After all, a territory with mineral veins is an absolute hot commodity. However, the emergence of bronze veins made him change his mind. How about building a component base? When Zhou Fei was thinking in his mind, he suddenly heard a series of beast roars in his ears. Meow! Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sudden roar of a beast interrupted Zhou Fei's thoughts. He looked up and burst out laughing. Whose cowhood boy is this? Outside the slime territory, a figure was riding on an extremely burly old bull, and behind him were 1,000 adult bulls. Moreover, every bull has a giant monkey covered with black hair. It is called a monkey, but it is more appropriate to call him gorilla. The person who came was none other than Sunyong, Lord Daxia. After hearing Zhou Fei's mumbling, Sunyong almost vomited blood. The dignified alien tribe from the mountains and seas turned into a cowherd in Zhou Fei's mouth. You know, these are all Quinniu and aboriginals. Sunyong tried his best to stay calm. After taking a look, he said with some sorrow, "You destroyed the heart of the territory?" Zhou Fei widened his eyes and nodded innocently. Yes. After hearing this, Sunyong said with some dismay, "Do you know that the building level in the native territory is much better than that in the primary lord's territory? Why don't you choose to move the base camp here? After Sunyong finished speaking, it was Zhou Fei's turn to find it difficult to speak. No, buddy, what's your taste? Do you like to use the toilet as your territory? What Zhou Fei said was extremely abstract, and it took Sunyong a long time to come back to his senses. The slime is shaped like, and the place where they stay is naturally the toilet. You. Sunyong suddenly became furious. As the younger brother of a king-level lord, no one had dared to speak such vulgar words to him for a long time. He originally planned to teach Zhou Fei a lesson directly, but when he saw the pile of copper ore in the bear slime territory, he changed his mind. Are you the Lord of Daxia, or from Korea, or Sakura? No matter who you belong to, I order you to withdraw your soldiers from the territory now and give me the ownership. When Zhou Fei heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face. Are you the Lord of Daxia, or the Korean or Sakura country? How dare you talk to me like that? Zhou Fei returned Sunyong's words to him exactly as they were. Upon hearing this, Sunyong burst into laughter. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. It seems that you are not the Lord of Daxia. Let me tell you, I am the Dragon of Daxia. I am the owner of the soul of a high-level lord. He is also the leader of the alien tribes in the mountains and seas. Sunyong's power is extremely terrifying, showing the edge of Daxia. I can pretend that I didn't hear the words you insulted me before. Get out of here now, or I'm going to attack you. Sunyong said coldly while stroking the huge, sharp horns of the Quinniu under his crotch. Chapter 39. The Rich Dog Owner Who Exploded with Gold Coins. Looking at Sunyong's face that looked extremely annoying, Zhou Fei wanted to throw his shoe at him. Hurry up and transfer the control of the territory to me, otherwise, when the king is angry, blood will flow everywhere. Sunyong was still chattering away, and Zhou Fei had completely lost his patience. Deal with him, kill as few as possible, just cripple him. Because Zhou Fei hid his identity, Sunyong didn't know that he was also the Lord of Daxia. However, Zhou Fei saw that Sunyong was the Lord of Daxia, so he showed him mercy when he took action. TSK, you little brat. Sunyong sneered. It had been a long time since anyone dared to attack him. However, before he finished his words, the situation on the field changed drastically. Why is it so scary? Sunyong only felt a little sweat on his forehead. Logically speaking, his alien races from the mountains and seas were at least invincible at the same level. But in front of those staggering tree demons, his soldiers had no power to fight back, or had half of their blood sucked out by the tree demon's vines and lay on the ground wailing. Or they were burned by the dragon breath of the dragon people, and their bodies were emitting the aroma of barbecue, completely losing the ability to resist. Zhou Fei is so terrifying. Sunyong's second general, the mountain and sea monster Abacus, became extremely angry when he saw this scene. He roared and rushed directly towards Alice and Hunmi Sheng, who were leading the group. The Abamochi looks like a white-eared monkey and is extremely large in size. According to legend, the Abamochi is extremely powerful and can climb mountains and seas. Although it is restricted by Lord Sunyong's rank and cannot exert its full strength, but based on its power at this moment, they are worthy of the name of the alien races from the mountains and seas. But where did the monkey come from? The extremely powerful ape seemed like an ordinary monkey in front of the Soul Palace's powerful Han Miesheng. Han Miesheng flicked his fingers lightly, and a virtual chain flew out, and the ape flew backwards at several times the speed. The defeat was like a landslide. In front of Zhou Fei, Sunyong's mountain and sea aliens were like a joke, and more than half of them fell down in a moment. When Sunyong saw this scene, he felt extremely frightened. What's going on? How can it be so strong? Who are you? Sunyong said through gritted teeth. All right. Almost there. Zhou Fei watched the battle situation. When more than two-thirds of Sunyong's soldiers had lost their combat effectiveness, he waved his hand with a smile and recalled all his soldiers. Then, he came to the embarrassed Sunyong, blinked, and said, Now, do you still want me to hand over the control of the territory? Although Zhou Fei had a playful expression on his face, his tone was extremely strong. He is forcing Sunyong to bow his head. I advise you not to be so arrogant. I am the younger brother of Sunyong, the king-level lord of Daxia. Are you bullying me because I have no one in Daxia? Sunyong kept breathing heavily and spoke through gritted teeth. After hearing this, Zhou Fei's expression became a little surprised. Sun Zhang's younger brother? That human emperor is a truly extraordinary being. No wonder Sunyong soldiers were able to resist for such a long time. In no way how Shikigami were killed instantly in front of him. After Zhou Fei heard Sunyong's words, his original plan was shelved. His brain was working rapidly. After a moment, he patted Sunyong on the shoulder and said, "So you are the younger brother of Sunyong, the king-level Lord of Daxia? In that case, if you are willing to show a little sincerity, I can give you the ownership." Of course, the little bit he said didn't really mean just a little bit. The brother of the king-level lord. For a money grubber like Zhou Fei, Sunyong will definitely bleed heavily. After Sunyong heard Zhou Fei's words, the expression on his face changed again and again. This territory represents great significance to him. If he can open up a second territory, his development speed will increase exponentially. It is only the 4th day in the B2396 area. If he wants to top the list, he still has hope of a comeback. And this territory is the capital for his turnaround. Thinking of this, Sunyong gritted his teeth and said with great pain, "1 energy ice crystal. It's not a crystal, it's a 1 energy ice crystal. I'll pay you 1 energy ice crystal to buy your ownership." After Sunyong finished speaking, Zhou Fei, who was sitting opposite him, froze in expression as if he was shocked. Seeing this, Sunyong felt a little complacent. The Lord of Ojo was not that great. How could he be scared by an energy ice crystal? You know, Sunyong has 3 energy ice crystals. On Zhou Fei's side, the expression he showed when he looked at Sunyong had gradually become one of disgust. "No, buddy, 1 energy ice crystal. Is it necessary to repeat it 3 times? It seems as if this energy ice crystal is so important." He still has more than 400 coins remaining. Just by looking at Sunyong's attitude, Zhou Fei knew that he was most likely a poor boy. Afterwards, Sun Fei just shook his head and said, "1 energy, puff, ice crystal, it's too expensive. I don't need currency, I just want you to exchange information for me. A coordinate of a territory similar to this, or an exchange of the coordinates of a treasure trove and an elite monster." Although Zhou Fei was extremely serious, he almost burst out laughing. You can't even take down a single energy ice crystal? It seems that this person is really the offspring of a noble family. Sunyong didn't know that Zhou Fei had already treated him as a beggar in his heart, and he was still pondering it secretly in his mind. At the same time, he couldn't help but look up to Zhou Fei. Similar coordinates. "I have." After hesitating for a moment, Sunyong turned his gaze towards the bronze mine again, then gritted his teeth and spoke with great struggle. Under the temptation of the native territory, Sunyong couldn't help but directly told Zhou Fei a coordinate. "It's in the west of area B2396. Give me the ownership first, and I'll tell you the exact coordinates." Zhou Fei was delighted when he heard this. The big dog owner has exploded with gold coins again. Chapter 40 Cemetery Address. Vampires are coming. Sunyong really couldn't resist the temptation of a territory with a mineral vein, so he simply gave out a coordinate according to Zhou Fei's request. This is a cemetery west of area B2396. I had originally planned to explore it myself. This is also a coordinate my brother gave me. Sunyong spoke slowly, and Zhou Fei's eyes lit up after hearing his words. Recommended by a king-level lord. How could it be wrong? According to Sunyong, the location of this cemetery is very remote, and there are not only treasures hidden there, but more than one. Only, as Sunyong spoke, the expression on his face became slightly complicated. But there are many dead souls wandering in this cemetery. My brother told me that there's a ghost of outstanding rank among them. Whether you want to explore or not, it's up to you. Hand over the ownership of the territory to me now. Sunyong sent the coordinates to Zhou Fei neatly, and Zhou Fei promptly transferred the ownership of this slime territory to him. See you next time. After Zhou Fei got the coordinates, he went to explore without stopping, and Sunyong also waved his hand. Only after Zhou Fei left did a ferocious smile appear on his face. "You little bastard, do you really think I'm that easy to blackmail? See you again?" The lowest level of ghosts in that cemetery is above level 50. If you dare to go there, we will never meet again. Monsters above level 50 and humanoid ghosts are simply not something a junior lord can deal with. Ghosts are a type of monster that includes creatures in the form of souls, such as the undead and the dead. The biggest feature of this type of creature is immune to physical attacks. What's more, some of them are immune to physical attacks and even have decent magic resistance. Therefore, ghost-like monsters have always been the biggest headache for the lords. Master, this Sunyong probably has bad intentions. I think there is something fishy going on in that cemetery. On the way back to the territory, Alice spoke with some concern, but Zhou Fei just smiled when he heard it. What's inside the cemetery? It's either a zombie or a ghost. But, as for the soul, there is the death of the soul and the birth of the soul. In front of the Soul Palace Master, what soul could cause any trouble? So Zhou Fei had no worries at all, and was even a little excited. With the existence of Hunmi Sheng, exploring the cemetery is probably easier than exploring other monster settlements. When talking about Hunmi Sheng, the old man touched his nose and smiled as if he thought he was unfathomable. After Zhou Fei's explanation, Alice nodded. When Hunmi Sheng was first summoned, the three witches even looked down on this old man. I feel that he is far inferior to the three sisters. But today, when Alice and Hunmi Sheng joined forces to fight the enemy, Alice realized what kind of power was contained in this skinny old man. Master, I have another question. Why did you transfer this territory? Wouldn't it be better to just take the coordinates? Alice tilted her head, really confused. When Zhou Fei heard this, he knocked on the ladder's head with his hand. Ouch! Alice let out a soft cry, and Zhou Fei said, We are the new era lords. How can we do such a thing? Alice didn't dare to be stubborn this time, but after hearing this, Hunmi Sheng rolled his eyes to the sky. His master is just short of having shamelessness written all over his face, and he is still a lord of the new era? After Zhou Fei paused for a moment, he slowly began to explain. There are actually two reasons why we don't want this territory. The first reason is that there are traces of slimes in this territory, which is more or less a bit annoying. Although it can be overcome, it is inevitable to think of it. Of course, this reason is not the most important one. The second reason is important. Second, a junior lord can only own 2 territories at the same time. For Zhou Fei now, he does not want to open up a second territory so quickly, because it was a bit too hasty for him. If he encountered a territory with rarer minerals and richer mineral veins later, wouldn't he be so angry that he would wail and howl? After the explanation, Alice and Hunmi Sheng both showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Master is wise. The three of them were shouting and clasping at the same time, but if other people heard this, they would probably get so angry that something bad happened. Native territory with mineral veins. This is something that many people have pondered over and worked hard day and night, but have never encountered. Moreover, once they encounter them, they have to fight with the native inhabitants, pay a bloody price, and it may even be difficult to obtain a second territory. What happened to Zhou Fei? He's still picking it up here. The battlefield of all worlds, the west of Area B2396. Deep inside a dilapidated church, a pale-faced man wearing a gorgeous long gown stood in front of a statue, praying devoutly. In the name of darkness, I will pray. I wish to have severely injured the vampires. There is never a moment of peace. I wish those who have harmed the vampires fall in a bone-chilling terror, forever endless. The great vampires are willing to shed their blood. I offer you a sacrifice. Fisher, a young vampire, discovered a mysterious statue after exploring the dilapidated church. The statue is covered with reddish-brown marks all over, and it definitely does not look like a statue of a true god of the church. Instead, it has a bit of the flavor of an evil god. After thinking for a long time, Fisher decided to give it a try and recited a prayer that belonged exclusively to vampires to the statue. Oh, I think too much. After the prayer, the statue did not respond for a long time. Fisher patted his gorgeous gown lightly and said self-deprecatingly, After 3 days of silence in this dilapidated church, those clowns in Daxia seem to be very active. I wonder what desperate expressions they will have when a vampire king arrives. Fisher licked his long fangs gently, his pale cheeks full of bloodthirsty look. Clang! Clang! Just as Fisher was about to leave, the statue behind him suddenly emitted bursts of strange red and black light. Along with the light, the reddish-brown bloodstains on the statue also faded away bit by bit, revealing the original color of the statue. Pitch black. This is actually an extremely black statue. Seeing this, Fisher's face showed ecstasy. He could almost conclude at this time that this statue was definitely a statue of an evil god. because no righteous god in the Western world would allow his believers to carve his statue out of black stone. Weak vampire, I heard your cry. The Lord of Darkness will grant you a divine reward and issue an edict. Go to the east and eliminate all the lords who possess the souls of high-level lords in Daxia at all costs. The Dark Lord. Fisher's eyes sparkled. If he remembered correctly, the one who dared to use this honorable name. Only the Dark Lord Sauron. Chapter 41, Uruk Occulter. The Terrifying Fisher. A gift from the gods. I'm looking forward to it. After receiving the revelation from the Dark Lord Sauron, Fisher, a vampire from Ojo, went directly to a wilderness. He ordered his vampires to search for a while, and they actually discovered some horrible creatures. Strong Orc. This is a slave under the Dark Lord Sauron, and also his most loyal warrior. This team of orcs has a total of 50 people, and the leader is lame, one-eyed and one-armed, and looks quite old, weak and sick. But when Fisher saw the attributes of this orc leader, his eyes even shone brightly. Kalu, the strong orc. Rank, excellent disability. Level, 50. Total attributes, 8,000. Skill? The Dark Lord Sauron actually gave him a wild general directly, which is simply unbelievable. In a battlefield of all worlds, recruiting talismans are extremely precious resources, and the corresponding generals are naturally the rarest creatures in the entire battlefield of all worlds. However, in addition to generals who can be recruited through recruitment tokens, there are also wild generals. Just like Dei, the legendary general that Yasha Xianzhu and Sunyong bet on, this kind of general is a wild general. Because of their strength, or the general was artificially created, they are not within the scope of recruitment of the recruitment talisman. Will become a wild general. This Uruk Osi, considering their origins, it makes sense that they would become wild warriors. The Uruk Oxai are a disgrace to the orc race, but their strength far exceeds that of ordinary orcs. It is reported that the Uruk orcs were created by the white-robed wizard Saruman under the Dark Lord Sauron by hybridizing orcs and monsters. The strong orcs have low intelligence, and their lifespan is usually less than 10 years, but their strength is terrifyingly strong. With a general of outstanding qualities and 40 soldiers who are comparable to elite beasts, Fisher has never felt so strong. After he subdued the Uruk Octos, he slowly turned his gaze towards the east of Area B2396. Being targeted by the gods is a blessing for you. At the same time, within Zhou Fei's territory, Zhou Fei sat in the Lord's Hall, looking at his panel with a complicated expression and sighed deeply. When will I be able to have the same attributes as Alice and the others? This feeling of being a gigolo is really unpleasant. Lord Panel. Lord's name, Zhou Fei. Companion skill. Fortune and misfortune are dependent on each other. Bound arms. Human race of all realms. Lord level, 14. Lord attributes. Strength 468. Intelligence 478. Physical 468. Magic 468. And used attribute points 1,000. Lord's equipment. Silver scale breastplate. Greedy wolf armor. Hidden mask. Lord skills. None. One chance to draw. After breaking through the level cap, Zhou Fei, who had gone through a bloody battle, reached level 14. This time, he chose to add points evenly, dividing the 1,000 attribute points equally into 4 attribute values. After experiencing a battle with the mutant dragon man, Zhou Fei deeply realized the importance of attribute balance. He didn't want to be controlled and turned into a mentally retarded person when facing an enemy like Han Mieshang in the future. At this moment, his attributes are Lord attributes, Strength 718, Intelligence 728, Physical 718, Magic 718. For a Lord, Zhou Fei's attributes are already comparable to those of Lords at levels 30 to 40, but he still feels it is not enough. In addition to attribute points, Zhou Fei discovered that he actually had a chance to extract Lord skills. Because he was in a hurry to explore the Forest of Beasts, he even forgot about this chance to draw. Now he directly opened the panel, clicked on the Lord skills column, and started extracting. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, are you sure you want to extract the Lord skills? Sure. After Zhou Fei finished speaking, he rubbed his palms excitedly, wondering what kind of Lord skills he could draw. Compared with talent skills, the effects of Lord skills are much weaker. S-level Lord skills are almost equivalent to A-level talent skills, and Lord skills can only increase the territory and have no combat effect. Therefore, Zhou Fei was not particularly excited at this time. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei for successfully extracting the A-level Lord skill, Treasure Gathering. Ding! Reward Trigger Talent. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Quality critical strike multiply by 30. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei for successfully extracting the S-level Lord skill, Transformation and Treasures. Transformation and Gathering of Treasures. S-level Lord skills. Effect: the explosion rate of all monsters within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory of a Lord with this skill increases by 100%. The probability of spawning monsters increases by 50%, and the probability of spawning elite monsters increases by an additional 10%. S-level. Originally, Zhou Fei was enjoying Lanji's playing, and with the bananas picked for him by Alice and others, he felt extremely comfortable. After he heard the prompt tone, he almost fell off the stool. Come back. If you add more, my territory will become a monster spawner. Zhou Fei looked at the effects of the Lord's skills and felt like crying, but had no tears. The effect of Fortune and Misfortune plus the effect of S-level Lord skill, Transformation and Treasure, plus the effect of Bad Luck in the technology tree. The probability of monsters spawning near his territory is almost reaching 300%. Zhou Fei just felt that he was the real-life version of Train King. Something is better than nothing. It's S rank after all. Although he felt something was wrong, Zhou Fei still forced himself to comfort himself. Master, after the battle, my skills have been improved. Please take a look, Master. Just when Zhou Fei was still not coming to his senses, Alice came into the Lord's Hall and spoke in a very confident manner. Ah, there's another surprise. Alice. Race, which? Level, 50. Quality, excellent general. Basic attributes, strength, physical, intelligence, magic, skills, summon Scarlet Tree Demon, Scarlet Vines. Equipment, the power of the Red Spider Lily. Ding, congratulations to Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Your subordinate Scarlet, which Alice has accumulated enough witchcraft proficiency and her skills have been promoted. Summon Scarlet Dryad, LV.2. After accumulating enough proficiency, Alice now has a chance to summon an elite Lord-level Dryad when summoning a Scarlet Dryad. There can be up to 5 elite boss tree monsters at the same time. Scarlet Vines, LV.2. After accumulating enough proficiency, Alice can now convert 1% of the damage into her own magic power when using vines to cause damage. Zhou Fei listened to the system's prompts, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. As her general skills improved, Alice became more powerful. Chapter 42, Chaos. Fragments of divine light fill the sky. Very good. Keep up the good work. Only when your strength improves can your territory improve. Zhou Fei praised Alice in a proper manner, and the latter showed a contented smile on her face. Sir, when I was replenishing the soldiers just now, I happened to attract a leader elite tree man. You can take a look. After Alice spoke softly, she waved the staff in her hand, and an extremely strong figure appeared outside the territory hall. Boss Crimson Treeman, Elite. Level 25 to 29, promotions increase with the Battle Witches level. Comprehensive 4 dimensions, between 1500 to 2000. Talent, Hard Body, Fear of Fire, Vine Sweep. This tree leader, in addition to having his level increased by 10 levels and his comprehensive thinking improved by 1000, actually also gained an additional skill of active attack. Vine Sweep. The leader tree man will dig its roots deep into the earth and launch a range attack. Very simple, but really good skills. And most importantly, the leader of the tree men was nearly 5 meters tall, just like a 3-story building. Zhou Fei had to look up to observe it. Very good. Very good. Zhou Fei nodded, and after a few words of greeting, he let Alice leave. Should we explore that cemetery tomorrow? No, upgrade first. When he was planning his schedule for tomorrow, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds came to his ears again. Bite. You keep chattering all day long. You never finish what you want to say in one go. Zhou Fei was a little annoyed, but the content of the prompt made his face change drastically. Ding. The Myriad Worlds battlefield has detected that Area B2396 is under constant scrutiny from the gods. The rules in this area have changed, and a large number of monsters have evolved into leader elite monsters. Ding! The continued attention of the gods has caused a small amount of divine brilliance fragments to appear in this area, and these divine brilliance fragments have all appeared near the Lord's territory. Lords, please go out and explore and harvest. Fragments of divine glory. Here they come again. Zhou Fei, who had tasted the sweetness last time, sat up immediately. He captured the key point of this hint. Small amount. More than one. How could such a good thing as pie in the sky happen? Just when Zhou Fei was puzzled, the reminder sound of the 10,000 worlds battlefield sounded again. Ding! The divine brilliance fragments that descended this time are divine brilliance fragments that have undergone a mutation. A judgment will be made when it is opened. If the judgment is successful, you will still get a high reward. If the judgment fails, the Shenhui fragment reward will be greatly reduced. At the same time, the remaining rewards are random. Make a judgment. It just depends on luck again. When Zhou Fei heard this, his eyes suddenly began to light up. He likes things that rely on luck the most, and this kind of random event is tailor-made for him. With the blessing of the quasi-Z-level talent of fortune and misfortune, he has never lost when relying on luck. Alice, Rebecca, soul-destroying life. Take your soldiers out to explore immediately and find the fragments of divine light. Area B2396, the outskirts of the Forest of Beasts. In a dilapidated Japanese-style village, a man in white clothes with a wretched face slowly woke up from his bed. I'm back, battlefield of all worlds. Damned Lord Daxia, prepare to face the eternal wrath from purgatory. Inoue Go clenched his fists and spoke through gritted teeth. Although he did not die completely, and even returned to the B2396 area easily, the price that Inoue Go paid was actually unimaginable to anyone. The first is his talent. When the Shikigami's contract is activated, his subordinate Yuyuin ban will die in his place and disappear directly. In addition, his lordship level was reset to 0, and all buildings in the territory were reduced to ashes and had to be rebuilt. And all resources are reset to 0. This is almost unacceptable for a lord. Not to mention anything else. Just the first point alone, if the anti-grudge squad disappeared, would be enough to make Inoue Go heartbroken. That is to say, no matter he becomes a mid-level lord or a senior lord, unless there is an adventure, he will always have one less general under his command than others. Recruit. Come back, Crow Tengu. After a short rest, Inoue Go directly chose to recruit generals. His first Shikigami was still the familiar Crow Tengu. After summoning Crow Tengu, Inoue Go placed it on his chest with an extremely cautious expression, muttering to himself. Supreme being who controls the storm and divine feathers, please listen to the call of the Shikigami's covenant and come to my side. Supreme being who controls the storm and divine feathers, please listen to the call of the Shikigami's covenant. The supreme being who controls the storm and divine feathers. Inoue Go called out 3 times in a row, and at this moment, the reminder sound of the 10,000 worlds battlefield rang in his ears. Ding! Sakura Country's junior lord Inoue Go activates his innate skill, Shikigami's contract, and successfully summons the legendary general, De Tengu. Ding! Due to the restrictions of the primary area rules, the rank of Shikigami De Tengu has been downgraded to excellent quality, and the level limit is level 50. Along with the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, a man with a handsome face, pure white hair, and a pair of wings on his back appeared in front of Inoue Go. The man held a fan with the word G written on it in his left hand and a piccolo in his right hand. His face looked stubborn and a little arrogant. After he arrived, he adjusted himself briefly and then came in front of Inoue Go and bowed to him. Shikigami De Tengu, come on. Big Tengu. Race, Shikigami. Level, 50. Quality, excellent, original legend, suppressed by the rules of the 10,000 worlds battlefield. Basic attributes, strength, physical, intelligence, magic, skills, wind strike, feather blade storm. Equipment, none. Fear. The attributes of this great Tengu can only be described as terrifying. Although he was suppressed by the rules, De Tengu was a legendary general after all, and the combat power he could exert was definitely far beyond that of other outstanding generals. If you do it again, I will return the humiliation I received double this time. Inoue Go said this with gritted teeth, and the great Tengu beside him also nodded. Not all generals are as vivid as Zhou Fei. Even the legendary Great Tengu can only simply understand the master's meaning and possess a certain degree of self-thinking ability. As for Zhou subordinates, generals like Alice who would offer kisses actively and Han Yeshang who would make jokes can only be said to be outliers. Ding, Myriad Worlds Battlefield Alert, Divine Glory. The prompt sound of the 10,000 Worlds Battlefield also rang in Inoue Hao's ears, and when he heard the prompt sound, his eyes instantly became extremely greedy. Last time, I didn't get it. It was stolen by the damned Dasha monkey. This time, I want to collect all the fragments of the divine light. Inoue gritted his teeth. Chapter 43. Failure. Success after failure. Indeed, with Tengu in charge, Inoue has the absolute strength to suppress other lords. At this time, he had to use his absolute strength to absorb a large amount of divine light fragments to make up for his losses. As luck would have it, as soon as Inoue finished his words, a group of monsters appeared outside the dilapidated Japanese territory. This is a group of flying magical beasts with golden feathers. With the arrival of these magical beasts, dots of yellow lightning appeared in the originally dark sky. These lightning bolts look terrifying and seem like rain is about to come. Inoue couldn't help but feel a little shocked. What he didn't expect was that a group of terrifying green electric falcons attacked his territory. Blue Electric Falcon. Level 25 to 30 ordinary monsters. Basic attributes are between 1,000 to 1,500. Skills, relay flash of blue light. A group living monster, often appearing in numbers of more than 50. After seeing the data of Aiden Hayabusa, Inoue couldn't help but clench his toes. What made him most uneasy was that the leading green electric falcon was extremely large, and in addition to the golden lightning, there were also faint cloud patterns on its surface. This is actually a variant of the green electric falcon. Flowing cloud, green lightning falcon. In addition to the cloud patterns, there was also a 7-color glow flickering deep in the feathers of the flowing cloud, green lightning falcon's head, and Inoue recognized it at a glance. That is the brilliance of the divine brilliance fragments. It's easy to get. Inoue hadn't even left his territory when the fragments of divine light were delivered to his door. Of course, he was not extremely conceited. After all, he only had one general, Crow Tengu. Great Tengu, can you kill all these monsters? A flock of sparrows is not enough evidence. After hearing the affirmative answer from Tengu, Inoue gave the order without hesitation. Cut. Following Inoue order, all the feathers on the Great Tengu's body scattered in an instant, and it was as if a heavy snowfall had fallen between heaven and earth. Puff! Puff! As soon as the mighty green electric falcon touched the feathers, clusters of flowers made of blood instantly burst out of its body. With one attack, the Great Tengu actually killed nearly 20 blue electric falcons. This is the unique skill of the chief Shikigami, Tengu. Feather Blade Storm. Moreover, the leading green lightning falcon was obviously receiving special care from the Great Tengu, as fully 1/3 of its feathers were wrapped around its body. Cry! This leader elite monster, which was at least level 40, had no ability to resist the Great Tengu and was rolled all over with wounds. Even the fragments of the divine light on its head fell down. Luyan Qingyan Falcon knew he was no match for his opponent, so he led his tribe to retreat. When Inoue saw this, he grinned cruelly. Crow Tengu, go get the fragment of divine light. Great Tengu, kill them all, leaving no one alive. It has to be said that Inoue was too cautious. Even though there was a Great Tengu raiding the enemy camp, he still summoned a Crow Tengu to protect his own safety. After the accident with Zhou Fei, he now does not allow anything unexpected to happen. After receiving the order, Crow Tengu ran towards the fragments of divine light, while Tengu frowned. Master, these birds have already retreated. All the living creatures in the world. Tengu spoke slowly. As the leader of the Shikigami, he had things he should and shouldn't do, and he had always been an upright person. He always left a glimmer of hope for a defeated enemy like this one. However, before Tengu could finish his words, Inoue spoke up. Kill them. If you don't kill them, you'll give me the energy crystal? Inoue's tone was full of commands, and Tengu frowned repeatedly after hearing it. But after all, under the constraints of the Shikigami contract, Tengu needs to obey Inoue's orders. However, in just the first battle, Inoue had already planted a seed of betrayal in Tengu's heart. This is not the kind of master that the Tengu wants. On the other side, Crow Tengu had already followed the order and hurriedly retrieved the fragment of divine brilliance. When Inoue Go took the fragment of divine brilliance and took a look at it, he immediately let out a shrill laugh. It is indeed a divine radiance fragment, a thing that is the creation of the heavens and the earth. If you are willing, how about giving me a recruitment talisman? Mutated divine glory fragment. Quality? Use. Consumables. Introduction. The fragment of divine light that descended after the god's gaze. Due to the abnormal changes in the rules of the B2396 area, this fragment has also undergone abnormal changes. Lords, please open it with caution. It's not like Inoue Go didn't hear the announcement about the battlefield of all worlds, but the probability of failure in opening something like that must be less than 1%. So Inoue Go simply assumed that he had obtained a great opportunity. This is the luck bestowed upon me by the Guishi Shrine. This is God coveting me. Open it, divine brilliance fragment. Ding! Sakura Country Junior Lord Inoue Go chooses to activate the mutated divine fragment. Activating. Watch out, Crow Tengu. This is the beginning of our road to rise. Inoue Go was not excited enough on his own. He even called in his general, Crow Tengu. And Crow Tengu also nodded in agreement. Open successfully. As soon as the prompt sound of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield sounded, Inoue Go directly cast his gaze towards the colorful fragment. The divine brilliance fragment opened by the junior lord of Sakura Country, Inoue Go, has undergone a change. Now the opening judgment is being made. Judging, fail. Sakura Country Junior Lord Inoue Go received a failure reward. All generals rank -1. Ding! Inoue Go. The rank of the Crow Tengu under your command has been degraded and is now an elite-level general. Ding! Inoue Go. The rank of the Great Tengu under your command has been degraded. Due to the characteristics of legendary generals, the original rank remains unchanged and has been degraded to a rare rank general in this area. No. When Inoue How heard the system's prompt, he almost couldn't breathe. There's only a 1% chance, and he still encountered it. However, before he finished his words, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang again. The divine brilliance fragment opened by Inoue Go, the junior lord of Sakura Country. Inoue Go clenched his fists with a look of grief and indignation. There were 3 bonus judgments for the divine glory fragments. It was impossible for him to be unlucky 3 times, right? Failed to judge, Inoue Go gets reward. -100 energy ice crystals. Detection. The number of energy ice crystals in the current territory of the junior lord of Sakura Country, Inoue Go, is insufficient. The balance in the 10,000 Worlds battlefield is displayed as a negative number. Only after paying off the debt can you shop in the 10,000 Worlds store. Bagia Road. Battlefield of 10,000 Worlds. You are kidding me. Failed again, but this time it works. Not only did the generals under his command become fools, they also owed a huge amount of debt. Judgment in progress. Judgment successful. The 3rd reward decision sounded, and this time it was finally successful. Chapter 44 S-Level Blueprint. Soul Cleansing Ivory Tower. Inoue Go knew that no matter how unlucky he was, it was impossible for him to be unlucky 3 times in a row. Recruiting Talisman. Recruiting Talisman. He prayed to directly obtain the most incredible reward in the godly glory fragment, but ding! Congratulations to Sakura Country Lord Inoue Go for receiving the reward. Cursed doll multiply by 1. Cursed doll? What is this? Inoue Go suddenly felt something strange. He directly summoned the battlefield panel of all worlds and held the reward he had obtained in his hand. This cursed doll is a palm-sized yellow figurine that looks extremely awkward. As soon as Inoue Go held it in his hand, an introduction to the cursed doll appeared in his field of vision. Cursed doll. Quality D. Use. Consumables. Introduction. The original body is an SS-level life-replacing doll. After the rule mutation, it becomes a cursed doll. The condition for opening it is to touch it with a physical body. Effect. Within 72 hours, the contact experience gains speed -70%. Item explosion rate -70%. Maximum health limit -70%. Magic limit -70%. Etc. When Inoue saw that it needed to be opened with a physical body, he felt something was wrong, but when he wanted to throw it away, it was too late. The cursed doll turned into a ball of yellow-brown gas and poured directly into his body. Then Inoue looked at the red numbers on his Lord panel and couldn't help but let out a roar. Damn the 10,000 worlds battlefield. You are targeting me. This is the divine light of the evil god. This time, the mutated fragment of divine light caused a huge stir in the entire B2396 area, and countless lords obtained one to open. Of course, there are only a few lords like Inoue who are extremely miserable, with 2 failures and 1 success, but a negative effect. The vast majority of lords received decent rewards, enough to support them to continue to survive in the B2396 area. Of course, there was even a lucky person in the regional channel who received the reward of a primary recruitment talisman. However, this lucky man only awakened the soul of a junior lord. Even if he had one more general, he was destined to not be able to stand at the top of the battlefield of all worlds. However, the deeds of this lucky man further inspired the lords to pursue the fragments of divine light. Even though it was already night, many lords still sent their soldiers out to search for them regardless of everything. Within Zhou Fei's territory, Zhou Fei, with a serious face, held a fragment of divine light that was shining with colorful light, and his expression was very serious. In front of him, Alice and Hunmi Sheng, who were breathing a little faster and wearing slightly messy clothes, were reporting the situation outside to him. Master, just as you expected, a large number of divine radiance fragments appeared, causing a sensation among the beasts in the forest of beasts. When we came back, most of the monsters in the outside world had reached level 40 or above. Some even reached level 50. The entire B2306 area is in chaos. After Alice and Hun Miesheng finished their reports, they breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down in their chairs. Even with their abilities, they were exhausted after returning from exploring the outside world. This shows how chaotic the B2396 area is now. Hun Miesheng also took over the conversation and said cautiously, Master, wait until the soul power of me and this girl recovers a little. Then we will go out to explore again, and we will probably be able to get 2 more. But I guess this is the limit. However, this time, Zhou Fei ignored Hun Miesheng at all. He just kept thinking and then said, Close the gate of the territory, no need to go out. 1 is enough. Zhou Fei changed his previous greedy nature and actually gave up the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Zhou Fei had his own plans. People can be greedy, but at least they should have self-knowledge. In the battlefield of all realms, after nightfall, the attributes of monsters will increase by at least 50%. If he insists on sending Alice and others out to explore, casualties are likely to occur. Moreover, the shadow of the Black Dragon has always been looming in Zhou Fei's heart. When the Black Dragon left, its eyes stared at Zhou Fei fiercely. He has not forgotten it. He had reason to believe that if the Black Dragon took this opportunity to attack him, it would definitely lead to consequences that he could not accept. Moreover, the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds has made it very clear that this is after the mutation. The more you have, the more unlucky you are. Although Zhou Fei didn't know what the consequences of bad luck would be, he really didn't want to take the risk. 1 is enough. Zhou Fei directly ordered to close the gate of the territory and have a good rest. After giving the order, Zhou Fei also opened the mutated fragment of divine light in his hand. The divine brilliance fragment opened by Daxia, Junior Lord Zhou Fei, has undergone a change. Now proceeding to determine the opening. Ding! Your quasi-level talent has been triggered. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Success probability multiply by 3. Judging. Success. Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei obtained success reward. B-level building blueprint multiply by 1. Ding. The reward triggers your quasi-Z-level talent. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Quantity critical hit multiply by 3. Quality critical hit multiply by 30. Ding. Due to the special nature of the reward, your quasi-Z talent cannot critically hit in large quantities. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level building blueprint. Soul Cleansing Ivory Tower. Listening to the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, Zhou Fei did not seem happy at all. Is it still impossible to perform critical hits with a quasi-Z level talent? It seems that the plan to obtain soul crystals must be put on the agenda. Obtaining the S-level blueprint did not make Zhou Fei happy, but instead strengthened his determination to obtain the soul crystal. Why can't we have a critical hit based on numbers? If quasi-Z isn't enough, I'll advance to level Z. Bite! Bite! After the blueprint, the fragments of divine glory were judged twice more, and as expected, both times were successful. However, these rewards were not satisfactory, and the recruitment token Zhou Fei wanted still did not appear. Oh, I worked in vain again. After Zhou Fei finished browsing the reward log, he let out a long sigh. No recruitment talismans, no energy crystals, no S-level equipment. Nothing at all. What's the point of just giving him a blueprint? For him at this stage, this blueprint is completely useless. Zhou Fei took the drawing in his hand. He had been complaining loudly in his heart, but after seeing the information on the drawing, his eyes widened. Fuck. Architecture. Soul Purifying Ivory Tower. Grade, S-level. Materials required for construction. Soul Cleansing Stone multiply by 1. Rare Stone multiply by 100 units. Rare Magic Crystal multiply by 10 units. Introduction. The Soul Cleansing Ivory Tower is a synonym for magic defense buildings in the 10,000 Worlds battlefield. It can cause devastating damage to monsters below level 49, good damage to monsters below level 59, and ordinary damage to monsters at level 69. Destructive means instant kill. Good means 200% damage. Normal means 100% damage. Chapter 45, Expensive Cost. A Bloody Night. This blueprint is simply a bug in the battlefield of all worlds. No, to be more precise, it should be a bug in the primary area. After all, in the primary area, the highest level of Warcraft is only level 69. The vast majority of magical beasts that can attack the territory are still around level 30 to 40. Aren't these magical beasts just little brothers in front of the soul-cleansing Ivory Tower? The best little brother among little brothers. Zhou Fei nodded, very satisfied. He always felt a little awkward about the rapid-shooting arrow tower that he had built to prevent the beast tide from invading. But after all, it was built on the first day after his arrival, so it was a little hasty. Now that he has a replacement, Zhou Fei feels even more uncomfortable with these arrow towers. If we replace all these 10 arrow towers with the soul-cleansing ivory towers, don't even mention the intermediate level. Even if I upgrade to a high-level lord, I won't need to change it. Zhou Fei clapped his hands, his eyes filled with desire. However, Zhou Fei did not know that in the ordinary territories of intermediate lords, very few people had 10 rapid-shooting arrow towers. The power of the rapid arrow tower is not small, and it is the building that most people would choose to defend their territory. It was because Zhou Fei's pace was too fast. How could someone who had just entered the battlefield of all realms be able to chase down and kill monsters above level 40 in less than a week? Not to mention a week, many people can't resist a level 40 monster even after a year. Stop talking nonsense. Practice makes perfect. Just start. Zhou Fei has never been a person who procrastinates. He directly opened the Wanja Mall and planned to spend a lot of money. However, when he saw the price of the main material, the Soul Cleansing Stone, he was stunned. Soul Cleansing Stone, Advanced Building Material, Ice Crystals required for exchange, 2,000. 1, 2, 3. Zhou Fei rubbed his eyes hard and muttered to himself. 000, 2,000. He never dreamed that a piece of broken stone would cost him 2,000 energy ice crystals. After being slightly shocked, Zhou Fei continued to search for rare stones without giving up. Rare stone. Ice crystals required to exchange 1 unit, 10. 1 unit requires 10 ice crystals, and a soul-cleansing ivory tower requires 100 units. Another 1,000. At this point, Zhou Fei had lost the desire to continue searching. If nothing unexpected happened, the rare which should also be 1,000 ice crystals. If purchased from a store of all worlds, the cost of a soul-cleansing ivory tower would be more than 4,000 ice crystals. If this isn't robbery, then what is it? Zhou Fei's mentality changed in an instant. He looked at his rapid-shooting arrow towers and felt that they were not so annoying anymore. Let's collect the materials later. It is always good to have many skills. For a job like the soul-cleansing ivory tower blueprint, which is an easy one and won't run away on its own, Zhou Fei is not particularly anxious. It was late at night and no one spoke all night. The next morning, Zhou Fei got up early. There was no beast tide coming today. This is really weird. This beast tide also has a weekend off. Zhou Fei calculated the days and found that yesterday was Saturday and today was Sunday. After thinking for a while, he was suddenly amused by his own thoughts. Assemble. We're going out exploring today. The cemetery in the north of the area. Zhou Fei spoke loudly, saying that there were more people and horses on this exploration than the exploration of the Forest of Beasts. If it weren't for the fact that his leader Lanji was unable to go out to fight, Zhou Fei would have even wanted to take her with him. The fighting witch Alice, the light witch Rebecca, the healing witch Sherman, and the master of the Soul Palace Hun Miesheng. These 4 elite soldiers surrounded Zhou Fei, giving him a bit of the feeling of the 4 heavenly kings. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, Zhou Fei opened the Lord panel and checked the conditions of the 4 generals. He didn't know until he looked. He actually found some surprises. He looked at the column of Hun Miesheng on the territory panel and walked up to Hun Miesheng with a forced smile. Old soul, did you get anything yesterday? Hun Miesheng laughed twice when he heard this. Aren't I planning to give the master a surprise? As he spoke, the unique chaotic aura of the Soul Palace surged on his body, directly summoning 3 souls. The original 3 mutant dragon men were replaced, leaving only 1, and the other 2 souls were a mastiff and a bird. The appearance of the mutant dragon man that was preserved had changed dramatically. Its body had grown by more than 2 times, and there were dark magic patterns surging on its body, making it look quite extraordinary. Master, this dragon man has absorbed his other 2 brothers and has completely evolved into a leader elite monster. These 2, one is the lightning mastiff, proficient in lightning and biting, and the flying bird is the Jinghongian, which is incredibly fast. I captured these 2 yesterday when I was collecting the fragments of divine glory. They are both elite monsters. When Zhou Fei heard this, the expression on his face froze. He originally wanted to ask why Hun Miesheng replaced his soul without his consent, but what he didn't expect was that the 3 heroes who replaced him were more powerful than the other. Good change. Great change. But can you let me know when you replace me next time? Although Zhou Fei's tone was very funny, his expression was extremely serious. When he said the second sentence, he glanced at Hun Miesheng calmly. Master, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to overstep my bounds again next time. Hun Miesheng shuddered and said repeatedly, but Zhou Fei just smiled and said nothing, then turned around and left. With the support of 3 elite monster leaders, Zhou Fei felt more secure. Although the levels of the 3 elite monsters are the same as Hun Miesheng, maintained at around level 50, it is enough to use them. Zhou Fei was thinking in his mind, can the witch spirits of the 3 witches combined defeat these 3 spirits? I guess it takes some effort. The elite soldiers, well fed and watered, all listened quietly till Lanji finished playing a song. After they had enhanced their combat power, they officially set out on their journey. The distance of this trip was not short, and it took a whole morning just to travel. And because Zhou Fei set out early in the morning, he also witnessed a horrifying scene. As he moved further away from his own territory, he discovered what kind of disaster the B-2396 area had experienced last night. The ground was littered with corpses. To describe it as gloomy clouds and flowing blood would hardly be enough to describe this bloody scene. The entire B-2396 area was completely covered in blood and corpses, and traces of a major battle could be seen almost every distance you walked. There are at least 100,000 lords in the entire B-2396 area. If half of the territories of these 100,000 lords are upgraded to level 2, this area will have 300,000 generals. A general commands 1,000 soldiers, which means a population of 3E. At least half of the 3 population was caught in a tough battle last night. The more Zhou Fei walked, the more shocked he felt. Abandoned armor, traces of swords and axes could be seen everywhere on the ground, mountains, and woods in the B-2396 area. Zhou Fei even saw traces left by familiar creatures. Chapter 46 Z0001. Parents' concern. On a hillside about 30 miles away from his territory, Zhou Fei saw a deep pit with a radius of about 20 meters. Even after a night, there were still spots of black flames burning on the edge of the deep pit. This is the dragon breath of the black dragon Amilori. Zhou Fei had seen it once before, and there was no way he would forget this trace. However, on the side of the deep pit, there were 3 strip-shaped deep pits. Zhou Fei could not tell what these traces looked like at first glance. However, when he was far away, he found that these were actually paw prints left by some canine animal. The claw marks are nearly 10 meters long. Just from this scene, Zhou Fei estimated that the black dragon Amilori had actually broken into this area and must have had a fierce battle with an equally terrifying monster last night. Needless to say, the origin of the war was naturally the fragments of divine light. Fortunately, I didn't go out last night. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. This kind of situation is absolutely beyond human power to resist. In a melee of this magnitude, let alone a general of the outstanding rank, even a king-level general would be trapped if he was not careful. When Zhou Fei was crossing mountains and rivers to the cemetery, a big thing was happening in the outside world. What? Are there any signs of anchor point collapse in area B2396? Because there are too many strong people in the area? Dasha, inside the Bureau of All Worlds, Mr. Tian asked, wearing a pair of reading glasses and with a look of disbelief on his face. Secretary Liu in front of him was wearing a sexy hip skirt and 2 sexy black stockings on her legs. The beauty nodded with difficulty and placed a piece of data on Mr. Tian's desk. Tian Feiyong hadn't been so surprised in many years. He quickly opened the data, glanced through it casually, and then covered his forehead with his hands. The staff of the Wanji Bureau would not joke with him. The values that exceeded the standard in the entire B2396 area have already proved this. Secretary Liu gently pushed his black-framed glasses and continued. The most serious abnormality this time is in area B2396. The staff has specially investigated the myriad world's logs of this area for the past 100 years. Result: Secretary Liu suddenly leaned over to Mr. Tian's ear and whispered something. King level, true dragon. The collapse is not a disaster without cause. After Secretary Liu finished speaking, Tian Feiyong's face showed a look of enlightenment. So that's how it is. Does that mean the predecessor of B2396 is Z0001? Secretary Liu nodded vigorously and then continued. According to speculation, when the extreme Beast King leads the beasts out, that's when the B2396 area will collapse. Tian Feiyong nodded with a complicated expression, then took a look at his exquisite and expensive watch, on which the perpetual calendar clearly marked. 5 days left. I hope these little guys can survive these 5 days. As long as you hold on, there will be a chance to start over again. If you die in there, you'll really die in there. Tian Feiyong stood up, leaned against the window, looked at the gradually setting sun at 5 o'clock in the evening, took off his reading glasses, and rubbed his eyes hard. There were a few tear marks in the corners of his eyes. Jiangcheng, Fangshi Community. Fangshi Community is a well-known old and dilapidated community in the whole Jiangcheng, where mainly homeless people and various low-income people gather. In a residential building in Fangshi Community, an old woman with gray hair, sitting in a wheelchair, wearing reading glasses and reading a newspaper, her eyes cloudy and full of worry. Aunt Lee, are you reading the newspaper again? My son hasn't come back yet. An office worker who was returning home from get-off work saw this scene, greeted the old woman familiarly, and then shook his head as he went upstairs. With the beast tide in the myriad world's battlefield this time, Aunt Lee's son will most likely not be able to come back. But I used my life to get Lord-level treatment. I can't tell whether it's a profit or a loss. At least he's better than me, a social animal. The young man turned and went upstairs, but the old woman seemed to be oblivious to all this and just kept looking towards the end of the yard. Xiao Fei, when will you come back? Mom, it's my fault that I made you take risks. The old woman first muttered to herself, but then she burst into tears. His mother who broke her leg in a car accident, and his father whose arms ached whenever it rained. These were the things Zhou Fei had to rely on to stay alive and live a wonderful life. Zhou Fei is the pride that the old couple has been looking forward to, and the old couple are also the goal that Zhou Fei depends on for survival. Mom and Dad, I miss you. On the flying bird summoned by Hun Miesheng, Zhou Fei kept stroking the photo of the 3 of them on his wallet and muttered to himself. Master, it seems we are just ahead. There's a lot of Yin energy there, and we're very close to our target. Rebecca, who sent the light elf to explore the way ahead, gently approached Zhou Fei and began to report. After hearing Rebecca's words, Zhou Fei calmed down and hid his homesickness. Everyone, stay hidden and slowly explore and approach. Without my order, you are not allowed to take action at will. Chapter 47. Horror Cemetery. Bones and Blood. After Zhou Fei gave the order, he turned over and got off the bird and landed on the ground. Hun Miesheng also directly took back the 3 souls under his control. To the witch trio, their witch spirits might not mean much, but once the souls controlled by Hun Miesheng wandered in such a place, they were no different from walking beacons. As Zhou Fei slowly approached the cemetery, he also noticed something strange. The first thing is the ground of the cemetery. Bluestone bricks are mixed with damp soil, and both sides of the road are covered with half-human-high weeds. The bluestone bricks were nothing, the damp soil was nothing, and the weeds were just ordinary weeds. But when Zhou Fei really set foot on this land, everything seemed to have changed. White fragments appeared on the bluestone bricks. He bent down to pick up a piece, was startled, and almost threw it away. Because these white fragments are all bone fragments, and judging from their appearance, most of them are human tibia fragments. There are actually human bone fragments mixed in the bluestone bricks. And what about the soil? After gently stepping on the originally moist soil, a little bit of blood actually seeped out. The reason why the soil is wet is that it is wet with blood. Among the weeds on the roadside, there were many black crows hiding. When Zhou Fei stepped into the cemetery, the crows swarmed up as if frightened. It kept circling above the cemetery, wailing and roaring. Zhou Fei frowned unconsciously after seeing all this. All this was an ominous sign, a very ominous sign. He had never heard of such a strange scene before going deep into any cemetery. It's definitely not an ordinary native territory. It seems like we have come to the right place this time. Zhou Fei muttered to himself, and then patted his head. How can a place where a king-level lord asks his brother to explore be an ordinary place? However, if Zhou Fei knew that Sunyong warned Sunyong that he must reach Lord level 40 or above before coming, he would not be so excited. Following the bluestone brick road, Zhou Fei carefully explored the vicinity of the cemetery. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he encountered a group of uninvited guests. These ghosts come in groups of 2 or 3, and there are nearly 20 of them in total. These ghosts are only about half a person's height and are sky blue all over, with just a few hints of blue on their transparent bodies. When these ghosts discovered Zhou Fei and other uninvited guests, they immediately let out a scream, and then summoned ghosts to pounce on the witch trio. Owner, Alice was about to attack, but Zhou Fei stopped her with his eyes. Without even looking at the attributes of this kind of ghost, one could tell that it must be the lowest level existence in this cemetery. Zhou Fei just wanted to take this opportunity to train his soldiers. After the Scarlet Tree Demon was upgraded, Zhou Fei hadn't considered the strength of these witch spirits for a long time. Good master, go, my witch spirits. Alice understood what he meant and ordered her Scarlet Tree Demons to swarm out. Similarly, Rebecca and Sherman were not idle either, and both ordered their soldiers to attack. Although Rebecca and Sherman did not fight alongside Zhou Fei, the soldiers under their command were not idle either. Whether mining or treating the wounded, they would gain experience points. It's just that it's not as scary as the Scarlet Dryad. Hiss, bite. Facing the ghost, both the tree demon and the light spirit roared. And then, those ghosts just glanced at these witch spirits with disdain, and then blue light emanated from their bodies, directly sweeping over the Scarlet Tree Demon. Under the illumination of this light, the speed of the witch spirits became extremely slow, and even their limbs were covered with layers of frost. Zhou Fei, the junior lord of Daxia, your witch spirit. The Scarlet Tree Demon is attacked by unknown creatures, and its movement speed and attack speed continue to weaken. Daxia, junior lord Zhou Fei, your witch spirit, Scarlet Tree Demon. The reminder sound of the 10,000 worlds battlefield rang in Zhou Fei's ears 3 times in a row, and the speed of the Scarlet Tree Demon became slower and slower, until in the end it seemed like slow motion. Then, all the witch spirits, whether they were Scarlet Tree spirits or light elves, exploded. It was completely shattered and turned into debris on the ground. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he was stunned where he was. Not only him, but also Alice, Rebecca, and others were stunned. They were connected to the witch spirit in heart and soul, and they did not receive any danger warning from the witch spirit at all. They just shattered without any warning after continuously slowing down the spirit. Everyone's heart tightened. The original military training turned into a show of force, which made Zhou Fei's face suddenly become extremely gloomy. Zhou Fei wanted to investigate the attributes of these ghosts, but all he got was a bunch of question marks, and he couldn't even detect their names. This is really unbelievable. Zhou Fei could never have dreamed that the Scarlet Tree Man, who could easily defeat others and kill other monsters outside, would be shattered without any resistance when facing these ghosts. Master, I will go and wipe out these evil creatures. Alice was a little embarrassed and was about to take action with a solemn promise, but Zhou Fei stopped her. No, we don't know where these ghosts come from. There's no need to take this risk. Joke. What if these ghosts froze Alice to pieces? Wouldn't he have no one to cry to? Chapter 48. Fierce Fighting. Corpses everywhere. These ghosts are so terrifying. Zhou Fei looked at the 40 or 50 ghosts and felt overwhelmed. He had never encountered such a difficult enemy. Although the battlefield of all worlds did not provide any information related to him and the ghost, through the summary during the battle, Zhou Fei could draw the approximate strength of the ghost. First of all, the level of this ghost should be around 40 to 50, and the ghost has two skills. The first one is deceleration, which is a skill that makes the Scarlet Tree monsters move in slow motion. The second one, Zhou Fei named it detonation, which means that when the deceleration effect is superimposed to a certain extent, it will be directly frozen and shattered. This second skill is the most difficult for Zhou Fei to deal with. It can kill instantly. Even the light elves, who are incompatible with the attributes of these ghosts, are helpless in the face of this deceleration. Although light and darkness are opposites, there is no clear restraint relationship. When light is greater than darkness, light is restrained. The Scarlet Tree Men and light elves fell down in groups, and were then summoned out by Alice and Rebecca. For a moment, Zhou Fei's energy ice crystal balance was rapidly decreasing. The healing witch Sherman also felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. These ghosts did not fight normally, but were slowed down to a certain degree and killed instantly. This left no room for her healing magic to be used. As the witches charged fearlessly, although casualties continued, they finally got close to the ghosts and caused some damage to them. Despite this, Zhou Fei couldn't be happy at all, because, as expected, these ghosts have the characteristics of souls and are immune to 80% of physical damage. The vines of the Scarlet Tree Demon fell on the ghost, but it was difficult to cause any damage. However, the attack of the Light Elf was quite effective. But this is quite effective, but only relative to the Scarlet Dryad. Less than 5 minutes after the battle began, the casualty ratio of Zhou Fei's witch spirits and ghosts had reached an astonishing level. 115. Zhou Fei had to kill 15 Scarlet Tree monsters before he could kill one ghost with his life. But even so, Zhou Fei still did not let Han Miesheng and others take action, and just used his life to fight against these ghosts. Master, if I take action, these ghosts will be easily killed. Han Miesheng was also a little puzzled when he saw this scene. He just opened his mouth to ask when Zhou Fei glanced at him with a serious expression. This is obviously a high-level area. You have to waste your soul power here. If a leader ghost suddenly appears and your soul power is not recovered, it will be a big problem. Zhou Fei's calm analysis directly choked back Han Miesheng's doubts. Han Miesheng had to admit that what Zhou Fei said made a lot of sense. Both his soul power and the witch's magic power were consumed quickly, but recovered very slowly. Even for Alice, who possesses a unique S-class weapon that increases recovery speed, it would take a day and a night to fully recover after using up all her magic power. In such an area where you are uncertain whether there is still danger, saving as much as possible is a very wise choice. Zhou Fei just looked coldly at the one-sided battlefield in the distance, with an evil curve at the corner of his mouth. I have plenty of money. If it can be solved with money, why do I need to take action? The witch spirits will not lose loyalty after death. Apart from paying a little ice crystal when summoning them, there's almost no cost. As long as Wu Ling can hold on, there is no need for his generals to take action. Of course, for Alice and Rebecca, summoning witch spirits does consume witch power, but the consumption of witch power is almost negligible. Alice, with weapon enhancement, can summon Scarlet Tree Men endlessly. The premise is that Zhou Fei's energy ice crystals are enough. Crack! With the sound of ice crystals shattering and the ground covered with ice crystals, the last ghost was turned into nothingness by the witch spirits who continued to rush forward. The battle came to an end. Zhou Fei glanced at the remaining amount of his ice crystals. Although he spoke in a loud voice, he did not expect that so many witch spirits would be killed in this battle. It consumed 60 ice crystals of Zhou Fei, in addition to the 200 scarlet tree spirits and light elves summoned in advance. He also summoned an additional 600 witch spirits. In other words, the death ratio between ghosts and witch spirits is as high as 120. This is just the most common little monster. Zhou Fei sighed. Although killing these ghosts gave him some ice crystals, he still paid a price of 40 ice crystals overall. This is not a good sign. After killing these ghosts, Zhou Fei did not stop, but continued to move forward along the bluestone brick road towards the cemetery. After walking about 2 kilometers, an extremely magnificent bronze gate appeared in front of Zhou Fei. This huge gate is nearly 10 meters high and is carved with various legendary heroes from the battlefields of all realms. There are ancient dragons of Taishu, angels of hell, legendary ring spirits, and prehistoric beasts. These figures were lifelike, fighting with weapons on the huge bronze gate, which made Zhou Fei feel terrified. Could it be that I have just entered this cemetery? Zhou Fei originally thought that he had already entered the deepest part of the cemetery, but what he didn't expect was that what he had just walked through was not even the outer area. The cemetery where legendary heroes are engraved on the gate to guard the gate. What was the identity of the owner of this cemetery when he was alive? Shocked, Zhou Fei walked to the huge bronze door and gently stroked the reliefs with his fingertips. When he looked closer, Zhou Fei discovered that the material of this huge bronze door was actually white stone. The reason why it looked bluish and dark was actually because of the blood stains. This door is completely covered in blood. Seeing this scene, Zhou Fei stepped back repeatedly. He only felt waves of weirdness and horror. Is this really a building that should appear in the primary area of the Myriad Worlds battlefield? Why does he feel like this is a burial place for gods? Fortunately, although this door is extremely terrifying, there's a gap that allows 2 adults to pass through at the same time. Otherwise, Zhou Fei really doesn't know how to open this door. After carefully passing through the gate, Zhou Fei walked into a courtyard. The scene here was completely different from the outside world. It is called a cemetery, but when Zhou Fei walked into the gate, he felt that it was more like a place for sacrifice. Because in the courtyard, apart from the withered weeds and withered old trees, instruments used for sacrifices can be seen everywhere. However, all these instruments were stained with dark red blood. However, it is not quite appropriate to describe it as a place for sacrifice, because this courtyard is so vast that the territories of 10 Zhou Fei combined may not be as big as this courtyard. Chapter 49 Corpses. Corpses of legendary generals are scattered all over the ground. In addition to the sacrificial instruments, the skeletons of various creatures can be seen everywhere, and they are not even buried in graves. It would be more appropriate to call it an ancient battlefield rather than a sacrificial site. What on earth happened here? Zhou Fei looked at everything in front of him with a pale face, turned around, and wanted to leave the courtyard. Unexpectedly, his previous self-deprecating remark that this might be the burial place of the gods actually came true. Far away from him, there was a huge skeleton. Zhou Fei was very familiar with the shape of the skeleton. It was the same species as his old friend, the black dragon Amilori. However, the volume of the skeleton is at least 5 times that of the black dragon. If this isn't the corpse of a legendary dragon, then what is it? What shocked Zhou Fei the most was that this legendary dragon looked like a little chicken, with its wing bones torn off and thrown randomly on both sides of its body, and there was a huge gap on its skull. A legendary dragon was slaughtered. When Zhou Fei muttered to himself, his voice was even trembling a little. In order to verify his guess, he walked very cautiously, stopping every step, and came to a crystal-clear human skeleton and gently touched the skeleton with his fingertips. Legendary General Skeleton. Quality SS grade. Utility? A prompt for the battlefield of all worlds appeared in front of Zhou Fei, causing him to take several steps back and almost lose his soul in fright. He didn't expect that the crystal-clear skeleton he chose was actually the body of a legendary general. Even until just now, Zhou Fei still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but when the detailed prompts of the battlefield of all worlds appeared, Zhou Fei's little thoughts were shattered. Master, this is simply unbelievable. I just took a closer look and found that at least 20 legendary generals have died in this courtyard. Their heroic spirits haven't even completely dissipated yet. Han Miesheng spoke with a somewhat stiff expression, and Zhou Fei's expression grew even more gloomy when he heard that. What kind of person is a legendary general? He is a leader who only appears in the ancient legends of various ancient countries. Even some countries with a less long history do not have their own legendary generals. Moreover, to be called a legendary general does not just mean appearing in legendary stories and having a name and surname. Every legendary general must have his own achievements in the legend, have made unparalleled contributions, and have been passed down from mouth to mouth. This kind of talent is called a legendary general. Just like the legendary General Dai, coveted by the king-level Lord Sunyong. Every citizen of Daxia knows this legend. Dai shot down 9 suns, and Chang'e flew to the moon. Only such a legendary figure can barely be called a legendary general. Zhou Fei kept looking at the skeleton. Han Miesheng's words, "The heroic spirit is still there," made his heart almost rise to his throat. If you put aside the crystal bones, this skeleton is just an ordinary adult male. But why is there a gap between his eyebrows? It doesn't look like it was made by weapons. Zhou Fei continued to observe the skeleton, but even with all his knowledge, he still could not figure out the identity of the skeleton. Zhou Fei only knew that, judging from the crystal-clear bones and the faint sense of oppression that still existed after so many years, this skeleton must have been a leading legendary general when he was alive. Or rather, half a step to God. Hey, Chun is just scaring herself. I've even seen real gods, it's just a corpse. After a series of shocks, Zhou Fei finally regained his composure. Still in awe, but not as timid as before. Zhou Fei has witnessed the pressure of gods. No matter it is the Dark Lord Sauron or the mysterious man, they're all true gods. It's just a corpse. If you're really awesome, show me the corpse of God. Zhou Fei murmured to himself, then turned over the corpse of the legendary general. When he turned over, Zhou Fei's eyes froze. There was a deep, penetrating wound on the spine on the back of the corpse, which even pierced the entire spine. This is the fatal injury. This is too bad. Someone almost defeated a legendary general. Zhou Fei, who had just regained his composure, was a little confused again. This is not a buddy. This is a legendary general. It seems that there is a shocking secret hidden in this courtyard. After being surprised, Zhou Fei's eyes flickered with brilliance. No matter how invincible or legendary it was, the B2396 area was just a primary area. The limit of the primary area is level 69. Although he didn't know what happened here, Zhou Fei clearly felt that he was going to get rich. Then Zhou Fei moved the skeleton twice and said in a slightly depressed tone, "The effect is unclear, so what can I get rich from? These bones are indeed legendary items, and their grade is also an astonishing SS level, but Zhou Fei doesn't know what they can be used for. It's impossible for him to collect those dragon bones and go back to his territory to make bone soup, right?" Just when Zhou Fei was at a loss, Han Miesheng seemed to have seen through his thoughts and laughed, saying in a mean way, "Master, these bones are useless to you, but they are useful to me." Zhou Fei was overjoyed when he heard this, and turned around to look at Han Miesheng. "You are useful? What are you good for?" Zhou Fei also felt a little confused. Logically speaking, the people in the Soul Palace were supposed to be doing research on the soul, so shouldn't the skeleton be their responsibility? Han Miesheng did not answer Zhou Fei, but just smiled and grabbed into the air with both hands, and 2 illusory soul chains appeared in his hands. "Master, you don't know this. Although this damn battlefield of the 10,000 worlds has rated me as an outstanding rank, I am more than just an outstanding general." The more Han Miesheng spoke, the more eerie his aura became, until in the end he was filled with gloomy, evil spirit. In other words, my rank is only excellent, but the unique skills of my soul palace far exceed the excellent rank. As he spoke, the chain in his hand disappeared into thin air and kept hitting the legendary warrior's body. "If I'm disrespectful, please forgive me." After Han Miesheng finished speaking calmly, the 2 chains began to frantically absorb the crystal objects in the bones like travelers in the desert encountering an oasis. The expression on Han Miesheng's face became more and more crazy. "Master, do you remember what I said before? that there are some remaining heroic spirits in the sky above this courtyard? Look, I will use the Soul Palace's unique skills, the soul binding and soul taking technique, to guide the essence of his body and restrain his heroic spirit. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, his brain shut down. He thought that Han Miesheng might be hiding something from him, but he didn't expect that Han Miesheng was hiding something so big. He could actually capture the soul of a legendary general. Chapter 50, Heroic Spirit. The True Lord of Qingyuan Miaodao. Zhou Fei knew something about Han Miesheng's technique of capturing souls and taking away spirits. Although he was very excited at the moment, he still maintained basic rationality. First of all, the art of capturing souls and seizing spirits is indeed equivalent to giving Zhou Fei an extra legendary general out of thin air. But the level of this general can only be the same as Han Miesheng at most. At this moment, Zhou Fei was secretly calculating in his mind, while Han Miesheng was performing the soul-binding technique while laughing and saying, "Master, the ghosts I have restrained are the remnant souls wandering between heaven and earth. I cannot guarantee that I can summon them 100%. Although Han Miesheng said this, the bright fire flashing in his eyes was clearly filled with immense confidence. Zhou Fei nodded. Just do it, everything is based on safety. He was a little worried at this time. After all, they were summoning souls in a place like a cemetery. If they were not careful, they would probably fail here. Han Miesheng laughed wildly and said, "Master, if you ask me to fight against the Black Dragon or tens of millions of soldiers, I may not be able to defeat them. But in front of these residual souls, I am the supreme existence. Please watch carefully." Along with Han Miesheng's cry, the two chains had almost completely absorbed all the essence from the skeleton. The chains that originally appeared to be empty seemed to have substance, and at this moment, the two chains were like the needles of a compass, pointing firmly in a direction in the sky. Wow! The chains appeared out of thin air, accompanied by the sound of chains colliding, and actually pulled a figure over. It's traction, not restraint. These chains were like restrained rabbits in front of this figure, timid and not daring to approach. It seemed as if this figure felt the pull of the chains and moved closer in the direction of the chains. When the figure appeared in the sky, Zhou Fei only felt that the originally slightly dim sky was suddenly sprinkled with golden light. In the golden light, there seemed to be the faint sound of armor and swords clashing, and even thousands of reverent eyes staring at them. It's heavenly soldiers. Zhou Fei looked up at the sky and found that the golden light in the sky was actually reflected from the golden armor of the heavenly soldiers and generals. Could this be a member of the Great Xia ancient heavenly court? Zhou Fei was shocked. This scene was simply too grand and sacred. Under the gaze of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, the soul slowly stepped forward. His figure was extremely burly, nearly 2 meters tall. His upper body was naked, his strong muscles were covered with various old scars, and his lower body was wrapped in a wing-shaped leg guard covered with golden scales. The scales on the leg armor are extremely thin and light, just like feathers moving in the wind, showing their extraordinariness. The most extraordinary thing about this figure is his forehead. Zhou Fei had wondered before why there was a hole between the eyebrows of this skeleton. Now he finally knew the answer. This figure had his eyes tightly closed, but the empty space between his eyebrows was shining with a strange light, and he actually had strange eyes. Coupled with the three-pointed, double-edged halberd in the figure's hand, his identity is obvious. He turned out to be the true lord of Qingyuan Miaodao, Guankou Erlang. Young Jian. Oh my god, I'm going to make a fortune this time. Zhou Fei looked at young Jian's heroic demeanor and was completely stunned. What is going on? What is going on? Yang Jian walked towards Han Miesheng step by step with his feet on the golden light. Even the Lord of the Soul Palace retreated again and again under the power of Guankou Erlang. Logically speaking, the one who performed the soul-binding and spirit-stealing technique was Han Miesheng, but Yang Jian did not even look at the Soul Palace master, but walked up to Zhou Fei respectfully. Kneel on one knee and clasp your hands together. Yang Jian actually saluted Zhou Fei. You. Zhou Fei took 2 steps back, feeling a little helpless. At this moment, Han Miesheng's face suddenly changed, because he didn't know when Yang Jian's soul had appeared on his list of souls to be captured and taken away. However, he clearly hasn't used his method to subdue her yet. King Yuan Miaodo Xinjuan Yang Jian. Race, human race of all worlds. Rank, legend. Level, 50, constrained by soul destruction level. Skills, affected by the residual soul. A large number of skills are lost. After paying his respects, Yang Jian stood beside Zhou Fei with a sword in his hand. At the same time, the golden light flashing on his body gradually faded, and he finally looked like an ordinary man with a slightly stronger build. Yang Jian. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he tried to call out to him, but Master Erlang had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. Only then did Zhou Fei discover that the eyes of this Erlang Xinjuan were empty and lifeless, and he looked a little dull. Yang Jian, what happened here? He asked tentatively, but the latter had no intention of paying any attention to him. Who shot you? Can you still summon your heavenly soldiers and generals? Hello. Zhou Fei had a lot of questions in his mind at this time, and he poured them out madly. However, no matter what he said, Yang Jian did not respond. Only when Zhou Fei ordered him to fight would his eyes regain some of their spirit. Master, this true lord must have been affected by the remnant soul and lost his mind. He only has the most basic fighting logic. Hun Mi Sheng spoke tremblingly. Although he didn't know Yang Jian's identity or origin, he sensed a familiar smell from Yang Jian. He had only experienced this kind of feeling from Do Di Xiaoyan. That is, the taste of heaven. Zhou Fei looked at the dazed Yang Jian with a complicated expression. He felt very upset to see this former lord of the realm fall to such a state. You know, there are many legendary generals in the ancient heaven, but they were all born with natural talent and were born immortals. Among the 3,000 powerful men in the ancient heaven, there is only one who is immortal, and that is Yang Jian. Yang Jian, with his mortal body, swept across the country with his halberd. He cultivated his clairvoyance and captured Erlang Xinjuan, and fought his way from the mortal world to the ancient heaven alive. Everyone knows that there was a monkey who once caused a big disturbance in the heavenly palace, which made the Emperor of Heaven very angry. However, few people knew that before that monkey, Yang Jian had already accomplished this feat. Yang Jian defeated all the generals in the ancient heaven at that time. Oh, finally, the Emperor of Heaven promised him infinite life and immortality, and he was able to give up. Such a warrior immortal was actually defeated in this cemetery. Although Zhou Fei had now obtained a legendary general, his heart became heavier. He didn't know what he would face in the future, but all he could do was keep exploring. Chapter 51, King-Level Fragments. The mysterious B2396 area. Zhou Fei, feeling uneasy, anxiously cruised around the outer area with Yang Jian, whom Han Miesheng had just attained, trying to collect more information. He tried to approach the dragon's corpse, but halfway there, he saw some bright objects. Is this a fragment of the king-level lord's heart? Zhou Fei frowned, looking at the rice-sized fragments on his fingertips with a look of doubt and confusion. What on earth happened here that even a king-level lord fell here? It was hard for Zhou Fei to imagine what kind of thing could completely shatter the heart of a king-level lord and break it into pieces. This B2396 area is truly mysterious. It seems that the changes are not just caused by the soul crystal. What's more, it has an inseparable influence on this area itself. Zhou Fei secretly calculated in his heart that although he had no way to figure out what was happening now, once he successfully resisted the last wave of beasts, he would be qualified to return to the real world from the battlefield of all worlds. When he returns, he will definitely study the ancient history of the battlefield of all realms carefully to see what exactly happened in this area. Zhou Fei thought that such secrets must have been sealed in the long river of history. But don't forget that he now has a point of entry. Yang Jian. As long as he continues to investigate the life of this legendary general, he will definitely gain a lot. By then, the secrets of Area B2396 will be revealed. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei lost the idea of continuing to explore the periphery and directly led a group of generals under his command to advance deeper into the cemetery. Desolate and miserable, the deeper Zhou Fei went, the more he felt uneasy. The surrounding environment was too desolate. As he was strolling, a huge palace-like building appeared in front of Zhou Fei, and in front of the palace, there was a huge ghost with a dark blue body wandering around. This is the leader's ghost? When Zhou Fei saw this figure, he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the speed of the ghost was far beyond his imagination. The moment it noticed the outsider, the The ghost flew toward Zhou Fei and others with tremendous resentment. Alice, let the Scarlet Tree Man cover the retreat. Withdraw to a safe distance first. Although Zhou Fei was panicked, he was not at a loss. He arranged many orders in an orderly manner. However, this ghost was very unreasonable and directly shattered all of Zhou Fei's arrangements. Damn outsiders, are you the ones coveting the king's treasure? Leave your souls behind and contribute to the king's coming. The leader ghost had an extremely solid body. It roared and pounced forward. It just sneered at the Scarlet Tree people that stood in front of it. The leader ghost waved his hand, and the Scarlet Tree people instantly entered a severe, freezing state, and the deceleration effect was even greater than that of a group of ordinary ghosts. The leader ghost waved his hand again, and the Scarlet Tree people turned into ice crystal fragments all over the sky. All 100 Scarlet Tree people were killed. At this time, less than 10 seconds had passed since Zhou Fei encountered the ghost of the leader. Elf of Light, go ahead. Zhou Fei and his men are far from leaving this range. Now is not the time to feel sorry for their witch spirits or the cost of summoning them. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered the Light Elves under the Light Witch Rebecca to take over. Compared with the Scarlet Tree Elves, the Light Elves are more spiritual and should live longer. But how? When the leader ghost saw the groups of Light Elves, his expression actually showed a little excitement. Then she opened her big mouth and let out a terrifying scream. This scream was exactly the same as the screams made by women in horror movies. Be it Zhou Fei, Han Miesheng, or even the three witches, they all froze in place when they heard this scream. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei encounters the leader, Ghost Adele, using the skill, Ghost Scream. Now, make a judgment based on your intelligence attribute. Judgment in progress. Ding! Your talent. Fortune and misfortune are triggered. The probability of successful judgment is multiplied by 3. Failed to judge, you cannot be exempted from the effect of the Ghost Scream. Forced to be stunned for 5 seconds. Zhou Fei felt a confusion in his brain and stood there drowsy. Not only did Zhou Fei's intelligence attribute fail to pass the judgment, but even after the increase of fortune and misfortune, he was not immune to the effect. Even the three witches fell into a dizziness. From this, we can see how high the priority of the Ghost Scream performed by the leader Ghost Adele is. In the battlefield of all worlds, general control skills will have a special effect, called Judgment and Immunity. The judgment effect is that the caster makes a judgment on a certain attribute of the Undertaker according to the skill introduction. If the judgment is successful, the Undertaker can be successfully controlled. If the judgment fails, the Undertaker will be exempted from this control effect. It's very simple. For example, the criterion for judging the Ghost Scream is intelligence. If your intelligence is higher than that of the ghost, you will be out of control. The greater the difference in intelligence, the greater the chance of being dizzy. This also means that the intelligence attribute of this ghost is far superior to that of the three witches whose main attribute is intelligence. And under the screams of the ghosts, the Light Elves turned into nothingness like bubbles in the sun. Crack! In front of the terrifying leader, the Ghost Adele, Zhou Fei's witch spirits couldn't even use the human wave tactic. They fell down one after another like cutting leaks. Hiss! I can't retreat. I can only fight. Upon seeing this, Zhou Fei made a simple estimate, then took a breath and said, if they wanted to retreat, they had to at least retreat to the gate covered with reliefs to escape the hatred range of the Ghost Adele. However, this was almost an impossible thing for Zhou Fei now. Although it is less than 1,000 meters, these 1,000 meters are like a natural moat. Alice, Rebecca, take action. At Zhou Fei's command, the two witches, Alice and Rebecca, focused their eyes and flew into the air with their staffs in hand. They have suffered repeated setbacks since entering this cemetery. For the proud witch clan, this is almost unacceptable. When they received the order, they immediately unleashed their most powerful witchcraft. The first among them was Alice, the fighting witch wearing a red dress and holding the power of the red spider lily. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and a dazzling red light bloomed from her body. Chapter 52. 8 years old. You tell me this is 8 years old? O Scarlet, witch spirit who commands the witch world, please listen to the call of your loyal servant Alice and bestow your bloodthirsty power upon me. Using scarlet bloodthirstiness as a medium, I summon the purgatory tree that has been suppressed in the depths of the wizard world for eternity and sweep across the world. Scarlet. The tree of purgatory. Ding. Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. When your General Alice casts a skill, the weapon, Higanbana's authority skill, multicast, is triggered. Scarlet. Purgatory, tree multiply by 2. As Alice finished chanting the spell, 2 terrifying giant trees, nearly 20 meters tall, appeared in front of Zhou Fei. The leaves of the giant tree were pitch black and thick, foul-smelling juice was constantly dripping from them. A large number of leaves and vines swept towards the ghost leader Adele. And that's not all. The light witch Rebecca also began chanting, "O bright witch spirit that cleanses the witch world, please listen to the call of your loyal servant Rebecca and bestow the power of holy light upon me." Holy light. Increased magical power. Sherman also sent out his own chant, adding healing power to Alice. Ever since the battle with the purple-striped clouded leopard, the witch trio has never attacked at the same time again, with the most being Alice and Rebecca teaming up. At this moment, the 3 of them erupted again, and for a moment they were extremely powerful. The mutual amplification between the 3 witches is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3. The power they unleash is far greater than 3. However, when facing such a terrifying attack, the ghost Adele did not panic at all, but instead laughed hysterically. "Oh!" Adele smiled and opened her arms, embracing the terrifying purgatory tree. Ding! Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Ghost Adele used the skill, Nether Embrace, ignoring the defense of the purgatory tree, and the purgatory tree suffered terrible damage. Ding! Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. The skills cast by your subordinates are exempted by Ghost Adele's talent skill, Ghost Veil, and only cause 50% magic damage. Fuck! The prompt sounds of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield rang continuously, and Zhou Fei couldn't help but swear when he heard it. Ignore defense plus reduce damage by half. What kind of horrible talent and skill is this? After being reduced, the terrifying attack of the purgatory tree landed on Adele without any pain at all. The ghost leader didn't even take a step back. Instead, under the attack of the embrace of the underworld, the 2 purgatory trees completely collapsed, and Adele had no intention of stopping and flew directly towards the healing witch Sherman. Roar! The ghost Adele let out a terrifying roar. She hated the lively feeling coming from Sherman. Soul destroys life. At this point, the battle situation had become a mess. Zhou Fei couldn't just watch Sherman being attacked, because this attack could very likely cost Sherman his life. He directly used his killing move. Han Mie Sheng, who was hiding in the dark, received the order and floated out waving 2 soul chains. Nothingness swallows the flames. Han Mieshing did not hide his strength and directly used his strongest move, but the speed of the flame was too slow, or rather, the speed of the ghost Adele was terrifyingly fast. Sherman didn't react at all and flew backwards directly. After doing all this, Adele turned over and gently pressed her palm on the void, swallowing flame. Ouch! As Adele came into contact with the flames, she let out a sharp scream and retreated repeatedly. The void-devouring flame is indeed the nemesis of the soul body, and it directly dimmed the azure figure of the ghost Adele. But that's all. On the other hand, Sherman, the healing witch, was covered with icicles all over her body. Large chunks of her snow-white skin were frozen and cracked, and she fell into a coma. This ghost Adele dealt a heavy blow to the level 50 elite general. Sherman suffered severe frostbite, and although Alice and Rebecca continued to perform witchcraft, the results were far from satisfactory. This was the first time that the witch trio's joint attack failed to work. Zhou Fei looked at the situation on the field, feeling extremely anxious. Although he was not familiar with the situation, he could see everything clearly from outside the battle. It seemed that the ghost Adele was enjoying the thrill of playing cat and mouse, and had not yet finished off Alice and the others. Even so, Alice was in a tough fight, and could only barely hold on to avoid being defeated. But what about the death of the soul? Although the effect of his void-swallowing flame was very significant, it was too slow compared to Adele's speed. Even under the guidance of this elite leader, Alice was burned several times. What should I do? What should I do? The situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn for the worse, and Zhou Fei was a little panicked at this moment. Damn lonely soul. How dare you tease me, the Soul Palace Master? Come out, my children. At this moment, Han Miesheng became a little anxious. Without thinking twice, he summoned out all the abilities he could cast and summon. A figure shining with golden light appeared out of nowhere and stood beside Han Miesheng. When Zhou Fei saw this figure, his eyes lit up instantly. Yes, they have Yang Jian. Because they were too anxious before, the scene was so chaotic that Zhou Fei and Han Miesheng both forgot about Yang Jian. This Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan truly lives up to the title of a mortal lord. When he saw the ghost of Adele, Yang Jian's originally closed eyes instantly opened, and two golden lights shot out from his eyes. As if he saw an enemy with whom he had a deep blood feud, Yang Jian raised his three-pointed, double-edged halberd and chopped directly at Adele. Ouch! When Adele saw Yang Jian, she actually showed an extremely frightened expression. A ghost actually showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. However, fear was useless. Yang Jian slashed Adele directly with his blade. An endless divine power burst out instantly. This chop directly split the Azure Adele into two halves. Clatter. A lot of fragments fell from Adele's body, and these fragments turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. The ghost leader Adele pulled away, and the two halves of her body slowly and with difficulty merged together. But the divine power of the halberd blade remained in the gap, making it almost impossible to merge the two into one. Hey, D. Yang Jian changed his previous confusion and hesitation. His eyes were bright, and he uttered two words softly. Then, the third eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened. A dazzling divine light, as thick as a thigh, swept directly towards the ghost leader Adele. The overwhelming divine light shone on Adele's body, completely filling the ghost. No, Woody. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he stood there in a daze. Is this because his strength is suppressed? Level 50? The classic scene from Let the Bullets Fly suddenly appeared in his mind. 8 years old? What the fuck is 8 years old? Chapter 53. S-level equipment reappears. Zhou Fei begins to think of retreating. However, after bursting out with tremendous divine power, Yang Jian's eyes closed tightly, and his entire body lost its divine power and quickly weakened. And what about the ghost leader Adele? In the face of the light emitted by the sky eye, this terrifying existence that was still playing cat and mouse a second ago couldn't even resist and was directly turned into ice crystal fragments all over the sky. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the level 69 elite ghost, Adele. Since he killed an elite in the extreme realm by leaps and bounds, the reward has been greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the A-level unique equipment, Wraith's Embrace. Ding! The reward triggers the 6S talent fortune and misfortune. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3, quality critical hits multiply by 30. Ding! Due to the uniqueness of the equipment, the number of critical hits failed, and the talent of fortune and misfortune is activated. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level general weapon, Embrace of Hellfire. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the level 69 elite ghost, Adele. Since he killed an elite in the extreme realm by leaps and bounds, the reward has been greatly increased. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level medicine, Hemostatic Bandage. Ding! The reward triggers the 6S talent fortune and misfortune. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3, quality critical hits multiply by 30. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level drug, 3 bottles of adrenaline. The prompt sound from the battlefield of all worlds announced Adele's death, but Zhou Fei did not seem happy at all at this time. He first asked Han Miesheng, who had not received any damage, to be on alert and clean up the battlefield. Then he came in front of the 3 witches. Owner, in the center of the battlefield, Alice was covered in wounds, her hair was wet, and there were a few ice crystals hanging on her bangs. She was half kneeling on the ground at this time, holding the seriously injured Sherman in her arms. Master, it's our fault. The lovely Rebecca stood aside and spoke while sobbing softly. Sherman also wanted to get up, but as soon as she made a move, she was stopped by Zhou Fei. Looking at Sherman, whose mouth and nose were emitting cold air with every breath, Zhou Fei felt a pang of heartache. The 3 witches are called generals, but each of them has their own mind. After spending some time together, Zhou Fei has already regarded them as friends. Seeing them injured, Zhou Fei felt extremely painful in his heart. Use this. Zhou Fei didn't hesitate at all and directly took out the A-level medicine he had just obtained. Adrenaline. Quality, grade A. Effect. It can immediately restore 70% of the maximum health limit of the Lord or General, and at the same time alleviate physical injuries to a small extent. Within 72 hours after injection, the recovery speed will increase by 100%. Introduction. This is a cutting-edge scientific product from the interstellar human race in the 10,000 Worlds battlefield, exclusively for the top mechanical gunners. Even if you're bitten by the Zerg, this little guy can make you recover as before. This adrenaline has a great origin. It is the product of scientific research of the interstellar human race, and the Lord cannot produce it by himself. It can only be obtained if the area you are in is within the interstellar battlefield, and you trade with the humans in your native territory. Owner. Alice waved her hand to refuse, but Zhou Fei injected adrenaline directly into her neck without giving her time to discuss. Zhou Fei's fingertips slowly slid across Alice's swan-like neck, causing a blush and goosebumps. But he didn't have the energy to care about these things now. After he finished injecting Alice and Sherman respectively, when it was Rebecca's turn, the latter tried hard to wave her hands. Master, I'm just a little exhausted. Nothing hurt. As Rebecca spoke, she cutely dusted off her witch skirt and pouted her lips to prove it. Zhou Fei was stunned for a moment, and then he gave up when he saw that Rebecca was indeed not hurt. While waiting for the adrenaline to take effect, Zhou Fei took out the equipment rewarded for killing the ghost leader Adele. Embrace of Hellfire. Equipment quality. S-level unique weapon. Attribute. Increased general intelligence by 50%. Skill. Soul life. When the holder uses a soul-related skill, the skill level will be increased by an additional level, and the power will increase by 20%. Soul destruction. When the holder faces a soul body enemy, the damage caused is increased by an additional 50%. Soul kill. When the holder releases a skill, there is a chance to summon the Ghost Rebecca. This skill ignores defense and applies an extremely cold effect. Extremely cold slows down the enemy by 99% and performs a kill judgment. If the judgment is successful, the enemy will be shattered into ice crystals. Powerful. Although the introduction of this embrace of Hellfire is not as fancy as the authority of Higanbana, its 3 additional skills are in no way inferior to that of Higanbana. Moreover, this embrace of Hellfire is absolutely Han Miesheng's exclusive weapon. Previously, when Zhou Fei was sweeping the native territory, he obtained an A-level unique weapon. He originally planned to give it to Han Miesheng, but because the latter could not accept the shape of the toilet plunger, he later gave it to the healing witch Sherman. After all, Sherman did not participate in the battle, so he didn't know what was going on and didn't resist. Han Miesheng has never had a suitable weapon, which has caused Zhou Fei a headache. Now the appearance of the embrace of the Netherfire has directly solved this problem. Old soul, take it. Zhou Fei listlessly handed the embrace of Hellfire to Han Miesheng, who nodded and thanked him. Han Miesheng looked at Zhou Fei, opened his mouth to say something, but held it back. 10 minutes later, under the effect of adrenaline, Alice and Sherman's injuries were mostly healed, and they were able to move on their own. However, it is still a little difficult to fight. At this time, Zhou Fei stood up and said to his generals, let's go back." After hearing this, Han Miesheng was stunned for a moment, then said anxiously, "Master, we have explored here so far. Why do we have to go back?" The witch trio headed by Alice also said in panic, "Sir, we have killed all the leaders and elite monsters. There should be no strong enemies ahead." However, facing these questions, Zhou Fei just frowned and said with a heavy heart, "I feel that although this ghost Adele has a name and is very powerful, but you are definitely not the strongest in the cemetery. You are seriously injured now. If you continue to explore, we will only die. I have gained enough from this trip." Zhou Fei is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very smart. After weighing the pros and cons, he made this difficult decision, because every time he looked into the depths of the palace, he would feel his temples throbbing, and the golden light on the quasi-level fortune and disaster on the Lord's panel would turn blood red, as if something terrible was about to happen. This feeling is not good. Chapter 54, Beyond the Rules. The Open Temple Gate. The sixth sense can be deceiving. and Zhou Fei's intuition can also be deceiving. But the red light flickering faintly in the Lord's panel indicates good and bad fortune, and it won't lie. This is the key to Zhou Fei's survival in the battlefield of all worlds, and also the source of his good luck. Now, even his talent of fortune and misfortune going hand in hand is warning him. What else is there for him to hesitate about? Master, I don't know why you retreated, but if you believe me, I can tell you with my soul that if we encounter danger, I can definitely ensure our safe retreat. It's really frustrating for us to return empty-handed like this. Hun Miesheng tightly grasped the embrace of hellfire that he had just obtained, with the flame of ambition flashing in his eyes. He has never been a good person, and he also knows that this cemetery hides a shocking secret. He was unwilling to retreat like this. After Zhou Fei heard Hun Miesheng's words, a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. A soul palace master who dares to swear by his own soul shows that he has absolute confidence. Suddenly Zhou Fei remembered that just now, when Yang Jian hadn't shown his power yet, Hun Miesheng looked struggling as if he was about to throw something out. It seemed that was probably his basis. However, Zhou Fei is a man who will not release his eagle until he sees the rabbit. How could he possibly put his life on the shoulders of a general? Although Hun Miesheng trusted him 100%, Zhou Fei was not willing to take the risk. What's your trump card? Zhou Fei asked Hun Miesheng directly, but this time the latter opened his mouth but could not say anything. Master, if you believe me. Seeing this, Zhou Fei curled his lips with a sneer. Just as he was about to refute Hun Miesheng, the three witches who had recovered from their injuries came up to him and explained. Master, I can also use the witch god to guarantee it. It's not that Mr. Hun doesn't want to say it, but the rules of the 10,000 worlds battlefield. Alice spoke slowly, but her expression froze halfway through, as if a voice sounded in her ears, and she quickly closed her mouth. Don't the rules of the 10,000 worlds battlefield allow it? Zhou Fei's mind was as clear as a mirror at this moment. After considering for a moment, he looked at the burning gazes of several generals and gritted his teeth. Take a closer look. You think I want to leave? Zhou Fei has always been a shrewd and calculating person since he was a child, and he has made full preparations for this trip to the cemetery. Let him retreat simply because of his talent. To be honest, he is not willing to give in either. Oh, master, you really made a wise decision. Hun Miesheng chuckled and calmly stroked a four-colored lotus in his arms, and the three witches also nodded. Ever since their last encounter with the Dark Lord Sauron, they had prayed to the witch god day and night, and finally received his blessing. If Yang Jian hadn't suddenly shot an arrow at them, Alice and the others would never have died at the hands of the ghost leader Adele. Now that he had made the decision, Zhou Fei carefully explored the palace. This time, Zhou Fei did not order Alice and others to summon the witch spirit, but instead signaled Hun Miesheng to summon Yang Jian. The incomplete Yang Jian is the most powerful card Zhou Fei currently has in his hand. Only with him does Zhou Fei feel at ease. However, Hun Miesheng just shook his head, indicating to Zhou Fei that Yang Jian had suddenly exploded due to stimulation, and now he has completely entered a dormant state. Have to. Zhou Fei shrugged helplessly, and then they, the master and his disciple, the master and his servant, a group of 5, groped their way towards the palace. I have to say that the scale of this palace is not grand, but it is definitely not small. This palace is not filled with the strong, ancient architectural style of Dacia, but rather has a Nordic style. Whether it is the relief or the animal heads carved on the railings, they all have a sense of monsters from Olympus mythology. Why is it so strange? A Dacia-style cemetery with a Nordic temple in the middle? What the hell is this? Zhou Fei only felt that his cognition had been greatly impacted. Now, he understood why he had always felt something was wrong before. Because of his preconceived ideas, he looked at the layout here from the perspective of a Dacia person, completely ignoring the fact that in the battlefield of all realms, anything is possible. In other words, this is not the cemetery of ancient Dacia, but a burial place of Nordic gods? Thinking of this, Zhou Fei's expression suddenly became a little playful. In this case, the meaning of Yang Jian's death here is completely different. Could it be that Yang Jian went mad, pushed all the Olympian gods forward, and finally ran out of strength and collapsed here? Zhou Fei took a short break, and they had already reached the outside of the palace. Zhou Fei looked at them from afar, his expression gradually becoming more solemn. If before, when they were on the periphery, the soil under their feet was just wet with blood and was still black overall, then now the soil under their feet had completely turned crimson. Moreover, the closer to the temple of Olympus, the brighter the color of the soil became. Even under the steps of the palace, the soil had turned completely bright red. Sir, seeing this, Zhou Fei stopped for a moment. Hun Miesheng was about to ask something, but Zhou Fei interrupted him with his hand. The palace gate. Why is it open? At this moment, Zhou Fei felt a chill on his spine, and the hairs on his body stood up. He remembered clearly that when he came here, he saw that the door of the palace was closed. Now, why did a gap appear that allowed a person to pass sideways? Moreover, Zhou Fei looked inside through the gap and found that this huge Olympus temple was empty except for a crystal red coffin. It was not placed on the ground, but hung high in the sky, firmly tied with black metal chains and dropped into the sky. What kind of disrespectful funeral is this to hang the coffin in the air like this? This is simply unbelievable. Instantly, Zhou Fei felt his mind go blank, and then he seemed to see a woman with long flowing hair slowly sitting up in the crystal coffin. What's going on? Zhou Fei retreated again and again with a pale face, and at this moment all his memories of setting foot in the cemetery area flooded into his mind like a tide. For a moment, Zhou Fei felt a splitting headache and his temples were about to explode. In a trance, he felt bursts of beautiful sounds coming to his ears, which seemed to be whispering or humming. The melody is so beautiful and the sound is so pleasant. It is no exaggeration to describe this sound as the sound of nature. Moreover, Zhou Fei's splitting headache was actually relieved a little after hearing the song. He couldn't help but want to get closer to the source of the sound and let the voice soothe the pain in his head. One step, one step. Under this strange desire, Zhou Fei lost himself and slowly walked towards the temple and the Scarlet Land. Chapter 55, Horror. The Screaming Siren Song. Tread, tread. Zhou Fei's footsteps were heavy and firm, getting closer and closer to the Scarlet area. Ah! The closer they got, the clearer the voice in Zhou Fei's ears became, and his expression became more relaxed, gradually turning into a smile. After smile comes joy. After joy comes excitement. When Zhou Fei was one step away from the scarlet soil and about to step onto the stairs, the column representing talent on his Lord panel was flashing with golden light wildly. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, you have been subjected to triple judgment. Petrified. Judgment in progress. Ding! The talent of fortune and misfortune is triggered. The judgment probability increases by 3 times, and the petrification judgment fails. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, you have been given a triple judgment. Frenzy. Judgment in progress. Ding! The talent of fortune and misfortune is triggered. The judgment probability increases by 3 times, and the frenzy judgment fails. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, you have been subjected to triple judgment. Bleeding. Judgment in progress. Ding! The talent of fortune and misfortune is triggered. The judgment probability increases by 3 times, and the bleeding judgment fails. The continuous reminder sounds from the battlefield of all realms rang through Zhou Fei's ears, directly waking him up from the singing. When his mind came back to him, he took several steps back, covered in cold sweat. What happened to me just now? Zhou Fei's chest kept rising and falling as he breathed in big gulps of fresh air. He had completely lost the ability to think for himself and only wanted to step into the temple. No, the singing continues. He thought it was all a dream, but when he listened carefully, he found that it was not a dream. The singing continued, but he no longer had the splitting headache he had just now. After Zhou Fei learned all this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that Alice, Hun Miesheng, and others had also lost their minds like him. However, because their intelligence attributes are much higher than Zhou Fei, they are not without resistance. They looked struggling, trying their best to get out of this state, but they simply couldn't do it. Zhou Fei became extremely anxious when he saw this. He racked his brains, but did not dare to approach the temple again, for fear of falling into the singing again. He suddenly remembered that he had woken up because of the reminder from the 10,000 Worlds battlefield, so he shouted loudly, "Wake up! Return!" After Zhou Fei shouted like this, Alice and the others instantly woke up from their nightmare. They retreated in disbelief on their faces and stopped only when they reached an area far away from the temple. "Master, we just..." Alice's face was full of confusion, because it was Zhou Fei who woke them up, so they naturally thought that Zhou Fei was not tricked. Hun Miesheng was also a little puzzled. The only difference between Zhou Fei and them was that he had never fought those ghosts personally. Could it be because we have fought against ghosts before? Looking at everyone's puzzled expressions, Zhou Fei smiled awkwardly. I just woke up earlier than you. What is this? Have you seen it? Zhou Fei didn't want to explain his talent and skills, so he changed the subject. Alice frowned slightly and said, the feeling just now was like someone singing in my ear. Hun Miesheng nodded excitedly upon hearing this. There's still the most excellent souls in that temple, waiting for me to pick them. Finally, it was Sherman's turn. She looked pale and shook her head and said, what I saw was the spirit of the forest, and she was smiling at me. Zhou Fei shook his head when he heard this. Everyone saw something different, but it was what they desired most in their hearts. Wait, the most desired thing. His eyes suddenly lit up and a strange idea came into his mind. Olympus singing, the light which Rebecca thought for a long time, and said in unison with Zhou Fei. Song of the Siren. After Zhou Fei and Rebecca finished speaking, they looked at each other and nodded firmly. Rebecca pouted her cute face and spoke word by word. The Song of the Siren is a very terrifying song in the mythology of Olympus. The main function of this song is to bewitch people's minds, causing them to become petrified, bleed, and go crazy without knowing it. After Rebecca finished speaking, Zhou Fei's mind suddenly became clearer. Aren't these three aspects the three judgments just made in the battlefield of all worlds? Zhou Fei carefully recalled the memories about the Siren clan in his mind, and his expression became increasingly ugly. According to the records of the battlefield of all realms, most of those who can be associated with Olympus are outstanding or above. Although not like the ancient heaven, where any one of them is a legendary existence, Olympus is definitely a group that cannot be underestimated. And among this group, there is a group known as the Curse Group. This is the Siren clan. According to legend, the ancestor of the Sirens was named Medusa. She was originally a white-robed priestess in the temple of the goddess Athena. But by chance, she was insulted by the son of the sun god and cursed for eternity, and then became a mermaid with a human face, a fish body, and snake hair. The Siren song comes from Medusa's weapon after she was cursed, a shield. According to legend, this shield was originally an ordinary shield, but there was a head on it. Although the head was dead, it sang day and night. Anyone who dared to look at this head would be petrified and turned into stone forever. Other races regard the singing of this head as taboo, because according to Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods, the head was the result of Medusa chopping off her head and nailing it to the shield after she sought revenge on Athena. In order to avenge Athena for not saving her, Medusa asked Athena to sing for her forever. The descendants of Medusa, the Sirens, regard this song as a treasure because they found that as long as they have the blood of the Sirens when singing this song, there will be a certain effect even if they don't look directly into the eyes of the skull. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei took a deep breath. Totally consistent. I didn't expect that this would be related to that evil god. Zhou Fei no longer had any intention of staying any longer at this point, and turned around to leave, but at this moment, bang! A muffled sound came from the direction of the temple. Zhou Fei looked up, and his pupils contracted rapidly. The door was wide open. The muffled sound came from the collision between the door and the wall. When Zhou Fei looked over there, he felt something was wrong. What if that shield, Medusa's gaze, is really here? Isn't he going to turn into stone? However, his worries were unnecessary, as he did not turn into stone. Instead, bursts of vile laughter came from the red coffin, and the singing was dozens of times louder than before, resounding throughout the sky. Chapter 56. Sea Monster. Two-colored fire lotus. The sudden scream made Zhou Fei stand there in a daze. He touched his ear gently and found that blood was gushing out. Their eardrums were directly injured. At this point, Zhou Fei was completely certain that the owner of this cemetery, the person in the crystal coffin, should be a mermaid. Why does the siren appear in the primary area? Just when Zhou Fei was feeling confused, the scarlet crystal coffin had been pushed open, and an extremely graceful figure slowly floated in the air, flying towards Zhou Fei and others. The figure was about 1.7 meters tall and was almost naked, exposed in the air, with only a few pieces of armor made of shells covering key positions. The slender waist that can be held in one hand and the shocking fullness of the body can be said to be the most beautiful thing in the world. However, looking up along the body, the face of this figure is full of Western beauty, bold and hot. The high nose bridge and the cherry-like mouth are really fascinating. It can be said that everything about this figure deserves the title of the most beautiful lady. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that if the figure's hair is not a group of flying snakes. Don't look. The first time Zhou Fei saw the figure, he closed his eyes because the figure's hair was made up entirely of black snakes as thick as his little finger. They kept circling above her head, spitting out letters from their mouth from time to time. After Zhou Fei closed his eyes, he felt extremely shocked. He was even a little unsure about the figure that flew out of the crystal coffin. Is it a ghost or a real entity? If it is a ghost, then this ghost is too solid. Siren, Goldest. Rank, excellent ghost leader. Level, 69. Comprehensive attributes. Skills, soul freeze, siren song. Ding, Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Because you have encountered soul monsters many times, a similar introduction has been unlocked for you. When Zhou Fei heard the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, the expression on his face instantly became somewhat embarrassed and puzzled. How could he meet a level 69 excellent ghost here? This is absolutely an existence that he is invincible with now. The mermaid Goldest did not disappoint Zhou Fei. She flew over and stretched out her slender hand. The next second, her hands were covered with terrifying scales, and along with the appearance of the scales, a terrifying siphon directly enveloped Rebecca. The speed of the siphon was so fast that Rebecca didn't even have time to react before being hit. In an instant, Rebecca's entire body was covered with ice crystals, and yellow-brown spots continued to spread from her ankles. Rebecca's body has begun to turn to stone. Cough! Holy light cleansing. Rebecca coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and then cleansed herself with holy light to prevent the stone spots from spreading further. Of course, she could only stop them. She couldn't completely remove the spots from her body. After all, Rebecca is not as good as the Banshee Goldest in terms of rank, not to mention level. Only in terms of race, Rebecca, who was born into a family of witches, could barely be on par with the Banshees in terms of racial talent. In comparison, it is reasonable for Rebecca to suffer a series of defeats. After a successful attack, Goldest's bright eyes were filled with smiles. How dare you, lowly human, set foot on the Master's territory, disturbing the Master's sleep. Death, Goldest said as he continuously released various skills, like a machine gun. There was crushed ice, siphons, and from time to time Goldest would hum a few lines of the siren song. It's impossible to guard against. In front of this terrifying siren, Zhou Fei's trio of witches and Han Miesheng were simply unable to resist. Alice, who was covered in bruises, bit her lower lip and clenched the staff in her hand, looking a little hesitant. We just encountered this. Are we going to use that? Han Miesheng, who had obtained a new weapon, also fought and retreated. He was not as completely defenseless as the witch trio, but with the new weapon, he could only barely protect himself in front of Goldest. After all, Han Miesheng and Goldest are at the same level, so he won't be too miserable. However, there was a gap of nearly 20 levels between them, and the all-round attribute crushing made the Soul Palace Master feel uncomfortable. When Goldest saw someone dared to act rashly in front of her, the black snakes above her head instantly glowed brightly. Mystical snake! Hiss! Goldest's eyes fixed, and she let out a roar like a sea snake. And the next second, a swimming snake with a diameter of 0.5 meter sprayed out from her flaming red lips. The moment the snake came out, Han Miesheng felt a chill all over his body. It seemed that the snake was not eyeing his body, but his soul. Like a ray of light, the snake came quietly. Han Miesheng mobilized all his soul power and summoned the void-devouring flame to try to resist, but was of no avail. Bang! As soon as Han Miesheng's body came into contact with the snake, he flew backwards, with layers of broken ice surrounding his body. Not only that, some of Han Miesheng's soul power was sucked away while he was quietly dying. As the instigator, Goldest, the snake instantly returned to her body after attacking Han Miesheng. Call! The snake entered her body, and Goldest, who had used many skills, was not weak at all. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief, and the energy in her body was replenished. This mysterious snake can actually absorb the soul power of others to make up for its own losses. The appearance of Goldust gave Zhou Fei a solid warning. Even if you use all your strength, it is simply impossible to resist. Zhou Fei's expression became more and more ugly. At this time, Alice wanted to use her best skill, but she was suppressed by Goldust. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Master, I can change this situation. Ahem, but I need time. The three witches were like small trees swaying in the wind, coughing up blood and trembling as they spoke. When Zhou Fei heard this, his eyes lit up, and he then looked at Han Miesheng. Han Miesheng had just suffered a serious blow and had just recovered. When he heard Zhou Fei's words, he nodded firmly. No problem. After saying that, Han Miesheng took out a lifelike lotus from under his black cloak. This lotus is about the size of a palm and is blue and white all over. From the leaves to the center of the lotus, it is lifelike, as if it was not carved but picked. When Zhou Fei saw the lotus, he couldn't help but think of the background of this Han Miesheng and muttered to himself, "Could this be that thing?" Chapter 57. The Soul Resurrects. The witch summons the complete form of Yang Jian. Upon hearing this, Han Miesheng looked up to the sky and howled, "You bastard, try the fire lotus improved by our soul palace. Death by the bone spirit cold fire and the void devouring flame fire is also a blessing you earned in your previous life." After saying that, Han Miesheng threw the lotus in his hand directly towards Goldust. Boom, boom, boom. The raging flames directly enveloped the mermaid Goldust. Zhou Fei looked at the scene with a strange expression and suddenly felt a little sad. Isn't this the Buddha's fury lotus of Do Emperor Shaoyan? This soul palace was beaten, but he also learned it secretly. Although he expressed his feelings, Zhou Fei did not stop his actions. The generals under his command are indeed powerful, but when facing an enemy that is far stronger than them, he, as the Lord, has to play a role. He came directly to Alice and the others and asked without any nonsense, "Is the trump card to summon the gods of the wizard world?" Because Alice had used this killing move before when fighting against the platinum heaven-shaking beast, Zhou Fei naturally recorded this killing move. Alice nodded, and then Rebecca spoke. The last time, since there was only Alice, it was a random summon. This time the three of us are gathered here, and together we will set up a magic array that can summon a god in a certain direction. He can launch an attack with an attack strength that can fully reach the extreme value of the primary level. When Zhou Fei heard this, his eyes instantly flashed with dazzling light. Directed summon of a god, launching an attack, reach the extreme value of the primary area. This is totally cheating. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei nodded firmly without any hesitation. Okay, but have you decided which god to summon? When Zhou Fei asked, Alice and the others froze in silence. They only thought about summoning those lawful beings in the wizarding world, but had no plan on which one to summon. They simply thought that they should not summon an evil god like the Ringwraith knight, Kamol. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Fei chuckled, then leaned over to Alice's ear and whispered a few words. "God, ancient heaven, the remaining soul, do you understand?" After Alice heard what Zhou Fei said, her eyes lit up with sparkles, and her admiration for Zhou Fei increased even more. This lord of mine is truly extraordinary. Although his strength is far inferior to theirs, his clever ideas and ability to integrate resources are far superior to those generals. Alice nodded vigorously and said, "I understand." At the same time, on the other side, Han Miesheng was fighting and retreating in a state of constant pain. The siren Goldust was no longer satisfied with her previous calmness. Her smooth body had completely lost its human features and was completely covered by the siren's blue-gray scales. There was a little mucus on the scales, which looked very disgusting. These scales are uneven and full of marks of burns. These were all created by the two color flames just now. As the unique skill of Do Emperor Shaoyan, Han Miesheng only stole the essence but failed to steal the charm. But this is enough. The two-color fire lotus, created by the bone spirit cold fire in the body of Yao Lao, a former prisoner of the Soul Palace, and the void-devouring flame fire of Han Miesheng is powerful enough to kill Goldust. This is also Han Miesheng's greatest reliance when he comes to the battlefield of all worlds. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, The one-time two-color fire lotus used by your general Hun Misheng caused extraordinary damage to Goldis, and the latter entered a violent state. Just one strike severely injured Goldis and sent her into a state of frenzy. The Soul Palace is truly majestic, but when Goldis entered a state of rage, the power of both the siren song and soul freeze increased to a new level, causing Hun Misheng to cry out in pain. "Master, are you done? I can't stand it anymore." Hun Miesheng initially had some dignity as the Soul Palace master, but he was defeated within a minute. On the other side, the three witches had already set up the magic circle, and Zhou Fei also summoned Hun Miesheng back to his side just in time. "Thanks for your hard work." Looking at Hun Miesheng with ice crystals all over his stubble, Zhou Fei just felt a little funny. "Call out the remaining soul of Yang Jian." After the condolences, Zhou Fei directly gave an order, and Hun Miesheng looked confused when he heard it. "Master, Yang Jian's spirit is still in deep sleep. It's useless to call him out." Although Hun Miesheng was confused, he still did as ordered. The residual soul of Yang Jian, with his upper body naked and holding a three-pointed, double-edged halberd, was summoned out, and Zhou Fei directly led this soul to the center of the magic circle set up by the three witches. "O Scarlet King who dominates the wizard world, you are the witness of slaughter and the ruler of the wizard world. Please listen to the call of your servant Alice and give guidance from the spirit. Lord of Light who dominates the wizard world, you are the witness of spiritual light and the illuminator of the wizard world. Please listen to the call of your servant Rebecca and give us the guidance of the spirit. Oh, the king of healing in the witch world, you are the witness of life and the healer of the witch world. Please listen to the call of your servant Sherman and give me the guidance of the spirit." The three directions call, the soul is revived. As the residual soul of Yang Jian appeared, the three witches folded their hands across their chests and began to pray at the same time, while Zhou Fei's eyes flickered with a light that flickered. "It must succeed," Zhou Fei muttered to himself. After he learned that the witch trio could be summoned in a targeted manner, an idea came into his mind. If the witch trio can use Yang Jian's soul controlled by Hun Miesheng as a guide and perform a summoning, can they attract Yang Jian's complete soul? The reason why Zhou Fei did this was, firstly, because when he was fighting against the leader ghost before, Yang Jian was able to instantly kill the ghost with just a remnant soul. From this, it can be seen that his strength is definitely enough to kill this sea monster. The second reason is that the Ringwraith Knight Kamul, whom Alice randomly summoned at that time, was conscious. If Yang Jian could really be summoned, he would definitely be awake. Not only can Zhou Fei kill the siren, but he can also use it to find out what exactly happened here. Buzz! The witch spirit formation was filled with red, green, and white light, and these three lights continued to linger over Yang Jian's remaining soul. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the clouds above the cemetery, and specks of light fell to the ground along the clouds. What is confusing is that this light fell exactly on the remaining soul of Yang Jian. The moment the light touched the remnant soul, heaven and earth shook, thousands of rays of light poured down, and with them came a terrifying figure. This figure also had his upper body naked and was holding a three-pointed, double-edged halberd, but his size was 10 times that of Yang Jian's residual soul. In addition, this figure was also wearing a dazzling, extremely elegant, and luxurious crown. Heavenly God Yang Jian. Kulme. Chapter 58. Dashias. It's the coolest. It really worked. The light which Rebecca couldn't help but cover her mouth when she saw Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan coming on the light. When Alice saw Yang Jian, her eyes became even more infatuated. Apart from anything else, the power of the Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan summoned this time is far greater than that of the original Ringwraith Knight Kamul. It is no exaggeration to say that even compared with the projection of the Dark Lord Sauron, the true Lord is not at all inferior. From the sky, the figure of Qingyan Miaodao Jinjuan came slowly and directly penetrated into the body of the remnant soul. In an instant, the three tightly closed eyes of Yang Jian's remnant soul suddenly opened, and thick and sticky divine fire burst out directly from his eyes. "Oh my God!" the three witches exclaimed in amazement again. As for Hun Misheng, when a magic circle was activated, he felt the soul power in his body being consumed rapidly, and it was drained away, and he passed out. However, Zhou Fei realized that Hun Miesheng was not in danger of life, so he ignored him. At this moment, Zhou Fei heard the sighs of the three witches, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How can any random person be compared to the true Lord? And the Dark Lord Siren. Our great Xia's gods are the coolest. Based on previous experience, Zhou Fei thought that after the true Lord woke up, he would kill the powerful enemy first. However, what he didn't expect was that after the true Lord Qingyuan Yaodao arrived, he first glanced around slowly. His eyes, burning with a strong divine fire, were filled with vicissitudes and nostalgia. It was obvious that he had deep memories of this cemetery. Afterwards, when he saw the mermaid, Goldest, approaching madly with her teeth bared, he had no intention of attacking at all, and there was not even any fluctuation in his eyes. It felt like seeing a pet dog yelling at him. He just thought it was funny. Laughed. Jinjuan sneered with disdain, then drew a magical talisman on his chest with his fingers. With the appearance of this talisman, the sky, whose golden light had gradually dimmed, became turbulent again, and a figure stepped on the golden light and instantly appeared beside him. This is a young man with thick hair and dark body. As soon as he appeared, he bowed respectfully to the true Lord, and then looked at the mermaid Goldest with his dark eyes. Looked straight without any dodging. The curse of the sirens had no effect on him. Ea-ea-wah. The mermaid Goldest's body trembled continuously as she was stared at like that. She felt as if she was being stared at by a vicious beast. Without any hesitation, she began to chant the siren song. This time, her voice was clear throughout the entire cemetery. Oh no! Zhou Fei subconsciously covered his ears and thought to himself that something was wrong. As a result, an unexpected scene appeared. Although Goldest was singing wildly, there was no sound of the siren song in his ears. It was as if Goldest was performing a pantomime. In surprise, Zhou Fei looked at the young man, and this sight really stunned Zhou Fei. The siren Goldest opened her mouth, and the young man opened his own mouth as well. The young man looked gentle and refined on the outside, like a weak scholar, but his mouth was full of fangs. Each of those fangs flashed with a sharp light, and the siren song failed to spread and was swallowed by the young man. Swallowing the siren song was not the end. The next second, the young man pounced in front of the siren Goldest and pressed his fangs into the latter's neck. Hiss! Mystical snake! The siren Goldest tried to resist before her death, but it was all in vain. Neither the mystic serpent nor the soul freeze could shake the young man at all. Within 2 or 3 breaths, the soul energy in the mermaid Goldest's body flowed through her fangs and was completely absorbed by the young man. Ouch! After absorbing the energy, the young man roared towards the sky, and an illusory projection appeared behind him. Inside was a divine dog that was completely black with a slightly white forehead. The divine dog stood on the top of the mountain and roared to the sky, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world into its throat. Damn it! Isn't this roaring sky dog? This race has reappeared in the world. Han Mieshing, who had just had his soul power drained and was exhausted and dizzy, woke up and saw this scene. He couldn't help but sigh, and the young man heard it clearly. Woo! The young man glared at Han Miesheng with some anger and displeasure, and the pressure from his body swept towards Han Miesheng like a strong wind. Oh my god! Han Miesheng had just woken up and could not withstand such pressure. He didn't even have the time to apologize. He tilted his head and fainted again. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he almost burst out laughing. Even so, as the Lord, he still stepped in front of Han Miesheng and greeted the young man respectfully. My subordinate did not intend to offend you, but he was born in an era when he did not know your name. How offensive, sun-swallowing Lord. Although Zhou Fei spoke respectfully, his tone was steady and powerful, without the slightest bit of flattery. After hearing Zhou Fei calling him, the young man's expression obviously relaxed a little. He just snorted coldly and came to the side of Qingyuan Yaodao Jinjuan, Yang Jian. The originally handsome young man quickly shrank and changed in size, and in a moment he became a mangy dog the size of a palm, rubbing against Yang Jian's feet nonstop. Puff! When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and almost got internal injuries from holding in. When the sun-swallowing true Lord showed his fangs, Zhou Fei guessed his identity. It was none other than the divine general under the seat of true Lord Qingyuan Yaodao, true Lord Tunri. Of course, the people of Daxia call this true Lord, whose true form is a divine dog, roaring sky dog. However, how could a mortal like Han Miesheng be called by the name of Roaring Skydog, not even if he was the master of the Soul Palace. There's only one person in this world who can openly call him Roaring Skydog, and that person is Jian. Jian gently picked up Howling Skydog. The sun-swallowing true lord, who had just instantly killed a level 69 ultimate ghost, really looked like a puppy in Jian's arms, wagging its tail and licking Jian with its tongue. This contrast really left Zhou Fei dumbfounded. True Lord Jian teased Roaring Skydog, while looking at Zhou Fei, shook his head, and said calmly, "I smell the scent of luck on you." When Zhou Fei heard Jian's words, he was shocked and quietly took 2 steps back. The same thing happened the time before, when the Ringwraith Knight Kamul said he smelled the scent of destiny on him, which then attracted the Dark Lord Sauron. This true lord wouldn't also covet his 6S level talent, right? Zhou Fei's little movements were naturally caught clearly by Jian. The true lord laughed softly and continued, "Among all the worlds and nations, you were born in Daxia." Very good. Chapter 59 Harvest. The Weak Dwarf Blacksmith. Myriad worlds and nations. It's good to be born in Daxia. What does that mean? When Zhou Fei heard the words of this god, he felt a head full of question marks. Why couldn't he understand anything? Jian just shook his head calmly and stared at Zhou Fei calmly with his eyes burning with divine fire. If it weren't for luck, my remaining soul wouldn't be led by you. Without the residual soul, the magic array in the west would not be able to stir up my energy and attract this trace of battle from me. You are really nice. I'm leaving. Zhou Fei was really confused when he heard this, but when he heard that Jian was leaving, he asked anxiously, "Master, please don't leave yet. What on earth happened in this cemetery? Why did those dragons and sirens die? And your remains, how could you end up here? What on earth exists in that palace?" Zhou Fei poured out all the questions in his mind in one breath, and Jian's figure gradually became invisible. He did not answer Zhou Fei's question, but just looked at him with a smile and said, "I have been through so much training since I was young, and now my broken soul matches my broken body. Olympus is not our enemy." At this point, Jian's figure became more and more ethereal. He looked towards the palace in the distance, towards the crystal coffin, and said with a long sigh, "In the myriad worlds, everything is as fleeting as a brilliant meteor. Have you left yet?" After saying that, Jian shook his head. Everything below his waist had completely dissipated. When he was completely reduced to ashes, he said to Zhou Fei, "The 10,000 worlds are not as simple as imagined. This cemetery is very dangerous. Let's leave quickly." After saying this, Jian completely disappeared. Before he left completely, he mouthed 2 words to Zhou Fei. Even though Jian couldn't make any sound, Zhou Fei still recognized the 2 words from his lip shape. "Soul? What do you mean? No. These guys from ancient heaven all like to play charades." Now that everything had settled, Zhou Fei, who had been in shock and fear, also breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment he began exploring the cemetery, he felt like a 7 or 8-year-old child facing an adult. This feeling was completely different from the beating he had done before. But now that there is no danger, Zhou Fei has returned to his unruly state. Although he didn't understand what Jian meant by soul, he kept in mind what Jian said, that this place was very dangerous. Without any hesitation, Zhou Fei ran quickly towards the palace. There was no doubt that all the treasures and opportunities in this cemetery should be in that cemetery, and he was going to reap his own rewards. When Zhou Fei stepped into the palace of Olympus, the scene before him shocked him. After the siren died, the coffin actually cracked open and blood gushed out from the crack, flowing into the ground and disappearing in an instant. Zhou Fei frowned when seeing this scene. Although he didn't know what happened, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. What happens when the blood flows into the ground? While he was still thinking, the unusual movements outside the cemetery and the screams of Alice and others had already given him the answer. "Master, those corpses outside seem to be alive. The ground here is filled with evil energy, as if it wants to destroy all living things." "Oh my God!" Zhou Fei cursed inwardly and walked to the coffin in 3 or 2 steps. He cleared out everything in the coffin without caring what was in it, and then left the area with his generals. After walking out of the huge door carved with animal heads, Zhou Fei looked back and found that many skeletons were staggeringly crawling up from the ground. The crystal coffin had already flown out of the temple, and was watering the cemetery with blood like a kettle. It's called watering, but it feels more like erosion. Zhou Fei muttered a few words. He always felt like he had caused a big disaster, but Jinju and Yang Jian didn't say anything, so he thought it shouldn't have much of an impact. At this time, the unlucky Hunmi Sheng also woke up in a daze. Zhou Fei directly asked him to summon the rideable soul bird and return to his territory in a swagger. This battle, Zhou Fei gained a lot. At this time, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds finally came. Ding! Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the level 69 excellent siren, Goldus. Since he killed an extreme excellent siren at a higher level, the reward has been greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the A-level Lord equipment. Crystal Crown. Ding! The reward triggers the 6S talent fortune and misfortune. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3, quality critical hits multiply by 30. Ding! Due to the uniqueness of the equipment, the number of critical hits failed, and the talent of fortune and misfortune is activated. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-level Lord weapon, Deadless's Death. Congratulations on obtaining the rare building material, Soul Stone. Ding! Reward triggers the 6S talent Child of Destiny. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3, quality critical hits multiply by 30. Congratulations on obtaining the rare building material, Soul Cleansing Stone multiply by 3. SS-level Lord weapons. And the main material for building the Soul Cleansing Ivory Tower that Zhou Fei had always dreamed of. These are all rare treasures. Ding! Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei plundered S coffin and obtained a mysterious crystal multiply by 1. The reminder sound of the battlefield of 10,000 worlds completely fell. Zhou Fei did not take out the Lord's weapon to check it at this time. Instead, he held a crystal clear crystal with a burning flame inside and checked it over and over again. Soul Crystal. Quality, F grade. Use, consumables. Introduction. A simple, soul-sealing crystal stone, which contains a weak soul. I worked so hard for a long time, and all I got is this kind of rubbish. When Zhou Fei saw the introduction of this crystal, he was so angry that he almost threw the crystal away, because he remembered very clearly that inside the huge crystal coffin, there was such a crystal in another hole. The items in the hole had obviously been taken away. Besides that, there were no bodies and no weapons. Nothing at all. Your mother multiply by percent. Don't even mention how dirty Zhou Fei cursed at this moment. Although he gained a lot from this trip, it was all earned at the cost of his life and his natural critical hits. The only real gain in the cemetery is this F-grade crystal. At this time, Zhou Fei had returned to the territory. He sat in the Lord's hall, looking at the crystal with gritted teeth. Open. Zhou Fei just didn't believe that such a mysterious and bloody cemetery would produce any kind of garbage. Ding! Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei opens the F-level soul crystal and obtains a weak dwarf blacksmith multiply by 1. Weak dwarf blacksmith? Chapter 60 Weak? Legendary citizens. Puh! Zhou Fei wished he could spit out blood. In front of him stood a short dwarf in the form of a soul. The dwarf was no more than 1.5 meters tall. Ever since he appeared in the Lord's Hall, Zhou Fei could only smell the smell of alcohol mixed with sulfur. The smell is extremely pungent. Although the dwarf is short, he is not young. Judging from his knotted beard decorated with gems, he is at least 60 or 70 years old. Belch! Who called me? As soon as the dwarf appeared, he burped, then touched his belly button in a very ungraceful manner and put it next to his nose to smell it. Zhou Fei almost vomited when he saw this scene. He clearly saw that the dwarf had knocked out a black piece of something. Zhou Fei was just about to ask the dwarf to introduce himself, but when his eyes fell on the dwarf, he couldn't move his eyes away no matter what. Wei Yin, Hei Su, legendary citizen. Race, dwarf. Ability, divine craftsman, recast. Master craftsman, the Blackbeard clan, who grew up on the top of Mount Olympus, have the ability to forge all metals in the world. With this skill, when Blackbeard forges weapons, there's a 30% chance to increase the item level by 1, a 10% chance to increase the level by 2, and a 1% chance to increase the level by 3. With the help of the Godcrafter's skills, the upper limit of the equipment level is S level. Recast. The Blackbeard clan has an excellent understanding of metals. Every 30 days in the 10,000 Worlds battlefield, the Blackbeards can recast a designated piece of equipment. Recast. Convert equipment into another piece of equipment of the same grade. You are Kurosu? Zhou Fei spoke tremblingly, and the dwarf rolled his eyes twice and said with some dissatisfaction, "My people call me Jian. Heishu is the name of my tribe. You are my new master. Look at your weak and frail body. I don't know how you defeated the gods of Olympus." Jian didn't even bother to talk nonsense with Zhou Fei, and just turned around and walked out of the Lord's Hall. Zhou Fei's eyes were also burning with excitement at this time. He didn't expect that a legendary blacksmith was sealed in this F-level soul crystal. That makes sense. Due to the limitations of the subjects themselves, most of them have no fighting ability, so their souls are correspondingly very weak. It is precisely because of this that it can be sealed in an F-level crystal. However, Zhou Fei was a little puzzled at this time. How could a dwarf blacksmith appear in the coffin? Combined with what Jian said just now, Zhou Fei seemed to have grasped something. But he was still not sure, so Zhou Fei simply didn't care about it and directly took out the terrifying SS-level Lord weapon. The death of Deadless. Zhou Fei didn't expect that after he got the critical hit reward, he could actually get such a terrifying equipment. He weighed Deadless in his hand, and after feeling the heavy, cold touch of metal, Zhou Fei felt his whole body trembling with excitement. If the name Deadless is unfamiliar to people, then this weapon has another nickname. Cannon. Deadless is a heavy crossbow about the length of an arm. It is made entirely of metal. At the shooting mouth of the crossbow, there is a bright red gem emitting a murderous glow. On both sides of the design mouth, there are two terrifying spikes. The tips are extremely sharp and emit dangerous light. They are obviously designed for close combat. I have to say, judging from its appearance alone, this crossbow is indeed a weapon designed for killing. Deadless. Equipment quality. SS-level Lord weapon. Attributes. The holder's strength increases by 2,000, and his physical strength decreases by 1,000. Skill. Critical hit. When the holder attacks, there is a 15% chance of causing 250% damage. Glass cannon. The holder's attack damage increases by 100%, and the damage received increases by 50%. Betrayal. When attacking, there is a 1% chance of attracting a blizzard attack, which can trigger a critical hit effect. Looking at the properties of the cannon, Zhou Fei's saliva gushed out. He had been envious of the witch trio and Han Miesheng for a long time. Although Zhou Fei didn't say it, he also wanted to kill the monsters indiscriminately. After all, watching from the sidelines and experiencing it personally are two completely different feelings. At this moment, the appearance of Deadless completely turned his dream into reality. With the power boost from this sharp weapon, Zhou Fei estimated that an ordinary monster of level 20 to 30 would owe him a life if it was hit by a crossbow. But we can't be complacent. There are still lords like that in the battlefield of all realms. Although Zhou Fei was happy, he was also waking himself up. The vast majority of people were ordinary people who were powerless before entering the battlefield of all worlds. The strongest were just some fitness people who had done some exercise and had strong bodies. What Zhou Fei was talking about was the small group of people other than the vast majority. Some of these people were from the ancient martial arts families of the Xia. Some were ninjas from the Sakura country, or some were ascetics from the Ganges country. This type of people have one thing in common, which is that they are extremely strong. In the battlefield of all worlds, this kind of lord is generally called a warlord. This was because their awakened talents were all designed to increase their own combat power, and even the generals they recruited were more of the auxiliary type. When the warlords are fighting, they don't have thousands of soldiers, they only have themselves. Therefore, these lords have a huge demand for lord equipment. The SS-level lord equipment that Zhou Fei has obtained at this moment, just the critical strike attribute alone, is enough to make high-level combat lords crazy. This is a life-saving weapon. After Zhou Fei muttered a few words, he put the cannon on his back and then took out the last piece of trophy. Soul Cleansing Stone. This was the only material that Zhou Fei expected. He went to the cemetery with the intention of killing ghosts and trying his luck to see if he could find one or two of these rare stones. Unexpectedly, he got 3 pieces at once. Wood, stone. I still need to exchange for rare wood and stone. Zhou Fei scratched his head and began to calculate. In the end, he squeezed left and right and only managed to gather the materials for 2 soul-cleansing ivory towers. This also includes the 1,000 energy ice crystals rewarded for killing 2 boss monsters during this trip to the cemetery. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, do you choose to build the soul-cleansing ivory tower in your territory in Area B2396? Tip: this building is a rare building. Once built, the materials will not be returned after demolition. Poor! Zhou Fei let out a long roar towards the sky. He finally understood a very abstract sentence. The richer you get, the poorer you become. This sentence vividly illustrates his current situation. Chapter 61 Prologue. The riot begins. In the next few days, Zhou Fei stopped going out to explore and concentrated on living Miracle Nikki in the territory with his 2 subjects and his generals. Zhou Fei carefully arranged all the buildings in the territory, and then upgraded all the sawmills and quarries in the territory to level 2. After completing the upgrade, Zhou Fei built new buildings in the territory, such as the textile workshop exclusively for the tailor Lanji and the blacksmith Jian's blacksmith shop. Although Zhou Fei felt that Jian was a legendary citizen, he still felt that he was at a disadvantage as he only got a legendary citizen during his trip to the cemetery. However, this idea of his only lasted for less than a day. The next day, when the blacksmith shop was completed and Jian officially took over, Zhou Fei truly realized the terrifying power of the legendary level. Even if they're the subjects, Zhou Fei gave all the drawings related to the forging that he had obtained earlier to Jian. After reading them, Jian not only did not thank him, but even ridiculed Zhou Fei. "My master, please don't dirty my eyes with this toilet paper, okay?" When Zhou Fei heard this, he was almost so angry at this dwarf that his mouth was crooked and his eyes were squinting. But the next second, Jian's eyes became serious, and he started to forge with tense muscles. He clenched his hands in the air, and an extremely gorgeous blacksmith's hammer appeared out of thin air. Jian did not ask Zhou Fei for any rare materials. He just picked up 2 pieces of the most common metal that Zhou Fei had obtained when he killed monsters before and started casting. Ding! Ding ding! Bite! The sound of the casting hammer and metal intertwining was very crisp. After less than an hour, Jian threw a small dagger to Zhou Fei. Dagger of the unknown forger. Quality, grade B. Zhou Fei didn't look down, but when he saw the quality, he felt his mind was a little unclear. Just 2 pieces of scrap metal can create a B-level equipment? He was not a fool and knew exactly what this meant. The highest price for those 2 pieces of metal is 1 piece of energy crystal worth 1. And a B-level equipment, placed in the regional channel, requires at least 2 or 3 energy ice crystals. In the process of this transaction, the price has increased thousands of times. Zhou Fei put his hands directly on Jian's shoulders. If the latter's cheeks were not full of acne marks, he really couldn't help but want to kiss her. If this isn't a cash cow, what is this? In the next few days, Zhou Fei asked Jian to forge the equipment whenever he had time, and then sold the equipment on the regional channel under an anonymous pseudonym. In addition, Zhou Fei's current level has reached 18, and he is already preparing to break through to level 20. "Oh, I'm so worried." Inside the Lord's Hall, Zhou Fei was leaning on a chair, with the healing witch Sherman massaging his shoulders from behind. He was holding a banana in his hand and taking a bite from time to time. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to worry about his life that even gods envy, but Zhou Fei's thoughts are very far-reaching. "Once I break through to level 30, I can choose to enter the intermediate area. I can't stay in area B2396 forever. But once we reach the intermediate level, all the buildings and people in my territory will be gone." Zhou Fei has been thinking about this issue for the past 2 days. In the battlefield of all worlds, level 30 is a watershed. This is because after a lord breaks through to level 30, he is eligible to enter the intermediate area. Many lords will not build their own territories when they are in the primary areas, let alone collect any advanced buildings or subjects. Because once you enter the intermediate area, all of these will disappear, and only the basic buildings and generals of the territory can be brought to the intermediate area. Moreover, the resource storage capacity of the intermediate area far exceeds that of the primary area, so no one will accumulate and develop in the primary area, which is equivalent to the novice village. But Zhou Fei is different. Not only does he now own 2 terrifying, soul-purifying ivory towers, he also has 2 subjects. One is of the excellence level, and the other is even of the legendary level. If they disappeared, It would be like cutting 2 pieces of meat from Zhou Fei. To get promoted, Zhou Fei must give up these. If not, Zhou Fei can only stay in the B-2396 area for the rest of his life. He didn't know at this time that the B-2396 area was only a few days away from collapse, so he was very worried. Is there any way for me to move the territory intact? Zhou Fei muttered to himself, glanced at his homemade calendar, and sighed. It's the last day. Tomorrow is the final battle. 10 days passed in a flash, and today is already the 9th day. When the sun rises tomorrow, a new chapter will greet Zhou Fei. No matter what, I will advance to the intermediate, advanced, and even king-level areas. That's where my battle for supremacy in all worlds begins. Admittedly, these in the B-2396 area are just minor fights. When Zhou Fei enters the intermediate area, there will be hundreds of millions of lords in one area. That is the real battlefield of all worlds. Time passed quickly, and soon the sky gradually darkened. With the arrival of night, the catastrophe in the B-2396 area truly arrived. Within regional channels, all anesthesia B-2396. Brothers, what's going on today? Why is there no moon at night? My new elite general, the Moon Priestess, who led 1,000 Moon Knights and just defeated a level 30 beast group, can't absorb the essence of the moon. SBBBB-2396. Buddy, I understand that you want to brag, but does your description in brackets have to be so long? Banana Wolf B-2396. Stop it, guys. It's really scary here. The soil on the ground has turned blood red. Sunyong, Lord of Daxia, looked at the discussion in the channel and felt vaguely uneasy. Yes, on this night, the moon in the battlefield of all worlds quietly hid, and the soil no longer emitted a fragrant smell. Just like in the cemetery before, there was a faint smell of blood. At the same time, on the other side, the pale-faced vampire Fisher, dressed in an elegant suit, quietly landed in an area about 10 kilometers away from Zhou Fei's territory. As a dead person at night, he obviously also noticed the change. He gently closed his eyes and sniffed the air, then grabbed a handful of soil and tasted it with his tongue. The pleasant smell of blood. I feel it. It's the smell of erosion. This feeling is so wonderful. In Go, who had disappeared for 4 or 5 days, now walked out of the forest of beasts. His white clothes were completely stained with blood and were in tatters. Even the wings of the great Tengu behind him were covered with bloody streaks. However, if you look closely, you'll find that there are no scars on Inoue Go and Dei Tengu's bodies, and these bloodstains are all from other creatures. You bastard from Daxia, you better die slowly. Inoue How muttered to himself and ran towards the area where Zhou Fei was. Chapter 62, Overall Ranking. The Battle of National Destiny. On a dark and windy night, it's the time for murder and arson. Zhou Fei looked at the dim sky and sighed. Although he didn't know what the disappearance of the moon meant, Zhou Fei always felt a faint sense of crisis lingering in his heart. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the distance, at the end of the B-2396 area, a young man from the soul-destroying organization stood on the outskirts of the forest with an endless tide of warcraft behind him. The levels of these monsters are all above level 40. Moreover, among almost every 100 monsters, there are 4 or 5 elite monster leaders, which is really terrifying. Someone activated the temple, causing the monsters in this area to be contaminated. Okay. The more chaotic, the better. Children, dance. The young man's expression became more and more crazy. With his order, an endless tide of beasts rushed towards the distance. Ding! The Myriad Worlds battlefield reminds all junior lords that the B-2396 area movement has officially broken out. As the prompt sound of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield rang out, the hearts of all the junior lords in the area tightened. From being used as cannon fodder when they first arrived in this area, to now having gained a firm foothold, they know very well that as long as they can survive this level, they will be the official lords of the battlefield of all realms. Not only do they have all the rights of a junior lord and can enter and exit the battlefield of the 10,000 Worlds normally, but they can also leave this area when their level is high enough. A new life. This regional change will last for 3 days. After 3 days, the B-2396 area will collapse and all lords will be forced to move to other areas. Within 3 days, there will be a steady stream of beasts attacking the territory, Even monsters from the original territory will attack the territory. Please be prepared, lords. The national fortune list is refreshed, and the national fortune list of area B2396 appears. All the points previously obtained by all lords are reset to 0, and points will be accumulated again based on this beast tide. The scoring rules depend on the number and efficiency of the monsters killed by the lord. The ranking of the overall list is combined with the ranking of the previous 7 days. The first person will receive a terrifying, huge reward. As the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds fell, the roar of monsters came quietly, and the war officially began. At this time, Zhou Fei was in his own territory. After hearing the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, his eyes were shining. Brand new list. Zhou Fei didn't expect that there would be such a new trick in the battlefield of all worlds. The person who accumulates the highest points within 3 days will not only receive a huge reward, but also a huge national fortune reward. He licked his lips gently. Counting the rewards from the previous personal lord list, wouldn't he be able to get 2 rewards at once? There was no suspense in the personal lord rankings in the first 7 days. Zhou Fei took the top spot in the first 5 days. And there is no suspense at all, a cliff-like lead. The reason is simple. What Zhou Fei did was really amazing. Whether it was killing people or obtaining legendary subjects, these were achievements that others simply couldn't even dream of. As for the next 2 days, Zhou Fei felt that he had already secured victory. Seeing that Xia was still at the top of the list, he did not care about the small reward, so he just fished for 2 days. However, the emergence of this new list immediately piqued Zhou Fei's interest. This concerns the fate of the country and his own interests. He was able to suppress all the heroes before, and he can do it now. The surging and dark tide of beasts rushed towards the territories of the junior lords, and everyone fell into a state of panic. Outside the territory of Shengguangyi, a junior lord of Daxia, the fair and tender Shengguangyi pouted her lips and looked at the dark mass of monsters outside the city wall, her big eyes full of curiosity. This is a group of 2-headed wind-pattern wolves, a variant of the group of wind spirit wolves that had previously attacked Zhou Fei's territory. Compared to the wind spirit wolf, the 2-headed wind-pattern wolf is even more powerful. Even if they're just ordinary monsters, the level of each one is above level 40. Moreover, the combat power of a 2-headed wind-pattern wolf is comparable to that of 10 wind spirit wolves. At this time, outside Shengguangyi's territory, there were as many as 300 such 2-headed wind-pattern wolves. Next to Shengguangyi, the fallen angel Lucifer, wearing tattered armor and with 2 horns on his head, looked at these monsters with a serious look, and for a moment he actually felt that the situation was a little tricky. Uncle Lu, will the big dog be unable to defeat these nasty guys? Shengguangyi blinked her big eyes and said timidly. Lucifer shook his head slightly upon hearing this, indicating that the outcome of this battle was hard to predict. If these wind-marked wolves were just ordinary magical beasts, Lucifer could easily kill them all. However, at this time, these 2-headed wind-patterned wolves were surrounded by some faint blood-colored lines. These blood-colored lines are very light and not dense, but it is these lines that force a strong man like Lucifer to treat them with caution. Young master, these beasts have been corrupted by some kind of blood. I sense a very evil aura combined with this blood. These monsters are definitely not just ordinary level 40 monsters. I might have to do it myself. Lucifer spoke with a serious expression, and after hearing this, Shengguangyi covered her mouth in surprise. Uncle Lu, you have to do it yourself. Great. I haven't seen you take action since I found you. Shengguangyi said, and Lucifer nodded. He keenly noticed the changes in these monsters. Even he had to take the initiative to attack, which showed the extraordinary nature of these monsters. Of course they are extraordinary. First of all, soul crystals appeared in the forest of beasts where these monsters live. The aura of the soul crystals accumulated over time, causing these monsters to change imperceptibly. Secondly, the young people of the soul-killing organization used secret methods to stimulate the potential in these monsters, making them more violent and powerful. This was also the source of the evil aura. Finally, after Zhou Fei defeated the siren, he patted his butt and left the cemetery, completely ignoring the strange blood that was corroding the earth. Under the erosion of that blood, the monsters were strengthened for the 3rd time. This is because the battlefield of all worlds does not have a status bar for these monsters. If it had, the status bar of these monsters would probably be very long. The eternally burning flames of hell. Follow me to slay the minions of the human world. Lucifer roared, drew out the sword in his hand, and swept towards the two-headed wind-patterned wolves. His move brought about a burning flame, and in an instant more than a dozen wind-patterned wolves fell directly in front of him. If Zhou Fei were here, with his rich experience, he would be able to tell at a glance that Lucifer is definitely a legendary general, because only generals of legendary level can move heaven and earth. As soon as Lucifer made a move, the wind-patterned wolves suffered casualties immediately. Although the rate of casualties was very slow, they did resist the first wave of beast tide. Fisk, Uncle Lou isn't as powerful as I imagined. I thought I could chop melons and vegetables, but I chased them all away with just a few swipes. Come on, Uncle. I don't want to be blocked in my territory by these ugly monsters. When Shen Guangyi saw this scene, she said with a somewhat depressed look on her cute little face. Chapter 63. Triple Mutation. Terrifying Monster. When Lucifer heard this, he opened his mouth in embarrassment. These monsters were so powerful that even a restricted legendary general like him was struggling to chop them up. What Shen Guangyi didn't know was that the other junior lords in the B2396 area suffered devastating blows the first time they encountered these monsters. My elite mammoth. How is that possible? In a certain territory, a junior lord of the Black State pouted his sexy black lips and shouted with despair on his face. In front of him, the elite mammoth general had no ability to resist at all and was torn into pieces on the ground, and then be devoured by those monsters. When faced with such a terrifying tide of beasts, most of the lords were directly turned into food for the monsters. Less than an hour had passed since the reminder sounded in the battlefield of all realms. However, the number of lords in the B2396 area has dropped by nearly 1/3. This is a bloody battle. In the overall standings, the points rankings from 1st to 10th are almost the same. For those lords who have not awakened the soul of high-level lord, this is a massacre, but for the chosen ones, these beast waves are their chance to show down the winner. All the lords who possess the souls of high-level lords were ordering their generals to slaughter monsters with all their might, hoping to top the list. After all, the list considers the number of kills and efficiency, and they are afraid that their killing efficiency is low and they will fall behind. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, the first wave of beast attacks came to an end. On the overall list, Shen Guangyi, a junior lord of Daxia, took the first place with a slight advantage. Sunyong, lord of Daxia, ranked second, followed closely by Inoue Go of Sakura Kuni. The top 3 places are completely occupied by Daxia and Sakura Country. Since the number of monsters attacking almost every territory is between 300 and 400, killing efficiency has become a very important criterion for ranking. A dark place in Area B 2396. Inoue How was followed closely by Daitengu, and the two of them were rapidly approaching Zhou Fei's territory. When he saw the ranking on the list, he just smiled lightly, with disdain written all over his face. My territory is guarded only by Crow Tengu. Can we still be ranked 3rd? Daxia, it's time to change the person in charge of this battlefield of all realms. Inoue Go is indeed qualified to say this. After all, his trump card, Daitengu, is always by his side. If Daitengu were to kill, Inoue Go's killing efficiency would be at least 2 levels faster, so there is no doubt that he will be at the top of the list. On the other side, Sunyong, who was a member of the Shanghai tribe, glanced at the list. Although he was surprised, he was not worried. It seems that the rumors are true. The old man from the Shun family returned from purgatory and brought a contract for his granddaughter. It's really scary. Sunyong took a long breath and tried hard to calm himself down. This battle will last for 3 days. I won't lose to you. Of course, whether it was Shin Guangyi, Sunyong, or Inoue Go, they all had a question in their minds when they checked the rankings. The question is, I love eating bananas, so why can't I see his name on the list? Combined with the fact that this great Xia Lord also had 0 points on the Lord's personal list 2 days ago, many people couldn't help but think of a result. That's it. I love bananas to death. Otherwise, given Zhou Fei's personality, how could he not compete for the top spot? Amidst all the controversy, outside Zhou Fei's territory, billowing dark smoke was gradually enveloping the area. Zhou Fei was very familiar with this smoke. It was the smoke brought by the arrival of the Black Dragon. He looked into the sky and murmured to himself, In the first battle, you want me to slay a dragon? After saying that, Zhou Fei only felt the blood in his body surging continuously. What about the dragon? Just kill him. He gave direct orders, asking the witch trio and Han Yesheng to be prepared and to kill the monsters immediately once they entered their territory. However, what Zhou Fei didn't expect was that the black fog spread very slowly. Although he could see the figures of magical beasts in the black fog, he couldn't see the specific types clearly. Moreover, these monsters are not like wild beasts that attack territories independently. Instead, they're organized and sometimes maintain a formation and advance slowly. There are advanced, elite leader monsters who know how to command. This black dragon, so cautious? Zhou Fei frowned, suddenly feeling a little tricky. The black fog was approaching again. When it was about to enter his territory, Zhou Fei finally got a glimpse of the type of monsters in the black fog. But when he saw these monsters, the coldness and passion he had just shown disappeared completely. Instead, some retching? To Zhou Fei's surprise, these monsters were actually a bunch of slimes. Zhou Fei finally understood why the black fog was moving slower. It was all because of these jelly-like monsters. The speed is so slow. It can't be faster even if you want to. No, these bastards are bothering me. Zhou Fei cursed secretly in his heart, then looked at these slimes carefully. Unlike the slimes encountered before in the native territory, these slimes are particularly large and not completely in jelly form. Their bodies had a human-like feel, soft yet strong at the same time, and did not look as disgusting as when Zhou Fei first saw them. Moreover, there's some red threads lingering on the surface of these yellow slimes, which even look mysterious. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the stench that is unique to slime does not appear. Zhou Fei took a long breath against the stench that could make people faint. Joking aside, these slimes were relatively weak in the battlefield of all realms. But he had no intention of taking it lightly, because there's so many slimes. Zhou Fei looked at them carefully and found that there are at least 3,000 slimes. Moreover, among these slimes, there are 7 or 8 extra-large ones. You can tell at a glance that they are the elite leader slimes. He felt a little confused at this time. Through the information collected in the regional channel just now, Zhou Fei already knew that the number of the first wave of beasts was roughly around 300. How come his territory is 10 times larger than others? Good and bad things are interdependent? Is the effect so remarkable? Zhou Fei could only attribute all this to his own talent. However, Zhou Fei had previously destroyed a slime's native territory and had a hatred for this kind of monster. Coupled with the fact that fortune and misfortune are interdependent and the Lord's skill of transformation and treasure gathering, it was reasonable that the number reached 3,000. Master, should we take action now? Chapter 64. The Power of the Soul-Cleansing Ivory Tower. Everyone is confused. Seeing that the slimes were about to step into the territory, Han Yesheng asked while holding the embrace of hellfire. Zhou Fei only thought for a moment and canceled his original plan. Originally, he planned to let the witch trio and Han Yesheng fight and retreat. If they were unable to resist, he would use the soul-cleansing ivory tower in the territory to kill them. But now, there are too many slimes, and Zhou Fei is afraid that they will be in danger. The human wave tactic doesn't work on me. Zhou Fei sneered and decided to use these disgusting slimes to test the power of the soul-cleansing ivory tower. 3,000 slimes swept towards Zhou Fei's territory like a huge mass of viscous liquid with great momentum. But when they just entered the range of the soul-cleansing ivory tower, everything happened. Complete reversal. Soul-purifying ivory tower. Grade, S level. Introduction. The soul-cleansing ivory tower is a synonym for magic defense buildings in the 10,000 Worlds battlefield. It can cause devastating damage to monsters below level 49, good damage to monsters below level 59, and ordinary damage to monsters at level 69. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Destructive means instant kill. Good means 200% damage. Normal means 100% damage. Ding. Lord Zhou Fei of Daxia, the defense facility in your territory. Soul-cleansing ivory tower successfully killed the level 40 monster, contaminated slime, and obtained 4 energy crystals. Ding. Reward trigger talent. Son of Luck. Quantity critical hits multiply by 3. Quality critical hits multiply by 30. Congratulations on obtaining energy. Ice crystal multiply by 12. Ding. Dasha Lord Zhou Fei. In front of the soul-cleansing ivory tower. Although the levels of these slimes have reached the terrifying level 40, they have not broken through the limit of level 49. Under the rules of the battlefield of all worlds, these slimes will only be killed instantly. Rays of soul-cleansing holy light coiled forward like soft and silky ribbons, and all the slimes were pierced through the moment they touched the ribbons. The dazzling light radiated from the inside out, directly evaporating the jelly and turning it into a foul smell that filled the air. In front of the soul-purifying ivory tower, the slimes didn't even have a chance to scream. In just 30 seconds, nearly 100 slimes were killed. Slime! Slime! Cunning humans! Go ahead, fellow humans. Slime! Smash that damn thing. The slime, which suffered heavy casualties, let out a sharp roar, and then hundreds of balls of corrosive liquid swept towards the soul-cleansing ivory tower. However, as an S-level building, how could the soul-cleansing ivory tower be destroyed so easily? Durability, 9981/10,000. The slimes fired a volley of mucus, and the soul-cleansing ivory tower only lost 20 points of durability, while the number of slime deaths had reached a terrifying 200. The battle had become one-sided. Zhou Fei sat on the city wall, doing nothing, and the reminder sounds in his ears continued to ring. Cool. So cool. He also didn't expect that the soul-cleansing ivory tower could easily deal with these monsters without the generals having to take action. Overall ranking points. The killing in the soul-purifying ivory tower is still going on, and Zhou Fei has lost interest in this battle without suspense. He directly opened the scoreboard to see his current ranking. Dasha Junior Lord, I love bananas. 49th place. Points, 221. Including the extra bonus for killing efficiency, Zhou Fei killed 200 slimes and earned 221 points. And this is just the beginning. 221, 349, 796, 1,789, 2,436, 3,395. Zhou Fei's points seem to be rising like a rocket. When his points exceeded 349, he was already at the top of the list. After that, it's all about flexing muscles. Because the others had already repelled the beast tide, they were just staring at the list in their spare time. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Countless people witnessed Zhou Fei rising to the top of the list like riding a rocket. When Zhou Fei's final score was fixed at 3,395 points, everyone was completely numb. It's not numb, it's exploded. Red bean paste. What's going on with Lord Daxia? I report that his points were stolen from our Goryeo country and should be returned. A Korean lord saw this scene and shouted loudly with red eyes. How could he have gotten 3,000 points in just over 10 minutes? This is cheating. No one could understand why it only took Zhou Fei a dozen minutes to go from 0 points to 3,000 plus points. What a terrifying killing efficiency. Moreover, 3,000 points. That's 3,000 monsters. Let's not talk about where Zhou Fei found the 3,000 magical beasts. You have to know that the levels of the magical beasts in this batch of beasts are all above level 40. Kill 3,000 monsters within 20 minutes? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely think it was a legend. In Area B2396, Sunyong's childhood sweetheart Tianxinya was sitting in the Lord's Hall, and beside her were several lords who were in alliance with her. I love bananas. Crazy. They were discussing the strength of the lords of various countries on the list when they happened to see this scene. When they saw that Zhou Fei's score finally fixed at 3,000 and it took less than 20 minutes, their expressions were so wonderful. I love bananas. Isn't this really Sunyong? Daxia Junior Lord Lu Peng asked with a look of disbelief on his face. When they were discussing before, Tianxinya once said that the alias of I love eating bananas might be Sunyong, but they have confirmed it just now. Second on the list, the man named Long is Sunyong. Then what is this I love eating bananas? Nobody. Xiao Guangyi only scored 420 points. Tianxinya's face was filled with shock. You know, her grandfather was the director of the Bureau of All Worlds, and she had been listening to her grandfather talk about matters concerning the battlefield of all worlds since she was a child. However, from childhood to adulthood, even when listening to stories, she had never heard anything so exaggerated. Not only the lords in the B2396 area, But the outside world has also become a complete mess at this time. Beautiful country. Vozefa. What kind of monster is this person from Dacia? There's not even a lord from our beautiful country in the top 5 of the list. Haven't you figured out where he came from yet? A beautiful woman wearing glasses and hot hip-hugging jeans asked, her green eyes full of confusion. This is too scary. According to normal circumstances, the first wave of beasts could only be considered a tentative appetizer, but Zhou Fei's appetizer alone had already opened up a gap of nearly 10 times over that of others. If this continues, other lords can simply give up their rights. Just play by yourself. Director Aier, the intelligence agents haven't collected any information about him yet. The hackers in Dacia are too powerful. There's no way to hack into their network. The green-eyed woman called Aier became even angrier when she heard this. The great country of America supports you. Not for you to tell me that I can't do it. If I still can't get his information by tomorrow, I think you need to go to the Shield Court. After Aier finished speaking, the man in front of her visibly trembled and nodded repeatedly as if he had heard something horrible. Sure. We must find all the information about this damned Lord Dacia. Chapter 65. Thorn in the Eye. Crisis of Identity Exposure. In fact, it is not only the United States that has malicious intentions towards Zhou Fei, but the Sakura country. The Goryeo country has also been eager to try in secret. They know very well that I am just a junior lord now, no matter how big the chaos is or how great the fate of the country is involved. It is also limited to the primary area. But if I love eating bananas and go to the intermediate area or advanced area, or even a king-level area, by then, the national destiny involved will be even greater. Dacia's current strength in the battlefield of all realms already has signs of surpassing that of other countries. They don't want to see another terrifying king-level lord rise. At that time, the entire battlefield of all worlds will lose its meaning of existence. Dacia, the Bureau of All Worlds. Mr. Jian was wearing glasses and had a very serious expression. As a professional department dedicated to handling the affairs of the battlefield of all realms, they're not there to just sit there and do nothing. Although they are reluctant to believe it, the facts are now in front of them, and they have to believe it even if they don't want to. Mr. Jian must admit that the one who suppressed the heroes in the B-23-96 area was Zhou Fei, an ordinary high school student. He didn't have a noble family to back him up, nor did he have a brother who was a king-level lord. Among the 3 people who possessed the souls of high-level lords, Zhou Fei, who was the least likely to rise, rose first. Secretary Liu, go to Jiangcheng now to protect Zhou Fei's parents. Protect them in secret. If necessary, you can bring them directly to Kyoto. In addition, all traces of Zhou Fei in Jiangcheng Middle School must be erased. Those shameful rats are already taking action. Mr. Tian's expression was firm this time. Although only a few people knew Zhou Fei's personal information, protection measures had been taken in advance. However, there are bound to be some omissions, and he is also afraid that problems will arise within the Wanju Bureau. With this rising star, there is no room for error. Secretary Liu was wearing a pair of pink stockings today. She nodded coquettishly and left the office directly. Suddenly, Mr. Tian was the only one left in his office. The old man took off his glasses and sighed. There are still 3 days left. Let's see what kind of waves you can stir up. Soul Crystal. If the soul-killing organization, which claims to be the descendants of the ancient heaven, saw Zhou Fei possessing Yang Jian's remaining soul, they would probably be very surprised, right? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Tian was worried at first, but when he thought of something, he suddenly stroked his beard and laughed out loud. In the B-23-96 area, Shun Guangyi pouted and looked at the list where she had dropped to second place. She angrily opened the chat channel and clicked on the page, I love bananas. Hey, did you cheat? I tell you, your first place is only temporary. Humph. After Shun Guangyi sent the message, Zhou Fei did not reply for a long time. Her mouth pouted higher and higher, and finally, she closed the Wanja battlefield page angrily. Uncle Liu, how come he is so powerful? Do you think he will also have a general like Uncle Liu? Shin Guangyi looked at Lucifer and whispered a few words, but Lucifer just stood beside her silently. After thinking for a moment, he said, we can't rule out this possibility, but given the limitations of this area, even if a god comes, he can only exert the strength of level 69. This strength is definitely not enough to kill 3,000 monsters, so I think he must have some special building that can kill monsters. It must be said that this Lord of Hell is indeed knowledgeable and has accurately restored the essence of part of the matter. Of course, where the buildings in Zhou Fei's territory are not any special ones, but 2 defense towers that cost nearly 2,000 energy ice crystals. It can be said that Zhou Fei's current 3,000 points have nothing to do with his generals or anything like that. They were all earned with money. At the same time, on the other side, Inoue Hao, who had just looked down on the world, was stunned after seeing Zhou Fei's points ranking. He didn't say a word for a long time. He just felt that what he said and did just now was just like that of a clown. Zhou Fei silently patted him on the shoulder with his 3,000 points and ranking and told him, "Your red nose fell to the ground. Pick it up. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a qualified clown." Inoue Go was silent at first, and then he fell into a state of complete rage. "Baga, damn you, sick man of Daxia. I will capture your territory and make you my prisoner." The big Tengu standing next to him looked at his crazy master with a frown on his face. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then held it back. Lucifer can see it, so how can he, as the leader of the Shikigami, not see it? Bloodline Fisher. This noble, elegant, and graceful young vampire was now less than 1,000 kilometers away from Zhou Fei's territory. He glanced at the rankings and was not completely shocked like the others. He was just a little surprised, and then returned to normal. What a rising star. I'm really looking forward to seeing you. I'm looking forward to lying on your neck. I wonder if the blood of a genius is especially delicious. Zhou Fei, who was at the center of the storm, had no idea that he had quietly become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of leaders of various countries. It is also a huge mountain that is difficult to cross in the eyes of many lords. Of course, he saw the message that Shun Guangyi sent him, but he had no interest in bragging at this moment, because the long night had passed quietly. When the first ray of light at dawn illuminated the earth, a black fog quietly rose at the end of the horizon. Under the cover of the black fog, the second wave of beasts had already arrived. From the time Zhou Fei killed the group of slimes to the time he cleaned up the battlefield, less than an hour had actually passed. Of course, a big part of the reason for this is that this group of slimes moved too slowly, which wasted a lot of time. But even so, the frequency of this beast tide cannot be underestimated. Countless monsters have divided up piece by piece of territory. Each piece of territory is like an isolated city, with no neighbors and no help. There's only bloody killing and swarms of monsters. Han Mieshing, take your 2 souls and kill all those lone and fleeing slimes. Leave no one behind. The large army of slimes have been dealt with and scattered, leaving only 2 or 3 slime lords with a dozen slimes, still roaming outside Zhou Fei's territory. "Yes, master." When Han Miesheng heard Zhou Fei calling him, he nodded respectfully, then clenched the embrace of netherfire in his hand and walked out of the territory. In fact, both Han Miesheng and the witch trio felt somewhat excited at this moment. Chapter 66. Resurrection from the Dead. The mysterious Inoue Go. Let's not talk about the 3 witches for now, and just talk about the soul being destroyed. He has never been a good person. Before coming to the battlefield of all worlds, he was an out-and-out war-eater and a big villain. The killing he had longed for finally came. Han Miesheng didn't even summon his own soul subordinates, but walked out of the attack range of the soul-cleansing ivory tower alone. Those slimes were afraid of the soul-cleansing ivory tower and had been wandering outside its attack range. When they saw someone dare to leave that range, they roared instantly. "Slime! Slime! These damned humans dare to come out. I will make them pay with blood. Slime! Little ones! Drown him!" Han Miesheng was like a fuse that lit the gunpowder. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted all the remaining slimes, which were not from the original background. "Come on, my darlings." Looking at the slimes swarming in, Han Miesheng was not afraid but smiled instead. He raised high the S-level unique equipment in his hand, Embrace of Hellfire, and then swung it fiercely. Nothingness swallows the flames. Call! With his swing, he directly used his most powerful group attack skill. A ball of flame filled with nothingness leaped out from the top of the staff and whizzed towards the slimes. After being amplified by the embrace of the netherfire, some icicles seemed to appear on the edge of the boiling and burning flames. Ice appeared in the flames, and the 2 originally extremely opposite things actually merged together. Boom! Crack! The moment these flames touched the slime, the rising flames first enveloped and burned these jelly-like monsters. After burning halfway, the flame disappeared in an instant, and layers of ice crystals covered the slimes, turning them into fragments all over the ground. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Your general soul destroys life, releases the skill. Void swallows flame, which triggers the weapon's unique skill. Soul life, and the skill power is additionally increased. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Your General Hun Misheng successfully killed a level 40 mutant monster and received an energy crystal reward. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Soul life. When the holder uses soul-related skills, the skill level will be increased by an additional level and the power will increase by 20%. The void-devouring flame of Hun Miesheng was like a raging wave, sweeping over the slimes in wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last. In the end, the void-devouring flame was like a door curtain, sweeping towards the group of monsters. The delicious soul. Hun Miesheng absorbed the energy of the soul while laughing strangely, and he really enjoyed the feeling. I have to say that in the cemetery trip, Hun Miesheng always played the role of the unlucky guy, and even Zhou Fei almost forgot that Hun Miesheng was the master of the Soul Palace, not a funny guy. Zhou Fei stood on the top of the city wall, looking from afar at Hun Miesheng, who was fighting against 100 people alone and not at all inferior, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Soul Palace is indeed unique in terms of group attacks. There is no doubt that if the witch trio were to clear out nearly 100 slimes, it would take some effort, and they might even need witch spirits to join the battle. But the soul was destroyed and reborn, and I did it all by myself. I really like the taste of the appetizers and desserts. Is it time for the main course? Zhou Fei looked at the black fog gradually spreading on the horizon and muttered to himself. After the final clearance, Zhou Fei's points stabilized at 3,700 points. This is nearly 10 times the second place. At this time, the black fog was still some distance away from the territory, and Zhou Fei took this opportunity to open the ranking list. What he wanted to see was not whether he was ranked first, but the ranking of other junior lords of Daxia. In a trance, Zhou Fei always felt that as long as he could enter the top 10 in this ranking, the reward would not be too bad. This is the intuition given to him by his talent of judging fortune and misfortune. Daxia. I love eating bananas B 2396. 3700 points, ranked first. After a night of fierce fighting, some ruthless people were no longer satisfied with killing the monsters that attacked their territory for the sake of the rewards on the leaderboard, and even started going out hunting. Of course, these lords dared to take this risk because they were powerful enough, and, on the other hand, the pressure Zhou Fei put on them was really too great. The emergence of this situation has led to constant changes in the top 10 rankings. Xin Kuangyi, who was previously ranked second, is now ranked 5th on the list. Sunyong, who ranked 3rd, plummeted in the rankings and fell out of the top 10. It seems that there are quite a few hidden masters. Zhou Fei glanced at the list and muttered to himself. But when he saw the name of the 9th place, his pupils unconsciously shrank into the size of a needle tip. Sakura Country. Destiny B 2396. 470 points, ranked 9th. Inoue Go. Isn't he dead? Zhou Fei didn't expect that the Sakura Country Lord Inoue Hao, whom he had killed, would appear again in the B 2396 area. Is there any way to die in place of death? Zhou Fei was a little confused. Could it be that someone had replaced this identity? The simplest rule of the battlefield of 10,000 worlds is that after a junior lord enters the internship period, he cannot leave the battlefield of 10,000 worlds before completing the internship mission. During this period, death is true death, and there is no way to return to the real world. After completing the internship mission and becoming a formal lord, the lord has the qualifications to freely enter and exit the battlefield of all worlds in Blue Star and can teleport freely under non-combat circumstances. And also obtained exemption qualification. The so-called immunity means that after death, the lord will be forcibly teleported back to Blue Star. Each lord has only one chance to be exempted, and the price to pay is also extremely shocking. The lord's level is reset to 0. All buildings in the territory are reset to 0, and the generals are reset to 0. And the most despairing thing is that after executing the exemption, even if you re-enter the battlefield of all worlds, The resources you have obtained cannot be obtained again. For example, if you're a level 40 lord, you have already received 3 recruitment symbols as upgrade rewards. However, after executing the exemption, if you re-enter the battlefield of all realms and upgrade your level again, you'll not receive any recruitment talisman reward. Exemption? But isn't this B2396 area the same as the internship area? If you die, you're dead, right? Zhou Fei frowned. Inoue Go knew his true strength and had seen the witch trio in action. Inoue Go knows Zhou Fei's true identity. This is not good for Zhou Fei. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei's eyes narrowed involuntarily. He must nip the danger in the bud. Can you be resurrected? Then I will kill you again. We have to go to the forest of beasts anyway. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Second Place. The Terrifying Blue Sky. Finally, Zhou Fei set his sights on the name of the second lord on the list. Daxia, Blue Sky B2396. 1,120 points, second place. This is the only one besides Zhou Fei whose points have exceeded 4 digits. And what puzzles Zhou Fei is that he has never heard of this name. He had never seen this name either on the previous list or in the regional channel. This blue sky seemed to appear out of thin air. Moreover, Zhou Fei had already done his work before entering the B2396 area. There are only 3 lords who possess the souls of high-level lords. Zhou Fei had already met and dealt with the other 2, but this Biluo... Thinking of this, Zhou Fei couldn't help but frown. However, what Zhou Fei didn't know was that the 3 people he knew had only entered through the statistics of the Wanji Bureau. There are many ancient martial arts families in Daxia, or families of king-level lords who have their own ways to enter the battlefield of all realms. This is how Sunyong entered the B2396 area, but he was counted by them only because Sun was a king-level lord belonging to the Wanji Bureau. In fact, 4 of the top 10 names on the list are brand new. They've been hiding their identities for many days just for the final outbreak. He must be a hero to be able to suppress Sunyong and Shenguangi, right? At least he has the soul of a high-level lord. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. Shenguangi naturally needed no explanation. Although the little girl was simple-minded, Lucifer, the angel of hell under her command, was no pushover. And what about Sunyong? Although his brain isn't very good, his Zhu still has some strength. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei shook his head. It was useless to think about these things. What he wanted to do now was to stabilize his first place. Only in this way will the Bureau of All Worlds notice it, and the hidden diseases in his father and mother's bodies have a chance to be cured. I have to say that the appearance of Biluo did put some pressure on Zhou Fei. On the other side of the B2396 area, the hero Zhou Fei mentioned is outside Biluo's territory. A hot woman stood on the open ground. In front of her, the corpses of monsters piled up into a small hill. Cough, cough, cough. Is it still not enough? It's still far from enough. After killing the monster, the woman had no intention of returning to the territory. After glancing at the list, she walked towards the outskirts of the territory. She wants to chase the beasts and kill them. The woman's hair was about waist length and its color was an eerie azure blue. She wore a black corset on her upper body, which perfectly outlined her round and plump figure. Outside the corset, she was wearing a coat covered with strange azure patterns. The most eye-catching thing about her is her pair of slender legs. She is about 1.65 meters tall, but her legs are nearly 1 meter long. It is no exaggeration to say that if Zhou Fei were in front of this woman, he would probably say, "These legs are longer than his life." Moreover, this pair of beautiful legs is not only long, but also slender and full of powerful beauty. She wore a pair of high boots, which fully exposed the lines of her beautiful legs. Although they were called high boots, the boot on Biluo's left leg was intact and reached all the way to the base of the thigh. However, the boot on her right leg only reaches the knee, and if you look upward from the knee, you will find a strange mark on her right thigh. It feels a bit like a tattoo, but not entirely similar, because this pattern is constantly pulsating with the breath of the blue sky, emitting a blue-green light. Biluo, who ranked second on the list, was actually a woman. Biluo stepped on his long boots and walked slowly forward step by step, searching for traces of magical beasts. There were no generals or soldiers by her side, only a tang sword at her waist and a longbow as tall as a person behind her. She is actually a warlord. Hey, found it. After walking for a while, Biluo slowly opened his mouth, and his voice was as sweet as silver beads falling on a jade plate. She looked towards a certain direction deep in the jungle, and then drew her tang sword. Boom! The moment the tang sword in her hand was unsheathed, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and along with the thunder, a blue lightning fell from the sky and landed where the tang sword was pointing. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Biluo, congratulations on successfully killing the level 40 leader elite monster. One strike. Call upon the thunder from heaven. Kill instantly. Boss monster. Who is the monster? I don't know what the final reward will be. I don't have any demands. Just give me 2 recruitment talismans. After browsing for a while, Zhou Fei closed his panel. At this time, outside the territory, Hun Yesheng's clearing operation had completely come to an end. The black fog in the sky was getting closer and closer, and now it was less than 500 meters away from Zhou Fei's territory. Master, this monster seems to be a little strange. Why is it that wherever this black fog passes, the land is completely rotten? Alice stood next to Zhou Fei. Her eyesight was much better than Zhou Fei's. She murmured, obviously having never seen such a situation before. At this time, Zhou Fei also forgot about the past. Seeing this scene, he held his forehead and sighed. What's going on? He really didn't know what was going on, but he knew the source of this strange phenomenon. Undead. The ground is rotting and a gray-black parasite similar to moss appears. Isn't this the racial characteristic of the undead? This blood-colored carpet can provide nutrients for the undead, and after the undead die, these mosses will directly convert their flesh and blood into energy, thereby generating new combat power. The ones who attacked Zhou Fei's territory this time were actually the undead clan. As the carpet of flesh and blood slowly unfolded, one hideous monster after another appeared in Zhou Fei's sight. The first to come to the fore were the rotten corpses, which were on all fours, crawling forward like dogs. A large number of white bones on their bodies were exposed to the air, with a few pieces of flesh hanging here and there. The teeth of these corpses were extremely sharp, and even had fresh meat fibers hanging on them. This is a ghoul. Ghoul. Race, undead. Level 45, ordinary monster. Total attributes, 2,000 plus. Introduction. Ghouls are also called puppies. They are the pioneer warriors of the undead. This creature has both terrifying speed and attack power. At the same time, because of their large numbers and immortality, they have become the best vanguard monsters. Zhou Fei looked at the dark mass of zombies and felt dizzy. Isn't this a beast tide? Why are all the monsters attacking me from their native territory? He said through gritted teeth. He was dizzy not because of these zombies, but because once the undead appeared, they all came in large numbers. Just like what was said in the introduction of the ghoul, where there are vanguard cannon fodder, there are naturally monsters that are primarily responsible for destruction. Squeak! Just as Zhou Fei was thinking in his mind, a sky full of black shadows had already begun to hover above the territory. As expected, Zhou Fei looked up, and his eyes gradually became serious. It was none other than the most difficult creature in the battlefield of all realms. Gargoyle. Chapter 68, Bet. Zhao Yun and Yamada no Orochi. The king-level area is within the territory of Yashaku Xianzhu, the king-level lord of Sakura State. Bashik Xuanzu's territory is very unique. Unlike the human emperor Sunyong's, it is not full of ancient buildings of Daxia. There is not even a single building on the ground. Within the territory, there are only huge stars floating in the sky, and all the buildings in the territory are built on the stars. From afar, the territory of the 8-foot Xianzhu looks like an eternal and silent galaxy. On the largest star surrounded by all the stars, Yasha Xianzhu sat in the center of the star. She was wearing a cherry-style long dress, and her face looked very ugly at the moment. Opposite Bashi Xianzhu, Sunyong, who was wearing golden armor, a square face and a golden helmet, was sitting on a huge dragon-shaped sedan chair. He crossed his legs and looked at Bashi Xianzhu with a playful look in his eyes. There was a bet between the two of them. Previously, Yasha Xianzhu coveted the fox soul crystal obtained by the human emperor Sunyong, so she went to Sunyong's territory specifically and made a bet based on the performance of her lover Inoue, Hao, and Sunyong's younger brother Sunyong. If Bashi wins, Sunyong needs to give Bashi Xianzhu the top-level material fox soul he obtained from killing monsters. If Sunyong wins, Bashi Xianzhu needs to give Sunyong the clue of the legendary general, Dei. At this time, 7 days have passed, and the competition for the individual ranking list has come to an end. Mrs. Bashi, I sent you messages many times before, but I didn't get a reply. I guess you must have gone to conquer some secret place some time ago, right? Sunyong was sitting in his sedan chair. Although his tone was extremely majestic, there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth when he spoke. Ignore the rule of the battlefield of all realms. Kings do not meet kings. Then I found out that I lost, so I pretended not to see the message. This is really childish behavior. Of course, if it weren't for this, Sunyong wouldn't have made such a special trip. It feels so good to give someone a taste of their own medicine. After Sunyong finished speaking, Ba Chi Xianzhu did not react at all, but just sat there gritting his teeth. Seeing this, the human emperor continued. The changes in the B2396 area have come to an end. The anchor point is completely stable. The only ones left are just some small guys. Mrs. Hachisha, is it time to fulfill our bet? Sunyong spoke directly to the point in a straightforward manner. This time, Yachi Xianzhu stared at the golden Sunyong without any of the elegance she had when they first met. She just gritted her teeth and said, Sunyong, your brother Sunyong wasn't at the top of the individual rankings either, right? If that's not the case, then how can you say you won the bet? Obviously, neither of them expected that Zhou Fei's sudden appearance would directly monopolize the top spot on the personal list in the first 7 days. Although he was slacking off and didn't make any moves for 2 days, with 5 days advantage, he had become the supreme ruler of the B2396 area. After Sunyong heard this, the smile on his face widened a little. He stood up for the Golden Dragon sedan chair, looked down at Ba Chi Xianzhu, and said, I'm sorry, Sunyong is not the final leaderboard of the individual list, but he has also won the first place on the 7th day. Where's Inoue go? Oh my! As the emperor of mankind, Sunyong has always been concise and to the point, and his imperial power is evident at a glance. But today, when he saw his old rival Yashika Xianzhu being humiliated, he felt so happy that he couldn't express it in words, and he couldn't help but talk more. Your fiancé never made it to the top of the list for a single day, and was even beheaded on the 3rd day. It's really unbearable. As Sunyong spoke, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. His laughter made the stars surrounding the sky in the Bashik Shinzo territory tremble. It's so obvious who will win and who will lose. Sunyong. When Yasha Xianzhu heard this, his face turned dark and became extremely gloomy. From the time she entered the battlefield of all realms to the time she became a king-level lord, she had never been defeated in her life. Everyone knew the reputation of this 8-foot-tall lady. I've only been humiliated a few times. But now, her bet with Sunyong has become a huge stain on her life, and she doesn't even have a chance to refute it. Because Inoue Go's performance was really bad. When Sunyong saw this scene, he felt extremely relieved. Mrs. Hachisha, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Sunyong pretended to be a little scared and said this, and the next second, the gloom on Yasukaraju's face completely disappeared, and he showed a bright smile. She stood up slowly, her dark blue hip-hugging dress clearly showing off her graceful figure. Yachi Xianzhu looked at Sunyong, and his smile became brighter. You are the emperor. How dare I disobey you? Little snake, deliver the clues about the legendary General Dai to the human emperor. As Yasha Xianzhu spoke, he handed a box to his general and ordered him to give it to Sunyong. When Sunyong heard this, the bright smile on his face disappeared. He just nodded slightly and signaled the general behind him to come forward. The reason why Sunyong did this was entirely because the visitor had bad intentions. The little snake mentioned by Yasha Xianzhu is the general holding the box, but he is a powerful figure. He is one of the legendary generals under Yasakura Xianzhu, and his true form is the sacred beast of Sakura country, Yamata no Orochi. After the Yamata no Orochi transformed into a human form, the color of his armor was the same as the Yashikajuku, which was purple-blue. What makes him extraordinary is that each plate of the armor on his body looks like a scale. Not only does it have complex patterns, but it also has its own breath, constantly moving in rhythm with his movements. The Yamata no Orochi walked towards the Sunyong step by step and was about to reach the front of the dragon sedan. At this moment, the general behind Sunyong received the order and directly blocked the Yamata no Orochi. Hiss, Jian, what are you doing? I'm following the orders of my master to present a gift to the emperor. How dare you disobey? The Yamada no Orochi looked at the general in front of it with a bad face, and the tongue in its mouth was very long. Yasha Xianzhu and Sunyong have been rivals for many years, and even their generals are familiar with each other. The one standing in front of the Yamada no Orochi was none other than the legendary general of the Daxia race, Zhao Yun on White Horse. Zhao Yun was wearing a set of bright silver and gold cloud pattern armor and a cloud pattern silver mane helmet on his head. The dragon gallbladder spear in his hand was pointed diagonally at the throat of the Yamada no Orochi. Just give it to me. You filthy little snake. You are not worthy to present gifts to the Lord. As soon as Zhao Yun said this, the atmosphere instantly froze to the freezing point, and Yachi Xianzhu also said with a bad look, Sunyong, what do you mean? Your general insults my people like this? However, Sunyong did not give in, and said with great dignity, 8-foot Xianzhu, your trick is too childish. You want to fight, I will fight. Chapter 69, Fierce Battle. The beginning of the battle between all realms. As Sunyong finished his words, a roaring dragon shining with golden light suddenly emerged from the dragon sedan. And behind Yasha Xianzhu also appeared a 9-tailed fox with a completely black body, confronting him. At this time, the Yamada no Orochi just stared at Zhao Yun, and its scarlet tongue kept spitting out. My son, have you forgotten how I bit my poisonous fangs into your neck in the last king-level secret realm? The scar has healed, and the pain has been forgotten. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yamata no Orochi turned into a dark purple lightning and flew toward Zhao Yun. The spear in my hand brings peace to the troubled times. Seeing this, Zhao Yun gently shook the spear in his hand, creating a beautiful spear flower, and stabbed straight at the Yamada no Orochi. Bite! As soon as the spear and the snake's scales touched, a teeth-grinding roar was heard. Hiss! It's no use. Your gun is still as soft as ever. The armor made of the scales of the Yamada no Orochi was so hard that even Zhao Yun could not penetrate it with his dragon gallbladder spear. Not even a white mark was left. Just as the Yamada no Orochi was about to approach Zhao Yun smiled slightly, and the pair of bright eyes inside the armor instantly burst out with 2 dragon-shaped rays of light. Jinshin! With a light shout from Zhao Yun, the spear that had been exhausted suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Zhao Yun retracted it and then thrust it out again. The spear instantly burst out with unparalleled power and stabbed towards the Yamada no Orochi again. When Yamada no Orochi saw this, he looked a little flustered. He and Zhao Yun had been rivals for so many years, and logically he should know Zhao Yun very well. Logically speaking, Zhao Yun should retreat after using all his moves. Long Dan. A surprise attack. The spear, flashing with brilliant silver light, pierced fiercely into the chest of the Yamada no Orochi, directly shattering his scaly armor, and drops of foul-smelling snake blood gushed out from his chest. Not only that, Zhao Yun also handsomely raised the tip of his spear and lifted the box that Yamada no Orochi was holding in his arms towards himself. My lord, the inspection is correct. It is indeed a clue to a legendary general. Zhao Yun, riding a white horse and wearing a silver helmet, put away his gun, checked it carefully, and said respectfully, while Sunyong took the box with golden dragon energy constantly surging behind him. He took the box in his hand and played with it for a while, and the seriousness on his face instantly turned into a bright smile. Thank you for the gift, Madam Hachisha. I have things to do. I won't stay any longer. Sunyong was about to leave while talking, and Yasha Xianzhu looked at Sunyong's back with a struggling expression, as if he was trying hard to suppress the unwillingness in his heart. Sunyong, everything in Area B2396 will soon be settled. You know very well why the Beast King has set his sights on that area. I, from Daxia, love eating bananas and won't be able to jump around for long. I heard that he is the same as you, and his awakened race is also human. What a pity. Daxia could have produced 2 emperors. Although Yasha Xianzhu did not say it explicitly, her words revealed a message, which was, Zhu Fai Musti. After all, with the king-level Lord Sunyong in front of him, as long as Zhou Fei, who is also a human, can successfully get out of the B2396 area, with Sunyong's guidance, it won't be long before Daxia will have another king-level lord. Not only Sakura country, but any country does not want to see this happen. Therefore, Zhou Fei must die. Yasha Xianzhu spoke to himself, not paying any attention to Sunyong's gradually cold expression. It's not just me who loves eating bananas. You guys in Daxia won't be able to jump around for much longer. The battle of the myriad worlds is about to begin. The white-robed sword immortal is on the verge of death, and the Lord of Hell is old, leaving only you, the weakest one, to hold the fort for Daxia. The more Yasukaraju spoke, the brighter the light in her eyes became. I hope that when the battle of the myriad worlds comes, you, the emperor of mankind, can still maintain this attitude. Sunyong didn't even turn his head. The dragon energy behind him became more and more condensed. He just waved his hand. Don't worry about Daxia's affairs. Who will win and who will lose will be known in one battle. After saying that, Sunyong left Bashikchuenzu's territory directly. B2396 area, Zhou Fei's territory. No, buddy, why do I encounter monsters from the native territory every day? Is this reasonable? Zhou Fei looked at the gargoyles that were attacking him in an overwhelming manner and felt a pang of pain in his teeth. Gargoyle. Race. Undead. Native territory. Level 45 to 50 Elite Warcraft. Total thoughts, 3,000 plus. Introduction. The main combat force of the undead, and also the main force of the undead sky battlefield. Their wings are extremely hard, and when they receive fatal damage, they can turn into stone statues, making them extremely difficult to kill. Zhou Fei looked at the zombies and gargoyles running towards him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The undead race is notoriously difficult to deal with in the battlefield of all realms, and the undead is also one of the 3,000 major races in the battlefield of all realms. In the data list of the battlefield of all worlds, there's a rough ranking for races. The top 3,000 are called advanced races, also known as the 3,000 major races. This undead race is one of the high-level races. Logically speaking, high-level races generally do not appear in primary areas, and can only be seen in intermediate areas or above. This is only the second wave of the riots. Are there already high-level races? Zhou Fei muttered to himself, then clenched his fists tightly. Good and bad things go hand in hand. It's really awesome. Just as Zhou Fei was looking at the undead had already gathered nearly 2,000 zombies and gargoyles outside Zhou Fei's territory. These are not like the slimes from the first time. Although their number is small, their combat effectiveness is far beyond that of slimes. Moreover, at the rear of the undead army, there was a terrifying being with a burly figure of nearly 2 meters, wearing tattered clothes, with his muscles completely exposed to the air. He had wings on his back, a mouth full of fangs, and his entire body was a dull gray and blue-green color like a corpse, looking extremely terrifying. He had no weapons, but a pair of huge and sharp claws. At this moment, the man was looking at Zhou Fei on the top of the city wall, grinning grimly and drooling from his mouth. Surprisingly, this person is the leader of the undead race, an absolute leader elite monster. However, what puzzled Zhou Fei was that after the undead appeared, they did not attack his territory. Instead, they formed a battle formation and stayed where they were, as if quietly waiting for something. What's going on? Zhou Fei frowned and muttered to himself. In the next second, under the cover of overwhelming black air, hundreds of magical beasts rushed out from the black air, taking the lead over the undead and launching an attack. Chapter 70. Fierce Battle. Zhou Fei is trapped in 2. Master, do you want me to purify these evil creatures first? Although they are powerful, they are powerless against my holy light. Before the black gas erupted, the light which Rebecca volunteered to take action, but the next second after the black gas erupted, not only Zhou Fei, but everyone else fell into shock. The black fog brought with it the same number of magical beasts, approaching 2,000. Each of these magical beasts was around level 45, including birds, beasts, and even various kinds of insects. These monsters attacked Zhou Fei's territory violently, and the undead followed closely behind these monsters and launched an attack at the same time. Zhou Fei never dreamed that the scale of the first wave of beast tide would be so terrifying. They're not only monsters, but also the undead from their native territories. We can't let them get close. If they get close, the city wall will be crushed. Zhou Fei only thought about it for a moment and came up with the best solution. Although his city walls were reinforced with Tianshan wood, they would not last long in the face of such a terrifying number of people and would be directly reduced to dust. Once the city wall collapses, Both the soul-purifying ivory tower and the swift arrow tower will face the fate of collapse. That time was when Zhou Fei died. He had thought that his fortune and misfortune would attract far more monsters than those of others. But he did not expect that it would attract nearly 5,000 monsters. No matter how powerful Han Miesheng and others are, it is impossible for them to kill so many monsters in an instant. Fortunately, when Zhou Fei's 4 generals rushed into the beast tide, he felt a little relieved. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Han Miesheng. The resentment in his heart had not been vented before, and now facing these magical beasts that were far weaker than him, he also demonstrated his dominance. Exclusive to the dominance of outstanding military commanders. Nothingness swallows the flames. Han Miesheng roared, then slapped the ground with his hand. A raging flame followed the ground and enveloped all the magical beasts within a 5-meter radius of him. Ding! Lord Zhou Fei of Daxia. When your general Han Miesheng releases a skill, the S-level unique weapon. Netherfire Embrace skill. Soul Kill. Soul Kill. When the holder releases a skill, there is a chance to summon a ghost. This skill ignores defense and applies an extremely cold effect. In an instant, all the monsters around Han Miesheng were surrounded by illusory flames and made bursts of roaring sounds. However, before the roar had died down, it turned into ice crystals all over the ground and then shattered all over the ground. The power of this strike is so terrifying. Han Miesheng's attack directly killed 70 or 80 magical beasts, which made Zhou Fei feel extremely relieved. From this perspective, 5,000 monsters are nothing. They may not even be enough to kill. However, Zhou Fei did not relax his vigilance at this time, because he felt that the Black Dragon would come again. However, the Black Dragon did not appear in the sky. Instead, the gargoyles cut through the sky and launched an attack directly towards the soul-purifying ivory tower. Obviously, the leader of the undead was no pushover, and he discovered the problem immediately. The 2 soul-purifying ivory towers were like 2 meat grinders. Almost every round of concentrated shooting could kill 3 or 4 monsters. Even if he used the monsters as cannon fodder, they died too quickly. Therefore, the leader of the undead directly ordered the gargoyles to besiege the soul-purifying ivory tower. Scarlet Vines. Entanglement. However, when Zhou Fei saw the dark mass of gargoyles that completely blocked out the sky, he did not panic at all, and even a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Playing brain games with him? When the battle started, Zhou Fei thought about what might happen, so he pretended to let Alice go to kill, but in fact he was under the city wall, ready to come to the rescue at any time. As soon as the gargoyle approached, Alice, who had been watching for a long time, attacked immediately. This time, the vines were not thick and did not even have any thorns, but the vines themselves were extremely hard and flexible. This is the improved vine that Zhou Fei and Alice discussed for some time. During the few days that Zhou Fei was slacking off in the territory, it was not that he did nothing. Instead, he gave suggestions to each of his generals based on their skills. Previously, when Han Miesheng released the void-devouring flame, he changed it to releasing it from the ground, including Alice's vines at this time. Zhou Fei had discovered this problem when he was observing earlier. Although Alice's scarlet vines look very scary, the damage they can actually cause is not ideal. The thorns on the vines are still quite lethal against ordinary monsters, but when used against elite monsters, they can't even break the monster's hard skin. Zhou Fei also took an unconventional approach and asked Alice to transform those thorns into enhancing the toughness of the vines themselves. Directly, let the battle of Scarlet Witch become control the witch. The vines all over the sky quickly rushed towards the gargoyles, wrapping them tightly. The gargoyles tried their best to break free, but they simply couldn't do it. They could only flap their wings hard to prevent themselves from falling to the ground. At this time, the soul-purifying ivory tower was pouring beams of light onto the ground, and for a moment no one could deal with these gargoyles. However, isn't Zhou Fei still free? The junior lord took off the deadless with a sinister smile and laughed loudly while loading the crossbow. Try my cannon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After loading, Zhou Fei frantically pulled the spring of the crossbow, and crossbow arrows as thick as his arm shot straight at the gargoyle, causing terrible damage. Ding! Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei's attack triggers Deadless's death skill. A critical hit, causing terrible damage. Critical hit. When the holder attacks, there is a 15% chance of causing 250% damage. Ding! Daxia's Junior Lord Zhou Fei triggers Deadless's death when attacking. Bite! Zhou Fei heard the prompt sounds of the battlefield of all worlds continuously. In addition to triggering skills, there were also prompt sounds of crystals dropping after shooting monsters. So cool, Zhou Fei said with sweat all over his forehead. Although his level is far behind those monsters, his attributes are not low at all due to the enhancement of the Son of Luck, coupled with the glass cannon attribute granted by Deadless itself, which increases his damage by an additional 50%. He can now almost kill one enemy with one arrow. At present, the battlefield outside Zhou Fei's territory is in a tug-of-war situation. There are a large number of monsters, but they find it difficult to get close to the territory walls and cannot destroy the soul-cleansing ivory tower. At this moment, Zhou Fei did not dare to fight his way out and kill the undead general. Chapter 71, Level 19. Territory Level Increased. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei successfully killed the level 45 common monster Swift Falcon and obtained the energy crystal reward. The Lord's experience was improved. Ding! The Lord level of Daxia's Junior Lord Zhou Fei has been upgraded, and the current level is 19. Ding! Your current experience value cannot be further increased. Please increase the Lord level. Zhou Fei held Deadless and kept shooting the gargoyles in the sky. Entangled by Alice's scarlet vines, it has to be said that his killing efficiency was quite high. After a while, the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang in his ears. When Zhou Fei heard the system's prompt, his expression suddenly relaxed. After such a long time, his level finally reached 19. Compared to levels 0 to 9, his upgrade speed became significantly slower after he broke through to level 10. However, this was not because he was slacking off, but because of the damn rules of the battlefield of all worlds. Ever since he reached the level 10 threshold, the battlefield of all realms had a new rule restricting him, which was that he could only increase his Lord level by 1 level in each battle. And even though he's been killing monsters above his level, the experience points he can gain are constant. Whether it was his trip to his native territory or even killing the ghosts in the cemetery, the experience he actually gained was pitifully little. It was not until now, after he successfully killed hundreds of slimes and undead, that he successfully reached level 19. This is really a bummer. Zhou Fei muttered in a low voice. For him, he was very dissatisfied with the upgrade speed. But what is the reality? Zhou Fei was delayed for some time because he did not have the primary all-world stone. Even so, he had already reached level 19. However, people like Sunyong, who were lords at the top of the pyramid in the B2396 area, were only at level 14 or 15 at this time. Break through directly. He had been slacking off in the last 2 days in preparation for a breakthrough in the territory level, and he had already prepared the materials. As soon as the system prompt sounded, he directly opened the territory panel and chose to break through. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, your base camp is about to break through to level 3. The materials required for this breakthrough are energy ice crystals multiply by 10, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and intermediate myriad world stones multiply by 10. The myriad worlds battlefield is checking that your territory has sufficient materials. Do you want to break through immediately? Yes. Zhou Fei chose to break through without any hesitation. The materials required to break through the territory's base camp are a considerable sum for any junior lord. Whether it is 10 energy ice crystals or 10 intermediate all-world stones, it will take them a long time to accumulate. But for Zhou Fei, there were only 10 energy ice crystals, which was about the same as what his generals consumed when releasing a skill once. Not to mention the intermediate all-world stones. He had just arrived at the all-world battlefield and had accumulated more than 100 of them on the first day. On the contrary, among these materials, the ones that gave Zhou Fei the most headache were the 1,000 units of stone and wood. Fortunately, he had destroyed the heart of the Lord of the Slime territory before. Otherwise, it might not be enough now. Ding! The level of the territory base camp has been successfully broken through. The current level of the territory base camp is level 3. Territory panel. Without hesitation, Zhou Fei directly summoned up his territory panel. Territory panel. Territory Lord, Zhou Fei. Territory level, level 3. Territory buildings. Barracks level 2, quarry level 2, lumberyard level 2, Blacksmith Shop Level 1, Rapid Arrow Tower, Soul Cleansing, Ivory Tower. Lord Skill, Transformation and Treasure. Materials required for the next upgrade. Energy Ice Crystals multiply by 1,000, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 1,000 intermediate myriad world stones. The new territory panel looks brand new because only the level of the base camp has been upgraded and the levels of other territory buildings have not been upgraded yet. After Zhou Fei took a look around, when he saw the materials needed for the next upgrade, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. This battlefield of all worlds uses the lords like animals, and yet it requires so many materials. After browsing the territory panel, Zhou Fei opened the Lord panel again. Lord panel. Lord's name, Zhou Fei. Companion skill. Fortune and misfortune are dependent on each other. Bound arms. Human race of all realms. Lord level, 19. Lord attributes. Strength 718. Intelligence 728. Physical 718. Magic 718. And used attribute points 1,000. Lord's equipment. Silver scale breastplate. Greedy wolf armor. Hidden mask. Lord skill. Transformation and treasure. After his level was raised by 5, he had 1,000 more attribute points to use. First, increase the strength attribute to 2,000, and then increase the other attributes. This time, Zhou Fei did not cultivate the idea of bucket number to distribute all attribute values evenly, but directly loaded all the unused attribute points on his strength. After all, he now has the SS level Lord weapon Deadless, and only by improving the strength attribute can he maximize the effect of this weapon. Power, 1718. Looking at the strength attribute that was about to break through 2,000 points, Zhou Fei nodded with satisfaction. In this way, even if he faces an ordinary monster of around level 50, it is impossible for his attacks to be unable to penetrate the defense. The damage calculation scheme in the battlefield of all worlds is complex, yet simple. That is, if your strength attribute exceeds or is equal to the target's physical strength value, then the damage you can cause is normal damage. Slightly lower or higher will result in additional damage bonus or reduction. When the difference between the strength attribute and the opponent's physical attribute exceeds 500, it will be impossible to break the defense. In this case, the damage suffered by Warcraft will be greatly reduced. While Zhou Fei was completing the upgrade of the territory base, the battlefield outside the territory had already entered a white-hot stage. After all, Han Miesheng and the Witch Trio are not machines. When their magic points are consumed to a certain level, they can only retreat to their territory for defense. Without the generals as spearheads, the situation became extremely tense for a while. Although the witches could be reborn after death, the undead ghouls and gargoyles also had the characteristics of immortality. Once these undead die, their bodies will be absorbed by the undead fungal carpet, and then the undead general can summon them again with a slight raise of his hand. Damn it. Zhou Fei also became a little angry when he saw this scene. Facing the first wave of beasts, they fought for a long time, but in the end, the only ones who died were the monsters that served as cannon fodder. If the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat, right? Zhou Fei looked at the leader of the undead in the distance. The latter's face was covered with saliva, and he looked at Zhou Fei with a fierce look. Although he didn't know what the price would be for the undead to resurrect these zombies and gargoyles, Zhou Fei knew that if he continued like this, his wallet would be unable to bear it. Upgrade the barracks. What he needed most now was immediate combat power. Without any hesitation, Zhou Fei directly chose to upgrade the barracks. If you upgrade the barracks, you will be rewarded with recruitment tokens again, and then the deadlock will be broken. Ding! Dasha Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Your current barracks level is LV.2. Materials required to upgrade to LV.3. Energy ice crystals multiply by 50, 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone. Upgrade immediately. Chapter 72 Recruitment. A chubby array master? Upgrade. Zhou Fei didn't want to use his trump card in the first wave of beasts, but the Lord's skill. Transformation and treasures plus his innate skill, fortune and misfortune, attracted too many monsters. In this context, the battle is caught in a delicate balance. Zhou Fei really needs a general to break this balance. Following his firm voice, the barracks buildings in the territory underwent a completely new change. There is no difference in the overall appearance of the building, except that there is some more chaotic energy in the original mixed characteristics of the human race from all realms. This chaotic energy was sometimes ethereal and sometimes solid, adding a bit of fairy air to Zhou Fei's barracks. That's it. Zhou Fei clicked his tongue slightly when he saw the changes in the barracks. He thought that this time there would be some earth-shaking changes in the appearance of the barracks. Ding! The barracks in the territory of Dasha Junior Lord Zhou Fei have been successfully upgraded to level 3, and one intermediate recruitment talisman has been obtained. Ding! The reward triggers your talent. Son of Luck, quality critical hit multiply by 30. Quantity critical hit multiply by 3. Since your talent is only quasi-Z level, you fail to fight against the order of the battlefield of all realms, and the critical hit of this reward failed. Congratulations, you have obtained one advanced recruitment talisman. The prompt sound was no different from the last time the barracks level was upgraded, except that this time Zhou Fei obtained an advanced recruitment talisman. According to the rules of the 10,000 Worlds battlefield, the rewards for barracks level 1 to 2 are primary recruitment talismans, and levels 3 to 6 are intermediate recruitment talismans. Only levels 7 to 9 can get advanced ones. According to legend, above the high-level recruiting talisman, there is also a god-level recruiting talisman, which can even recruit gods to be one's generals. However, this is just a rumor. At this time, Zhou Fei heard the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds and rubbed his palms excitedly. This was the first high-level recruitment token he had obtained. The ranks of his previous 4 generals were all excellent. Zhou Fei was looking forward to it, wondering what rank this new general would be. How about giving me a legendary general? He secretly thought in his heart that with the increase in talent and skills, as long as there is a probability, even if it is 0.0001%, he can turn the impossible into possible. Come. Zhou Fei didn't hesitate and directly threw the recruitment talisman into the barracks. The next second, a portal appeared in front of the barracks. On the other side of the portal, the sky and the earth were dark, the ground was covered with blood, and the shouts of killing that permeated the sky and the earth resounded through the sky. Large areas of buildings collapsed and turned into rubble on the ground. Zhou Fei felt horrified when he saw it. Moreover, the space between heaven and earth was filled with evil red hairs, and for a moment Zhou Fei couldn't tell which world he was in. Ancient Daxia, in such a tragic environment, I must have awakened an extremely heroic general. Zhou Fei clenched his fists and spoke firmly. How could someone who could kill in such a battlefield be a weakling? A moment later, Zhou Fei's thoughts were shattered. In the bloody river, a huge mound suddenly moved and exploded. A fair and tender little fat boy appeared out of nowhere, passed through the portal, and came in front of Zhou Fei. Ew. Zhou Fei looked at this. White and tender. Of? Little fat boy. The muscles on his cheeks twitched involuntarily. What's going on? The little fat boy was dressed in rags, with only a belly band protecting his vital parts. He looked very cute with his fat head and big ears. But is this a general? This has nothing to do with generals. Okay. Zhou Fei looked at the round-faced little fat man. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt, especially the circle of faint airflow lingering around his body, which was very similar to the chaotic energy that appeared after the barracks evolved. What on earth is this? He muttered to himself as he opened the little fat man's attribute panel. Gao Yu Sheng. Race, Myriad Realms Clan. Level, Excellent Advanced. Level, 60. Basic attributes, Strength, Physical, Intelligence, Magic, Skills, Chaos 3rd, Killing Formation. Equipment, none. The Myriad Realms Clan? Is he a formation master? He looks ordinary. Is he just an outstanding general? This attribute panel is bare. It only knows one formation. Zhou Fei glanced at it casually, touched his chin with some dissatisfaction, and spoke. Chao Yuxing, what a familiar name. Wait a minute. Just when Zhou Fei was feeling a little disappointed, another name suddenly popped up in his mind. Duanda's previous life? Was his name Chao Yuxing? Fuck. The 3rd Chaos Killing Formation. Zhou Fei's eyelids were twitching wildly, and he finally knew the origin of the formation master he summoned. This is the mortal, worldly, immortal Duan, who has engraved the endless ancient killing formations into his body and used them to prove his truth throughout the era of Emperor Huang and Yi Tian, and achieved the throne after 9 reincarnations. A multiply by, percent your multiply by, I actually summoned the heavenly lord of tribulation. Zhou Fei even got goosebumps all over his body. You have to know that this is a god-level existence. But he didn't get too happy too soon. He recalled the life of this immortal emperor in his mind and combined it with his current rank. Excellent level, advanced. Combining the above, Zhou Fei immediately realized that this Lord of Samsara was still in the stage of just entering the world. Has not yet been buried into eternity by Emperor Huang Tian, but it is enough like this. Even though there is no eternal sleep, the experience of just one lifetime is enough for Zhou Fei, a junior lord, to drink a pot. The fat boy Chao Yuxing looked at Zhou Fei, who was jumping up and down, with his face turning blue and purple, and muttered to himself, "Oh no, I met a fool." Chao Yuxing scratched the back of his head in an obscene manner. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he still saluted Zhou Fei respectfully. "My humble servant Chao Yuxing. I am honored to meet you, my master." After Chao Yuxing finished his salute, he looked outside the territory in a trance, as if sensing something, and his expression instantly changed from obscene to extremely serious. "I smell a monster. Damn monster." Chao Yuxing's face was filled with murderous intent, which made Zhou Fei very pleased. That's right, it's absolutely right. What he needs is a general who regards monsters as enemies. Eat it. Eat it all. The next second, Chao Yuxing's words made Zhou Fei stagger. Oh no, this Chao Yuxing is from the early days of Emperor Huang Tian. Chapter 73, The Third Chaos Killing Formation. B2396 area, outside Sunyong's territory. Meow. Chirp. Outside Sunyong's territory was full of blood and corpses. Following these traces, one could see that the surging herd of beasts had broken through the territory's walls and rushed into the territory. Within the territory, the two generals Quinyu and Axis led the exotic beasts from the mountains and seas under their command to launch attacks on the beast herd again and again. Sunyong stood in front of the Lord's Hall, looking at the surging tide of beasts with a pale face, feeling powerless in his heart. Is this unusual movement really prepared for the junior lords? What the hell is going on? Sunyong murmured to himself. This was only the first wave of beasts, and he was already defeated, and even his territory was invaded. In fact, it's not his fault. His generals are all over level 30, which is already very strong. It's just that these monsters are too terrifying. Even Zhou Fei couldn't kill instantly, let alone them. At this critical moment of life and death, Sunyong had no time to hide any cards. As the younger brother of the human emperor and as a rising star in the ancient Sun family, Sunyong finally used his most hidden card. Under Xianyuan, no one dares to disobey. The emperor has come to this world, and all parties are coming to pay tribute. Sunyong slowly closed his eyes, took out a crystal white square seal, and held it in his hand. As he chanted, little dragons with golden light rising from them emerged from his sides and flowed directly into the bodies of the strange beasts from the mountains and seas under his command. Mao! With the influx of dragon energy, both the Quinyu and the aboriginal roared, and then the bodies of these strange beasts swelled a little. Order from the human emperor. Increase the power. Under the amplification of this terrifying dragon energy, Quinyu's eyes turned scarlet, and it directly gathered the energy onto its terrifying horns. The next second, the sharp horns of Quinyu burst out with terrifying power, and two spiraling, terrifying air currents appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards those monsters. With one strike, 200 monsters were turned into dust. There wasn't even any ability to resist. Quinyu's attack this time was filled with the aura of the Emperor, and it pushed forward directly. Ooh! Sunyong looked at this scene with a satisfied look on his face. After one attack, there were only 400 or 500 remaining monsters in the territory. It should not be as difficult to deal with them as before. However, his satisfaction only lasted for a moment, because outside the territory, a strange man dressed in animal skins and holding a terrifying axe was looking at his territory from afar. This strange man has no head, his chest is his eyes, his navel is his mouth, and his body is strong and powerful. When this strange man sensed the rising dragon energy, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes flashed with excitement. Surprisingly, this person is also a member of the native territory. Not only Zhou Fei, almost all lords with high-level lord souls encountered a combined attack from their native territory, plus Warcraft. Although the total number of people they faced was less than 2,000, This was already a nearly desperate configuration. Don't talk about the top spot. Just stay alive first. Sunyong clenched the human emperor seal in his hand. He had already played all his cards. Things would only become more and more difficult from now on. Outside Zhou Fei's territory, the little fat man with a murderous look on his face walked out of the territory alone after getting his permission. Looking at the surging beast tide, Chao Yuxing rubbed his nose lightly and said with disdain, "A pile of food, get into the pot quickly." "Hey, you're rotten. I won't eat you." Seeing the zombies mixed in with a group of monsters, Chao Yuxing showed a rare look of disgust on his face. Ouch! Hiss! The surging beasts and terrifying zombies had no idea where Chao Yuxing came from. Driven by instinct, they just wanted to tear apart all the enemies in front of them. In an instant, almost a dozen magical beasts of various species flew towards Chao Yuxing. Change! However, there was only a flash of chaotic energy in the eyes of this little fat boy, and then his chubby white hand gently waved in the air, and a stream of gas filled with vitality came out from his palm and gently passed over the bodies of those monsters. Puff! Wow! Under the attack of this energy, the monsters didn't even have any resistance and were directly torn in half. The undead ghouls were shattered into pieces in the face of this energy, turning into rotten flesh all over the ground. After the death of the ghoul, it was not decomposed by the fungus-like carpet and turned into energy. This means that Chao Yuxing is born to be the nemesis of the undead. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, his pupils shrank. If I guess correctly, the energy that Chao Yuxing easily used was exactly the immortal energy he cultivated. In his era, those who could cultivate immortal energy were rare geniuses. At this time, Chao Yuxing was just trying out his skills, but it gave Zhou Fei a great shock. Zombies in the daytime, kings in the night. Damn humans! Kill this little fat guy first. The leader of the undead, the terrifying creature with wings on its back, looked a little surprised and doubtful when he saw this scene. He had been leading the undead for such a long time, but had never encountered such a strange existence. For a moment, he regarded Chao Yuxing as a thorn in his side. With his order, the overwhelming zombies and gargoyles turned their spears and rushed towards Chao Yuxing. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he also gave his own response strategy in an orderly manner. Alice, soul destroys life. Spoil the enemy for Chao Yuxing. The two received the order and rushed towards Chao Yuxing, who was in the center of the battlefield. At this time, Dujie Tianzuan, who was surrounded, was not panicked at all. What I am best at is group combat. You rotten humanoids are inettable, damn it. As Chao Yuxing spoke, the aura in his body continued to thicken, and the previous stream of immortal energy suddenly turned into two streams. Then it became three again. At the beginning of the Tao, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. As the three immortal auras emerged, layers of chaotic energy instantly emerged on the sides of Chao Yuxing's body. Chaos, the third killing array. The next second, the chaotic energy on Chao Yuxing's side turned directly into various palm-sized weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, everything is available. These weapons transformed from chaotic energy, surrounded Chao Yuxing, and instantly turned into complex array patterns. As soon as those ignorant, undead people stepped into the formation, they were torn into pieces by the complicated formation. Zhou Fei saw this scene, touched his chin, and said, "This Chao Yuxing is so old school." As expected of an old veteran who has the third killing array pattern engraved in his body. Really authentic. Chapter 74, The Demon King of the Night. Why did Zhou Fei say Chao Yuxing is a veteran? Because both the formation and the cultivation system he used were too old. Not to mention, they were from the Western Witch Trio. Even the Soul Palace Master Hun, Miesheng, felt confused when he saw Chao Yuxing's formation master. Although they all come from the ancient history of Daxia, Chao Yuxing is a monster from the ancient fairyland period. The chaotic energy beside Chao Yuxing's body gradually became denser, from thin to extremely dense. And this also meant that the third chaotic killing formation had been completely deployed. After the killing formation was set up, the fat boy Chao Yuxing rushed straight towards the group of monsters like a bulldozer. Puff, puff, puff. All the monsters were cut in half the moment they came into contact with Chao Yuxing, and even those with weaker strength were turned into ashes. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, Congratulations on successfully killing the level 45-liter elite monster and obtaining the energy crystal reward. Ding! Reward triggers the talent fortune and misfortune. Quality critical hits multiply by 3. Quantity critical hits multiply by 30. Hearing the prompt sound of the 10,000 worlds battlefield beside his ears, Zhou Fei widened his eyes. This is the leader elite monster. Just given seconds? This little fat guy is really fierce. After the previous fierce battle, there were about 2,000 undead and monsters left outside Zhou Fei's territory. As soon as Chao Yuxing left the field, within just 5 minutes, nearly 500 monsters died in the third killing array. You know, no matter whether it is Warcraft or the undead, they have no ability to resurrect in front of the third chaos killing array. Once dead, you are dead. Roar. Retreat. Be it the leader elite monster among the Warcraft or the leader of the undead, they all let out confused roars after seeing this scene. Chao Yuxing's voice was so terrifying that the ferocious beasts were a little scared for a moment. Logically speaking, under the secret control of the soul-killing organization, these monsters should have become machines that only know how to kill. There was no expression of fear at all, not to mention the infection of mysterious blood in the cemetery, which further aggravated the brutality of these ferocious beasts. But even so, these monsters were still scared in front of Chao Yuxing. From this we can see how terrifying Chao Yuxing is. Big Moth, where are you running to? Seeing that the leader of the undead was retreating again and again, he was about to escape. How could Chao Yuxing give him this opportunity? He roared and rushed towards the heart of the undead. Careful! When Zhou Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but speak. Although the zombies and gargoyles had no ability to resist the third killing array, it did not mean that the undead were weak. When the undead are on the fungus stalls of their racial characteristics, their combat effectiveness will be additionally enhanced. This is also an important reason why Zhou Fei has not ordered the witch spirits under the witch trio to leave the territory. In the undead territory, these disgusting guys can exert 200% of their combat power. At this time, Alice and Han Miesheng also rushed over and came to Chao Yuxing's side. You too, help me clear the way. Look, I'm going to catch that big fluttering moth. Chao Yuxing bared his white teeth and spoke with a nonchalant look on his face. Then he rushed into the territory of the undead. Han Miesheng and Alice looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and rushed in behind Chao Yuxing. Roar! Little kid, how dare you despise the undead clan? When the leader of the undead saw Chao Yuxing being so arrogant, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Night Devil, Edion C. Race, Undead. Rank, Level 55, Undead, Rare, General. Comprehensive 4 dimensions, 6,000 plus. Skills, Crippling Strike, Terror of the Night. The leader of the undead tribe is actually a real night demon. Seeing Chao Yuxing being so arrogant, he suddenly spread out his tattered wings behind him and then pointed directly at Chao Yuxing. Disabling Strike. Along with his roar, a ball of dark energy filled with stench attacked Chao Yuxing. This ball of energy was full of smelly mosquitoes and rotten meat, and the mixture was extremely horrifying. Damn, that big fluttering moth is so disgusting. When Chao Yuxing saw this scene, his face was full of disgust, but his steps did not stop at all because of the attack of the night demon Edians. Instead, they became even faster. Come down! Chao Yuxing pointed casually, and the 3 streams of immortal energy on his body were like 3 long swords, slashing directly at the ball of dark energy. Boo! Zhou Fei watched this scene from a distance and was very nervous. However, what he didn't expect was that the energy explosion he imagined did not happen. After the dark energy came into contact with the fairy energy, it only made a slight sound, and then the dark energy was directly annihilated. So weak, even worse than those idiots from Tianshan Academy. Seeing this, Chao Yuxing spoke directly. That beautiful sister and the black old man. Don't let these rotten creatures get away. Look, I'm going to kill them all. Alice, who was called the beautiful sister, was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Okay, little brother. After replying, Alice once again summoned the overwhelming blood-red vines, which tightly entangled the zombies. When Han Miesheng, who was known as the Black Old Man, heard what Chao Yuxing said, his cheeks became even darker. Although his cheeks turned black, he did not stop at all and directly used the void-swallowing flame fire to block the undead's retreat. Roar! How dare you underestimate the undead? When the night demon Eden saw this scene, he let out an angry roar. As native residents of the B2396 area, they had never been treated like this before. Kill. As he'd once spoke, he activated his skill again. This time, he launched the Terror of Night. As the unique generals of the undead, the night demon's combat effectiveness in the daytime is not very ideal, and many of their skills will be weakened. But once night falls, it becomes the night devil's home turf. And the most terrifying thing is that when people know that the night devil is weak during the day, the night devil's innate skill, fear of the night, can actually absorb sunlight and force the night into the night. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, night demon leader at Yangtze, uses the skill Night Terror, forcing the area within a 2-kilometer radius into darkness. Yangtze's attack power is greatly increased, and her speed is greatly increased. Suddenly, a thick layer of black air enveloped the night demon Edwins, and it even seemed as if he was competing against Chao Yuxing. Chapter 75. Is it useful? It's useless. Edians cast the Terror of Night, forcing the surroundings into a night state, and he also flew into the air. Disabling Strike. Edians used this skill again, but this time the skill had undergone earth-shaking changes. The dark power that was previously the size of a fist instantly expanded to the size of a watermelon, and at an incredibly fast speed, it directly hit Chao Yuxing. As soon as the dark energy came into contact with Chao Yuxing, it instantly transformed into wisps of residual souls, trying to restrain Chao Yuxing's hands and feet, causing him great trouble. Ding! Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei, your General Chao Yuxing has suffered a crippling blow, and his movement speed has been reduced by 50%. Because Chao Yuxing was careless, he suffered a setback right at the start. Everything happened in a flash. Chao Yuxing, who was hit hard, had his fair and chubby cheeks instantly turned angry. I want you dead. Chaos Sword Chi. Chao Yuxing simply picked up a flower with his fingers, and the third Chaos Killing Array, lingering on his side, changed instantly, condensing into a Chaos Sword as long as his forearm at his fingertips, and flew towards the neck of the night demon Edwans. This laugh. The night demon Edwans was startled at first, and then wanted to temporarily avoid the edge and dodge Chao Yuxing's sword energy. However, no matter how fast he was like a snail in front of the chaotic sword energy. The sword energy flew past and instantly cut off the head of the night demon Edwans. You can't kill me. Although the night demon Edian's head was chopped off, his horrible face was still particularly hideous, and he spoke with gritted teeth. However, the next second, something happened that no one could have imagined. The chaos sword that cut off Edian's head seemed to have anticipated everything. After a successful strike, it turned around and pierced Edian's left chest directly from the back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The chaos sword pierced directly through Edian's chest, and a large amount of black gas poured out from Edian's chest. This time he completely lost his previous indifference. How do you know? Cough, cough, cough. A large amount of dirty blood spurted out of Yangtze's mouth, and Chao Yuxing bared his white teeth and said, You dare to call yourself an undead? The monsters I faced were much harder to kill than you. Die in peace. As Chao Yuxing finished his words, the night demon Edwans, with the chaotic energy entering his body, swelled up rapidly like a balloon. Ooh! Edians, who was already dirty and ugly, looked even more disgusting after his body swelled. He just let out a scream, and then collapsed in a pus and minced meat. At this time, less than 30 seconds had passed since Chao Yuxing and Edwins fought. Is this also considered a one-shot kill? When the leader died, all the ghouls and gargoyles of the undead scattered like birds and beasts, trying to escape. But Hun Miesheng and Alice had already made preparations. They took advantage of the situation and caught them all in one fell swoop. Zhou Fei stood on the territory city wall and saw it all. It's really neat and tidy. However, for a general who will become a god in the future, it is still a bit slow. He got the advantage and still acted ungratefully, shaking his head and speaking in a pretentious manner. If Zhou Fei could smooth out the corners of his mouth, he would be pretending more convincingly. In fact, Zhou Fei had already seen the terrifying combat power of Chao Yuxing, the heavenly lord of tribulation, in this battle. As a formation master, his frontal combat ability alone is already so terrifying. So what if he really wants to set up a formation? From today onwards, Zhou Fei dared to guarantee that no one would dare to approach his territory again. Just as he was feeling smug, a notification sound from the myriad world's battlefield suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei. Your General Chao Yuxing recalls his past glory and learns the skill. 3 lives immortal chi in this battle. Ding! Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei. Your General Chao Yuxing recalls his past glory and learns the skill of chaos sword chi in this battle. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei for successfully resisting the first wave of regional riots. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei for being the fastest lord in resisting the riots, and your soldiers suffered very few casualties. You have been awarded excellent combat score and an additional 50% increase in the calculation of the list points. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei for obtaining an excellent combat rating and an additional reward of the Territory Special Material Package multiplied by 1. Great Harvest! The ding-dong-dong reminder, sounds of the battlefield of all worlds rang in Zhou Fei's ears like the sound of nature, making him feel extremely comfortable. Zhou Fei first opened Chao Yuxing's general page, and 2 new skills came into his sight. 3 lives, Fairy Spirit. Level, Legendary Skill. Introduction. The holder of this skill will be surrounded by 3 streams of immortal energy during battle, which will increase the host combat ability, and the comprehensive 4-dimensional ability will be increased by 100%. When the holder releases other skills, the power will be increased by an additional 100%. This legendary passive skill. After seeing the introduction of this skill, Zhou Fei took a breath. This was the first time he felt the beauty of numbers. There is nothing fancy about it. It's just pure numerical crushing. With the help of this passive skill, Chao Yuxing's strength instantly increased several times. As expected of the close friend of Emperor Huang Tian, strong. Invincible. Chaos Sword Chi. Level. Introduction. A derivative skill of the 3rd Chaos Killing Formation. How powerful is it? As for the introduction of Chaos Sword Chi, Zhou Fei could only see part of it, and when he tried to watch the introduction of the 3rd Chaos Killing Formation, all he got was, "It seems that my level is still far behind." Zhou Fei knew very well that it was definitely not, because his level was not high enough that he could not see these data. Rather, it was because the grade of the 3rd Chaos Killing Formation was too high, most likely a god-level skill, which led to errors in the display of the battlefield of all realms. Without any surprise, Zhou Fei was the first lord to deal with the riot, and he was also very interested in the special material gift package given to him by the battlefield of all worlds. After all, he now has 1 more formation master in his territory, and the rare materials used to construct formations are in urgent need in his territory. Zhou Fei's mind moved, and he directly clicked on the introduction of the special material gift pack. Item, Special Material Package. Quality, Rare. Purpose, Open. Introduction. This gift pack contains many rare materials, and you will get a random amount of rewards based on the Lord's current level. Random amount? I just love random amounts. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. Chapter 76. Soul Killing. Biluo and Daxia's 7 Divine Swords. When all the junior lords were trapped in their territories by the beast tide, in a certain area of the B2396 region, the war lord Biluo, dressed in azure blue clothes, stood on the vast and empty plain. In front of her stood a young man in a black robe. The young man was shrouded in a black robe, with a strange feeling constantly emanating from his body. He did not look like a lord at all, but looks like a native lord, or like a magical beast. Rakshasa, I didn't expect that you've disappeared for so long and have become a soul killer. Biluo spoke slowly. The person standing in front of her was the person from the Shahan organization who had officially planned the riot in the B2396 area, and she seemed to know this young man named Rakshasa. Isn't this Biluo, the holder of our great Xia Divine Edict sword? It's been 2 years. How come you're still a junior battle lord? Luo Sha and Biluo seemed to have known each other for a long time, and they started greeting each other as soon as they met. However, the distance between them was as much as 10 meters. Although the two were very familiar with each other during the conversation, their expressions were extremely serious, as if they were wary of each other. Luo Sha, you're also a well-known genius in Daxia. Why did you join the loser alliance of Shan? Biluo seemed not to hear Luo Sha's ridicule toward her, and just spoke calmly. And Luo Sha smiled and took off his hood, revealing his face. When Biluo saw his face, she was terrified, because Luo Sha's voice sounded like he was only in his early 20s, but his face was as old as a man in his 70s. With loose skin, dark wrinkles, and dense scars from being cut by knives and axes, he looks like an old, evil ghost. Oh my, this is really touching. You, a beautiful lady, actually care about someone like me? Rakshasa died in the Anchor Point incident 5 years ago. Now the only one who survived is Shahan Zhoukai. Rakshasa, or rather Zhoukai from the soul-killing organization, spoke with a cruel look on his face. Seeing Luo Sha's state, Biluo silently tightened the hilt of the knife at his waist, silently stepped back 2 steps, and said, "The soul-killing organization is just a group of losers, a group of scum eliminated from the battlefield of all realms. You have the soul of a high-level lord, and it's not too late to turn back now. The battlefield of all worlds is the hope for the awakening of all mankind. There is no need for you to become a clown of the soul-killing organization." Biluo seemed to know a lot about the Shahan organization, and her words directly triggered Luo Sha's emotions. An organization founded by losers? Do you know what you're talking about? What is the end of this battlefield of all worlds? Do you know? Luo Sha smiled lightly, and his words continued to pour out like sharp knives. As one of the holders of Dasha's 7 divine swords, I admit that you know a lot, but what about this? In the end, you are just clowns. Even though your understanding of the 10,000 worlds battlefield is second only to those king-level lords. In the end, you are just a poor creature who thinks he knows a lot. After Luo Sha finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at the weapon on Biluo's waist that looked like a Tang sword, his eyes full of fiery eagerness. Although the Sui Mo Zhao Dao ranks last among the 7 divine Zhao Daos, it contains the power of time. The old guys in the Wanjia Bureau really trusted you to bring it in. Upon hearing this, Biluo's body suddenly stiffened, and then he said calmly, "Shan is nothing but a clown in front of the Dasha Wanjia Bureau. It won't cause any trouble." When Luo Sha heard Biluo's words, a bright smile appeared on his face. "You're right. The dogs from the ancient martial arts families in Dasha have the most sensitive noses. But your appearance surprised me a little. You have been patient for the past 7 days. Let me guess what your real purpose is." Luo Sha pretended to think and approached Biluo step by step until the distance between them was only 5 meters, and then he continued to speak. "Why did the new owner of the Sui Mo Zhao Dao, the genius warlord who emerged out of nowhere 5 years ago, appear in a primary area? You knew there were soul crystals in the forest of beasts in this area, but you didn't explore and collect them. He didn't kill monsters in the first 7 days to fight for the country's destiny. He didn't even pay much attention to the gods. He didn't get a single fragment of divine glory." When Luo Sha said this, he patted his head vigorously and said, as if a flash of inspiration came to him, "I see, you are here for the regional core of this area as well. Oh my, they said we were a villain organization, but I didn't expect that our goals were the same." When Luo Sha said this, he seemed a little tired. He swallowed his saliva and just stared at Biluo silently. After a long silence, he continued, "Admit it, your actions are equally dirty. Everyone knows that Area B2396 is extraordinary. After all, the predecessor of this area is the Z0001 area, the origin of the battlefield of all realms, and the place where the gods fell. Luo Sha wanted to say something, but at this time, the year-end edict knife on Biluo's waist had been unsheathed for more than 3 feet. "That's enough." She opened her red lips slightly, and a surging wave swept across the world like a gushing wave. This strong wind was mixed with the vicissitudes of time, and when it blew on Luo Sha's body, it actually made him retreat a little. Moreover, the weeds beside the open space were blown by the wind, and the originally lush green leaves suddenly turned dark yellow. Rakshasa was so intimidated that he retreated a few steps, but there was no fear in his eyes, only excitement. After doing all this, Biluo sheathed the Sui Mo Zhao sword and slowly said, "Don't compare me with despicable bugs like you. Although the B2396 area is the degeneration of the Z0001 area, the rules of the universe here are just as meticulous as when it was first born. As a junior lord, you can't destroy this place." After Biluo finished speaking, he was silent for a moment and continued. Besides, I don't even want to destroy this place and get the regional core. When Luosha heard this, a crazy smile appeared on his face, and he trembled all over and danced as he spoke. I was just teasing you. I never thought of destroying this area. Or rather, I don't even need to do anything. This area will collapse on its own. All I want to do is create a true god for the battlefield of all realms. A god who is completely different from those false gods and is truly on the ladder to godhood. Chapter 77. End of the year. Confuse Zhou Fei. Ding. All junior lords in area be 2396, because the Daxia Junior Lord, I love eating bananas, has successfully repelled the first group of beasts. The number of all beasts outside the Lord's territory will be reduced by 50%. Ding. All junior lords in area be 2396. Just as the two were confronting each other, the warning sound of the battlefield of all realms that resounded through the sky reached their ears, and Luosha's expression became even more crazy. Look, the true god has completed the first wave of tests. Ha 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 ha. Biluo looked at the completely crazy Luosha, and her beautiful brows frowned unconsciously. She wanted to ask Luosha some questions, but the latter was completely crazy at this time and lost the ability to think. Poor lackey. Upon seeing this, Biluo lost interest in communication and turned to leave. At this time, Luosha looked at her back and said in a confused and incoherent manner, Soul crystals, complete divine crystals, and regional cores all belong to the true god. In the face of luck, no one can compete with it. Luck gives rise to all things, and all things are servants of luck. After hearing these words, Biluo's brows were like two inverted swords, and he drew out the imperial sword in a flash. This time, the Sunyong Zhao sword was fully unsheathed, emitting a dizzying luster under the sunlight. The lines on the blade are like the annual rings left by time, and there's a mark like a sundial at the beginning of the handle, which shows the extraordinary nature of this knife. Noisy, Biluo muttered to himself, and then slashed with a knife. Completely different from her previous actions that had caused thunder and lightning in heaven and earth, this time she wielded the imperial sword very calmly. There was no thunder and lightning, no strong winds like before, not even any waves. However, the crazy Rakshasa seemed to have suffered some extremely terrifying attack and gradually disappeared from the spot. Disappear? All traces of Rakshas's existence seemed to be wiped out by a pair of giant invisible hands and shattered into pieces in the void. The battle of all realms has just begun. No one can escape. Luck has already secretly put a price on everything. Luosha only left a fragmented riddle and then disappeared from the spot, leaving only Biluo holding the imperial knife. He knew I was carrying the Sunyong Zhao Dao, yet he still dared to appear in front of me. What on earth do they want to do? After Biluo finished speaking, he swung the Sunyong Zhao Dao and disappeared on the spot. She still has some things to do. Hey, no, buddy. This is my territory, not a garbage dump. After Zhou Fei opened the special material package rewarded by the battlefield of 10,000 worlds, he spoke with a grim face. Ding! Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei successfully opened the special material package and obtained the following special materials. Broken Life Stone multiply by 1, Dark Lord's Black Socks multiply by 1, Tianshan Wood multiply by 10, Pink Gold Fly multiply by 1, Ragdoll multiply by 1. There were jingling sounds in Zhou Fei's ears. The prompt sound of the 10,000 worlds battlefield rang for nearly 20 times in total before it stopped. However, when Zhou Fei listened to these prompt sounds, he always felt as if someone had opened his Lord backpack page. What about the Dark Lord's socks and ragdolls? Can these be called special materials? Dark Lord's socks. Quality, SSS. Function, socks worn by gods can be used as sacrificial materials. Other than that, they have no other use. Pink Gold Fly. Quality, F. Function, a rare grass used as medicine. The medicinal material refined from it can make all things stay standing. I fuck your. Zhou Fei nearly went crazy in his own Lord's Hall. It would have been fine if he was just given a pile of junk, but these junk could actually trigger his skill, the doubling effect of fortune and misfortune. He looked at the 3 pairs of men's socks in his backpack and wanted to die. SSS level, sacrifice. The Dark Lord Sauron was trying every means to get rid of him, and he was still offering sacrifices to Sauron. Among nearly 20 special materials, only 2 are useful to Zhou Fei. Broken Wanxing Stone. Quality S. Function, broken colorful stones, which contain strands of chaotic energy, come from ancient times and can be used to strengthen city walls or other unknown purposes. Branches of lightning-struck wood. Quality, grade A. Introduction. The dying and reborn branches of trees after being struck by lightning contain a certain opportunity for life. Zhou Fei looked at the two materials and shook his head helplessly. It could be considered a gain. In addition, after Chao Yuxing, the Lord of Tribulation, killed the leader of the undead, the Night Demon, Zhou Fei also obtained a pair of wings of the Dark Night Demon. This wing is also made of S-grade material, and Zhou Fei is not sure about its specific usage. After the first wave of beasts reseeded, the generals returned to their territories and began a short rest. Outside the barracks, the three witches leaned against a magnificent building, chuckling and whispering, while Han Miesheng also sat on the ground, holding a handful of melon seeds that he had gotten from somewhere. At the end of their sight, Zhou Fei, with a flushed face, was talking to the fat boy Chao Yuxing. Set up the formation. Won't. Set up the formation. Won't. Set up the formation. Won't. The two people were like two tape recorders, repeating the same conversation over and over, and this state has continued since Chao Yuxing returned. Your grandmother. After a while, Zhou Fei felt a little tired. He cursed inwardly and stared at Chao Yuxing fiercely. The reason why the two of them acted like this was because Zhou Fei insisted that Chao Yuxing carve a chaos third killing formation on the city wall. He had seen the power of this formation with his own eyes before. With this formation, he could defeat 4,000 monsters. Even if it's 40,000, it's no problem for Zhou Fei. However, Chao Yuxing insisted that he couldn't carve it. Zhou Fei almost had an asthma attack. On Chao Yuxing's skill panel, it was clearly written that he had the third chaos killing formation, but he really didn't know how to use it. Zhou Fei even suspected that there might be a problem in the battlefield of all worlds, and that Chao Yuxing had the intention to rebel against him. Only after seeing that Chao Yuxing's loyalty was permanently locked at 100 points did Zhou Fei let out a long sigh. He certainly doesn't. Unexpectedly, Chao Yuxing was the first life of the Tribulation Heavenly Venerable. Zhou Fei also didn't expect that this little fat guy's first life was so weak. Fortunately, although he failed to engrave the third chaos killing formation, Chao Yuxing said that he could carve an array pattern of superior level on the rapid shooting arrow tower to enhance the attack power of the arrow tower. Surge array. Grade. Excellent grade. Require materials. 2 battle flags, 10 units of Warcraft blood. Effect. This array pattern can be engraved on defensive buildings, increasing the building's attack speed by 50% and the penetration effect by 20%. Extra bonus of fairy energy. When shooting, defensive buildings have a 50% chance to shoot in extra time. Chapter 78. Tragic Battlefield. Uninvited guests in the territory. It has to be said that the properties of this array pattern are among the best among the excellent grades, and with the blessing of Chao Yuxing's immortal energy, the additional effects are even more amazing. It is no exaggeration to say that if this kind of rune can be engraved on the rapid shooting arrow tower, then the power of this arrow tower will be no less than the previous two. Seeing that he couldn't pry open Chao Yuxing's lips, Zhou Fei had no choice but to give up and accept this formation as the next best option. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuxing blinked his eyes that were piled with fat and said, "As for materials, I need the life-giving stone, the lightning-struck wood, and the wings of that rotten creature, and..." When Zhou Fei heard Chao Yuxing's words, he felt overwhelmed. Stop, stop, stop. You are here to burn the formation, not to rob me. What are these things you want to have to do with the formation? When Chao Yuxing heard Zhou Fei's words, he immediately said with a sullen face, "Master, you can doubt my fighting ability, but you cannot doubt my attainments in formations. The flagpole is made of wood struck by lightning, and the wings of the rotten creature are used as the flag. The other materials..." He listed the unique rankings of many formations at once, which made Zhou Fei a little confused. What about the Myriad World Stone? This thing is an S-level material and is very difficult to obtain. Zhou Fei also felt a little distressed and asked, "Oh, this is what I need." Chao Yuxing scratched the back of his head and smiled at Zhou Fei with his white teeth bared. You'd better finish it before the second wave of beasts arrives." Zhou Fei looked at the little fat man and never felt that a general could be so hated. Chao Yuxing also nodded then left happily with the materials. At this moment, Zhou Fei was happily talking and laughing in his own territory, while other lords were still engaged in a bloody battle. Xin Kuang Yi's territory. This hellish territory has been completely destroyed, and the already dilapidated city walls have been almost flattened by the terrifying monsters. Inside the territory's headquarters, Shen Guangyi, with a panic-stricken face, hid in the Lord's Hall, while at the door, the second general she summoned, the three-headed hellhound, was blocking the door. Compared to the state of the hellhound when it was just summoned, it was now covered with scratches and bite marks all over its body, looking extremely miserable and sad. Of the three heads of the hellhound, only the one on the far right was left. The head on the far left was filled with traces of holy light and burning, and the head in the middle was violently torn off, with blood and flesh still dripping from the wound. "Big dog, don't die." The little lowly Shen Guangyi was hiding behind the three-headed dog of hell, trembling all over with tears in her eyes. The first wave of beast attacks on her territory was also a combination of native people plus monsters, but the native people who attacked her territory were. It's the elves. The elves are brave and good at fighting, and almost every member of the elf lives for more than 1,000 years. Their long lifespan makes almost every elf extremely powerful. Unlike Zhou Fei and Sunyong, there were only a pitiful 100 elves outside Shen Guangyi's territory. However, these 100 elves almost caused a devastating blow to her territory, because the strength of each of them is comparable to that of a level 50 elite leader. Kill. Looking out from the gate of the Lord's Hall guarded by the Cerberus, the hellhounds led by the Cerberus were either dead or injured, with almost no survivors. Only the Hell Angel Lucifer was left outside to resist the attacks of the elves and monsters. Light Elf. Michael doesn't even dare to call himself the embodiment of light in front of me. At this time, Lucifer was fighting to the point of madness, and this godlike being even had rare wounds on his body. However, the price of his injury was that the leader of the elves, the Light Elf, was now caught in his hands like a chicken. Roar. With a roar like that of a ghost, Lucifer pulled hard and tore the elf leader's head into two halves. Ding. Lucifer, a subordinate of Daxia's junior lord Shen Guangyi, killed the leader of the first wave of beasts and successfully resisted the attack of the first wave of beasts. After killing the Light Elf, he fought against dozens of elite leaders alone. Even with Lucifer's strength, he was still gasping for breath on the spot. The same scene was constantly repeated in the territories of other lords, but they were not like Sunyong or Shen Guangyi, who had hidden cards in their backs. Ding! The Myriad Worlds battlefield detected that all lords in Area B2386 successfully repelled the first wave of beasts. All primary lords are rewarded with 10 units of energy ice crystals, and the territory repair speed is increased by an additional 100%. The number of primary lords who died in the first wave of beasts is 129,764, and the number of primary lords remaining in this area is 95,421. The remaining time until the second wave of beasts arrives is 8 hours. Not all lords encountered horrific attacks by their native subjects, but even so, the number of lords who survived was very small. Zhou Fei was in his own territory and looked a little surprised when he heard the report of the battlefield of all worlds. There are only 8 hours left for the second wave of beasts to arrive. Zhou Fei didn't expect that the beast tide would arrive only 12 hours apart. And this was calculated from the beginning of the first wave of beasts. After all, with his super high efficiency, he had only rested for less than 2 hours from the time he killed the beast to now. Including the time he spent killing the undead, it was just 12 hours. Even Zhou Fei could only rest for less than 10 hours, let alone other lords. After hearing the subsequent report of the fallen lords, Zhou Fei's expression became even gloomier. In the entire B2386 area, only less than 100,000 lords survived the first wave of beast tide. Coupled with the extremely short time interval, the number will only decrease. He roughly calculated that in 3 days, there would be at least 4 more waves of beasts left. It won't be more than 100 people at most. He sighed. He had expected that the B2396 area would be extremely tragic, but he didn't expect it to be this tragic. At this moment, the reminder sound of the battlefield of all worlds suddenly rang in Zhou Fei's ears again. Daxia Junior Lord Zhou Fei, there are other lords visiting outside your territory, requesting to enter your territory. Do you agree? The sudden notification sound startled Zhou Fei. Who would visit my territory? It's a bit strange. Zhou Fei scratched his head. In the B2396 area, the only people he could be considered to have a relationship with were Sunyong and Xinguangyi. Sunyong didn't even have his contact information, so it was almost impossible for him to visit. There's only one answer left. The one who came was Xinguangyi. Chapter 79, Skinny Monkey. Weird White Light. After all, when Zhou Fei was exploring previously, he did not find any other lords outside his territory, so the only one who could visit his territory at this time was Xinguangyi. Are you here for help? Zhou Fei frowned. He didn't expect that Xinguangyi, Lucifer, who had a general comparable to a god, will be defeated by the impact of the beast tide. From this, Zhou Fei deduced that Sunyong would most likely be unable to withstand this first wave of beasts. Without hesitation, Zhou Fei directly opened the Lord panel and approved the application. They're all lords of Daxia, so if they can lend a helping hand, why not do it? However, when Zhou Fei walked to the gate of the territory and saw the visitor, he was stunned. The one who came was not the fair and tender Xinguangyi, but a grown man. The visiting lord was blocked at the gate. The three witches and Han Miasheng looked at him vigilantly, as if they were on guard against this uninvited guest. The lord looked to be about 183 centimeters tall, a little taller than Zhou Fei, who was 180 centimeters tall. But he was terribly thin. His cheeks could be described as pointed and monkey-like, and his entire body felt like skin and bones. This man perfectly fits the description of thin dog. He looks like a giant stick insect. What made Zhou Fei speechless the most was the man's face. Not to mention his pointed chin and monkey cheeks, his big dark eye sockets and pale lips made him look like a man with kidney deficiency. But even if you say he is weak, this man's eyes are bright, his pupils emit golden light, and even his eyelashes are painted golden, looking very extraordinary. Brother, I've been looking for you for a long time, brother, and I finally found you. Zhou Fei had just walked to the side of Han Miesheng when the skinny monkey, who had been standing there picking his nose a second ago, suddenly had his eyes glowing and rushed to Zhou Fei and shouted loudly. While shouting, he knelt down at Zhou Fei's feet, hugged Zhou Fei's thighs tightly, and refused to let go no matter what. Zhou Fei was frightened by the skinny monkey's sudden attack. He subconsciously wanted to step back, but he found that the skinny monkey's hand was like an iron clamp, holding his thigh tightly, and he couldn't pull it out at all. He's a master. Zhou Fei was shocked. With his current attribute values, let alone a junior lord, even an ordinary magic beast of level 50 might not be as powerful as him. However, this skinny monkey was able to hold his legs tightly, which really showed that he had some skills. But is real strength meant to curry favor with powerful people? Let go of the master. Han Miesheng had never seen such a person before. He was frightened at first by the skinny monkey's sudden startle, and then he let out a loud shout, and a flame of nothingness directly appeared on his body surface. During this period, Han Miesheng kept using the void-devouring flame, and with Zhou Fei's guidance, although this ball of strange fire was just a derivative of the void-devouring flame possessed by the Do Emperor of the Han clan, it became particularly condensed at this moment. Moreover, Han Miesheng has been communicating with the three witch sisters during this period, and it can be vaguely seen that this ball of fire has the rudiments of transforming into a new form. Moreover, its power has also increased a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that now even a level 40 elite monster will be reduced to ashes after being burned by the new void-devouring flame for a while. At this time, Han Miesheng saw Zhou Fei in danger, and without any hesitation, a ball of flame condensed into an almost tangible flame flew out and hit the skinny monkey directly. Don't! Zhou Fei saw this scene and spoke subconsciously. Although Han Miesheng likes to bicker with Zhou Fei on weekdays, in terms of loyalty, he is more loyal to Zhou Fei than the witch trio. In other words, he had an almost fanatical belief in Zhou Fei. After all, ever since he came to Zhou Fei's side, he had been witnessing miracles happening one after another. So, when he saw Zhou Fei being attacked, he immediately used his most powerful skill. Although Zhou Fei failed to break free, he did not feel any hostility from the skinny monkey. If the soul-destroying being launched such an attack at will, the skinny monkey would probably be burned to ashes. Cut! Don't bother me hugging my thighs. When Zhou Fei subconsciously opened his mouth to stop him, the skinny monkey faced Han Miesheng's attack without any fear. Instead, a A look of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he just muttered a few words without turning his head, and didn't even look at Han Miesheng. Boom! The concentrated void, devouring flame, fire, directly hit the skinny monkey's body, and the burning flames completely engulfed him. When Han Miesheng saw this, a smile appeared on his lips, but the next second he noticed something strange and let out a light exclamation. There was also some confusion in Zhou Fei's eyes, because he was close and could see it clearly. Although the skinny monkey did not dodge, a layer of white film appeared on his body surface, just before the flames of nothingness were about to cover him. This film is like an eggshell and looks very fragile, but once the flame touches the film, it cannot break through its defense. The flames lingered on the skinny monkey's body for only a few seconds before disappearing. When the flames disappeared, the white light curtain on the skinny monkey's body also disappeared. Brother, my name is Pang Yi. I've heard a lot about you. The skinny Pang Yi seemed to have no idea how terrifying Han Miesheng's attack was. He just spoke to himself. When Zhou Fei saw this scene, his eyes lit up. He had seen this white light in textbooks before. This seems to be the battlefield of all worlds, protecting the territory of the auxiliary lord? Thinking of this, Zhou Fei's eyes showed enlightenment. If the rules of the battlefield of all worlds were involved, then everything could be explained. The auxiliary lord is another special kind of lord in the battlefield of all worlds. It is similar to the nature of the battle lord, except that the auxiliary lord's main focus is on the auxiliary type. They can become auxiliary lords. When a lord's soul awakens, they will naturally acquire many enhanced auxiliary skills, and the effects of these skills exceed those of auxiliary generals. However, the generals summoned by the auxiliary lords are all ultimate generals. Although their personal combat power is very amazing, they also have a drawback. That is, the generals of the auxiliary lord cannot lead troops. No accompanying soldier. In a sense, this point of the assistant lord is actually similar to that of Zhou Fei. Whether it is the witch trio or Han Miesheng, the number of soldiers they lead is actually not large. But although it is not a lot, the auxiliary lord's general does not have a single soldier. Chapter 80, Assistant Lord. Strange background. Moreover, because the assistant lord had a lower level of generals and weaker combat power when he was still a junior lord, a rule was specially issued for the assistant lord. This rule is that in the primary area, the attacks of the warlords and ordinary lords on the auxiliary lords will be directly exempted. This is the fundamental reason why Han Miesheng's attack just now was ineffective. You are the assistant lord? As Zhou Fei spoke, he tried hard to pull his legs out of the hands of the thin dog Pang Yi. Pang Yi did not continue to hold Zhou Fei's thighs, but stood up. He gently shook his greasy bangs and said in what he thought was a very deep and cool tone, "Yes, brother, I am the assistant lord." The three witches stood aside and couldn't help but frown after seeing this scene. Rebecca, who was kind and innocent at heart, leaned gently beside Alice and whispered, "Sister, he just came here and shook off a large piece of dandruff. How long has he not washed his hair?" Although Rebecca's voice was very low, everyone present was strong enough to hear clearly. Pang Yi naturally heard it. His expression froze at first. Then he scratched the back of his head awkwardly, pretending he heard nothing, and said, "Brother, I came to visit you this time just to seek refuge with you. This beast tide is too fierce. All my generals are dead." Pang Yi openly admitted the purpose of his trip. He was quite thick-skinned to be able to talk about currying favor with powerful people so openly. After hearing this, Zhou Fei looked at the skinny guy Pang Yi calmly and asked, "Are you the Lord of Daxia?" Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually filled with confusion in his heart. The reason why he asked this was because the existence of auxiliary lords was extremely rare in Daxia. In order to become an assistant lord, one must master certain auxiliary abilities in the real world of Blue Star. So comparatively speaking, assistant lords appear more frequently in Western countries. After all, both priests and priests have mastered the ability to pray in the real world. Although Daxia has a long history, many of its sacrificial cultures have been submerged in the long river of history. It is no exaggeration to say that the number of auxiliary lords awakened into Xia in the past decade is rarer than national treasures, and it may take 3 to 5 years to find one. When Pang Yi heard Zhou Fei's words, he nodded vigorously. "Of course I am the Lord of Daxia. Big brother, look at me. I am so suave and handsome, although I am slightly inferior to you." But compared to those blonde-haired, blue-eyed gorillas, they are completely crushed. While praising himself, he also did not forget to praise Zhou Fei, while Zhou Fei's face was full of doubt. In recent years, the last assistant lord who appeared in Daxia was the little princess of the ancient martial arts family Chun. She was gifted with awakening a mysterious star mortar, which could enhance the power of generals by attracting the power of the stars. The last person to do so dates back to 30 years ago. At this time, Zhou Fei directly asked, "So what is your auxiliary ability? If you want to be my little brother, you have to show some skills, right?" Instead of wondering, it is better to take the initiative. Zhou Fei directly expressed his doubts. After hearing this, he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Brother, let's talk about it first. I can show you, but you can't laugh at me." Zhou Fei's face was calm. When facing his generals, he could go crazy and curse. But when facing other lords, he must remain calm and composed so that others cannot see through his true thoughts. Seeing that Zhou Fei didn't say anything, the skinny monkey gritted his teeth and took out a tortoise shell from his trouser pocket. "This is the auxiliary tool for awakening my lord's soul. The remains of a fairy turtle shell." Pang Yi's expression was very serious, but whether it was Zhou Fei, Han Miesheng, or others, they couldn't help laughing when they saw his expression at this moment. Because although Pang Yi's auxiliary device sounds very impressive from the name, in reality, the palm-sized turtle shell is full of cracks, and the entire shell is gray and full of cracks. From the outside, you can't tell that it has anything to do with auxiliary tools. Instead, it looks a bit like a turtle shell picked up casually after eating a soft-shelled turtle. In addition to the tortoise shell, He also took out 6 copper coins that sparkled with golden light like his eyes. "This is Liu Yao Yuhong." He didn't care about the reactions of Zhou Fei and others at all, or rather, the reactions of Zhou Fei and others were already within his expectations. When He took out the Liu Yao Yuhong, Zhou Fei's expression restrained slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. If the tortoise shell made Zhou Fei and others feel a little ridiculous, then the appearance of this tortoise shell made Zhou Fei and others look solemn. Whether it was Zhou Fei or Han Miesheng, they both felt a very mysterious aura from these 6 copper coins. In Zhou Fei's eyes, the feeling that this copper coin brought to him seemed to be similar to his innate skill, Son of Fortune. But in comparison, the aura of these 6 copper coins is so faint that it is almost difficult to be detected. Moreover, the smell of luck is also different. The aura on these 6 copper coins is more complicated and seems to contain more things. As for Han Miesheng, he felt the scent of the great Tao from these 6 copper coins. This scent contained all things. He didn't seem to notice so much, and just started to introduce himself. "The reason why I was able to become the assistant lord was also a coincidence. I grew up with my grandfather. He didn't have any special skills, but he was a barefoot doctor. After working hard for most of his life, he found that curing people's illnesses was not as profitable as being a charlatan. So after practicing medicine for most of his life, he transformed himself into a charlatan in the second half of his life." He continued to introduce himself, and Zhou Fei interrupted him with a strange look on his face when he heard this. "What you're going to say next is not that when you were born, the heaven and earth moved strangely and killed your parents, right?" Zhou Fei just felt that this plot was so familiar. Many supernatural novels seem to start like this. After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Pang Yi's expression instantly became very excited. "You are my eldest brother, and you know my life story very well. Brother, tell me the truth. Have you been secretly investigating me for a long time?" Zhou Fei vomited blood when he heard this. "What do you mean by clear as day? Is this how all the bloody supernatural novels are written?" After he acted weird for a while, he immediately returned to normal and said seriously, "On the day I was born, these 6 jade coins appeared with me. And this tortoise shell." Chapter 81, Extremely Fierce? An opportunity for a breakthrough in luck. When Zhou Fei saw Pang Yi's serious expression, he also put away his smile. After all, no one would joke about their parents. "When I was born, I held a tortoise shell in my left hand, 5 jade coins in my right hand, and 1 in my mouth. Everyone in the village said I was a monster, so I lived with my grandfather." He said nonchalantly, "I have been with my grandfather for such a long time, and I have learned some tricks about the charlatans over time. I just don't know why, but my grandfather's divination skills are all made up, but when I use those skills to predict the future, I can always see through their tricks of fate. Oh yes, just like the skills granted by my Lord Soul, my skills are 6 Yao breaks fate. Originally, after hearing the first half of the story, all Zhou Fei was thinking about was how to drive this charlatan out of his territory. But when he heard the second half and knew that Pang, he said the name of his innate skill, he was greatly shocked. The innate skills that can be named after time, luck, space, and destiny all contain infinite power. Zhou Fei looked at Pang seriously and asked, "Do you have the soul of a high-level lord?" Pang nodded happily and said nonchalantly, "Not only am I a high-level lord soul, my innate skills are also S-level. I don't know why I ended up in the Myriad Worlds battlefield by chance. I was originally telling fortunes for a girl with beautiful legs and black stockings on the side of the road. As a result, I was beaten half to death by her boyfriend just because I touched her black stockings. I was just about to extort some medical expenses from her, but the next second I appeared here. It has to be said that Zhou Fei felt that he was already weird and out of tune enough, but he didn't expect that in front of Pang Yi. He was just a younger brother. Is this possible? Zhou Fei forced himself to hold back the blood that was about to spurt out, muttering to himself, while Pang Yi just continued to talk to himself. Everything was going smoothly before, and I even recruited an outstanding general, but that beast tide was too powerful. If I continue to stay in my territory, I will just wait for death. I have no choice but to tell the fortune for myself." Pang, he suddenly looked sad and sighed. "In our line of work, we will never have our fortunes told unless it is absolutely necessary, but I am really desperate. After interpreting the hexagram, there is a coordinate. I followed it and found you." After hearing this, Zhou Fei's face was very calm, and he said, "Since you are here, let me see your talent." Liu Yao broke his fate and made Pang Yi come to find him. At this time, Zhou Fei probably had the answer in his mind. What flows through those 6 copper coins should be the breath of fate. Zhou Fei was also very curious at this time. What would happen when luck and fate collided? Even though you've said a lot, if you want me to keep you, you have to prove your worth, right? Pang Yi nodded, and this time without any nonsense, he directly stuffed the 6 jade coins into the tortoise shell. 6 Yao breaks fate. Start. After muttering a few words in a mysterious voice, he suddenly pointed the tortoise shell in his hand at Zhou Fei. The next second, the 6 jade balances burst into dazzling golden light, and even Pang Yi's eyes were filled with golden liquid. This liquid looked like tears and also a little like blood, but Pang Yi didn't care about that at the moment. Veins on his neck were bulging. It was obvious that it was a huge burden for him to investigate Zhou Fei's fate. One is the beginning, Tai Ching ascends. Pang Yi murmured in a voice that only he could hear, and then a Yuhing shot out directly and kept circling around Zhou Fei's body. Fierce! At the same time, Zhou Fei heard the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds. Ding! Dasha Junior Lord Zhou Fei and Junior Assistant Lord Pang Yi used the skill Liu Yao Piming on you, and you are currently receiving the first amplification. 6 Yao, Tai Ching. Effect. Increase the caster's overall attributes by 10% and add additional effects based on the final hexagram. Zhou Fei listened to the prompt sound in his ear and frowned slightly. The enhancement of this auxiliary lord was not as strong as he imagined. She is even worse than Lanji, a subject in his territory. Lanji's boost to the soldiers is stronger than Pang Yi's, and it affects all of them. Sweat broke out on Pang Yi's forehead. He had never encountered such a difficult situation before. When this happens, there are only 2 possibilities. The first one is that Zhou Fei's strength is far superior to his. At least he has reached the level of a high-level lord. In this case, it is difficult for him to tell fortunes. The second situation is that Zhou Fei's destiny was interfered with by external forces. Obviously, Zhou Fei belongs to the second category. But at this time, Pang Yi knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he had no way out, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to predict. Go, go, go. 2 for life, 3 for everything, 4 for the leader. Ding. Dasha Junior Lord Zhou Fei and Junior Assistant Lord Pang Yi used the skill Liu Yao Piming on you. You are currently receiving the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th amplification. Ding. Due to the special talent of Assistant Lord Pang Yi, every time you add an auxiliary effect, the previous auxiliary effect will be retained and increased by an additional 100%. Liu Yao. The Tai Ching effect has been amplified 3 times, and the current increase in all attribute values is 80%. As 3 golden lights poured into Zhou Fei's body, the reminder sounds of the battlefield of all worlds rang in his ears one after another. After Zhou Fei heard it clearly, his expression changed. He didn't expect that every divination would affect the previous increase. At this time, the first time Pang Yi predicted for him, the amplification effect of Tai Ching had reached 80%. In other words, after completely calculating the 6 hexagrams, the effect of Tai Ching will reach 320%, a full 3-fold improvement in all attributes. Not only Tai Ching, the other 3 hexagrams also increased Zhou Fei's maximum health, attack power, and defense power respectively. According to the order, the amplification effects are 20%, 40%, and 80% respectively. This is too perverted. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. He just made a rough calculation. If all 6 hexagrams of Pang Yi were to come out, then his total increase for a general would be at least over 1,000%. 10 times. However, what Zhou Fei did not notice was that when Pang Yi saw the yuhangs surrounding Zhou Fei, his expression became even uglier. For consecutive evil spirits. It's going to happen. Pang Yi muttered to himself, and then threw out another yuhang. 5 is Jiazi, just a moment. He pointed forcefully, and now his cheeks were covered with golden liquid. Puff, still fierce. The yuhang flew to Zhou Fei's side, and after Pang Yi saw the state of the yuhang, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into a state of depression. How could it be 5 consecutive evil signs? According to the records in the hexagram book, this last jade coin will bring bad luck, no matter whether it is facing forward or backward. Pang Yi's whole body was shaking, as if he had encountered some terrible dilemma. Chapter 82, Great Disaster, Signing a Covenant. Pang Yi had never encountered such a strange hexagram before, and this scene was a big shock to him. For the first 5 yuhang pieces, each of them gave an ominous hexagram. When the 5 are added together, the last yuhang piece will only have one result, no matter where it falls, whether it is positive or negative. That is a very bad sign. Pang Yi clenched his back teeth with embarrassment. His expression suddenly became a little strange, and then he returned to his serious state. The reason why it's strange is that Pang Yi thought of the last yuhang after the 5 evil spirits. There is a hexagram that can turn evil into good fortune, but the probability of this happening is really too small. Among the 3,600 hexagrams, there is only this one auspicious sign. It's over. I'm going to be kicked out this time. Pang Yi didn't expect that after putting so much effort into showing off his skills, he would end up with such a result. Although his first 5 yuhangs had a significant impact on Zhou Fei's power, these were only temporary illusions. The technique of using Lu Yao Yuhang to interpret hexagrams is to combine the 6 into 1. The previous increase is only temporary. Finally, when Pang Yi has used up all 6 yuhangs, a final hexagram will appear. These hexagrams are very bad, bad, average, good, slightly good, and very good. Although the increase in Pang Yi's hexagram looks terrifying, in fact, only when the final hexagram is auspicious can all attribute increases be maintained. Otherwise, the maximum increase in all attributes would be about 100%. But the impasse that Pang Yi faced at this time was Zhou Fei's hexagram was already extremely ominous. Under this circumstance, not only would it not increase Zhou Fei's attributes at all, on the other hand, it would also deduct Zhou Fei's attributes or even permanently reduce Zhou Fei's attributes. This is the negative effect of the extremely bad omen. Pang Yi had no choice at this moment. He was ready to be kicked out by Zhou Fei. Why? He called himself the Assistant Lord and pretended to come to Zhou Fei for help. And then Zhou Fei asked him to demonstrate his auxiliary ability. Pang Yi threw out 6 jade coins, but they did not increase the value, but directly reduced Zhou Fei's overall attribute values. If he wasn't kicked out, who would be kicked out? But this time Pang Yi had no choice but to desperately throw out the last yuan. I am rough. Wrong. Zhou Fei didn't know what Pang Yi was thinking. In his eyes, Pang Yi was like a lunatic, yelling and shouting, with a face full of grief and indignation as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. Now, after throwing out the last yuhang, he widened his eyes again, as if he had seen a miracle. Why not just forget it? Although his auxiliary ability is very strong, he is a bit like a psychopath. Zhou Fei muttered to himself, And at this moment, the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds rang in his ears. Ding! When Daxia's primary lord Zhou Fei and assistant lord Peng Yi were amplifying you, they triggered your innate skill. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. The last judgment result of Lu Yao Yuhong. The success probability is multiplied by 30 times. Judgment in progress. Judgment successful. After Zhou Fei heard the prompt sound of the battlefield of all worlds, his expression did not even fluctuate. After all, this was not the first time that his talent had shown its power in terms of luck. However, Peng Yi seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying scene. Originally, the sixth Yuheng had already flown in the direction representing the worst outcome. But when Yuheng was about to stop, a mysterious force seemed to appear in the air. This force directly pushed Yuheng to move and flip. Finally, it stopped at the most unlikely location. 6 Yao Yuheng. Cut. Good luck. 1 in 3,600. The lost one. Captured by Zhou Fei. Although Peng Yi found it unbelievable at the moment, he still completed the last step of Lu Yao Yuheng. As he roared with all his might, a ray of energy that was so bright that it even faintly turned into colorful energy flowed into Zhou Fei's body. Why do I smell the scent of Huang? It's the feeling of being the master of all worlds. It must be an illusion. In Zhou Fei's territory, the fat and white Chao Yuxing was sticking his butt out, grunting as he carved weird symbols on a rapid shooting tower. He looked in Zhou Fei's direction as if he sensed something and muttered a few words in a low voice. Han Mieshing, who was standing next to Zhou Fei, had his pupils shrunk like needles. He looked at Zhou Fei and felt very dangerous. This is the feeling of Emperor Yin holding up the sky and stepping on the earth. This kind of spirit should be the master of a plane. Han Mieshing muttered to himself. As for Zhou Fei, who was at the center of the vortex, he didn't feel anything at this time, except for the sound of the battlefield reminder in his ears. 6 Yao, Tai Ching. Effect. All attributes increased by 320%. 6 Yao Life. Effect. Maximum health limit increased by 160%. Lu Yao All Things. Effect. Increase the damage caused by the Lord by 80%. 6 Yao Leader. Effect. The Lord is exempt from 40% of the damage he receives. 6 Yao Jiazi. Effect. After the Lord kills a monster, the Lord experience gained will increase by 20%. 6 Yao. The End. Effect. The hexagram is auspicious, and the Lord's talent level is increased by an additional level. Fuck. Zhou Fei listened to the system prompts and was already full of praise for Peng Yi in his heart. Not only did his attributes improve in all aspects, but his talent level was even raised by 1 level. Etc. Talent level increased by 1 level. Zhou Fei didn't react at first, but when he opened his Lord panel and looked at the Sun of Fortune in the talent column, which was emitting a faint, colorful light, he fell into a state of dizziness. Ding, Daxia Jr. Lord Zhou Fei. Your lordship skills have been temporarily upgraded to Z level due to the increase. When the Lord is in Area B2396, the chance of encountering a monster boss increases by 500%. Lord, in Area B2396, obtains item rewards and props within the rules, and the quality is improved 100 times. The number of times the Lord uses items and props in Area B2396 is increased to 5 times the normal number. Quantity critical hit effect, effective for unique items. Temporary advancement. When Zhou Fei saw the new talent skill, it was as if he saw a ragged beauty standing in front of him, waving at him. It was exactly as he thought. After his quasi-Z level Lord Soul was upgraded, he could also perform critical hits on unique items. The remaining time of the 6-line fortune-telling effect, 29 minutes and 52 seconds. Only for half an hour. Seeing the end, Zhou Fei curled his lips in dissatisfaction. There was no beast hide at this time, and he didn't have any adventures, which meant that his Z-level talent, Emperor of Luck, had no place to use. Fortunately, Zhou Fei knew what his talent would look like after it evolved, so it was not all in vain. Peng Yi, hey, what are you doing? Zhou Fei closed the system panel with satisfaction, turned his head to look at the skinny Peng Yi, but was shocked.